Bai Ye inexplicably traversed to the world of pirates, only to find himself 60 years before the Marineford War. In this era, there was no pirate king, no Luffy, no four emperors, only the world government that overshadowed everything with its power. To change the future, he resolutely established a pirate crew and even took in a little boy named Edward Newgate as his godson. With his formidable strength and tactics, he swept across half the sea, subduing numerous factions. However, just as he was about to launch a full-scale assault on the world government, he was suddenly betrayed and found himself trapped in a siege by the Gorosei and the Knights of God. Chapter 1. 60 years ago, Bai Ye pirate crew. Year 1460 of the Sea Circle calendar. On the boundless blue ocean, an island named Air became the center of the world vortex. This was the base of the Bai Ye pirate crew, which had swept across half the sea in just over a decade, bringing countless islands and kingdoms under its banner. In the center of the island, a towering bonfire blazed like the sun of the day, fiercely burning a giant sea king on a spit above it. The fat dripped onto the charcoal, making a sizzling sound, while the rich aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of thick ale pouring from oak barrels, carried by the salty sea. Breeze wafted to every corner of the island, penetrating everyone's hearts. Countless figures gathered here. They sang, laughed, and drank heartily, creating a tumultuous sea of voices filled with passion. Giants, towering at several meters tall, stood like mountains, their booming laughter echoing like rolling thunder. They clinked their enormous stone cups with gusto, each impact causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if cheering for this grand feast. Fishmen with fins and colorful skin frolicked in the shallow waters by the shore. They leaped gracefully out of the water, splashing crystal-clear droplets, then raised coral cups high, downing the refreshing liquor in celebration of their hard-won freedom. Meanwhile, the furry tribe, with their fluffy bright hair and occasional sparks of static electricity, nimbly darted through the crowded throng, like flowing lightning, passing food, drinks, and uncontainable joy and excitement to every companion. Here, almost every race in the world was gathered. They had once been ruthlessly oppressed by the world government, treated as goods by the celestial dragons, branded with shameful marks, and looked down upon by society. But today, in their eyes, there was not a trace of past gloom, only an extreme fervor of pure worship. All their gazes focused on the highest rock in the center of the island, reverently and sincerely watching the figure standing atop it. Everyone, today we gather for a common goal. Bai Ye stood high above, holding aloft a wine cup made from a giant sea beast's horn. His voice was amplified clearly through a peculiar shell-like device, overpowering the noisy cheers below and the ever-rolling waves in the distance, resonating throughout the island. That is to overthrow the decaying world government and establish a truly equal and free new world. Bai Ye paused, surveying the excited faces below, raising the horn cup even higher. Let us toast to the future that is about to come. As his words fell, it was as if a match was thrown into a barrel full of gunpowder, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the crowd. For the new world. Long live the Bai Ye pirate crew. Long live Lord Bai Ye. Cheers. The roar of cheers surged into the sky, the overwhelming momentum seeming to disperse the heavy clouds in the night sky, revealing the brilliant starry river behind. Countless cups, bowls, and barrels were raised high, the clear liquor shimmering with a golden glow under the bonfire's light, then downed in one go, spilling over the corners of mouths and soaking clothes, but no one cared. Everyone firmly believed that under the leadership of this man named Bai Ye, they would surely break into Marineford War, overthrow the brutal rule of the world government, and welcome a brand new era that truly belonged to all. Looking at the faces filled with infinite trust and burning hope below, Bai Ye couldn't help but show a proud expression. In just over a decade, I've gathered so many people. I'm about to overthrow the world government. I've finally lived up to the honor of being a traverser. Bai Ye thought with immense pride. Indeed, Bai Ye was a traverser. After falling asleep one ordinary night, he woke up to find himself in this grand, yet perilous world of One Piece. However, the time he arrived was a full 50 years before the Marineford War, in the year 1460 of the Sea Circle calendar. There was no later pirate king Gold Roger, who opened the age of exploration, no Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, who wore a straw hat and had a bright smile, and certainly no four emperors ruling the New World. What existed here was only the world government, which wielded immense power and revered the celestial dragons as the so-called descendants of the creator. The celestial dragons looked down from their heights, ruthlessly oppressing various kingdoms and races, treating lives as mere weeds, turning people into dignity-less slaves shrouding the entire world in darkness and despair, leaving the people in misery. When Bai Ye first arrived in this world, he was just an ordinary person without any weapons and nearly got swallowed by the chaotic waves, dying quietly. As an ambitious young man, how could he endure such a dark and chaotic world devoid of justice? Thus, Bai Ye resolutely raised the banner of resistance. He used his knowledge and ideals that surpassed this era to constantly connect and unite all oppressed nations and races, painting a beautiful future without oppression and inequality for them. After years of bloody battles, Bai Ye had already gathered a massive force capable of shaking the world around him. Under his leadership, this coalition of myriad races swept through, continuously overthrowing one world government member state after another and liberating one enslaved race after another. As of now, half of the land and power in this sea had chosen to follow in his footsteps, venerating him as their sole leader. And now, the day of the final battle was drawing near. They were about to launch their last assault on the center of world power, Marineford. It could be said that as long as the world government was overthrown, the filthy and ugly rule of the celestial dragons would come to a complete end, establishing a brand new era. Thinking about how he would conquer this sea and bring new life to this despairing world with his own strength, Bai Ye felt an immense sense of pride. Dad, look, you're in the newspaper again. The newspaper calls you the blazing sun in the daytime, the bright moon in the night. At that moment, a clear child's voice came from the crowd, and a small figure struggled to push through the throng. Running towards Bai Ye was a little boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old, wearing a noticeably ill-fitting mini battle outfit, looking somewhat comical. He excitedly waved a recently delivered newspaper in his hand, panting as he reached Bai Ye. What was strange was that although this little boy was young, he had 2 characteristic white mustaches curving upwards on his youthful face, making him look particularly amusing. That's right, the little brat in front of me with the iconic white beard is named Edward Newgate, who will become one of the 4 emperors, known as Whitebeard with a core focus on family that shocks the world in the future. However, right now, he is just a slightly precocious kid who sees White Knight as his old man. Edward Newgate's father was a fierce warrior under White Knight, who heroically sacrificed himself during a brutal battle to cover the retreat of the main forces. Unable to bear leaving the son of an old friend alone and helpless, White Knight took him under his wing and adopted him as his godson. From that moment on, the young Edward Newgate stubbornly began to call him old man. Little White, let me see the newspaper. Oh, did they give me a new title again? White Knight leaped gracefully, landing in front of little Newgate, smiling as he ruffled the boy's hair and curiously took the newspaper that still carried the scent of ink. As the influence of the White Knight pirates expanded rapidly like a snowball, the titles bestowed upon him by the world government and the public grew more numerous and resounding. Executioner, Subverter, Revolutionary Dragon, the world's greatest swordsman, King of Storms, Life Reaper, and so on. In just over a decade, White Knight had acquired at least a dozen titles. Therefore, hearing about a new title for himself now made White Knight quite curious. The blazing sun of the day, the bright moon of the night, that's a nice title. Upon seeing this title, a satisfied smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of White Knight's mouth. He clearly remembered that in the beginning, his titles were mostly filled with blood and fear, such as Bloodied Butcher and Executioner of the Celestial Dragons. However, as the number of liberated nations increased, his titles began to shift towards those of a righteous figure like Revolutionary and Liberator. Especially now, with his influence sweeping across half the seas and preparing to launch a full-scale attack on the world government, his title finally transformed into one filled with hope and light. The blazing sun of the day, the bright moon of the night. Not only White Knight, but the other pirates around who heard this new title also erupted into a new round of cheers. The blazing sun of the day, the bright moon of the night. This title is just too cool. Yes, this title is perfect for the captain. This is simply just like our pirate flag. Someone shouted, and countless pirates instinctively looked up at the huge flag fluttering in the wind, planted at the highest point of the giant rock. It was a clearly divided black and white flag, distinctly separated into two halves on the pure white side. There was a blazing sun pattern radiating light, while on the pitch black side, there was a serene, gentle, and cool crescent moon pattern. This was the pirate flag designed by White Knight himself. He always believed that a pirate flag must be cool and embody one's will and philosophy. Otherwise, how could those proud and unruly strong ones willingly follow you? Chapter 2. The World Government Strikes. Old man, when are we going to overthrow the world government? Can I come along this time? Newgate quickly looked at White Knight, asking with a face full of longing. Well, little White, this operation is very dangerous. You should stay here. White Knight looked at the little brat with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. What? Old man, why can't I go? I'm strong too. I want to go. Don't leave me behind. Hearing White Knight's words, Newgate yelped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly shouting while clumsily waving a large sword. Little White, listen to me. This is serious. Seeing Edward Newgate shouting, White Knight bent down and gently patted Edward's head with his large hand, his tone tender but firm. I won't. I want to fight too. Edward Newgate grabbed White Knight's pant leg, still shouting stubbornly, his little face flushed red. The people around, seeing Edward Newgate like this, couldn't help but laugh good-naturedly. Ha! Little White, don't make things difficult for Lord White Knight. A burly fishman laughed heartily. Yeah, little guy, we're going to destroy the world government and take down those lofty celestial dragons, not just play house. A giant beside him bent down, his voice booming like a bell. This will be an unprecedented, fierce battle. Lord White Knight doesn't have the time to take care of you, little brat. Just stay here obediently. Once we defeat the world government, we'll come back to get you. Everyone chimed in to persuade Edward, their words full of teasing and care. Amidst the laughter, a sudden, ear-splitting explosion rang out without warning. Boom! The violent explosion caused the entire island to shake violently, as if a dragon had turned over. Countless people lost their footing and fell to the ground. The bonfire was shaken, sending sparks flying, and the noisy feast was instantly plunged into silence, followed by terrified screams. What happened? What's going on? White Knight's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold seriousness as he asked sternly. Sir, Lord White Knight, it's bad. A soldier responsible for lookout rushed over, rolling and crawling, his face covered in blood, his voice sharp with fear and urgency. The world government and the Navy. They've surrounded our island. They're launching a fierce attack on us. What? What did you say? White Knight's pupils suddenly constricted. The world government and the Navy. How is this possible? I've already stationed warning ships within a 10-mile radius. How did the world government and the Navy sneak in? Hearing this report, White Knight's brows furrowed tightly into a Chan shape. Since he had made up his mind to fight the world government to the death, how could White Knight be unprepared? He had long established a tight network of warning ships in the waters surrounding the island within 10 miles. Any disturbance should have been reported immediately. The massive fleet of the world government and Navy could not possibly approach within cannon range unnoticed. Lord White Knight, we don't know. The soldier said despairingly, his voice tinged with tears. Their firepower is too fierce. Our brothers on the outside. In an instant, we can barely hold on. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Lord White Knight, what should we do now? Damn world government. How did they get here? The crowd, who had just been immersed in the joy of impending victory, now all had extremely grim expressions, filled with panic and confusion, and all eyes turned back to White Knight. He was their pillar of support. Facing this life-and-death moment, White Knight's expression was extremely serious. Without a hint of chaos, he took a deep breath, and his calm voice resounded throughout the crowd once again. Everyone stay calm and retreat in an orderly fashion. Logistical and medical personnel take the wounded out through the secret passage at the back of the island first. Prioritize saving the living forces. All combat personnel, charge with me. At all costs, hold back the world government's attack and buy time for the main force. White Knight shouted loudly, and as soon as his words fell, with a clang, he had already drawn the long sword from his waist, its blade glinting with a chilling light in the interplay of fire and cannon fire. Old man, I want to go too. I can fight too. White Knight also pulled out a specially made short sword from his waist and said stubbornly, White Knight, listen. The upcoming battle is no longer something you can participate in. His voice became stern. You need to leave with the logistics team immediately." Without waiting for White Knight to respond, he grabbed the small figure and tossed him to a nearby logistics team captain standing by. "Take White Knight back immediately. Protect him," White Knight shouted, turning around to grip his long sword tightly, resolutely charging towards the coastline where the artillery fire was heaviest. His silhouette was elongated by the flames, appearing incredibly determined. "No, Dad!" White Knight struggled desperately in the captain's arms, shouting loudly. However, it was futile. No matter how much he yelled, it did not help. With his current strength, he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as White Knight charged alone into the hell of artillery, blood, and death. The entire island trembled violently under the relentless bombardment, as if it would sink to the seabed at any moment. The sky was stained an ominous dark red by smoke and flames, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder, blood, and scorched earth. Countless buildings were turned to dust by the shockwave, and the screams and roars of soldiers were drowned out by the continuous rumble of cannon fire, forming a chaotic symphony of death that to the center of this hell on earth. A figure stood like an unmoving mountain, like a raging dragon swimming against the current. White Knight gripped his long sword, his gaze as cold as ice. Every swing of his sword was not merely a strike, but tore open a visible pitch-black crack in the air. Slash! A crescent-shaped, terrifying sword aura burst forth, carrying unmatched might, instantly expanding to dozens of meters long. Where the sword aura passed, the earth was plowed open, creating a bottomless chasm. Both hard rock and flesh were annihilated into nothingness upon contact. Dozens of charging naval soldiers did not even have time to scream before they were swallowed by the sword aura along with the ground beneath their feet. Then, White Knight's left fist tightened, enveloped in a pitch-black armed color hockey that flowed like ink, faint red arcs flashing. He made no extra movements, simply thrusting a fist forward towards the dense mass of navy. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering sound, only an invisible, terrifying shockwave capable of warping space that exploded outward in a fan shape. The air in front was instantly evacuated, creating a vacuum zone, and then the violent airwaves exploded. Over 100 naval soldiers were sent flying as if struck by an invisible giant hand, spitting blood and twisting in the air before crashing into distant ruins, bones shattered, and they fell silent. Chapter 3. The traitor is a general from Wano country. Over the years, White Knight not only expanded his influence, but also did not fall behind in strength. Perhaps due to being a transmigrator, he discovered that he possessed an innate talent for cultivation that ordinary people could hardly match. Whether it was hockey or swordsmanship, White Knight had reached the transformative realm. Even in this turbulent sea, he had quietly claimed the title of world's greatest swordsman. It was precisely because of this unparalleled strength that he could easily crush wave after wave of attacks with a mere gesture. However, the world government and navy were clearly prepared, their offensive relentless like an unending tide. Continuous soldiers poured down from landing warships. Despite the terror in their eyes at White Knight's formidable power, they could only charge at him under the command of their officers. On the distant horizon, more fleets broke through the waves, like a tightening giant net rapidly closing in on the island. The countless cannon mouths, gleaming with metallic cold light, signaled that this was merely the prelude to destruction. Yet, even so, White Knight single-handedly built an insurmountable line of death composed of sword aura and fist wind along the coastline, firmly blocking the vanguard of the world. Government and navy. Each burst of hockey from White Knight made the island tremble, and each sword swing made the sea shudder. Just then, the deafening noise of the battlefield eerily fell silent, as if an invisible hand had pressed the pause button. The sounds of cannon fire, shouting, and screaming all vanished in an instant. In the clearing before White Knight, the space suddenly twisted, like ripples spreading on the surface of water when a stone is thrown in. 5 ominous and decayed-looking teleportation arrays appeared out of thin air, their patterns complex and ancient, flashing with eerie purple light. At the center of the arrays, black flames burned silently. These flames had no heat, but seemed to devour all light, sound, and hope, making the surrounding air thick and sticky dew. To their presence, then, 5 figures dressed in tailored black suits, exuding an aura as deep as an ancient abyss, slowly walked out from the arrays. Although they were not tall, and some were even somewhat plain, When they stood together, they emanated an overwhelming sense of authority, as if they were looking down on all living beings and controlling the heavens and earth. Every gaze, every subtle movement carried an undeniable majesty. It was none other than the highest authorities of the world government, the five elders. But this was not the end. Behind the five elders, several smaller magic arrays appeared again, from which emerged a dozen more figures. They were also dressed in uniforms, and while their terrifying aura was not as unfathomable as that of the five elders, they were like volcanoes ready to erupt, filled with brutality and destructive power. They were the sharpest spear of the world government, the Knights of God. The combined might of the five elders and the Knights of God created a terrifying aura that could change the color of heaven and earth, enveloping the entire battlefield in tangible pressure. The air seemed to solidify into amber. Even the raging flames stopped burning, and the remaining naval soldiers trembled under this oppressive force, finding it hard to breathe. Ha ha! Ha! In this suffocating silence, White Knight suddenly laughed. He first chuckled softly, his shoulders slightly shaking. Then, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world, he laughed heartily. His laughter was bold and unrestrained, piercing the clouds and cracking the stones, filled with unabashed mockery and arrogance, shattering the frozen air into pieces. You truly hold me, White Knight, in high regard. White Knight stopped laughing, his gaze still sharp as a blade, sweeping over the extravagant lineup before him. To eliminate just one person, you actually mobilized all the five elders and the Knights of God. What an honor! White Knight's laughter echoed across the silent battlefield, sounding particularly harsh in the ears of every Navy and government official. White Knight, a knife-wielding five elder, stepped forward, his face lined with wrinkles, but his gaze sharp as a hawk, as if he could see into the hearts of men. You have formed a power, propagated dangerous ideas, and openly challenged the world order. Your existence has seriously threatened the stability of the world. Today, this place will be your grave. The voice of the five elder was devoid of emotion, as cold as the polar winds, each word sounding like a verdict taken from a legal code, announcing the final judgment. Ha ha, you want my life? White Knight horizontal held his sword, the glinting tip aimed directly at the crowd before him, his face showing no fear, but rather burning with unprecedented battle intent. Then it depends on whether you have the capability. Just as the tension was palpable and a great battle was about to break out, White Knight's tone suddenly shifted, his eyes taking on a playful glint. However, before we start, I'm quite curious. Bai Ye looked around, his gaze finally landing on the Gorosei, and said with a heavy tone, "My warning network covers this sea area. It can be said to be impeccable. How on earth did you manage to sneak such a large fleet right under my nose? If it weren't for a traitor leaking core information, you would never have been able to breach my outer defenses so easily." A Gorosei member wearing glasses and sporting a handlebar mustache revealed a cold smile, as if holding a pearl of wisdom. "Well, since you are facing death, let me clarify your demise." He glanced back at the naval fleet and said in a tone that resembled calling a dog, "Come out." As his voice fell, a short man dressed in the luxurious attire of Wano, with a moon-shaped hairstyle, crawled out from the ranks of the naval soldiers. This man wore a fawning smile on his face, jogging up to the Gorosei, bending low in servitude, looking like a begging dog. The moment Bai Ye saw this man, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, which quickly turned into deep disdain and contempt, as if he had seen some filthy trash. "Kazuki Toki. So it's you, this guy. I should have thought of it earlier." Bai Ye's voice was filled with undisguised disgust that a country filled with the so-called Bushido spirit, yet inherently hypocritical, short-sighted, and opportunistic, indeed breeds unreliable things. Kazuki Toki was the current general of Wano. Initially, Wano was on the brink of destruction under the continuous oppression of the world government, and it was Bai Ye who personally led a fleet to repel an enemy that outnumbered them by several times, pulling this country back from the edge of annihilation. Afterward, Kazuki Toki expressed immense gratitude and admiration, publicly weeping and clinging to Bai Ye's leg, begging him to take in Wano and to let him be Bai Ye's most loyal dog. Bai Ye had already seen through the nauseating hypocrisy behind Wano's so-called samurai culture and was extremely disgusted, intending to refuse directly. But seeing Kazuki Toki's comically pathetic appearance, he ultimately softened his heart for a moment and agreed to his inclusion. Unexpectedly, This once begging dog had actually turned around and bitten him today. Lord Bai Ye, I don't understand what you're talking about. Kazuki Toki felt uncomfortable under Bai Ye's disdainful gaze like a knife. But when he thought of the supreme glory he was about to receive, he straightened his already bent back from flattery and put on a smug expression. Lord Bai Ye, although your strength is indeed monstrous, you are ultimately no match for the world government. Today, here is your death date. Toki, I'm quite curious. Bai Ye ignored his shouting and instead asked with interest, as if watching a farcical play, what irrefutable condition did the world government give you? I could make you betray me? Ha! Lord Bai Ye, you would never guess. Kazuki Toki laughed loudly, eager to show off his spoils. The Gorosei have personally promised, as long as we help them kill you, the world government will recognize our Kazuki clan as the new celestial dragons. From now on, our Kazuki family will be the supreme nobility of this world. We will be gods. Kazuki Toki spread his arms, tilted his head back, closed his eyes, as if he could already see himself wearing that iconic white protective suit, wielding power in Mary Geos, enslaving all beings in the future, his face filled with sickly fanaticism and twisted longing. Puffed. Ha ha ha! Bai Ye could no longer hold back, bursting into an even louder and more unrestrained laugh than before. Bai Ye laughed so hard he nearly fell over, tears even forming at the corners of his eyes, as if he had heard the most absurd and foolish jokes since setting out to sea. Toki, so your lifelong pursuit is to become one of those high and mighty world parasites? Bai Ye pointed at him with his sword, his laughter filled with deep pity. However, you actually believe the world government will make you a celestial dragon? You are truly, naively foolish, pitifully stupid. Damn it, what are you laughing at? You, a man facing death, have no right to mock me. Bai Ye's mockery pierced deep into Kazuki Toki's fragile pride like burning steel needles, turning his face red with anger, veins bulging on his neck, as he shouted with all his might. The Gorosei's words are nothing but truth. How could they deceive me? Our Kazuki clan is about to become celestial dragons. Chapter 4. Fierce battle with the Five Elders and the Knights of God. In the past, Moonlight Tenfu was a subordinate of White Knight. Ordered by White Knight and ridiculed by others, he could only endure. But now it was different. Moonlight Tenfu believed that his status was about to reverse and could no longer tolerate such insults. However, seeing White Knight's confident expression still stirred a hint of unease in Moonlight Tenfu's heart. To dispel this last doubt and to prove himself in front of White Knight, Moonlight Tenfu quickly turned around and excitedly flattered the Five Elders, saying, "Esteemed elders, White Knight is now completely surrounded. He is bound to die today. Shouldn't our Kazuki clan be preparing for the title of Celestial Dragon?" Upon hearing Moonlight Tenfu's hopeful question, the five old men exchanged glances and a mocking smile, as if they were looking at a clown, appeared on their faces. Ha ha! One of the Five Elders laughed loudly, his laughter cold and cruel. You are indeed naively foolish. Just based on your Kazuki clan, do you think you deserve to become celestial dragons? Another elder wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and spoke disdainfully. We celestial dragons are the descendants of the creators, the gods of the world. What qualifications do you lowly beings living in the lower realms have to be on par with gods? This statement was like a thunderbolt, striking hard on Moonlight Tenfu's head. What? How? How is this possible? How could this happen? The excitement and longing on Moonlight Tenfu's face instantly froze, turning into a dead gray, and eventually transformed into extreme distortion and madness. You promised me. You personally promised me. How could you go back on your word? You can't treat me like this. No. No. Moonlight Tenfu, with an incredulous expression, screamed hysterically at the Five Elders, his whole being appearing insane. To become a celestial dragon, to gain power, for a noble status, Moonlight Tenfu had abandoned everything, even betraying White Knight. And now, the Five Elders actually said it was all a lie, a deception. How could Moonlight Tenfu accept this? How annoying. The silent elder holding the sword flashed a hint of extreme annoyance in his eyes, then unsheathed his long sword without hesitation, slashing towards Moonlight Tenfu. Clang! A cold light flashed, too fast for the naked eye to capture. Moonlight Tenfu's scream abruptly stopped. His crazed expression was still frozen on his face, but his head had already soared into the sky, leaving behind a beautiful fountain of blood. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and his head rolled away, his wide-open eyes still filled with endless shock and unwillingness. The annoying guy finally disappeared. The sword-wielding elder slowly sheathed his sword, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Then the cold gaze of the 5 elders turned towards White Knight once more. "Now it's your turn. Ha ha ha. You think you can kill me?" The smile on White Knight's face had long vanished, replaced by a towering battle intent and murderous aura. "Let's see if you have the ability. Conqueror's Haki entwined." Before the words fell, a violent aura erupted from White Knight, akin to a ruler descending upon the world. The dark red Conqueror's Haki transformed into tangible black lightning, wildly wrapping around his right fist, crackling with explosive sounds as the space around his fist began to distort violently. White Knight took the initiative to attack. The ground beneath him exploded, and he transformed into a black-red streak of light, launching a punch towards the 5 elders ahead. Attack! Faced with White Knight's earth-shattering strike, the 5 elders showed no hesitation, simultaneously roaring and unleashing their true power. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The 5 old men before him, under the shroud of black mist, rapidly inflated and transformed, turning into 5 massive beasts of varying shapes, exuding an ancient primal aura, their ferocious roars shaking the heavens and earth. This was the true form of the 5 elders hidden at the pinnacle of the world. Boom! Rumble! At that moment, White Knight's attack arrived. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted from his fist, charging towards the 5 giant beasts. The 5 beasts, relying on their immense strength and size, easily blocked White Knight's Haki attack. Blocked? Then let us try this. Seeing the 5 elders transformed into beasts, White Knight immediately swung his sword. A massive sword energy suddenly burst forth, striking fiercely against one of the giant beasts. The enormous sword energy immediately carved a ghastly wound on one of the beasts. One of the 5 elders let out a howl of pain, but moments later, the wound instantly healed. After the first strike, White Knight showed no hesitation, continuing to slash with his long sword. Meanwhile, the 5 elders, now in beast form, unleashed their own abilities, charging towards White Knight. The fierce battle instantly unleashed a wave of explosive shockwaves. Let us join in too. Seeing the battle erupt, the Knights of God no longer stood by and simultaneously joined the fray from 3 directions. In an instant, the black-red lightning of Conqueror's Haki, the claws and fangs of the beasts, and elemental attacks capable of destroying islands violently collided on this small coastline. The clash of blades and the collision of Haki created a symphony of destruction, echoing across the ruined coastline. White Knight, wielding his long sword, moved like a ghost, each flicker accompanied by a strike capable of tearing the earth apart. The Conqueror's Haki on the sword burned like black flames, violently clashing with the mountain-like bodies of the 5 elders, sparking dazzling flashes of fire and blood. Each punch unleashed caused the space to tremble, and the black Haki shockwaves struck one of the beast forms of the 5 elders, forcing it to retreat repeatedly, its massive body carving deep furrows into the ground. Of course, the 5 elders and the Knights of God, as powers standing at the pinnacle of the world, were no ordinary foes. They were the rulers of the world government, guardians of absolute power. Faced with White Knight's storm-like assault, they retaliated with the coldest, deadliest moves. The bull-headed form of one of the 5 elders opened its massive maw, spewing forth a toxic mist capable of melting steel. The pig-headed form of another elder moved like a mobile fortress, each charge carrying immense force. The other beasts also unleashed their strange yet powerful abilities, complementing the Knights of God's attacks, weaving an intricate net of destruction. The intense battle reduced everything around to dust. White Knight's clothes had long since ripped apart in the clash of energies, becoming fluttering rags, revealing his bronze, steel-like muscular body. Every muscle was maximally inflated, with veins coiling like dragons, brimming with explosive power. Chapter 5: Earth-Shattering Battle. The 5 Elders. Celestial Dragons. All of you die. Bai Ye let out a long howl towards the sky, his voice like a dragon's roar, as he swung his sword once more. The pressure of his conqueror's haki even dimmed the sky. His violent attacks surged towards the five elders and the members of the God Knights. Faced with Bai Ye's assault, the five elders and the God Knights retreated one after another. However, they did not sit idly by. They launched their own attacks back at Bai Ye. Damn it, the one who should die is you. At that moment, a member of the God Knights swiftly circled behind Bai Ye and swung their sword at him. Bai Ye was still dealing with the attacks from the five elders and had no way to evade. Rip! A tearing sound echoed as the sharp blade left a gruesome wound on Bai Ye's back. Hot blood splattered, forming a strange blood flower in the air. "Ha! You dare to sneak attack me." Bai Ye gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, twisting his body to deliver a slash at the member of the God Knights. Not good. The member of the God Knights quickly attempted to dodge Bai Ye's fierce strike. However, it was too late. Rip! A scream pierced the air as the member of the God Knights was sent flying, a gruesome wound appearing on their chest. After incapacitating the member of the God Knights, Bai Ye had no time to tend to his wound, as the attacks from the five elders were already upon him. Bai Ye could only continue to fight. Against the ferocious assaults from the five elders, Bai Ye relied on his extraordinary observation haki to evade by mere inches. When evasion was impossible, he simply braced himself and took the hits with his strong physique, just to create an opportunity to counterattack. He withstood the flames belched out by one of the five elders transformed into a massive beast, his left arm charred black. But he seized the chance to punch the beastly five elder, caving in half of its head. Bai Ye was acutely aware that alone, he stood no chance against the five elders and the God Knights. This battle was likely to end in disaster. However, even in death, he would make the so-called world government at the pinnacle of power pay an unforgettable price. At this moment, Bai Ye had completely abandoned defense, transforming into a madman who existed solely for slaughter, fearlessly charging at the five elders, exchanging injuries and lives. Boom! 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 The frenzied battle unleashed a world-destroying storm on the island, causing it to fracture and sink into the sea. The battlefield spread from the island to the ocean, and then from the ocean to another island. A day and a night passed. They had lost track of where they were fighting, only knowing that this was a life-and-death battle with no retreat. Any slightest negligence would lead to utter doom. On an unnamed island, the fierce battle continued. Bai Ye stood like a sculpture on the devastated ground, gripping a long sword that had begun to crack. His body was covered in gruesome wounds, sword cuts, claw marks, burns, frostbite. Densely packed, nearly no intact skin could be found. Countless blood streams flowed from his wounds, dyeing the ground beneath him a dark red. Now, Bai Ye looked like a Shura emerging from a blood pool. His injuries had reached a critical point. However, the members of the five elders and the God Knights were not in much better shape. Their massive, beastly forms, faces, arms, and chests were similarly marred with deep, bone-exposing wounds. The edges of those wounds were shrouded in lingering black-red haki, preventing their proud recovery abilities from functioning. These were the eternal marks left by Bai Ye's conqueror's haki, and even with their powerful recovery abilities, they could not restore themselves. Damn, this monster! How could his vitality be so tenacious? He has reached his limit. He is running on empty. Altogether, seize him. We must capture him alive. Then escort him to Marineford and publicly execute him before the whole world. The five elders gasped, their voices hoarse as they shouted. They were acutely aware of Bai Ye's influence over the sea. This man had unified half of the forces in the ocean in just a few years, creating a massive pirate crew capable of standing toe-to-toe with the world government. If it weren't for Kazuki Toki's betrayal at the most critical moment, leaking Bai Ye's whereabouts and territory layout, they would never have had the chance to corner him like this. Therefore, he must be publicly executed to demonstrate the absolute authority of a world government and to completely dismantle his crumbling empire. Ha 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 ha! You want to catch me? Hearing their words, Bai Ye suddenly burst into laughter, filled with endless mockery and disdain. You have no chance. All of you die. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura far surpassing before erupted from Bai Ye, as if it would consume the entire world. He knew he had reached his limit. The strength to hold his sword was almost gone. But even in death, he would never fall into the hands of the world government and become their tool to flaunt their military might. Now, Bai Ye was burning his last life force. He intended to convert his flesh, bones, soul, and everything into the purest power, infusing it into this final strike. Bang! Rumble! An extremely terrifying Hawkeye erupted from Bai Ye. This Hawkeye was like a black-red beam of light piercing through heaven and earth, colliding violently with the combined defenses of the 5 elders and the god knights. An indescribably violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions, destroying everything in sight. The entire island was instantly leveled to the ground like a sandcastle in the face of this force. And then the terrifying shockwave crashed onto the sea. The ocean boiled as if heated, unleashing towering waves hundreds of meters high, roaring skyward. I want you all. 2D. Accompanied by Bai Ye's final roar, the power of that black-red beam surged several times again, surging towards the 5 elders like a force of nature. Not good. He is going all out. Quickly defend. Faced with Bai Ye's all-or-nothing attack, the faces of the 5 elders and the god knights changed drastically. Fear showing on their faces for the first time as they hurriedly dedicated all their strength to defense. Rumble. An even more terrifying shockwave erupted. Although Bai Ye's strength was pushed to the extreme, this was still a power bought at the cost of his life. As he continued to drain his body, it began to collapse. However, Bai Ye gritted his teeth and persevered. He was acutely aware that he was not faring well. Neither were the 5 elders and the members of the god knights. But just then, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Bai Ye. Chapter 6. Surprise Attack. The final strike that destroys heaven and earth. At this moment, Bai Ye was pouring everything he had into the black-red column of domineering energy that pierced through heaven and earth, engaging in a final deadly clash with the combined defense of the 5 elders and the Knights of God. His consciousness was beginning to blur, and his senses were dulled by the rapid burning of his life force. Therefore, he did not notice at all that behind him, in the twisted and torn space caused by the collision of energies, a pitch-black shadow silently emerged. The shadow stood quietly, completely out of place with the surrounding chaotic energy. The black figure wore an ancient crown, its form shrouded in darkness, with only a pair of eyes that emanated an endless, soul-freezing indifference, coldly observing Bai Ye's back as he burned his life away. Then, a long sword, entirely black and seemingly condensed from the purest shadows, appeared in the shadow's hand. Without any sword light or sound, it abruptly thrust forward, piercing through the violent residual energy and viciously stabbed toward Bai Ye's unprotected back. Puff! The cold sensation instantly pierced through his chest. The black blade seemed to have the property of devouring everything, not only piercing Bai Ye's body, but also frantically annihilating the remaining life force within him. Countless hot blood gushed from his chest, appearing so glaringly bright against the black-red column of domineering energy. The intense pain and coldness instantly jolted Bai Ye awake from his extreme state. He struggled to turn his head, inch by inch, his vision passing through the swirling blood mist, and finally catching a glimpse of the outline of the attacker. It's you, Bai Ye's pupils suddenly constricted, his hoarse voice filled with disbelief and horror. He recognized that this was the true king of the world government, the mastermind hiding behind the void throne. Facing Bai Ye's shocked and furious gaze, M's cold eyes showed no fluctuations at all. He merely stared at him quietly for a second. That second felt as long as eternity, devoid of any emotion. Neither the joy of victory nor the regret for a strong opponent. Only a void of indifference. Then, M's figure once again transformed into a shadow, silently merging into the space, disappearing without a trace, as if he had never existed. Haha, he is injured. Lordum has made a move. Quick, now is the time. Put in more effort and completely crush him. M's departure became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Seeing the gruesome wound piercing through Bai Ye's chest, the 5 elders and the Knights of God were invigorated, their faces revealing a sickly, ecstatic expression as they began to recklessly gather their power, launching a final all-out attack on the tottering Bai Ye. Cough, cough. You damn bastards. Bai Ye coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, feeling his life slipping away at a terrifying speed. He knew that having been severely injured by him, he had completely lost the possibility of resisting these people. However, even in death, he would never let these guys have it easy. Even if I die, I will drag you all down to hell with me. Conqueror's Hawkeye, burn everything away from me. Bai Ye let out his final roar, relinquishing the last control over his body, turning his shattered flesh, broken bones, and dissipating soul, everything, into the last, purest, and most ferocious strike. At that moment, the black-red column of domineering energy transformed from a mere impact into a shattered firmament, pouring forth with the will to destroy heaven and earth, completely flooding forward. This kind of attack, he has gone mad. Quick, block it. Use everything you have to stop it. Faced with Bai Ye's desperate final counterattack, the ecstatic expressions on the faces of the 5 elders and the Knights of God were instantly replaced by boundless fear. They activated all their abilities, awakening their devil fruits, utilizing top-level Hawkeye and employing all their sword techniques. Everything turned into a desperate barrier, trying to withstand this apocalyptic torrent. However, Bai Ye's attack was simply too fierce, too terrifying. The Hawkeye, infused with life and soul, was unstoppable and devastating. The defensive barrier was covered in cracks the moment it made contact, and then it shattered with a loud bang. Screams of agony rang out, soon drowned by the even more violent roars of energy. And Bai Ye, after unleashing this earth-shattering strike, could no longer maintain his form. Starting from his fingertips, his body began to crumble, turning into countless golden light particles, like dandelions in the wind, slowly dissipating. I never expected that after traversing the seas, I would end up with such a conclusion. I am truly unwilling. Before his consciousness completely sank into darkness, Bai Ye let out his final sigh in his heart. His body transformed into countless light particles, scattering in the wild wind, eventually falling into the boiling sea below, which resembled a purgatory due to the terrifying energy. Boom! The terrifying aftershocks of the attack, after losing their source, continued to explode and spread. The sea boiled completely, with giant waves hundreds of meters high being lifted and then torn apart, transforming into towering tsunamis that roared in all directions. For a moment, the entire sea area blurred the boundaries between sky and sea, as if the apocalypse had arrived. This raging sea lasted for half a day before slowly, reluctantly calming down after exhausting all its energy. When all the dust settled, only some broken island fragments remained on the sea surface. Several disheveled figures emerged from the ruins and seawater, the surviving members of the 5 elders and the Knights of God. The 5 elders were all in tattered clothing, severely injured, and their breath was at its lowest point. One golden-haired elder had lost an arm, while another sword-wielding elder had lost a leg. The grotesque wounds were entwined with black-red Hawkeye, like maggots, continuously eroding their flesh and blood, preventing the wounds from healing, blood streaming down. Even with their recovery abilities, this would be a permanent injury they would carry for life. As for the members of the Knights of God, their situation was even more tragic. More than half of the knights had perished, and those who survived were all missing arms or legs, lying in pools of blood, barely alive, having completely lost their fighting capacity. The 5 elders were severely injured, and the Knights of God were half crippled. This encirclement had cost the world government an unimaginably heavy price. However, the surviving 5 elders showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, they revealed twisted and crazed smiles, feeling as if they had survived a catastrophe, because they had finally eliminated Bai Ye, this long-standing threat. Bai Ye, that damn monster, is finally dead. Immediately issue orders to seal off all information regarding this battle. No one is to leak a single word. One elder gasped, his voice hoarse as he shouted. At the same time, destroy all books, images, and records about Bai Ye throughout the world, whether they are historical texts or folk legends. From today onwards, the name Bai Ye will become a global taboo. His existence must be completely and utterly erased from history. The cold and ruthless orders quickly spread through all the institutions of the world government via special Den Mushi. An unprecedented purge targeting the name Bai Ye was about to sweep across the entire world. in the sea. Anyone who dared to discuss Bai Ye or any news related to him would face the most ruthless retaliation from the world government and navy. But has Bai Ye, who swept through the entire era, really died just like that? Just as the remaining consciousness of the White Knight sank into the pitch black, icy depths of the abyss, about to merge with the endless darkness and completely dissipate, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's vital signs have completely disappeared. The soul is about to be extinguished, meeting the criteria for death. Resurrection system officially activated. Resurrecting the host. Estimated resurrection time: 60 years. Resurrection countdown starting. 59 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Chapter 7. 60 years later, resurrected. Time flies, and the years pass like a shuttle. It has been over a decade since that earth-shattering battle that should have been recorded in history, but was forcibly erased. During this long period, the world government displayed an unprecedented iron-fisted approach. Fleets, like sharks smelling blood, patrolled the seas and the Grand Line, fully committed to hunting down the remnants of the White Knight pirates and anyone who knew the truth about that battle. Countless individuals who had once crossed paths with the name White Knight were sent into the dark and dreary Impel Down. And numerous prosperous islands were flattened to the ground by the Navy's extermination orders for harboring related personnel, turning into scorched earth. Under the dual effects of high pressure and forgetfulness, everything about White Knight became like a sand painting violently washed by turbulent tides, gradually blurring and dissipating. The new generation grew up in the peace fairy tale woven by the world government, completely unaware of the name that once shook the world. Soon, 20 years quietly slipped away. The existence of White Knight and the White Knight pirates, which had nearly overturned the world, began to be entirely forgotten in the memories of the vast majority. Not long after, a pirate group named Rocks burst onto the scene like a dark comet, breaking the silence of the ocean. Its captain, Rocks D. Zebek, with his domineering presence and ambition that seemed poised to engulf the world, instantly attracted the attention of the entire globe. A new, wilder, and more chaotic wave surged across the seas as remnants of the old era were ruthlessly swallowed, and the new era's tyrants began to emerge. 30 years later, the pattern of the ocean changed once again as the Rocks pirates disintegrated in God Valley. Years later, a man named Gold Roger, wearing a straw hat, led his companions to conquer the Grand Line, known as the Impossible Route, and reached the final island, Raftel, earning the title of Pirate King from the world. However, this new king chose to surrender at the peak of his life. On the execution platform in Lowtown in the East Blue, Roger's words just before his death acted as the fiercest fuel, thrown into the already boiling crucible of an era, igniting the desires of all the world's ambitious individuals and ushering in the grand era of pirates. The name White Knight and the legend he created that nearly overturned the world were completely submerged in the tidal waves raised by the two generations of Rocks and Roger, sinking to the depths of history, except for a very few who survived in the long passage of time, engraving that memory deep in their souls. Nobody remembered that there was once a man who swept across half the world by his own strength, making the high and mighty celestial dragons and the world government tremble. 60 years later, East Blue, an unmarked deserted island on the map. The sky was clear, as pure as a perfect sapphire. A few seagulls cried out sharply, gliding gracefully across the sky. Splash! Accompanied by a surge of huge waves crashing violently against the golden beach. A handsome young man with a tall and slender figure, bare-chested, was washed ashore by the cold sea waves, lying quietly on the damp sand like a lifeless sculpture. The sea breeze, carrying the scent of salt and sunshine, gently brushed by. At that moment, the youth's black hair, soaked by the water, slightly moved as his fingers twitched. Soon, a slight tremor spread from his fingertips throughout his body. The young man's tightly closed eyelids trembled with difficulty, slowly opening a small gap. The dazzling sunlight flooded in, causing him to feel a strong discomfort, and he instinctively squinted, dazedly looking at the azure sky above and the completely unfamiliar surroundings. What is happening? I thought I was already dead? Where exactly is this place? White Knight struggled to prop himself up with his elbows, confusedly raising his hands, spreading them open, then clenching them into fists. They were a pair of intact, powerful hands, and he could even feel the warm blood flowing beneath his skin. He pressed his palm against his chest, feeling the steady and powerful heartbeat resonating in his chest. Thump after thump, full of life. Fragments of memory surged like a flood into his mind. White Knight clearly remembered that due to the betrayal of Kazuki Oden from Wano country, he fell into the encirclement of the world government, drawing the full assault of the Five Elders and the God Knights. As he battled fiercely against the Five Elders and the God Knights, the true power behind the world government, who had always been hidden at the top of the power hierarchy, ambushed him with a strange ability, severely injuring him. White Knight remembered that in the last moments of his life, he burned all the power of his soul and life to unleash his final destructive blow against the Five Elders. Then, his body completely shattered and disintegrated under the backlash of that power, turning into nothingness. I wonder if those celestial dragons and the God Knights are dead. Logically, my body should have collapsed, and my soul should have dissipated. I should be dead beyond death. But what is happening to me now? White Knight's mind was filled with immense confusion and disbelief. He had clearly died, so how had he come back to life? And what the hell is this place? Right? I remember that before my consciousness completely faded away, I seemed to have heard some kind of voice. I think I activated some system. It seemed to be called something like a resurrection system. At that moment, White Knight suddenly recalled the voice that had echoed in the endless darkness. Immediately afterward, as if to respond to his thoughts, a clear stream of information abruptly appeared in his mind. Ding, resurrection system. As long as the host dies, this system can allow the host to resurrect. The time required for resurrection depends on the host's injuries and the extent of damage at the time of death. Total time consumed for this resurrection, 60 years. Feeling the incredibly clear information in his mind, White Knight was first taken aback. Then an indescribable joy instantly surged onto his face, making him tremble with excitement. A resurrection system? So, this is my golden finger. I knew it. As a transmigrator, how could I not have a golden finger? I just didn't expect it to activate only after my death. A resurrection system? So, as long as this system exists, I will never truly die. This system is simply amazing. Feeling the system's simple yet incredibly powerful function, White Knight was overjoyed, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. However, after a brief moment of excitement, having experienced countless storms, White Knight quickly calmed down and began to think about deeper issues. This time, my resurrection took a whole 60 years. Could it be that the pirate world is now 60 years later? 60 years. My White Knight pirates. What about my companions? How are they doing? With that thought, White Knight's heart sank. A wave of worry surged up. Nevertheless, no matter what, the most important thing now is to first figure out where this place is and what time it is. White Knight stood up, brushed off the sand clinging to him, and with sharp eyes began to assess the lush, deserted island, quickly making a decision in his mind. At that moment, not far away on the other end of the beach, a cacophony of shouting and hurried footsteps could be heard. A group of fierce and menacing pirates emerged from behind a cluster of rocks, brandishing swords and wildly pursuing a small, thin figure that was desperately fleeing along the beach. "Stop, you damn bastard! You audacious little thief cat! How dare you steal the treasure of our battle-axe pirate crew? You must want to die!" They shouted. "Quick, catch up to her! Don't let her escape! Grab her, break her hands and feet, and throw her into the sea to feed the fish." The pirates, each with a savage expression and disheveled clothing, were spewing foul language and shouting menacingly. "Damn it, I'm about to be caught. What should I do?" The small girl with striking orange short hair, running at the front, tightly clutched a bulging cloth bag at her arms while glancing back in panic. Realizing that the pirates were getting closer and closer, her delicate face filled with fear and despair. Chapter 8. The Little Thief Cat Nami. One punch destroys a pirate crew. The little thief cat Nami was once a carefree child, possessing an innate and astonishing talent for drawing sea charts. However, all this beauty was completely shattered by a fisherman pirate named Arlong. The Arlong pirates occupied her village, ruling the sea with violence and fear. Arlong took a liking to her ability to create sea charts and forcibly made her one of his officers. At the same time, the pirate Arlong made her a seemingly impossible promise. If she could gather 100 million berries, she could buy back the entire cocoa village from him. From that day on, Nami's life trajectory changed completely. She transformed into a little thief cat, wandering the perilous Grand Line, using her petite body and clever mind to stage thrilling scams. She would first join a pirate crew, earning their trust with her superb navigation skills, and then at the most critical moment, steal all their treasures and vanish without a trace. This time, her target was the Axe Pirates. As usual, she successfully integrated herself into this group of rough rogues, gaining their trust. Today, she was poised to seize the opportunity, packing the Axe Pirates' long-accumulated wealth, preparing to leave without anyone noticing. But this time, Lady Luck did not favor her. Just as she was about to board her small boat, her whereabouts were exposed. The entire Axe Pirates crew began to frantically pursue Nami. "Stop, you damn bastard! You little thief cat! How dare you steal our Axe Pirates' treasure? I see you don't want to live. Quick, chase her down. Don't let her escape. Catch her, break her hands and feet, and throw her into the sea for the fish." Behind Nami, the pirates looked fierce, their clothes ragged, brandishing chipped long knives and rusty hooks, spewing foul language like spittle in the air. Leading the charge was a burly man as massive as a hill. His bare chest was covered in thick black hair, and a gigantic double-bladed axe rested on his shoulder, reflecting a chilling glint in the sunlight. He was the captain of the Axe Pirates, a man known as Giant Axe Baron, who took pleasure in cleaving his enemies in half with his axe. Now, this little thief cat had stolen all his treasure. Baron was instantly filled with rage. "Nami, you damn little thief cat, you can't escape. Once I catch you, I'll personally split you in half with my axe." Baron's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the air on the beach, his bloodshot eyes burning with fury. He valued his strength and treasure above all, and now he was being outsmarted by this yellow-haired girl, which was an unforgivable humiliation. "Quick, chase her down. Don't let her get away. Catch her." Baron pointed his thick finger at Nami's fleeing figure and roared, "Yes, Captain." Hearing their captain's orders, all the pirates immediately howled and charged towards Nami. Damn it, what should I do now? Feeling the pirates closing in behind her, Nami was filled with anxiety and fear. She knew very well that if she fell into the hands of these pirates, what awaited her would be a torment worse than death. The only way out seemed to be to throw away the heavy treasure in her arms. Without this burden, she might be able to escape into the nearby dense forest with her nimble agility. But she was unwilling. This was the treasure she had stolen with great difficulty. How could she give it up so easily? Just as Nami was cornered, her gaze caught sight of a figure on the beach not far away. A man, a very handsome man, a man with an exposed upper body and 8-pack abs. The moment she saw this man, a flicker of cunning flashed in the depths of her terrified eyes. The next second, she used all her strength and rushed towards him. "Captain!" Just as she was about to brush past the man, Nami shouted with all her might, her voice filled with the perfect mix of joy and urgency, while lifting the bag in her arms high. "What?" Seeing the girl suddenly rush in front of him, calling him captain, Bai Ye was completely stunned. He didn't even figure out what was going on. However, Nami didn't give him any time to react, not even glancing back at Bai Ye. She changed direction and dashed towards the nearby dense forest with astonishing agility. The members of the Axe Pirates, just catching up, happened to hear Nami's words, and all their gazes instantly fixed on Bai Ye like swords. "Huh, you little thief cat actually has accomplices," Baron roared, his rugged face turning a deep shade of purple, the veins on his forehead bulging like worms. In his simple pirate logic, the suddenly appeared man before him was undoubtedly Nami's captain, the mastermind behind this heist. "Get him! First, take this bastard down." Baron pointed his massive axe at the still somewhat confused Bai Ye and shouted in a deafening voice. The entire pirate crew, without the slightest hesitation, instantly shifted their target. With beast-like howls, they brandished their weapons and surged towards Bai Ye, who stood alone on the beach. Bai Ye was not foolish. Hearing the girl's implausible yet perfectly timed accusation, and seeing the red-eyed pirates charging towards him, he immediately understood that he was being made a scapegoat. However, he didn't care. Since these ignorant ants dared to attack him then, a cold and dangerous light flickered in the depths of his profound eyes. Conqueror's Hawkeye. Bai Ye slowly clenched his right fist. In an instant, the air around his arm seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, beginning to twist violently. Visible black-red lightning appeared out of nowhere, like vicious spirit snakes, coiling around his arm and eventually converging between his knuckles, emitting a terrifying crackling sound. An invisible yet heavy pressure descended. This pressure surpassed the physical realm, striking deep into the soul. The sand beneath the feet of the pirates charging at the front began to whirl uncontrollably, and the air seemed to thicken, making every breath they took feel incredibly difficult. It was a shuddering from the depths of their souls, the most primitive and pure fear, like a rabbit facing a giant dragon soaring in the sky. All the pirates' bodies instantly stiffened, their forward momentum abruptly halted, the expressions of ferocity and greed on their faces replaced by endless horror. But it was all too late. Bai Ye didn't even move his feet. He simply swung his fist forward casually, as if swatting a fly. Boom! There was no physical contact. A pure, destructive force erupted from his punch. The space in front of Bai Ye shattered like a fragile mirror. These pirates didn't even have time to scream before being struck head-on by that unmatched force. Their bodies, their weapons, were as fragile as paper in the face of this overwhelming power, instantly disintegrated and crushed, turning into a sky filled with blood mist and iron shavings. But this was just the beginning. The devastating shockwave continued to surge forward with unstoppable momentum, carving out a terrifying chasm several meters wide and unfathomably deep on the pristine beach, as if the earth had been cleaved open by a divine sword. The shockwave finally crashed into the calm sea with the force of a meteor strike. In the next moment, a massive water column shot up into the sky, reaching hundreds of meters high, blocking out the sun. The entire sea area seemed to boil instantly, the towering waves forming a wall of water that covered the entire sky, roaring as it rolled toward the shore. The entire island shook violently under this terrifying impact, the coconut trees along the shore swaying like withered leaves in the wind, and the solid ground cracked open with spiderweb-like fissures. In the ensuing deafening silence, only the roar of the retreating waves and the island's groans under the unbearable weight remained. Hiding behind the bushes at the edge of the dense forest, Nami stared in awe at the apocalyptic scene before her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The bag of treasures she valued more than her life had slipped from her powerless hands at some point, thudding onto the sand, coins and jewels scattering everywhere. Yet she remained oblivious. Her eyes were wide, pupils shrunk to pinpricks, filled with awe, fear, and pure disbelief. She had thought she was just picking a random scapegoat, but she never imagined that her casual gesture would provoke a monster. Chapter 8. Terrifying Power, Frightened Little Thief Cat. As the giant waves receded, they left behind a devastated beach and an island still groaning uneasily. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, and the many pirates of the battle axe pirates lay scattered across the beach, shattered. Bai Ye remained indifferent to everything before him. He simply retracted his fist calmly, as if he had just swatted a mosquito. The immense power that had flattened a pirate crew and altered the terrain of this coastline was nothing to him. In his era of traversing the seas, a crew like the battle axe pirates was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. The so-called pirate powerhouses who died at his hands numbered not in the hundreds, but at least 800. Therefore, his expression showed no ripples, as calm as death. However, this calmness, in Nami's eyes, was 1,000 times more terrifying than any grotesque expression. When Bai Ye's deep, unruffled gaze slowly turned toward her hiding place, Nami felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart, causing it to stop beating for a moment. A chilling sensation surged from her tailbone to the crown of her head, nearly freezing her blood. He found me. This thought thundered in her mind. Nami wanted to run, but her legs felt as heavy as lead, pinned in place by that gaze, unable to move. She watched as the man, resembling a demon god, walked toward her at a leisurely pace. Each step felt like it was stepping on her heart, nearly suffocating her. What do you want? As Bai Ye drew closer, Her survival instinct finally overcame her fear, and Nami screamed, her voice sharp and piercing from extreme terror. She hurriedly pushed the scattered coins and jewels on the ground toward Bai Ye, her movements frantic like a frightened kitten. "Don't kill me. I'll give you all these treasures." Bai Ye stopped in front of her, looking down at her from a height, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity and confusion. "Why would I kill you? What's your name? Where's this place?" Bai Ye asked, his tone flat, revealing no emotion. For some reason, Bai Ye felt that this little girl before him looked very familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. This unexpected question stunned Nami. She had expected to die, for sure, but she never thought he would ask this. I'm Nami. This is the East Blue," Nami replied, her voice trembling, daring not to conceal anything. "Nami? Little thief cat Nami. So it's her." Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, slightly, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes, stirring up quite a wave in his heart. No wonder he felt she looked familiar. He never expected that after being resurrected 60 years later, he would wake up and meet little thief cat Nami right away. The direction of this world truly was hard to believe. Watching Bai Ye fall into contemplation, his expression shifting from surprise to nostalgia, Nami's heart rose to her throat. She completely couldn't understand what he was thinking and could only cautiously probe. "So, sir, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Bai Ye snapped back to reality, refocusing his gaze on Nami. "What is the situation in the sea now?" "The sea? Is there something happening in the sea?" Nami looked bewildered. To her, the sea was just the East Blue. The strongest pirate was merely Click, Arlong, and she knew nothing of the broader world. Seeing Nami's pure confusion, Bai Ye chuckled softly, realizing how ridiculous his question was. The Nami before him was still just a little thief struggling to survive in the East Blue, not even having set foot in the Grand Line. So how could she possibly know the current maritime situation? "All right, never mind. You don't have to answer that." Bai Ye waved his hand, giving up on that topic. "Yes, boss." Nami, with a strong survival instinct, almost answered immediately, her title changing in an instant. She immediately put on a flattering smile, her eyes darting quickly. The strength of this man was unfathomable. Resistance would lead to death, and the only way to survive was to comply. First, stabilize him, gain his trust, and wait for an opportunity to flee without hesitation. She had long mastered this process, and it was the rule by which her weak body survived in this cruel sea. Boss." Bai Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise at this title. What's wrong, boss?" Feeling the change in Bai Ye's gaze, Nami's heart tightened, and she quickly said, "If you don't like it, I can change the title." Bai Ye looked at her fearful yet clever expression, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Just call me Captain." "Yes, Captain." Nami immediately corrected herself, lowering her posture to appear extremely obedient. "Where are we going now?" Bai Ye rubbed his stomach. Since his resurrection, he hadn't had a drop of water, and he indeed felt a sense of emptiness in his stomach. "Let's find something to eat first." "Okay, Captain." Nami's eyes brightened. This was a great opportunity to show off. She immediately got up from the ground, dusting off the sand on her clothes, and eagerly said, "My ship is right ahead. I know a place that serves very delicious food." Nami skillfully led Bai Ye to a hidden cave by the shore, where she pushed out a small boat that looked unassuming but was very well maintained. The two boarded the boat, and Nami raised the sail, skillfully navigating the small vessel toward the boundless sea. Half a day later, guided by Nami, a massive fish-shaped silhouette appeared on the horizon. "Captain, we have arrived. That is the Sea Restaurant Barity." Nami pointed at the increasingly clear, peculiar large ship, her tone filled with a hint of longing and pride. "Here, you can find the most delicious food on the sea. It is said that many pirates from the Grand Line travel great distances just to visit this place." "Really? I want to see what the food here is like," replied Bai Ye, his eyes filled with strong interest as he followed her gaze. When it comes to gourmet food, Bai Ye is a master in his own right. He reminisced about when he first crossed into this world and was disappointed by the monotonous cooking methods here. It was either rough grilling or bland boiling, a complete waste of top-quality ingredients. To satisfy his cravings, he brought over the profound culinary techniques from his past life. Stir-frying, deep frying, braising, stewing. A series of incredible techniques completely overturned the cooking concepts of the entire world. Countless chefs went crazy for it, and even many powerful sea heroes willingly followed him just to learn a trick or two and taste the ultimate delicacies. Because of this, Bai Ye earned the title of food god and even personally organized the first world gourmet competition. 60 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and he wondered how the cooking techniques he left behind have developed in this sea. Chapter 9. White Knight. I once had a subordinate from the Vinsmoke family. As he followed Nami into the floating restaurant, a gust of air filled with rich food aromas, salty sea breeze, and the scent of rum hit him. The restaurant was bustling with activity, the wooden floors and walls gleaming under the lights, filled with pirates eating heartily and laughing loudly. Swords and knives were carelessly leaned against tables, creating a rough yet vibrant atmosphere. White Knight casually scanned the room and spotted two familiar figures in a corner. A boy wearing a straw hat was rapidly shoveling food into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out like a balloon. The other, with green, algae-like hair, was slumped in a chair, fast asleep, 3 swords strapped to his waist, drooling in his dreams. White Knight merely glanced at them before looking away, showing little interest. Although they were at the center of the current era, and that straw hat kid was the future sun god Nika, so what? When he awakened in this sea, so-called destiny was about to be rewritten. The protagonist? Now he was White Knight. 2 guests, this way please. A chef in a waiter's outfit greeted them enthusiastically, leading them to an empty table. What did I get for you? Any signature dishes, just bring them all to me. White Knight waved his hand dismissively, his casual demeanor radiating an undeniable aura. Yes, please wait a moment. The waiter was taken aback but quickly bowed and stepped back. As soon as he left, a figure approached, bringing with it a fragrant breeze, dramatically spinning in front of Nami. With golden hair, curled eyebrows, and a sharply tailored black suit, it was the chef. Sanji. Oh, beautiful lady. You are like Aphrodite of the sea. Your arrival makes the entire Bartai shine. Sanji knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with hearts, and magically presented a colorful special drink. This is my special creation for you, the thrill of first love. Please do try it. Hey, you brat from the Vinsmoke family. Just as Nami was taken aback, a plain voice interrupted. You're being noisy and disturbing my meal. This seemingly mundane statement struck Sanji like a thunderbolt. His flirtatious smile froze instantly, his body trembled, and the hand holding the drink started to shake, his face draining of color until it was pale. You, what did you say? Sanji turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with horror and panic. How do you know? How do you know I'm from the Vinsmoke family? Who are you? Sanji was forced to panic. Vinsmoke, that surname, was a nightmare he buried deep in his heart and never wanted to touch. There was no family love there, only cold steel and inhuman torture. Ever since he escaped that hell, he had never mentioned his background to anyone, and this man before him had uncovered his greatest secret in one breath. He instinctively doubted whether this person was sent by his cold-blooded father to bring him back. What? Did I say something wrong? White Knight lifted his cup of water and took a sip, glancing at him casually. I remember that the bloodline of the Vinsmoke family has this iconic curled eyebrow. Speaking of which, one of my former subordinates was also a Vinsmoke. I think her name was Vinsmoke Mira. There was a hint of nostalgia in White Knight's tone, and an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A golden-haired, blue-eyed, striking young girl who always followed him, calling him Captain cheerfully. Vinsmoke Mira? Sanji exclaimed in disbelief, his fear replaced by immense shock. That's my great-aunt's name. How could you possibly know my great-aunt? Sanji shook his head, staring at White Knight in disbelief. This was too absurd. His great-aunt was from his father's generation, missing long before he was born. How could this man, who looked to be only in his 20s, possibly know her? Is Mira your great-aunt? White Knight's eyes finally showed some fluctuation. He set down his cup and pressed. What? What is she doing now? I don't know. Sanji's expression darkened. My father said, she went missing a long time ago while on a mission at sea. She might already be dead. Dead? White Knight whispered, repeating the word, the light in his eyes dimming, revealing a hint of disappointment. Sanji, you brat, what are you dawdling about? ISNT the food the guests ordered ready yet? Get back to the kitchen now. A rough roar from the kitchen interrupted their conversation. This gentleman, I must excuse myself. Despite the numerous questions swirling in his heart, Sanji had no choice but to bow hurriedly and turn back to the kitchen. Moments later, dishes began to flow out like a river, filling the entire table. Golden brown grilled lobster, sea king ribs smothered in rich sauce, mountains of fried shrimp, and creamy baked rice. A dazzling array of dishes, exuding mouth-watering aromas. Wow, is this the food from the floating restaurant? It looks amazing. Nami, already starving, saw the table full of delicacies, her eyes sparkling. She eagerly forked a piece of fish in her mouth, squinting her eyes in happiness. So delicious. It's simply heaven on earth. On the other side, White Knight leisurely picked up his knife and fork, cutting a small piece of the most expensive Sea King rib and savoring it. After chewing for a moment, he set down his utensils, his face showing no change. This is the food that the floating restaurant takes pride in? Just SOSO. White Knight's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Sanji's ears, who had just set down the last dish and was about to leave. What did you say? Sanji spun around abruptly, the anger he had just suppressed flaring up again. He pointed at White Knight, shouting, "You dare say the food from our bar is just average?" Although this man had a mysterious identity and might know his great aunt, questioning his culinary skills was the highest insult to him as a chef. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. White Knight's words were like pouring cold water into boiling oil, instantly causing an explosion. Other chefs in the kitchen heard and rushed out with pots and ladles, glaring angrily at him. "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you dare to cause trouble at our bar? Are you tired of living? The food from our restaurant is renowned for its deliciousness. Even pirates from the Grand Line praise it endlessly. What gives you the right to say it's just SOSO?" Facing a group of fierce chefs, White Knight remained calm, pointing to the table full of dishes and slowly speaking. "HM, did I say something wrong?" White Knight pointed at a baked rice dish, saying, "This dish is overcooked, the seafood flavor is masked, leaving only the saltiness of the seasonings, which is a loss of taste." Then he pointed to a grilled fish. "This dish has a unique shape, but unfortunately, in pursuit of the shape, the fish is overcooked, dry and tasteless in the mouth, which is the end of form. And this soup." White Knight's gaze swept over each dish as he continued. "Color, aroma, flavor, form, meaning, which of your dishes fulfills all of these? The soul of food lies in conveying the chef's intentions. But from these dishes, all I taste is perfunctory effort and showmanship. It's simply a waste of these fine ingredients." After White Knight finished speaking, the entire restaurant fell silent. The chefs, who were just moments ago seething with anger, now looked like ducks with their necks pinched, faces flushed and awkwardly frozen in place, unable to say a word. They were all professional chefs, and they knew better than anyone that what this man said was all true. However, the guests who usually came were rough folks who only understood eating and couldn't appreciate the intricacies of the craft. So over time, they had become complacent. Unexpectedly, today they had bumped into a real expert. Just as the awkward atmosphere was about to solidify, a heavy, rhythmic thud sound approached, accompanied by a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha. I told you all before. Cooking requires heart. You must respect the ingredients and the guests. So how is it now? Faced with a true connoisseur, you're embarrassed, aren't you?" As the words fell, a man wearing a tall chef's hat, with a long golden braid and a long beard, one leg made of wood, slowly walked out from the depths of the kitchen. Chef Zippu. Upon seeing him, all the chefs bowed their heads in unison like mice seeing a cat, respectfully calling out. The person who arrived was none other than the owner of this maritime restaurant, the legendary Chef Zeppu, known for his prowess on the Grand Route. Chef Zeppu's sharp gaze swept over the dejected group of chefs, and he snorted coldly. "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and get my precious cooking tools." "Precious cooking tools?" One chef exclaimed. "Boss, are you going to cook personally?" "Of course." Zeppu stomped his wooden leg heavily on the floor, making a dull thud. "Since you've lost face, of course, it's up to me, the boss, to regain it. We are a maritime restaurant. We cannot let any guest leave dissatisfied. What are you still standing there for? Get moving." Yes, boss. Quickly get the boss's special cooking tools." "Oh my goodness. The boss is actually going to cook himself. It's been years since we've seen such a grand occasion. Get moving. Don't block the way. In an instant, the entire maritime restaurant was set ablaze with excitement due to Zeppu's words. The chefs hurriedly began to clear the area, and even the curious guests nearby gathered around, stretching their necks to witness the legendary culinary skills. Chapter 10. I am dead, but now I am resurrected. As the chefs cleared a large area in the middle of the restaurant, moving with solemnity as if preparing for some sacred ritual, Luffy, seeing this for the first time, was gnawing on a large piece of meat and mumbled in confusion. Hey, what's going on? It's just cooking, right? Swallowing the meat in his mouth, Luffy widened his eyes, looking perplexed. What's so special about it? Hurry up and serve the food. That's the real deal. At this moment, Luffy had just set sail and knew nothing of the many legends in this world. He only had one thought in his mind: to become the Pirate King. Shut up, kid. What do you know? A tall chef nearby whispered, but his tone was filled with excitement and reverence. This is not ordinary cooking. Chef Zeph is about to showcase his legendary culinary skills. That's right. Another short and chubby chef chimed in, his face flushed. He can turn the ordinary into the extraordinary, making the most common ingredients shine with unparalleled brilliance. Across the entire Grand Line, there are very few who can master such culinary skills. Chef Zeph hasn't shown them in years. We're really lucky today. The surrounding chatter rose and fell. Not only the chefs, but even the well-traveled pirate diners held their breath, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and fervor, fixated on Zeph in the center of the area. Is it really that amazing? Luffy, affected by the atmosphere, couldn't help but stop eating and looked at the one-legged old man with skepticism. As all the kitchenware and ingredients were ready, Zeph's demeanor suddenly changed. His usually somewhat lazy gaze became sharp as an eagle's, as if a light was shining from within. He stomped his wooden leg hard, and an invisible wave of energy spread out, causing vegetables, fresh meats, sea fish, and various jars and bottles that filled the long table to float in the air as if defying logic. Following that, a glimmering kitchen knife also flew up. Zeph's movements were swift. He reached out and firmly grasped the handle, and his whole body moved like a whirlwind. Clang, clang, clang. The knife light intertwined in midair, forming an impenetrable silver net, moving so fast that it was almost beyond the naked eye. Potatoes were peeled in the air, instantly transformed into evenly thin shreds. Carrots rolled and were sliced into diamond-shaped petals as thin as cicada wings. A piece of high-quality pork belly was precisely cut into uniformly sized cubes under the blade. The whole process flowed seamlessly, filled with a violent yet precise aesthetic. Then, with a sudden slap of his other hand on the stove, a deep blue flame erupted skyward with a loud bang, towering over half a person. Yet he controlled it with masterful precision, condensing it into a violently bubbling fireball. The cut ingredients seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, like rivers converging into the sea, precisely falling into the iron pot, glowing red from the flames. A fiery stir-fry began. Zeph held the pot with one hand, his arm muscles bulging, and the iron pot seemed weightless in his hand, flipping up and down. Each time he tossed the ingredients, they would be thrown high into the flames, then fall steadily back down. Spices and ingredients clashed violently at high temperatures, producing a pleasing, sizzling sound. Moments later, the flames suddenly extinguished. With a flick of his wrist, all the dishes in the pot traced a perfect parabola and landed steadily on the plate. No more, no less. In that instant, an indescribably domineering aroma erupted like a bomb, instantly enveloping the entire restaurant. This fragrance was rich and layered. The top note was the charred aroma of meat. The middle note was the sweet and sour of the sauce, and the base note carried a hint of refreshing sea breeze. Everyone present, whether fierce pirates or professional chefs, involuntarily swallowed as the scent washed over them, their mouths watering like a spring. What is this smell? It's so fragrant. My God, I swear I've never smelled such a soul-stirring aroma before. Just smelling it makes my stomach rumble. How delicious could this be? Everyone's gaze was magnetically drawn to the plate of brightly colored, steaming food. Wow, it smells so good. I want to take a bite. Luffy was even more exaggerated, his mouth wide open, drooling like a stream, with drops splattering onto the floor. Seeing the ecstatic expressions of everyone, Zeph displayed an extremely satisfied look on his face. He wiped his hands with a white napkin, personally carried the plate of delicacies, and walked through the crowd, placing it steadily on the table in front of Bai Ye. The dishes in the plate glistened with a red sheen, each piece evenly coated with a crystal-clear sauce, garnished with a few green scallions, steaming hot and irresistibly fragrant. Before Bai Ye could make a move, Nami was the first to lose control. She quickly grabbed a fork, speared a piece, and carefully brought it to her mouth. In an instant, Nami's eyes widened. An exquisite taste of sweet and sour, salty and savory exploded on her taste buds. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The flavors of the meat and sauce blended perfectly, creating a warm current of happiness that spread throughout her body. This is too delicious. Nami closed her eyes, her face showing immense ecstasy, happily exclaiming, "I feel like I've gone to heaven. Hey, that's enough. It's just one bite, right?" Seeing Nami's exaggerated expression, Bai Ye looked very speechless, shaking his head while also picking up chopsticks and putting a piece in his mouth. He chewed slowly, his expression calm, and after a moment, he nodded slowly. This sweet and sour pork is not bad." A simple affirmation drew everyone's attention. Zeph, who had been proudly watching, suddenly froze at Bai Ye's words. "How do you know I made sweet and sour pork?" His sharp gaze fixed on Bai Ye. The recipe for this dish had no name. Could it be that he had eaten it before? It should be noted that he hadn't mentioned the name of the dish at all from the beginning of cooking to serving it. "I obviously know." Bai Ye put down his chopsticks and said nonchalantly, "I invented this dish." "You invented it?" Zeph seemed to hear the biggest joke, his voice involuntarily rising a few pitches. How could that be possible? But when Zeph looked at Bai Ye's handsome face, those eyes, it seemed there was a vague impression buried in the depths of his memory. "May I ask, what is your name, guest?" Zeph retracted all disdain and arrogance, his expression becoming unprecedentedly serious. "My name is Bai Ye." Bai Ye picked up a teacup, smiling as he spoke. Bai Ye. Bai Ye. This name sounded like thunder, exploding in Zeph's mind. He trembled all over, his pupils constricting sharply. This name, Zeph's breath caught sharply. Then, as if recalling something crucial, he hurriedly reached into his bosom, carefully rummaging around, and pulled out something. It was an item tightly wrapped in several layers of waterproof oilcloth. His hands trembled as he unwrapped it layer by layer, revealing an old newspaper that had yellowed and frayed around the edges due to the passage of time. Although this newspaper was fragile, to Zeph, it was a treasure. He slowly unfolded the newspaper and saw the headline on the front page, printed in huge letters, announcing the final results of the first world culinary competition held 60 years ago. At the core of the report was a photograph, showing a young man standing on the highest podium, receiving the title of food god. Japu's gaze was fixed on the young black and white photo in the newspaper, and he suddenly looked up at the living figure in front of him, Bai Ye. The person in the photo, aside from their different clothing, looked remarkably similar. Japu's expression shifted from seriousness to extreme shock. His lips began to tremble, and even his wooden leg quivered slightly. You really are Bai Ye." Japu's voice became hoarse and shaky with excitement. The captain of the Bai Ye pirate crew, the legendary son of the day and moon of the night. Food god, Bai Ye. Upon hearing this long-lost title, Bai Ye also showed a hint of surprise. He thought for a moment and said, "I seem to have indeed had such a title before." Bai Ye did not expect that, after 60 years, someone in this sea would still remember his name and title. "No, this is impossible." After the shock, a strong doubt surged in Japu's heart. He pointed at the newspaper and loudly rebutted. "The food god Bai Ye died 60 years ago. You cannot be him." In the face of Japu's doubts, the entire restaurant fell into a dead silence. Everyone was confused, clearly unaware of what Japu and Bai Ye were talking about. Bai Ye, however, simply took a sip of tea and calmly stated, "There is nothing impossible. 60 years ago, I did indeed die, but now I have come back to life." Chapter 11. The excited Zep, a feast for one. Resurrection? These two words were like a heavy bomb, stirring up a tremendous wave in Zep's heart. He clutched the fragile newspaper tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort, as if he wanted to crush the faith and longing he had held for 60 years. Lord Bai Ye, you really have come back to life? Zepp's voice was dry and hoarse. He couldn't believe his ears, let alone his eyes. Can a person really come back to life? This question was not directed at Bai Ye, but at the common sense and beliefs he had upheld for 60 years. When Zepp was just a 7-year-old child, he had climbed onto the legendary Food Island, filled with boundless dreams of culinary skills. There was the first world culinary competition taking place, gathering the top chefs from around the world. Naturally, as a young boy, he was ruthlessly eliminated in the first round. But he did not leave. Instead, he stayed on the island, soaking up everything about cooking like a sponge. It was there that he first saw Bai Ye. He was a man as dazzling as the sun. Standing in front of the stove, ordinary kitchen tools seemed to come alive in his hands, and plain ingredients would shine with dazzling brilliance through his touch. Zepp had the fortune to taste a soup made from scraps discarded by Bai Ye. The flavor was so unforgettable that it remained a vibrant color in his barren childhood. He witnessed Bai Ye, in an unmatched manner, defeat all the long-established chefs from the sea and ascend to the throne of the god of cooking. In that moment, countless chefs went wild, eager to apprentice under Bai Ye, while the young Zepp was drowned in the crowd, lacking even the qualification to get close. However, Bai Ye was generous. He made public the recipes he had painstakingly created, and Zepp was lucky enough to receive a copy of that book, revered as a holy scripture by countless chefs. From that moment on, Bai Ye became the only god in his heart. But the good times didn't last long. The world government began to frantically erase everything about Bai Ye, destroying newspapers, blocking information, and anyone who possessed or discussed his name faced annihilation. Despite this, Zepp still regarded the newspaper featuring the crowning of the god of cooking as his life, hiding it in the most intimate place. Fortunately, he was just an unknown nobody at that time, and thus escaped the government's reckoning. Later, when he heard the terrible news of Bai Ye's death, it felt as if his world had lost its color. It was the fall of the god of cooking, the end of an era. But now, the fallen god was sitting right in front of him. Nothing is impossible. Bai Ye's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority as he gently placed his teacup down, the bottom of the cup colliding with the table and producing a crisp sound. I have now returned from the dead. Bai Ye lifted his gaze, his eyes like lightning, staring directly at Zepp. What, do you think anyone dares to impersonate me on this sea? Before the words finished, an invisible aura of conqueror's haki erupted from Bai Ye. This aura was not murderous, but was more heart-stopping than any killing intent. It was like a king ruling the world, dignified, domineering, and inviolable. The air in the entire sea restaurant seemed to freeze instantly. The noise of all the diners came to a halt, and they felt as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. Zepp, at the forefront, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This feeling, this conqueror's haki, he had felt it 60 years ago at the peak duel on Food Island. It was the unique, regal aura of the god of cooking, Bai Ye. Memories and reality perfectly overlapped at this moment. All doubts and confusion vanished in an instant. With a thud, Zepp knelt on one knee, his iron prosthetic leg crashing heavily onto the deck, making a dull sound. He was no longer the feared Redfoot Zepp, but merely an elderly chef overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing his idol. Lord Bai Ye, it really is Lord Bai Ye. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his weathered cheeks. You really have come back to life? That's wonderful. Wonderful, Lord Bai Ye. You have returned, and the entire culinary world. No, the whole world will boil for you. Zepp's voice trembled violently with excitement, his whole body shivering. It was the eruption of 60 years of admiration and reverence at this moment. Hey, old man, what's wrong with you? Sanji, chewing on a cigarette and dressed in a suit, walked over, looking at the kneeling Zepp, who was in tears with a puzzled expression. Who is this guy? Did he scare you like this? Damn it. Shut up. Zepp suddenly turned around and landed a furious punch on Sanji's head. Ah, that hurts. You old man. What are you doing? Sanji clutched his head, jumping up in pain. Why did you hit me? You bastard. Zepp pointed at Bai Ye, scolding Sanji loudly. Do you know who this is in front of you? It's the god of cooking. It's Lord Bai Ye. All the recipes we use and all the dishes we make are all invented and taught by Lord Bai Ye back in the day. God of cooking, Lord Bai Ye? Sanji covered his head, confusion written all over his face. I've never heard this name before. After shouting, Zep realized his misconduct and quickly turned to Bai Ye, his face full of apology and fear. Lord Bai Ye, I am extremely sorry, because your name has been listed as taboo by the world government, completely erased from history. Anyone who knows your name could be hunted down by the world government. There was once a kingdom that was completely wiped off the map for publicly discussing your deeds. So, I never mentioned it to this kid Sanji. At this point, Zep's voice lowered, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of the terrifying consequences that the name Bai Ye carried. But now it was different. The god had returned. What was there to fear? Don't worry, I'm not going to hold it against the junior. Bai Ye waved his hand, his expression indifferent. All right, stop kneeling, quickly go and serve me the dishes. Let me taste how much of my recipes you have learned after 60 years. Yes. Lord Bai Ye, please wait a moment. Receiving the order, Zep felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly stood up, grabbed the still-dazed Sanji, and rushed toward the kitchen. Sanji, you bastard, get your act together and help out. Arriving at the kitchen, Zep's momentum suddenly changed, and he shouted excitedly, Today, I will make all the dishes I have learned throughout my life. Being able to personally cook a meal for the legendary god of cooking is the highest honor he had never even dared to dream of in the past 60 years. Today, he would showcase all his skills just to earn a word of recognition from Bai Ye. Soon, exquisite dishes were served on the table. Wow! This sweet and sour pork is perfectly balanced in sweetness and acidity. The meat is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's so delicious. And this. Oh my God, what kind of soup is this? I feel like my soul is about to fly away. So delicious. I have never eaten anything this good. Nami, tasting such top-tier cuisine for the first time, was completely immersed in the ocean of delicacies, her eyes shining, her mouth stuffed full. Bai Ye also savored it leisurely, taking only one bite of each dish. Zep's culinary skills had indeed taken his basic recipe to the extreme. The cooking time and seasoning were worthy of a master. But for Bai Ye, this taste can only be considered decent. There's still a long way to go before reaching the true peak. In the kitchen, the clanging of cooking utensils, the rapid chopping on the cutting board, and Japu's excited roars intertwine to create a passionate symphony. The rich aroma that cannot be dissipated continues to waft from the kitchen, filling the entire seaside restaurant. The diners around have long forgotten the food on their own tables, each stretching their necks and staring intently at Bai Ye's table, their throats constantly moving, saliva almost flowing like a river. This is a feast held solely for one person. A grand event that has not been seen in 60 years. Chapter 12. The Death-Seeking Creek Pirates. After a busy period, the symphony in the kitchen finally began to calm down. Zep took off his tall chef's hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel hanging around his neck. His chef's uniform was already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his back. Continuous hours of high-intensity cooking had nearly drained every ounce of his strength, and at this moment, he felt as if his legs were weighed down with lead, swaying slightly even while standing. However, his eyes were brighter than ever, filled with fervent devotion and anticipation. He dragged his weary body step by step to stand before Lord Bai, deeply bowing with a posture of utmost respect, as if worshipping the only deity in his heart. Lord Bai, I wonder if you're satisfied? Zep's voice trembled slightly, stemming not only from physical exhaustion, but also from genuine nervousness. Bai set down the silver chopsticks in his hand, elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and calmly scanned Zep. His gaze was indifferent, yet seemed to penetrate everything. Not bad, Bai slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone present to hear. The dishes you made already contain 70% of the essence of my recipes from back in the day. 70%. That's enough, Zep exclaimed. That's great. Hearing this evaluation, Zep felt as if he had received the greatest blessing in the world, and a brilliant smile instantly blossomed on his face. That smile was so pure, so heartfelt, that the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. The overwhelming fatigue that could crush a strong man vanished without a trace, and a warm current surged from his heart, filling him with renewed strength. As a chef who dedicated his life to the kitchen, nothing was more important than receiving recognition from the god of cuisine himself. In Zep's heart, Bai was the creator deity of the culinary world. As long as Bai was satisfied, even if he were to sink into the sea right now, he would do so with a smile, without a hint of complaint. Boom! Just then, a deafening sound suddenly erupted, accompanied by a violent impact, causing the entire sea restaurant Bartai to tilt sharply. Plates and dishes clinked against each other, creating a crisp sound, while red wine and glasses arched beautifully, spilling onto the tablecloth. What is happening? What's going on? This sudden turn of events instantly shattered the sacred and peaceful atmosphere in the restaurant. The smile on Zepp's face froze instantly, replaced by an overwhelming rage. After all the effort to invite Lord Bai to taste his dishes, which reckless bastard dared to cause trouble at this moment? This was simply an unforgivable insult. Boss! Chef Zepp, it's bad. We're under pirate attack. A chef scrambled in from the deck, panic written all over his face. A huge pirate ship just rammed into our ship's fin. What? Damn it! Zepp stomped his one good leg heavily on the floor, making a thud sound. Which pirate crew has the audacity to attack our sea restaurant? Zepp indeed had reason to be surprised. Although Bartai was a restaurant, it was originally his pirate crew, and every chef here was capable of fighting. Moreover, their superb culinary skills had forged good relations with various forces in the East Sea, including some naval branches. One could say that in the waters of the East Sea, hardly any pirate crew dared to provoke them easily. Boss, it's the Creek pirates. Another chef gritted his teeth and shouted, Damn Creek. We should have rescued that bastard. Exactly. We should have just let them starve to death at sea. The chefs were outraged, cursing angrily. It turned out that just a few days ago, they had encountered a survivor from the Creek pirates at sea, who was on the verge of starvation. Following the chef's creed of not letting the hungry die before their eyes, they kindly provided food and water. Little did they expect that these wolves, brought back to life, would turn around and show their fangs to their benefactors. Before the words had barely left their mouths, the restaurant's door was violently kicked open, splintering wood everywhere. A man in golden armor, with a robust physique, swaggered in with a group of fierce-looking pirates. It was none other than Creek, the tyrant of the East Sea, with a bounty of 17 million berries. As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, his nose uncontrollably inhaled deeply, and a greedy light burst forth in his eyes. What is this smell? So fragrant. Creek's gaze swept across the room like a hungry wolf, immediately attracted by the array of delicious dishes on Bai's table. Good. You chefs are actually eating such delicious food behind our backs. Stop, Creek. Zepp stepped forward, blocking Creek like an iron tower, and coldly shouted, Please leave immediately. Do not disturb Lord Bai's meal. Bastard, what Bai or Black Knight? Creek completely disregarded Zepp. Having just escaped the Great Rout in a sorry state, he needed to reassert his authority in this weak East Sea. I'll take whatever I want, and I'll see who dares to stop me. Creek laughed maniacally, roughly pushing Zepp aside and striding towards Bai's dining table. In his view, after returning from the hellish Great Rout, who in this peaceful East Sea could possibly challenge him? Creek quickly arrived at the table, gazing at the exquisitely crafted dishes like works of art, inhaling the soul-invading aroma, and drooling at the corners of his mouth. Such exquisite delicacies. From now on, all of this is mine. Creek reached out his dirty hand, clad in a metal glove, to grab a plate of sweet and sour pork. Which wild dog dares to bark in front of me? Get lost, don't disturb my meal. Bai's indifferent voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. The moment the words fell, an invisible yet overwhelmingly domineering force suddenly erupted. Creek had no time to react, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. His feet left the ground, and he was instantly sent flying, crashing down with a loud bang, smashing a dining table into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. Captain Creek, what happened? Why did the captain fly out? I didn't see anything. Captain, are you all right? Creek's crew members were all stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. In their eyes, it was as if their captain had suddenly flown out without warning. They could not comprehend that this was the Conqueror's Haki released by Bai, skillfully controlled. For these pirates, who had never even touched the threshold of a new world, such power completely exceeded their understanding. Damn it! Who is it? Who dared to ambush me? Creek struggled to get up from the wreckage of tables and chairs. Shaking his dazed head and roaring in anger. His bloodshot eyes scanned the room, finally locking onto the only person still seated, Bai. Was it you? Was it you? You bastard, who ambushed me? Creek pointed at Bai, looking like a mad tiger. I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart. Rage completely consumed his rationality. Creek roared, and the golden armor on him emitted a series of mechanical clicks, all the mechanisms activating. In an instant, numerous gun muzzles and cannon ports extended from various parts of the armor, transforming him into a moving porcupine, with all firepower aimed at Bai. Chapter 13. Your swordsmanship is all wrong. Facing the fully armed Creek, the air in the restaurant seemed to be sucked dry, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Zep, Sanji, and all the chefs wore expressions of shock and worry. However, as the target of this chaos, Bai Ye remained calm, as if he were watching a boring play. He didn't even put down his chopsticks, merely glancing at the heavily armed Creek. Are you really looking to die? Bai Ye's eyes revealed a hint of annoyance as he looked at Creek's comical appearance. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a sense of aloof indifference. Originally, Bai Ye had no interest in even lifting a finger against such an insignificant character. But this little ant insisted on jumping around in front of him, acting as if it wouldn't die if it didn't provoke him. Bastard, it's you who should die. Creek's pride was completely ignited, and he shouted furiously, die. Without hesitation, the enraged Creek pressed the launch button. Da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames erupted, and a deafening roar filled the entire sea restaurant. Countless bullets, and even small cannonballs intertwined into a storm of death, screeching through the air as they rained down towards Bai Ye. The wooden structure of the restaurant trembled violently under the terrifying firepower, as if it would collapse at any moment. Help! Faced with such a terrifying barrage, Nami, sitting opposite Bai Ye, turned pale, covering her head with her hands and letting out a terrified scream. She felt as if she would be blown to pieces along with the table at any second. However, in the face of an attack capable of turning a battleship into a sieve, Bai Ye remained seated, not even lifting an eyelid. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded before everyone present. The bullets and cannonballs, upon reaching about a meter in front of Bai Ye, seemed to hit an invisible wall and suddenly came to a halt. They hung suspended in mid-air, densely packed, trembling slightly, the tips gleaming with a cold metallic luster, as if time had frozen in that small space. This was still the application of Conqueror's Haki. For Bai Ye, who had developed Conqueror's Haki to its extreme, it was no longer limited to clearing minions or entangling attacks. He could control it as freely as his own limbs. Constructing a force field with Haki to block bullets was simply effortless. But Creek had never witnessed such a miracle. He watched in shock as his proud weaponry all became ineffective, his towering rage instantly extinguished by icy fear, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. You, what have you done? He pointed at the suspended bullets, his voice turning sharp and piercing from extreme panic. What is this? A devil fruit? Bai Ye did not answer his question, but in a tone devoid of any warmth, he pronounced his death sentence. It seems you really want to die. Since that's the case, go die. The moment his words fell, the suspended bullets and cannonballs seemed to receive new orders, suddenly reversing direction and flying back at a speed faster than they came, all aimed at their master. Accompanied by a scream that was more inhuman than human, all the bullets and cannonballs struck Creek. His so-called invincible golden armor exploded like paper, metal fragments flying everywhere. He was blasted to a bloody pulp by his own artillery, smoke rising from his charred body. And after twitching twice, he was dead beyond revival. What a buzzkill! Bai Ye looked at Creek's corpse, sniffing the scent of blood and gunpowder in the air, and frowned in displeasure, casually waving his right hand. An invisible force lifted Creek's body, along with the shattered armor and blood, tossing them all away, tracing a parabolic arc in the air before plopping into the sea, leaving no trace in the restaurant, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. The entire sea restaurant fell into a deathly silence. All the chefs, including the usually carefree Sanji, stared dumbfounded at the scene, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. In their minds, Creek, with a bounty of 17 million, was unbeatable a terrifying synonym for invincibility. Yet now, this terrifying man had been casually erased by Lord Bai Ye in a manner they could not comprehend. Captain Creek has been killed. That man is a monster. Run. The deathly silence was shattered by the cries of Creek's pirate crew. After witnessing their most powerful captain being killed in an instant, their last psychological defense completely crumbled. They fled the restaurant in panic, scrambling onto their dilapidated pirate ship, desperate to escape this hell. Their captain was dead. What were they still doing here? Waiting to die? Quick, set sail. We need to leave now. If we don't run, we'll die here. The Creek pirate crew frantically controlled their severely damaged ship, trying to escape. Although the ship could be smashed to pieces by a giant wave at any moment, it was better than staying here to face that monster. However, just as they had a glimmer of hope for escape, a massive and terrifying green sword aura cut through the sky and the sea, bursting forth with unparalleled might. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of massive explosions. The sword aura instantly swept through, directly slicing their large pirate ship in half. The already damaged vessel shattered completely with this strike. Countless pirates had no chance to react, screaming as they fell into the icy sea. What is happening? What is going on? Look at the surface of the sea. That guy's coming after us. The members of the Creek pirate crew struggled in the water, all in a panic as they looked toward the direction for which the sword aura was coming. They saw a small boat resembling a coffin on the surface of the sea, with two ghostly green candle flames lit at the bow. A man sat on the boat, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a luxurious black-red coat, a cross necklace hanging from his chest, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. This man was none other than the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Seeing the appearance of the world's greatest swordsman, both the pirates in the water and those in the sea restaurant were filled with shock and fear. This was a legendary figure. However, Zoro, who had been leaning against the railing, showed no fear upon seeing Mihawk. Instead, an unprecedented excitement and fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Without hesitation, he tied a headband around his head, drew 3 swords in an instant, and stepped forward amidst the astonished crowd, then leaped down, stepping on the wreckage of the ship, challenging Mihawk. Originally, Mihawk couldn't be bothered to even glance at a challenge from someone like Zoro. However, seeing Zoro's fearless fighting spirit, he pulled out a small knife no longer than his finger from the cross on his chest, ready to play along. Zoro bit down on the sword Wado Ikemanji, tightly gripping Shusui and Sandai Kitetsu, launching a frenzied attack against Mihawk. However, unfortunately, no matter how swift Zoro's slashes were, the small knife in Mihawk's hand acted like the strongest shield, easily deflecting all attacks with a clatter. "Kid, show me your strongest power, otherwise you won't have another chance," Mihawk said casually, still holding the small knife. Damn it, how is this possible? Is the gap really this big? Zoro's heart surged with turmoil. Still refusing to accept defeat, he unleashed all his techniques and charged at Mihawk fiercely. But unfortunately, no matter how Zoro attacked, Mihawk could easily block it. The spectators around were amazed by the battle between the two. Is this the power of the world's greatest swordsman? It's terrifying. That 3-sword style kid is already very strong, but in front of him, he looks like a baby. Yeah, he hasn't even used that black sword. Although Zoro knew he was outmatched, he showed no intention of retreating. He infused his belief into the blade and charged again. Damn it, I will never admit defeat. Facing Zoro's renewed charge, Mihawk slightly tilted the small knife. Thud! A spray of blood erupted as Mihawk's small knife pierced precisely and effortlessly into Zoro's chest. Why didn't you dodge? Mihawk looked at the man who took his blow head on, puzzled. Do you want to be stabbed through the heart? I don't even know myself. Zoro gritted his teeth on the sword hilt, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. I just feel that if I take a step back here, everything I've held on to, my beliefs, my promises will disappear, and I will never be able to return here. Hearing Zoro's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Mihawk's deep eyes. He withdrew the small knife and looked at Zoro seriously. Kid, tell me your name. Zoro took a deep breath, crossed his 3 swords, and assumed the stance of his strongest technique. Roronoa Zoro. Upon hearing this, Mihawk nodded and reached for the black sword behind him. Kid, I remember your name. I will use this world's strongest black sword to send you to the bottom of the sea." Mihawk slowly drew out the enormous black sword from behind him. Upon hearing this, Zoro not only showed no fear, but instead broke into a relieved smile. "Then I will be eternally grateful." Three-sword style secret technique. 3,000 worlds. Zoro spun the two swords in his hands, transforming into a whirlwind, charging at Mihawk. Mihawk also met him with the black sword, delivering a simple vertical slash. Bang! A crisp sound that shattered hearts echoed as Zoro's two long swords instantly shattered into countless fragments, while a grievous wound extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. However, Zoro appeared unusually calm in response. He sheathed the remaining sword, Wado Ikamanji, turned around, and opened his arms, facing Mihawk with his chest. "What are you doing?" Mihawk asked, somewhat surprised. Zoro wore a proud smile on his face. "The scars on my back are the shame of a swordsman. Come at me as quickly as you can." "Haha, remarkable. Roronoa Zoro, I remember you." Upon hearing Zoro's words, Mihawk's eyes filled with admiration as he raised the black sword high, preparing to deliver the final blow to this worthy swordsman. However, just as the black sword was about to fall, a shadow as swift as lightning silently appeared between Zoro and Mihawk. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as Mihawk's attack, capable of cutting through steel warships, was forcefully blocked. Even more unbelievable was that the one who stopped the world's strongest slash was an ordinary wooden chopstick. Hey, Zoro, right?" Bai Ye said, casually putting one hand in his pocket while effortlessly holding the black sword with a chopstick in the other. He didn't even turn to look at Mihawk, merely turning his head to glance at the severely injured Zoro, saying somewhat helplessly, "Your swordsmanship is not being used correctly." Chapter 14 Challenge from Hawkeye. Silence. On the wreckage of the Sea Restaurant Bar Thai, only the sound of waves crashing against the wooden planks and the heavy breathing of the crowd remained. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on a seemingly ordinary wooden chopstick. At this moment, the chopstick was steadily propping up a massive black blade that represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world. It blocked it? Are you kidding me? Hawkeye's slash, blocked by a chopstick. That person, he's the monster who defeated the Krieg fleet with a single move. What does he want? Is he going to challenge Hawkeye too? After a brief silence, the watching chefs erupted into a chorus of astonished gasps, their expressions shifting from shock to horror, and finally to a near absurd frenzy. Not just them, even Hawkeye himself, with his usually calm and deep eyes, was stirred up by a tremendous wave. He could clearly feel an understated yet indomitable power emanating from his black blade. Although he hadn't used Haki for this strike to test Zoro's character, the weight and sharpness of the black blade made its power far from ordinary. Cutting through a giant ship was merely a trivial task. Yet, this man before him had blocked it with a chopstick. What kind of terrifying strength and control did this require? Hawkeye's gaze sharpened, his wrist moved slightly, and he slowly retracted the black blade. He no longer looked at Zoro, but focused all his attention on this suddenly appearing, mysterious man. "Who are you?" Hawkeye's voice was low and serious, filled with vigilance. "My name is Bai Ye." Bai Ye then leisurely turned around, casually inserting the still intact chopstick to the side, as if it were a trivial matter. Bai Ye? Hawkeye quickly searched his mind for this name, from the 4 emperors to the 7 warlords. And even including those legendary figures hidden from the world, no strong person matched this name. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Bai Ye ignored Hawkeye's scrutiny and turned his gaze back to the injured Zoro. "Hey, Zoro, right? Can you still move? Do you want to attack Hawkeye?" Zoro was leaning on the remaining wad Ikamanji, the severe pain in his chest and the loss of blood causing his vision to blur. But Bai Ye's words struck him like a thunderclap at his mind. Zoro was stunned for a moment, then roared with all his strength. "Of course I want to hit him." After the roar, his momentum instantly deflated, his face filled with bitterness and unwillingness. But my swordsmanship is simply no match for him. On this voyage, Zoro had set out with the confidence to challenge the world's #1, driven by a promise made to his childhood friend. But reality dealt him the heaviest blow. His proud, 3-sword style felt weak as a joke before his opponent. And despite giving it his all, he couldn't even make the other party take half a step back. "Your swordsmanship is too chaotic." Bai Ye pointed out sharply. Forget about all your profound techniques and moves. For now on, just use a simple slash. Bai Ye found Zoro's unyielding spirit pleasing and felt inclined to give him some guidance. A simple slash? Are you joking? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. His strongest technique, the 3,000 worlds, had been shattered by a single strike, and now he was being asked to abandon all techniques and use a basic slash that even a beginner could do? How could that possibly defeat Hawkeye? What? Can't you even do a simple slash? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Of course I can. That's the most basic move in swordsmanship. Zoro felt insulted, instinctively tightening his grip on Wad Ikamanji and swung it forcefully at the air ahead. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. Too slow. Your power is too scattered. Bai Ye kuritijizit margilisli. Huh. Hearing this, Zoro gritted his teeth and poured more strength into his arm, swinging the sword again. This time, the speed was noticeably faster. Still too slow. As a swordsman, have you forgotten how to grip the sword and exert force? Bai Ye's voice suddenly rose. Huh. Zoro's fighting spirit was fully ignited, and he roared again, delivering a powerful slash. Still too slow, faster. Huh. Faster. Faster. Huh. 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 On the deck, Zoro's figure began to crazily repeat the same action, swinging the sword, then swinging it again. Meanwhile, Bai Ye acted like an extremely strict instructor, continuously urging him on. This strange scene left the surrounding chefs exchanging glances, murmuring among themselves. What is he doing? Is he sharpening his skills at the last moment? Even if he's guiding swordsmanship, it's impossible to defeat Hawkeye in this situation. After all, he's the world's #1. Yes, the gap between them is like that between a firefly and the bright moon, something that a few words of guidance cannot bridge. Clearly, no one present believed that this short training session could create a miracle. As for Hawkeye himself, he crossed his arms and watched everything with great interest. As the world's #1 swordsman, he had absolute confidence and pride. He didn't intervene to interrupt, but rather was very curious about what this mysterious man named Bai Ye was trying to achieve. Does he really think that this kind of childish guidance can help this kid defeat him? Hey, hurry up. Faster. Bai Ye's voice grew louder as a swordsman. You can't even do the most basic slash. What are you talking about being the world's #1? Damn it. I got it. Zoro's eyes had turned red. Sweat mixed with blood trickling down his forehead, but he paid no attention. Under Bai Ye's relentless urging, he had entered a state of complete immersion. At first, he was filled with doubt about Bai Ye's instructions, but for the slim chance of defeating Hawkeye, he followed them. However, as he swung his sword more and more, he gradually felt a strange change. Each simple slash became smoother and required less effort than the last. The strength from his arms, waist, and legs seemed to be connected by an invisible thread, perfectly transmitting to the blade. He felt himself gradually entering a mysterious state, and Wad Ikamanji in his hand was no longer a cold weapon, but an extension of his arm. Gradually, a faint white halo began to gather and swirl on the blade of Wad Ikamanji. By the end, Zoro's sword-swinging motion had become so fast that it was almost a blur, nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye. The air was sliced apart, producing a sharp whistle, as if lamenting this ultimate slash. Hawkeye, who had been observing calmly, keenly sensed Zoro's transformation. The playful curiosity on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious and surprised expression. This kid, what has he done? Hawkeye's hawk-like sharp gaze clearly caught the increasingly solid sword energy emanating from Zoro's blade with each swing. Accompanied by Zoro's thunderous roar. He poured all his spirit and strength into this final strike, suddenly bringing it down. A visible white sword energy burst forth, like a crescent moon, instantly crashing onto the distant sea surface. Boom! The ocean seemed to be cleaved apart by a giant axe, a deep chasm appearing in an instant, followed by the waters on both sides rushing back, creating towering waves dozens of meters high. Did I do this? Zoro looked at the terrifying destruction he had caused, panting and somewhat incredulous as he asked, "Little brat, not bad." Bai Ye nodded in approval. Now, you can continue to challenge my hawk. I understand. Upon hearing this, Zoro's eyes burst with an unprecedented light as he turned around, looking at Mihawk with a new, confident gaze. Mihawk, let's continue. Mihawk slowly lowered his arms crossed over his chest and gripped the black sword behind him again, staring intently at Zoro and nodding solemnly. This time, Zoro strikes first, without any flashy moves or unnecessary actions. He simply swung his sword straight at Mihawk's head. This slash seemed ordinary, but in Zoro's hands, it was as fast as lightning and powerful. Mihawk's expression changed, and he immediately raised the black sword to block. Clang! A deafening sound echoed as Zoro's wad Ikemonji collided heavily with Mihawk's black sword, sending visible shockwaves through the air. However, before Mihawk could react, Zoro's second slash followed immediately. Zulfust! Mihawk's pupils contracted as he quickly twisted his wrist, accurately blocking the attack with his black sword. Clang! Another loud crash. But just as Mihawk blocked the second strike, Zoro's third slash came with a piercing whistle, slicing through the air from an odd angle. Not good. Mihawk was shocked. He never expected Zoro's attack speed to be this fast, with each strike coming in rapid succession, so fast that even he found it hard to react. Rip! A light sound of fabric tearing echoed as the luxurious black coat of Mihawk was sliced by the wad Ikemonji's blade, fluttering down to the deck. The entire area fell into dead silence once more. Did I hit you? Zoro looked at the piece of cloth that had fallen to the ground, then at the sword in his hand, his face a mix of confusion and surprise. I actually defeated Mihawk. It was important to note that just moments ago, Zoro had been unable to touch Mihawk despite giving it his all. But now, under Bai Ye's simple guidance, he had managed to cut through Mihawk's clothes. That's right. You hit me. Mihawk glanced down at the torn edge of his coat, then raised his head, a smile not of anger, but of nonchalance appearing on his face. You relied purely on swordsmanship to hit me. Of course, the battle between Mihawk and Zoro was merely a contest of swordsmanship. Mihawk did not use observation haki to predict, nor armament haki to harden. If it were a fight to the death, even if Zoro's sword were faster, he would not be able to harm Mihawk in the slightest. However, this did not prevent Mihawk from acknowledging that in that moment, Zoro had surpassed him in the realm of swordsmanship. This is amazing. I actually hit the world's greatest swordsman, receiving an affirmative response. Zoro's tense nerves finally relaxed, and excitement mixed with overwhelming fatigue surged over him like a tide. His vision went dark, and he fell straight back, fainting. Zoro had already been seriously injured in the battle with Mihawk and had exhausted all his physical and mental strength under Bai Ye's demanding guidance. He had reached his limit. Zoro! Zoro! Luffy, Sanji, and the others exclaimed, rushing over to clumsily lift the unconscious Zoro back to the cabin. On the entire deck, only Bai Ye and Mihawk remained. Mihawk, holding the black sword, stared fixedly at Bai Ye with sharp eyes, filled with unprecedented fighting spirit and seriousness. Bai Ye, I, Dracula Mihawk, challenge you in the name of the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk's voice was incredibly formal, carrying an undeniable authority. Chapter 15, White Knight. I'll use these chopsticks as my weapon. On the deck, the sea breeze seemed to freeze at this moment. Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, held his black sword tightly, his eagle-like sharp eyes, now unusually serious, were fixed on White Knight. An invisible pressure filled the air, 100 times heavier than during his duel with Zoro, making it difficult for the onlookers to breathe. White Knight, I, Dracula Mihawk, challenge you in the name of the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye's voice was deep and resonant, each word sounding like a war drum beating from his chest. This declaration was powerful, carrying an undeniable authority and determination. Although Hawkeye did not know who White Knight was, the mere fact that his simple guidance could unleash such astonishing sword speed from a rookie like Zoro, even cutting his own clothes, indicated something significant. It meant that this seemingly easygoing man before him was a terrifying existence, having reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, possibly even surpassing himself. The throne of the world's greatest swordsman had become lonely and stagnant for too long. He craved a true rival, a worthy opponent that could reignite his fighting spirit. The appearance of White Knight was like a lightning bolt cutting through the long night, instantly rekindling the passion that had lain dormant for so long. The onlookers initially thought the thrilling spectacle had concluded with Zoro's fall, but who could have imagined that the climax was just beginning? Wow, did you hear that? Hawkeye! Hawkeye is challenging that man named White Knight. Oh my god, what day is it today? To witness the world's greatest swordsman actively issue a challenge. Now we have a good show to watch. Who do you think will win? No question about it. Of course, it's Lord Hawkeye. He is the world's greatest swordsman. An excited pirate waved his fist. That's right. Although that guy named White Knight could defeat Kuro, he is facing Hawkeye, the man standing at the pinnacle of all swordsmen. Exactly. Discussions surged like a tide again. For the people of the East Blue, living in the weakest sea, Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, was a mythical figure that existed only in legends. Now, witnessing this legendary figure draw his sword again, how could they not be excited? How could they not be fervent? You, challenge me? Hearing Hawkeye's serious words, White Knight was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard something amusing. Indeed, Hawkeye said earnestly, as long as you can defeat me, from now on, you will be the new world's greatest swordsman. I, the world's greatest swordsman? Hee. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of White Knight's mouth, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. I once was indeed called the world's greatest swordsman. That was 60 years ago when White Knight was renowned for his extraordinary swordsmanship, acknowledged by the seas of the time as the undisputed world's greatest swordsman. You were once the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye's pupils slightly constricted, clearly unable to comprehend the implication behind this statement. Why would a former champion vanish? And why would he appear in the East Blue? However, Hawkeye did not delve deeper. At this moment, he was filled with pure fighting intent. He pointed the tip of his black sword at White Knight and said solemnly, "Let me witness your swordsmanship." "Oh, you want to see my swordsmanship?" White Knight shrugged, somewhat helplessly saying, "Unfortunately, my sword is lost." White Knight glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on the utensils he had used for eating earlier. "Since that's the case, I'll use this." Under the astonished gazes of everyone, White Knight casually picked up a chopstick from the table and pointed it at Hawkeye. "Chopsticks? Are you kidding me?" The seriousness on Hawkeye's face was instantly replaced by disbelief. This was not just a slight against him. It was an insult to the swordsmanship itself. Not just Hawkeye, but all the spectators around were dumbfounded by this scene. What was he trying to do? He actually wants to fight Lord Hawkeye with a chopstick. Has he gone mad? This is a death wish. Yes, that's Hawkeye. He wields the black sword. To block with chopsticks? He'll be turned to dust in an instant. In an instant, jeers, gasps, and doubts rose one after another. To them, White Knight's actions were akin to an ant trying to stop a chariot, a path to self-destruction. However, facing the tsunami of skepticism, White Knight remained calm, simply holding the ordinary wooden chopstick and spoke in a tone that seemed to contain the truths of heaven and earth, with a sword in the heart. All things in hand can become a sword. This short statement struck Hawkeye's mind like a thunderclap. The astonishment and confusion on his face froze instantly, replaced by deep contemplation. After a moment, a bright light burst forth from Hawkeye's eyes, realization dawning upon him. A sword in the heart. All things in hand can become a sword. He murmured this phrase, as if savoring the most exquisite wine of swordsmanship, realizing how profound it was. I have learned something. At that moment, Hawkeye's aura suddenly changed. No longer hesitating, he stepped forward fiercely, launching himself towards White Knight like an arrow released from a bow. The black sword, Knight, traced a pitch-black trajectory, slashing down towards White Knight with a force capable of tearing everything apart. Facing this thunderous strike, White Knight remained unperturbed, casually lifting the chopstick in his hand to lightly block. Clang! A crisp yet heavy sound echoed through the air. That seemingly fragile wooden chopstick precisely collided with the blade of the supreme black sword, Knight. Under the tremendous force of the collision, a visible shockwave erupted from the two, spreading outwards in all directions. The deck beneath them groaned under the burden, and the sea below was pressed down, forming a massive circular pit. Having missed his strike, Hawkeye quickly turned his wrist, the black sword Knight darting like a black poisonous snake, instantly changing direction and slashing horizontally towards White Knight's waist from a more tricky angle. White Knight still wore that calm demeanor, the chopstick in his hand responding first, meeting the attack once again. Bang! Another deafening roar sounded, as if two mountains had collided. The violent impact was even more intense than before, directly shattering all the surrounding railings, splinters flying everywhere. Your strength is indeed unfathomable. Hawkeye leaped back, his eyes shining with excitement and fervor. If that's the case, let us try this. Through these two probing clashes, Hawkeye was now completely certain that this man named White Knight possessed strength he had never encountered in his life. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back any longer. Hawkeye quickly retreated, creating a considerable distance between him and White Knight. He tightly gripped the black sword, raising it high above his head, a tremendous sword intent soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, Hawkeye violently swung down. A wave of green, slashing energy, dozens of meters wide, instantly formed and swept towards White Knight, tearing the sea apart beneath it. Bring it on! Facing this terrifying slash capable of splitting an island in two, White Knight finally revealed a hint of a smile of approval. The chopstick in his hand swiftly moved forward. It was merely an ordinary pair of chopsticks. Just a simple action. But at this moment, this chopstick unleashed a terrifying power capable of destroying the world. A white sword energy, condensed to perfection and seemingly capable of severing time and space, erupted from the tip of the chopstick, no less than the strike of an eagle-eyed swordsman. Bang! Rumble! Two terrifying strikes collided in midair with a thunderous sound. In an instant, the world fell silent, and everything lost its color. Immediately after, an explosion of indescribable terror occurred. A powerful shockwave transformed into a tangible storm, completely igniting the surface of the sea. 10,000-foot-high waves were lifted into the sky and then crashed down heavily. As if the apocalypse had arrived, the nearby sea restaurant Baratai was instantly hit by the towering waves, and the massive ship swayed violently like a fallen leaf in a storm, tilting precariously. The chefs and guests inside the restaurant were caught in chaos, the immense shaking causing them to tumble about, their screams mixed with the sounds of shattering plates, creating a scene of utter disorder. Although most of them possessed some strength, they could hardly withstand the aftershocks of such a high-level battle. Quick, everyone, stabilize yourselves. Immediately maneuver the ship and leave this place. Redfoot Zepp shouted with a serious expression. This level of battle had far exceeded the scope of the East Sea, and getting any closer would only lead to destruction for the ship and its crew. Amidst the chaos, in a corner of the restaurant, a pirate with a camera and shifty eyes trembled with excitement, frantically pulling out a special transponder snail. Hello. This is reporter number 36 from the East Sea. I have breaking news to report to the president. This pirate was an informant planted by the World Economic News Agency in the East Sea, as an organization that controls the pulse of news worldwide. Their reporters are scattered across the seas, with the sole duty of gathering intelligence and then embellishing it to create explosive news. The East Sea, being the most peaceful sea area, was usually quite leisurely. Reporter No. 36 had come to the sea restaurant today for a leisurely meal, but unexpectedly encountered the world's greatest swordsman. Even more unexpectedly, the world's greatest swordsman was actually fighting someone. Reporter number 36 knew this was a major news story, so he immediately began contacting the president of the World News Agency, Morgans. Hello, number 36. If you don't have an exciting big news story, I'll turn you into roasted bird. A sharp, piercing voice, reminiscent of a malicious bird call, came from the other end of the transponder snail. Reporter number 36 trembled in fear, but still suppressed his terror and shouted at the fastest speed, President, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, is currently engaged in fierce battle in the East Sea. Mihawk is fighting? Wahaha! What kind of big news is that? Isn't it common for that man to spar with others? Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, replied irritably. No, President, it's different this time. Reporter number 36 hurriedly explained. This time, Mihawk has taken the initiative to challenge someone, and the opponent is a mysterious person called White Knight. Morgan's tone changed. Mihawk is initiating a challenge? That is a good news angle. White Knight. Never heard of that name. Is he a newcomer? What is the battle situation? Reporting. President. They are in fierce combat. No. Wait. Oh my God. Reporter number 36 looked at the battle on the distant sea, his voice suddenly rising in shock. My hawk is at a disadvantage. President. My hawk is about to be defeated. What? What did you say? A disbelieving scream came from the other end of the transponder snail. My hawk is being defeated? Quick, get it on camera. Record all the details. I want the most detailed information. Gwahaha. Gwahahaha. The world's greatest swordsman is being defeated by you in the East Sea. This is big news. A world-shaking big news. Morgan's ecstatic laughter echoed through the chaotic sea. The warlord of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, the pinnacle and belief of countless swordsmen, Dracula Myhawk, was about to be defeated. Morgan's was certain that once this news was published, tomorrow's newspapers worldwide would be completely ignited by this news. Chapter 16. Terrifying Swordsmanship, a sword that cuts the sky. Bang. Rumble. Each clash between the Blackblade in Eagle Eye's hand and the wooden chopsticks in Bai Ye's hand stirred up monstrous waves, tearing apart the surrounding air with deafening explosions. The sea beneath their feet rolled violently like boiling water, with bottomless whirlpools appearing and disappearing as the two moved. As the world's greatest swordsman, Eagle Eye stood at the pinnacle of strength. His gaze was sharp like an eagle, each swing of his sword precise and deadly. The dark blade slicing through the air with strikes powerful enough to easily cleave an island in two, now transformed into relentless waves attempting to completely engulf Bai Ye before him. However, Bai Ye's strength was even more unfathomable. Under Eagle Eye's fierce slashes, Bai Ye remained calm, as if simply engaging in a post-meal pastime. The seemingly ordinary wooden chopsticks in his hand transformed into the most indestructible weapon in the world at his fingertips. No matter how violent Eagle Eye's strikes were, capable of cutting through steel and cleaving the sea, Bai Ye could effortlessly deflect them with a gentle tap of the chopstick tip, dissipating them into nothingness. Ding! After a crisp sound, Bai Ye casually flicked his wrist, the chopsticks drawing what appeared to be an unremarkable trajectory. Yet an invisible and terrifying slash, even more refined than Eagle Eye's, erupted from thin air, instantly tearing apart the sea before Eagle Eye, leaving a deep chasm that could not heal for a long time. The battle continued for a long time, and Eagle Eye not only failed to gain any advantage, but was instead constantly suppressed by Bai Ye, his fierce attacks repeatedly resolved with ease, unable to even touch the hem of his opponent's clothing. However, in the face of such terror, like a god, Eagle Eye's golden eyes, calm and unperturbed, burned with an unprecedented fiery flame. Yes, it was excitement, an ultimate thrill born from the depths of his soul, known as meeting a worthy opponent. Eagle Eye had sat on the throne of the world's greatest swordsman for too long. So long that he had forgotten what it felt like to give his all. So long that no one in the world could make his black blade sing with excitement. Even his dear friend with red hair, in their swordsmanship contests, could only engage in evenly matched sparring, rather than this thoroughly suppressed, chilling confrontation. Invincibility is such a lonely existence. And now Eagle Eye found it. A man who could suppress him fiercely with mere chopsticks. How could Eagle Eye not feel excited? Bai Ye, show me your full strength. Why are you not using your full strength? Let me see your true swordsmanship. Eagle Eye's chest heaved violently, his voice no longer steady, carrying a hint of uncontrollable roar. Hearing Eagle Eye's near roar, Bai Ye paused his movements, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Oh, you want to witness my swordsmanship? Then I shall grant you this. You better watch closely. This sword will cut through the heavens. At the moment the words fell, Bai Ye's smile faded, his gaze becoming deep as the universe. Bai Ye slowly raised the chopsticks in his hand high. Immediately, a terrifying aura that could not be described in words erupted from him. This was Bai Ye's conqueror's Hawkeye, and at this moment, it felt as if the entire world bowed to him. Under this aura, the sea surface within a radius of several dozen miles instantly stopped rolling, becoming still like a mirror, then began to bizarrely boil upwards, producing countless massive bubbles. Above the sky, the clear blue sky was suddenly shrouded by endless dark clouds. Within the pitch-black layers of clouds, Purple lightning roared like a dragon, flashing and thundering. Heaven and earth seemed to be undergoing a dramatic change at the whim of Bai Ye. Is this his power? Indeed, it is truly terrifying. Eagle Eye's pupils suddenly constricted. He could feel that the sword intent he was proud of felt as small as dust before this aura. Eagle Eye tightened his grip on the black blade. Every muscle in his body tense to the extreme. An unprecedented sense of crisis made his spirit alert. Cut the heavens. Just as Bai Ye's aura reached its peak, he gently uttered 2 words. The chopsticks raised high in his hand swung down towards Eagle Eye's direction. Seemingly slow, yet incredibly fast. In that instant, the ordinary wooden chopsticks transformed into an unparalleled blade that pierced through the heavens and the sea, severing the cause and effect. An indescribably massive light slash suddenly appeared. This slash descended as if from the 9th heaven, effortlessly splitting the heavy thunderclouds in 2, as if even the sky itself had been cut open with a shocking wound. The light illuminated the entire dark sea, carrying the might to annihilate worlds. Crashing down towards Eagle Eye. Oh, my heavens! What is that thing? Look at the sky. A slash coming down from above. Is this really a power that humans can possess? No, this is not human power. This is divine punishment. A power only gods can possess. On the Bartai restaurant at sea, whether pirates or chefs, everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene, collapsing to the ground, their minds blank, staring up at the light that tore apart heaven and earth. As for Eagle Eye, facing this attack, beyond overwhelming shock, what filled him more was an exhilarating and satisfying thrill of having no regrets in death. Here it comes. Block it for me. Eagle Eye let out a hearty roar, pouring his life's beliefs and strength into the black blade in his hand, wildly swinging against the world-destroying slash. Countless extremely condensed dark slashes shot up into the sky, each capable of causing a vice admiral of the Navy to mourn. However, it was a pity. Compared to the descending slash that cut the heavens, Eagle Eye's proud slashes were like fireflies compared to the bright moon, so weak that they couldn't even shake it. Instantly swallowed and obliterated, Eagle Eye could only watch helplessly as the massive sword light, representing absolute power, grew larger in his field of vision, ultimately engulfing him completely. Rumble. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extremely muffled sound. The enormous slash fell, and the entire sea was cut in half as if it were butter-sliced by a red-hot iron. A bottomless giant sea canyon appeared before everyone, the seawater being pushed aside by the immense force, revealing the dark seabed. This crack extended towards the horizon, as if it intended to slice the entire sea apart. After a brief moment of silence, the billions of tons of seawater that had been pushed aside surged madly toward the center of the crack under the force of gravity. The sea immediately boiled, raising towering waves hundreds of meters high, sweeping outwards as if it were the end of the world. The entire sea calmed down only after a full quarter of an hour from this catastrophe. What about Eagle Eye? Is he dead? Under such an attack? He should be dead, right? No one could survive such a terrifying attack. The people at the restaurant watched the still, turbulent sea with lingering fear, each discussing with anxious expressions. The strength Bai Ye displayed had completely shattered their perceptions, belonging to the realm of myths and legends. But is Eagle Eye really dead? On a piece of floating broken shipboard, a figure struggled to climb out of the cold sea water. It was Eagle Eye. His iconic top hat was long gone. His elegant clothes were tattered, and his face was as pale as paper. Cough, cough. So strong. Hawkeye suddenly coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. He looked at the distant figure, still calm and unruffled, his eyes filled with the heartbeat of survival after a disaster. Hey, it seems you didn't die. Not bad. Being able to survive under my heavenly slash. You're quite impressive. Not far away, Bai Ye watched him calmly, his tone carrying a hint of subtle admiration. Bai Ye was also very aware of how powerful his previous strike was. It was an attack that even the 5 elders couldn't resist. Although Bai Ye didn't use his true, full strength, it was enough to erase the vast majority of strong fighters. That Hawkeye could withstand it with his swordsmanship and preserve his life was already something to be proud of. Hawkeye struggled to stand upright. Despite being severely injured, His spine remained straight, just like the sword in his hand. Cough, cough. You won. From now on, you are the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye looked at Bai Ye, his expression extremely serious and solemn. I don't care about this title. Upon hearing Hawkeye's solemn declaration, Bai Ye merely smiled nonchalantly. Once, Bai Ye had held countless resounding titles. Being the world's greatest swordsman was merely the most insignificant one among them. Whether he had this title was utterly trivial to him. Hawkeye looked at Bai Ye's indifferent expression, initially stunned, then understood the chasm-like gap between them. But the flame in his eyes did not extinguish. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. Bai Ye, I will challenge you again. I will reclaim the title of world's greatest swordsman from you. Hawkeye said with all his strength, each word filled with utmost seriousness. Bai Ye turned back to glance at him, and the golden eyes, burning with indomitable fighting spirit, brought a smile back to his lips. I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 17. The News of the White Knight. The terrified 5 elders. The peak duel between White Knight and Mihawk came to a close with Mihawk's calm admission of defeat, witnessed by the mixed gazes of awe and fear from the crowd at the Baratai. After this battle, everyone understood what true power was, a force capable of splitting the sea and changing the weather. The storm raised by this fight had only just begun. The split sea and the birth of a new king were destined to stir up waves far more intense than the towering waves of the ocean. East Blue, a heavily guarded secret island. This is the East Blue branch of the World Economic News Agency, where countless carrier pigeons take off and land, and the roar of printing presses runs day and night. This base is like a massive heart, collecting and processing the intelligence of the entire East Blue, pumping it out to every corner of the world in the form of newspapers. Any movements in the East Blue, any news that could cause a sensation, are always first known here. A reporter wearing badge number 36 was clutching an image phone bug tightly, desperately breaking through layers of security as he ran. The ground beneath him seemed to tremble slightly, the sound of the printing presses working at full capacity echoing in the air, which was thick with the scent of ink and paper. Quick, take me to the president. Reporter number 36 gasped, his eyes shining with excitement. I have brought back world-shocking big news. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's Dracula Mihawk, has been defeated. The guards at the door froze in shock at his words, their expressions quickly turning to extreme astonishment. They dared not be negligent for a second, immediately sending 2 of their number to escort reporter number 36 with the highest level of protection through thick iron doors. Eventually, he was brought into a spacious yet slightly chaotic room. The walls were covered with maps from around the world, bounty notices, and various news drafts. In the center of the room stood a large figure with his back to the door, examining a world map. It was a birdman. He had a large bird head, a sharp beak, and was covered in feathers, yet dressed in a well-tailored suit. This birdman was Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency and the king of the news world. The reason he appeared as a birdman was, of course, because he was a user of the bird fruit, albatross model. For Morgans, nothing excites him more than a big news story that can shake the world order. His lifelong pursuit has been to dig, create, and disseminate such news, making the entire world dance to the beat of his newspapers. The later sensational work that would elevate Monkey D. Luffy as the 5th Emperor of the Sea was also from his hands. At this moment, upon hearing the news of the world's greatest swordsman being defeated, Morgan's massive bird body spun around sharply, his piercing eyes locking onto the newcomer. Did you bring the intel? President, here are all the photos from Mihawk's battle. Reporter number 36 did not dare to delay, quickly stepping forward and carefully handing over the image phone bug. Pressing the play button, a series of shocking images unfolded before Morgan's. The godlike, calm figure of White Knight, Mihawk's extremely serious expression, and finally, the terrifying slash that seemed to split the world in 2, along with the pitiful sight of Mihawk, bloodied and struggling to climb aboard the ship. Ooh ha ha ha. Good. Wonderful. Morgans looked at these images, letting out his signature ear-piercing laugh that shook the entire room. With these, I can create an unprecedented big news story. After a brief moment of excitement, Morgans patted reporter number 36 on the shoulder with a force that nearly made him stumble. Kid, well done. From now on, you are the head of the East Blue branch. Oh, really? Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Morgans. Reporter number 36 exclaimed, nearly jumping up in excitement. All his hard work turning into immense joy at that moment. Who is this person? White Knight. Morgans pointed at the calm man in the picture, his sharp beak almost poking the photo. I'm very sorry, Mr. Morgans. Reporter number 36 immediately stood at attention, respectfully replying. Information about him is almost non-existent in the East Blue. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. However, the owner of the Baratai, Redleg Zeph, refers to him as the god of food. And White Knight himself once claimed to have been the world's greatest swordsman. Morgan's enormous eyes squinted. White Knight, god of food, former world's greatest swordsman? I have never heard this name in my intelligence network. Interesting. Morgan suddenly turned around and shouted towards the door. Get moving. Intelligence Department, spare no effort to dig up all information on this White Knight. Editorial Department, work overnight to create a front-page headline. I want the news of the world's greatest swordsman changing hands to spread to every corner of this sea before the sun rises tomorrow. Yes, President. The entire base of the World Economic News Agency instantly transformed into a fully operational war machine. Meanwhile, at the center of the world, Marineford, inside the Hall of Power, the atmosphere was solemn and oppressive, enough to suffocate any intruder. 5 elderly men, dressed in suits and each with distinct temperaments, sat upright in luxurious chairs. They were the 5 elders, the highest authorities in this world. Mihawk, not only the world's greatest swordsman, also held a more important title, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This was a group of 7 legitimate pirates recognized by the world government to balance the powers of the sea. Therefore, any significant movement from the warlords was closely monitored by the world government. The news of Mihawk's defeat reached the 5 elders faster than Morgan's newspaper, delivered through the secret channels of CP. A CP0 member in a white suit knelt on one knee, holding a report high above his head. 5 elders, urgent intelligence. A warlord of the sea has been defeated in the East Blue. Among the 5 elders, the bald elder, holding the first-generation sword Wado, Ikamanji, raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with disdain. As expected, these pirates are utterly unreliable. The elder with a long white beard agreed. As a warlord of the sea, to be defeated by someone, what a waste. This scandal must not be leaked. The blonde elder then asked, who is it? Moonlight Moria, or that crocodile who is up to no good in Alabasta? Another tall, thin elder coldly remarked, no matter who it is, send someone to eliminate him immediately. The reputation of the warlords of the sea must not be tarnished by such failure. They discussed as if they were talking about a trivial commodity. However, the next words from the CP0 member instantly changed the atmosphere in the room. Report 5 elders. The one who was defeated is the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk. Mihawk? The disdain on the faces of the 5 elders vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and seriousness. How could it be him? With Mihawk's strength, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Indeed, that man's swordsmanship is, even in our eyes, at the peak. Quickly say, who defeated him? The bald elder's voice suddenly rose. Could it be that the 4 emperors made a move? The reclusive guy, Hawkeye, has gone to provoke Whitebeard or Kaido, hasn't he? In their eyes, among the vast seas, there are few who can reliably defeat Hawkeye, and the most likely contenders are the 4 emperors ruling the New World. The CP0 member's body shuddered slightly under the immense pressure as he continued to report. No, Lord Gorosei, it is not one of the 4 emperors. The one who defeated Hawkeye is a man named Bai Ye. He paused and added, regarding this suddenly emerged Bai Ye, we have no records in our intelligence database. This statement caused the Gorosei to furrow their brows. The intelligence capability of the CP organization is unparalleled, yet they know nothing of a powerful individual who can defeat Hawkeye. This in itself is an incredible situation. However, when the name Bai Ye clearly reached the ears of the 5 elders, an unimaginable upheaval occurred. What did you say? Repeat that name. The one who defeated Hawkeye, what is his name? Do you have a photo of that person? Quickly bring it up. Answer us. The Gorosei almost simultaneously stood up from their seats. Their usual composure and authority completely vanished, replaced by a complex mix of shock, excitement, and even fear. They leaned forward, 5 pairs of sharp eyes fixated intensely on the CP0 member below, the powerful aura pressing down on him to the point he could hardly breathe. This top CP0 agent was utterly stunned. He had never seen the Gorosei lose their composure like this. Trembling, he took out a photo from his chest. The clearest frame captured from a transponder snail. Lord Gorosei, this is a photo of Bai Ye. The bald old man with the sword snatched the photo away, and the other 4 immediately crowded around. When they saw the man in the photo, with black hair and black eyes, his expression indifferent as if nothing in the world mattered to him, the faces of the 5 highest authorities in the world instantly turned as pale as paper. How is this possible? It really is him. Bai Ye. He was supposed to be dead. 60 years ago, we clearly killed him ourselves. Inside the Hall of Power, there was a deathly silence. Only the heavy breathing of the 5 elders could be heard, along with the gaze from the photo, seemingly transcending endless time and space, still indifferently watching them. Chapter 18. The Actions of the World Government. The Forbidden Name, White Knight. In the Hall of Authority in Marineford, the air felt as if it had solidified into substance, heavy enough to suffocate. The 5 elders of the world government, at the pinnacle of power, felt as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats, making it incredibly difficult to breathe. The photograph that had fallen from the hands of CP0 agent now lay quietly on the luxurious carpet. The man in the picture, with black hair and black eyes, wore an indifferent expression but seemed to possess a magical power that pierced through time and space, causing these 5 elders, who had lived for a long time, to feel a long-lost shiver from deep within their souls. They could not help but be astonished, even terrified. It should be noted that their ability to stand here, overlooking the events of the world for a century, was all thanks to the power granted by Lord M. Throughout their long lives, they had witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties and extinguished numerous sparks of rebellion. Any existence that dared to challenge the sacred status of the world government and the celestial dragons, be it a pirate dominating a region or a kingdom with ulterior motives, had ultimately turned to dust in the annals of history. However, in their long, nearly immortal memories, there was only one name, like an unhealable scar, deeply imprinted on their souls: White Knight. He was a man who single-handedly almost toppled the massive ship that was the world government. White Knight did not form any revolutionary army or preach any abstract notion of freedom. He merely stood there, and half the world bowed to him. Half the islands, half the nations, and half the powers of the sea willingly entrusted their fates to him. The giants cleared the way for him. The fishmen helped him move stealthily. And countless races that had been discriminated against and enslaved found a home and dignity under his banner, converging into a torrent capable of overturning the heavens. That was the only and most deadly crisis the world government had faced in 800 years. If it were not for the quick decisions made by the 5 of them, leveraging the supreme status of the celestial dragons, exploiting the greed and desires within human nature, and inciting one of White Knight's subordinates, the General of Wano, Kazuki Tenfur, to set up a grand ambush that swept across half the world. The Holy Land, named Marineford, would likely have changed masters long ago. Even so, the cost of that battle was so heavy that it still haunted them to this day. The sword-wielding bald elder instinctively touched the empty sleeve of his left arm, where there had once been a hand as formidable as his swordsmanship. Another tall, thin elder leaning on a cane also had a cold prosthetic limb beneath his trousers. As for the so-called strongest shield of the celestial dragons, the Knights of God, they had nearly been wiped out in that battle and had yet to recover, because they had paid such a heavy price upon confirming White Knight's death. They mobilized all the power of the world government to conduct a thorough cleansing of history. All records, legends, and even mere whispers about White Knight were burned, altered, and completely sealed. They aimed to bury the name White Knight, along with his ideas capable of shaking the foundations of the world beneath the dust of history, never to rise again. This strategy was undoubtedly successful. 60 years had passed, and the new generation of pirates, the Navy, and even most of the populace had long forgotten what White Knight was. However, who could have imagined? Who would dare to imagine? This specter, which should have decayed with time, would return to this sea in such a vibrant and powerful manner, even defeating the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, at his first move. No, this is impossible. White Knight clearly died. We watched his body crumble inch by inch under the holy light. One golden-haired elder exclaimed, his voice sharp with excitement. That's right. Another elder heavily struck his cane on the ground, producing a dull sound. That kind of bodily collapse. Even a god could not survive. Even if, hypothetically, he had miraculously survived, 60 years have passed. He should be an old man nearing his end. How could he still look this young? I suspect this is just a fraud who looks remarkably like White Knight. A madman trying to use that forbidden name to gain fame. That's right, it must be so. Or he could be a descendant of White Knight. After a wave of extreme panic, the rationality that the 5 elders forcibly suppressed began to return. After all, the elders were the ones who governed the world government. They gasped for breath. Their eyes exchanged frantic glances before quickly calming down. After a hurried and meticulous analysis, they soon found an explanation they could accept. Although the person in the photo looked exactly like the White Knight in their memories, it did not logically make sense. Time was the biggest flaw. They had witnessed White Knights fall with their own eyes. There was no possibility of survival in that situation. Even if a miracle occurred, 60 years was enough for anyone to age. The only possibility was that this was an imposter, a guy who might be a descendant of White Knight, trying to stir up trouble using his ancestors' reputation. But regardless, as long as the name White Knight reappeared in the world, it was the highest level of alarm for them. They must immediately, right now, erase this guy who looks exactly like White Knight and is using his name from existence. The sword-wielding bald elder's eyes were filled with killing intent. Not only that, all discussions and dissemination about the name White Knight must be stopped immediately. Order CP0, CP9. No, all members of the CP organization to take action immediately. Monitor news channels and intelligence networks worldwide to prevent any information about White Knight from leaking. All related information must be classified as top secret and completely sealed. Relying solely on the CP organization may not be secure enough. The tall, thin elder who had lost a leg, Joe, sat a saint, slowly straightened his body, and his usually calm eyes were now surging with cold, killing intent. To ensure absolute certainty, I will personally go to the East Sea. I will extinguish this spark before it spreads. The elders quickly formulated a swift and decisive plan. To ensure the absolute secrecy and thoroughness of this operation, they even sent one of the elders, sat a saint, personally into action. Once the machinery of the world government fully operated, its efficiency was astonishing. Before Jager's Sata Saint's flagship reached the East Sea, the CP organizations lurking throughout the East Sea had already tightened like an invisible net. On a bustling island in the East Sea, inside the branch building of the World Economic News Agency, a scene of chaos was unfolding. Bang! The heavy glass door was smashed to pieces by brute force, and CP agents in black suits and masks surged in like ghosts. These members of the CP organization moved swiftly and lethally. Wherever they passed, papers flew, tables and chairs overturned, and the employees of the news agency screamed in terror. Damn it! What are you government lapdogs doing? How dare you attack my territory in broad daylight? A sharp, angry bird-like cry echoed through the building. The president, Morgans, violently broke through the office wall, his massive wings stirring up a gale as he glared at the chaos before him, feathers standing on end in anger. Don't think just because you are from the world government that you can act so recklessly. I, Morgans, am not to be trifled with. Ha ha ha. The leading CP0 agent looked at him expressionlessly, his voice cold as ice. Morgans, hand over all information you have regarding White Knight, by the highest order of the world government. No individual or organization is allowed to hold or disseminate any information regarding White Knight in any form. Members of the CP organization quickly gathered and surrounded Morgans. White Knight. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of astonishment passed through Morgan's sharp bird-like eyes. Since the news of Hawkeye's defeat had come, he had sensed a major story brewing. To craft a headline that would shock the world, he activated his global intelligence network, frantically searching for information on this suddenly emerged powerhouse, White Knight. However, the results left him greatly disappointed. This man, who could defeat Hawkeye, seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No matter how much he dug, he could find no traces, and the intelligence database was completely blank. Now, the world government actually dispatched the CP organization to attack his branch base to block information on someone he could not find any intel on. What does this indicate? It indicates that behind the name White Knight lies a shocking, earth-shattering secret. A secret so significant that even the world government fears it. Thinking of this, the anger in Morgan's heart was instantly replaced by the fervor of a journalist. His enormous beak broke into an exaggerated arc, emitting an excited laugh. Ha ha ha. You want to take a world-shattering scoop from me? Big news, Morgans? Don't dream about it. Ya ha ha. Before his words fell, Morgans flapped his wings violently, and his massive body transformed into a white cannonball, crashing through the wall on the other side and soaring into the sky. Don't let him escape. Quick, stop him. We must seize the information about White Knight from him. The leading CP agent shouted, and several figures instantly vanished from the spot, turning into blurred afterimages, chasing after the large hole Morgans had broken through. Thus began a chase in the East Sea, revolving around the taboo name of White Knight. Chapter 19, Nami's Little Thoughts. Easily defeating the dragon pirate crew. The wind of the East Sea, carrying a salty and humid breath, blew across Bai Ye's ship. It had been 3 days since he defeated Hawkeye. In these 3 days, the sea had been calm, as if that world-shocking duel had never happened. But Bai Ye knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The world government must have already received the news of his resurrection. He could imagine the wonderful expressions on the faces of the 5 elders when they learned this news. 60 years ago, the world government defeated him through schemes and tricks. This time, Bai Ye would not give them any chance. Moreover, Bai Ye now had the resurrection system. An indestructible self was the deepest nightmare of the world government. Just as Bai Ye was pondering his future plans, he keenly sensed something was off. He slowly turned his head to look at the orange-haired girl in front of the helm. Nami. Bai Ye's voice was calm, yet it made Nami's shoulders tremble. This didn't seem like the course to Load Town. Where exactly are you taking me? Nami instinctively tightened her grip on the helm, her heart alarmed. She forced a smile, trying to conceal her inner turmoil with a relaxed tone. Oh, Captain, you're not familiar with the routes of the East Sea. The weather in this area is changeable. I'm avoiding a region where storms might occur. This is definitely the safest and fastest route to Load Town. As Nami spoke, she even pointed at the calm and serene sky in the distance with great seriousness. Bai Ye remained silent, just quietly looking at her. His gaze was devoid of any emotion, yet it carried more pressure than any questioning. Nami's smile grew increasingly stiff, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. She felt that under his gaze, all her little thoughts were laid bare, as if completely seen through. What kind of monster is this man? He can even detect such a slight deviation in the course. Really? Bai Ye finally spoke, his tone flat. But how do I remember that Low Town should be in that direction? He casually pointed to the other side. Nami's heart sank, completely bottoming out. It's over. She knew she couldn't hide it anymore. The man's strength lay not only in his combat power, but also in that sharp insight that saw through everything. This, Captain, Nami's lies were ruthlessly exposed. Her mind went blank, and all her excuses turned to dust under Bai Ye's penetrating gaze. Cold sweat slipped down her temples, and she nervously bit her lower lip, unsure of what to do. So, do you still want to continue deceiving me? Have you forgotten what happens to those who deceive me? Bai Ye's voice suddenly turned cold, his sharp gaze fixed on Nami. That icy tone was like a sharp sword, instantly piercing through Nami's last psychological defense. The pressure Nami felt was as heavy as a tangible weight, making it hard for her to breathe. Finally, she could no longer hold on. Her legs went weak, and with a thud, she knelt on the deck, the long-suppressed grievances and fears exploding at this moment. Captain, I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you. I just hope you could help me. Help me get rid of the dragon pirate crew and save my hometown. Tears rolled down Nami's cheeks like pearls, and she began to sob. Initially, when she encountered Bai Ye at sea, Nami thought of him as a formidable but naive target she could use to escape from the pirates pursuing her. But everything that followed completely overturned her perception, especially when the news arrived that the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye, had been defeated by Bai Ye, Nami realized what a terrifying existence she had encountered. Although she still couldn't accurately gauge Bai Ye's strength, she was certain that with the glimpse of power he had shown, he would be more than capable of eliminating the dragon pirate crew that plagued her hometown. It was this strong hope that made her take the risk of secretly changing the course, steering the ship towards her hometown, Cocoa Village. Bai Ye quietly watched Nami, who was kneeling on the ground, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and the coldness on his face gradually faded. He chuckled softly, his tone softening. Well, at least you're honest. Since that's the case, don't kneel anymore. Go ahead and steer the ship. Captain, do you mean? Nami suddenly looked up, her tear-filled eyes reflecting disbelief. Well, you've been calling me captain for a while now. Bai Ye looked down at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. As the captain, how could he stand by and watch his crew suffer? Bai Ye turned around, gazing towards the southeastern horizon, his expression becoming deep and distant. Let's go. I'm also very curious about what the fishmen have turned into now. 60 years ago, in Bai Ye's time, there were countless excellent fishmen warriors following in his footsteps. The fishmen could be said to be one of the first races to pledge loyalty to Bai Ye. Under Bai Ye's leadership, the fishmen escaped the tragic fate of being enslaved by the celestial dragons, and Fishman Island established equal trade relations with many kingdoms on land, ushering in unprecedented prosperity. Now, hearing the name of the dragon pirate crew, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and a hint of displeasure. Thank you, Captain. Thank you. Nami cried tears of joy, as if she had seen a glimmer of salvation in the abyss of despair. Nami quickly wiped her tears, leaped from the deck, and with unprecedented energy and precision, steered the ship at full speed towards Cocoa Village. A few days later, a lush island appeared on the horizon. Beside the island, a rough and oppressive architectural complex stood, which was the lair of the dragon pirate crew, the Dragon Domain. Captain, that's the Dragon Domain. Nami pointed at the buildings, her voice filled with uncontrollable fear and hatred. Their strength is very formidable. Formidable? I want to see just how formidable they are. Bai Ye's gaze swept over the buildings, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. Under Nami's guidance, the small boat docked. Bai Ye stepped onto this land ruled by the fishmen, and the air seemed to be filled with a sense of oppression and despair. They walked straight towards the gate of the Dragon Domain. Nami, who is he? A burly, dark-skinned fishman officer blocked their way, holding a trident, his face full of flesh, and his fish-like eyes filled with disdain and hatred towards humans. How dare you bring a human to our sacred Dragon Domain? Immediately, a dozen fishmen thugs surrounded them, wielding various crude weapons, their unfriendly gazes fixed on Bai Ye, their throats emitting threatening growls. Faced with the fishmen pirates' questioning, Nami was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. However, Bai Ye directly stepped past her, taking a step forward, surveying the fishmen before him with a disappointed and contemptuous gaze. You fishmen have actually sunk to this level. What a disgrace. In Bai Ye's memory, his fishmen subordinates were strong, skilled in water combat, and were the darlings of the ocean. Many merchant ships paid high prices to hire fishmen as sailors and guards. At the same time, fishmen could dive into the depths of the ocean to bring back rare treasures, each living a life of abundance and pride. Now looking at these fishmen before him, each one was ragged and lived by plundering, their weapons in tatters. I'm truly embarrassed for the fishman race. Bastard, you lowly human are spouting nonsense. The fishman officer was completely enraged by Ye's words, believing it to be the greatest insult to the fishman race. How dare you look down on us fishmen? You're seeking death. With a roar, he raised his trident and charged towards Bai Ye's head with a gust of fishy wind. The one seeking death is you. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed, without moving an inch. An invisible wave of pressure erupted suddenly from him. It was pure, solidifying conqueror's hockey, like an invisible giant hammer, flashing past. Puff! The fishman officer, who had charged forward, was still mid-air when he was hit, as if by a speeding train. His eyes rolled back, blood gushed from his mouth, and he flew backward faster than he came, crashing heavily into a distant wall and sliding down, lifeless. What? You damned human, dare to attack our kind. Kill him. Avenge our fishmen brethren. The surrounding fishmen, instead of being afraid, were stirred into a frenzy. roaring and waving their weapons, surging towards Bai Ye like a tide. "Get out of my way," Bai Ye shouted coldly, and before his words fell, the pressure of Conqueror's haki swept out again. Bang, bang, bang. Those charging fishmen soldiers were like leaves swept away by a violent wind, not even touching the hem of Bai Ye's clothes, before they screamed in agony, spitting blood, and were sent flying in all directions, instantly losing their combat ability. Not good. This human strength is too great. Quick, go inform Captain Evil Dragon. The surviving fishmen finally realized that the man before them was not someone they could contend with. They scrambled and crawled deeper into the Evil Dragon's territory. At this moment, in the innermost room, the fishman Along, wearing a sun hat and sporting a jagged long nose, was using his huge palm to gesture on a map, calculating how much berries he could squeeze from the humans on the island this month. Captain Evil Dragon, it's bad. A panicked fishman burst through the door. Someone is attacking our territory. It's a very powerful human. What? Along stood up suddenly, his massive figure nearly hitting the ceiling, roaring in immense anger. What did you say? A mere human dares to attack my territory? Damn it, I want to see which ignorant fool it is. Along's eyes were filled with ferocity as he charged out with his jagged knife. When he reached the front door, the sight before him made his eyes bulge with rage. In the square, his subordinates were sprawled all over, some unconscious, others groaning in pain, blood staining the ground. You damn bastard. Along's gaze locked onto Bai Ye in the center of the scene. How dare you lay such a vicious hand on my brethren? I will tear you to pieces. He had worked too long and sacrificed too much to establish this evil dragon empire that belonged solely to fishmen. Now, all of it was easily destroyed by a human. How could he not be furious? However, Bai Ye simply looked at him calmly, as if observing a clown. You are the fishman Along? Bai Ye said lightly, then shook his head, completely losing interest in him. You can go die. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ye's eyes slightly narrowed. A wave of Conqueror's haki, several times stronger than before and terrifying enough to shake the very space, surged towards Along like an invisible tidal wave. Along barely had time to let out a short, piercing scream. His proud, strong body felt as fragile as paper before that haki. The jagged knife in his hand slipped away instantly, and he was blasted away by an irresistible force, flying like a cannonball, crossing the walls of the evil dragon's territory, and finally, with a splash, fell into the distant sea, stirring up a small wave before going silent. It can be said that Bai Ye effortlessly resolved the evil dragon pirates. They are dead, all dead. So great. Nami stared in a daze at all this, watching the evil dragon, who had brought her 8 years of nightmares, be easily erased by a single glance from Bai Ye. The tension that had been taut for 8 years in Nami finally snapped at this moment, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. In those tears were the joy of liberation, the pain of years of repression, and boundless hope for the future. Chapter 20. The scoundrel in the Navy slapped away. The evil dragon pirate crew, once a dark cloud hovering over Coco Village, has now completely dissipated. For Bai Ye, annihilating a small pirate crew in the East China Sea is merely a trivial matter, hardly worth a second thought. However, this seemingly insignificant event caught the attention of the Navy's 16th Division base in the East China Sea. In the office of the 16th Division commander, the decor was gaudy and extravagant, starkly contrasting the Navy's usual simplicity. A man with rat-like whiskers and a lecherous figure was pacing back and forth anxiously. He was Colonel Mouse, the highest authority of the 16th Division. What? Say that again. Colonel Mouse abruptly stopped, grabbing the collar of the reporting Navy soldier, his sharp voice distorted by anger. The evil dragon pirate crew has been destroyed. Who did it? Which bastard is responsible? It should be noted that the evil dragon pirate crew had been able to dominate this sea area for so many years, thanks to Colonel Mouse's secret protection, suppressing all reports regarding the evil dragon. Of course, in return, Arlong would generously offer him an astronomical sum of berries every month. It could be said that the evil dragon pirate crew was like a golden egg-laying chicken raised by Colonel Mouse in the East China Sea, an inexhaustible money bag. Now that the money bag was gone, how could he not be furious? Our report, Colonel. The Navy soldier trembled in fear, stuttering, according to the intelligence we received. The one who destroyed the evil dragon pirate crew is a pirate named Bai Ye. Bai Ye. Colonel Mouse released his grip, his rat-like eyes spinning as he desperately searched his memory for this name, but found nothing. I've never heard of him. When did such a character emerge in the East China Sea? That damned bastard dares to touch my money bag. Although Bai Ye's defeat of Hawkeye had already shocked everyone present, due to the world government's deliberate suppression and delayed intelligence, this astonishing news had not yet spread. Therefore, in Colonel Mouse's mind, Bai Ye was just an unknown rookie pirate who appeared out of nowhere. Since he was an unknown, he couldn't possibly be a formidable opponent. Colonel, should we move immediately to eliminate this pirate? A nearby Navy soldier, seeing the colonel's anger, immediately suggested, eager to show off. Eliminate him? Colonel Mouse's rage suddenly froze upon hearing this. His greedy rat-like eyes glinted with calculating light, and after a moment, a piercing cackle erupted from his throat. Ha ha! Of course, we must eliminate him. Not only do we need to eliminate this pirate named Bai Ye, but we must also wipe out the remnants of the evil dragon pirate crew. Colonel Mouse waved his arms, as if envisioning his successful future. Colonel, the Navy soldier cautiously reminded, the evil dragon pirate crew has already been destroyed by that pirate named Bai Ye. Bastard, you idiot! Colonel Mouse slapped the back of his subordinate's head, spitting as he scolded. Who said the evil dragon pirate crew was destroyed by Bai Ye? It was our brave Navy 16th Division, under my wise leadership, that after a hard-fought battle, successfully exterminated the ruthless evil dragon pirate crew. Do you understand? As for the one named Bai Ye, he was merely a remnant of the evil dragon pirate crew and must not be spared. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Colonel Mouse's eyes. Then he shouted loudly, "Gather the troops immediately. We will go to Cocoa Village and take back all the merit and treasures." Yes, Colonel. The Navy soldiers were not foolish. They quickly understood the Colonel's intentions. They had followed Colonel Mouse in claiming credit and reversing the truth more than once, and they were already well accustomed to it. Soon, under Colonel Mouse's leadership, a fleet of Navy ships raised their sails and surged toward Cocoa Village. At this moment, Cocoa Village was immersed in an unprecedented celebration. The villagers turned years of suppressed fear and pain into joyful shouts and laughter. The sunlight cast a golden glow on everyone's faces. When they learned that it was Bai Ye who single-handedly annihilated the entire evil dragon pirate crew, all the villagers' gazes converged on the calm man, filled with awe, gratitude, and admiration. "Lord Bai Ye, please do try my family's orange wine. This is the best grilled fish in our village. Please accept it." Amidst this joyous and peaceful atmosphere, a discordant sound of footsteps approached. "Make way. Everyone make way." Colonel Mouse, along with his arrogant Navy crew, rudely pushed aside the celebrating villagers and stormed into the center of the square. "It's the Navy." The villagers' smiles froze, looking at these uninvited guests with confusion. "What are you Navy doing in our village? What are we doing?" Colonel Mouse puffed out his ridiculous belly and shouted in his sharp voice, "Of course. We are here to capture pirates. Little thief Nami and that pirate named Bai Ye, you two are under arrest." To him, the evil dragon pirate crew was a notorious pirate crew with a bounty of 20 million berries. As long as he took credit for this, he could surely get promoted and earn a raise, and might even be directly transferred to the Navy headquarters. But before that, he had to capture Bai Ye and Nami, the two knowledgeable individuals. "Yes, Colonel." The surrounding Navy soldiers immediately stepped forward, their long guns and firearms aimed squarely at Bai Ye and Nami. Seeing this scene, the villagers of Cocoa Village were utterly enraged. "What are you Navy doing? You cannot arrest Nami, and you definitely cannot touch Lord Bai Ye." "That's right. Lord Bai Ye is our benefactor. He just helped us eliminate the evil dragon." The villagers spontaneously surrounded Bai Ye and Nami, using their bodies to shield them as they confronted the Navy in anger. "Bastards, what do you want to do?" Colonel Mouse's face turned red with anger upon seeing this. "Daring to obstruct our Navy from capturing pirates. Do you want to collude with the pirates?" The label of colluding with pirates made some villagers' faces show signs of fear. "Heh!" At this moment, a light laugh broke the tense atmosphere. Bai Ye slowly stepped out from the crowd, looking at the jumping Colonel Mouse with disdain and contempt in his eyes. "I didn't expect that no matter the era, there'd always be scoundrels like you in the Navy. Bastard, what did you say?" Colonel Mouse screamed, as if someone had stepped on his tail. "You damn pirate, daring to insult me. Colonel, seize him, beat him up." With his command, the Navy soldiers rushed forward shouting, "Oomph, a bunch of scoundrels, all of you get lost." Bai Ye didn't even move his feet, just focusing his mind. An invisible, overwhelming conqueror-esque haki erupted from him like a tsunami. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, heavy enough to suffocate. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of dull sounds of bones shattering and piercing screams. The charging Navy soldiers didn't even touch the corner of Bai Ye's clothing before they were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, each spitting blood, their eyes rolling back, crashing to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. "Why you? What did you do?" Colonel Mouse's arrogant expression was instantly replaced by terror as he pointed at Bai Ye, his finger trembling violently. "You despicable pirate! You dare to attack our Navy!" In Colonel Mouse's mind, the Navy uniform was the strongest weapon. As long as he revealed his identity as a Navy officer, pirates in the East Sea would flee in fear and surrender. He never even dared to imagine someone like Bai Ye, who treated the Navy as nothing and boldly struck them down. His greatest reliance seemed so ridiculous in front of this man. "All right, it's your turn now." Bai Ye's gaze fell on the already trembling Colonel Mouse, his expression indifferent, as if looking at a buzzing fly. He casually extended his index finger towards Colonel Mouse and flicked it lightly. "Get lost." Colonel Mouse barely had time to let out a piercing scream before he was propelled into the sky by an irresistible force, turning into a shooting star and disappearing at the edge of the horizon. "All right, the annoying fly has finally disappeared," Bai Ye said, retracting his finger nonchalantly. To him, this was nothing more than swatting a bunch of bothersome insects. However, the annihilation of the entire Navy's 16th Division was akin to a severe earthquake for the entire Navy in the East Sea. In Lowtown, at the East Sea Navy's main base, in the smoke-filled office of the base commander, Smoker, he was irritably dealing with a mountain of paperwork when the telephone snail on his desk suddenly rang urgently. "Brew, brew, brew, brew." Smoker picked up the receiver, and a panicked voice came from the other end. "Commander Smoker, it's bad. All the Navy in the 16th Division have been wiped out by pirates." Upon hearing the report, Smoker's face instantly darkened like water, and he abruptly stood up, crushing the 2 cigars in his hand. "What did you say?" "The Navy in the 16th Division. Wiped out by a pirate." Shock and fury intertwined and burned his eyes. The atmosphere in the entire office plunged to freezing point. Chapter 21. In a moment, the Navy of the East Sea is annihilated. The East Sea, known as the weakest ocean among the 4 seas, has been shrouded in a layer of legend due to the birth of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, and thus has become a primary target for the Navy's monitoring and crackdown. In order to thoroughly eradicate the pirate forces in this sea, the Navy headquarters even made an exception to dispatch the powerful Logia-type smoke fruit user, Captain Smoker, to take command in Lowtown as the base chief of the East Sea. In this sea, where the concept of Hawkeye was unheard of, Smoker's elemental abilities were nearly invincible. Under Smoker's governance, the pirate forces in the East Sea were largely eradicated, and those that remained were already frightened into submission, making the title of the weakest sea quite fitting. Pirates in the East Sea, upon encountering the Navy, would scatter like mice before a cat, with no other option but to flee in panic. However, at this moment, this ironclad rule was completely shattered by a shocking piece of news. A Navy branch had been completely annihilated by pirates. This was akin to a hard slap in the face of Captain Smoker, the White Hunter. "Who did this?" Smoker's voice was low and dripping with anger. The air in the office became tense. When did a pirate capable of annihilating a branch appear in the East Sea? "Report to you, Captain Smoker. According to the scattered intelligence we currently have, the name of that pirate is White Knight." A terrified voice continued from the microphone. "White Knight." Smoker furrowed his brow, rapidly searching his mind for this unfamiliar name. "Who is this? Is there such a character on the pirate list of the East Sea? Get his detailed information." "Captain Smoker, we We can't find any records of White Knight in any of our intelligence databases in the East Sea. No records? Smoker's expression grew more serious as he walked to the window, looking out at the port of Lobetown, lost in thought. A rookie pirate? Impossible. How could a rookie possess the power to destroy an entire Navy branch? This matter was filled with oddities. But no matter who the opponent was or where they came from, it no longer mattered. Whoever he is, Smoker turned around, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Anyone who dares to wield a butcher's knife against our Navy must not be spared. Relay my orders. Assemble all the warships from every branch in the East Sea. Gather all forces. Move out immediately. He intended to crush this audacious pirate with overwhelming force. He wanted all the pirates in the East Sea to see the consequences of challenging the justice of a Navy. Yes, Captain. The mobilization capability of a Navy was terrifying. Under Smoker's direct command, a massive fleet composed of dozens of warships was assembled in just 2 days, cutting through the waves and arriving near Cocoa West Village. On the deck, the sea breeze caused Smoker's justice coat to flap loudly. He held 2 cigars in his mouth, the thick smoke mingling with the mist over the sea. Is it confirmed? That bastard named White Knight is on that island ahead? Smoker tilted his head and asked his anxious female adjutant, Tashigi. Yes, Captain Smoker. Tashigi adjusted her glasses and nodded vigorously. The intelligence indicates that Pirate White Knight is indeed in Cocoa West Village and has not left. Very well. Full speed ahead for the entire fleet. A cold light flashed in Smoker's eyes. Remember, our goal is to eliminate Pirate White Knight. Be careful during the operation. Absolutely do not harm any civilians in the village. Yes. Captain, full speed ahead. With the order given, the Navy warships charged towards the coast of Cocoa West Village like arrows released from a bow. As soon as the warships landed, Smoker took the lead, leading a throng of Navy soldiers into the village. Soon, they found a figure standing leisurely in the central open area of the village. Captain Smoker, it's him. He is the Pirate White Knight. Tashigi immediately recognized the man and pointed him out to Smoker. Oh, Smoker scrutinized White Knight, who appeared calm, seemingly indifferent to the encirclement of hundreds of Navy personnel around him. He waved his hand and coldly commanded, "Surround him." Yes, the Navy soldiers instantly spread out, their guns and swords aimed at the center where White Knight stood, forming an impenetrable encirclement. However, White Knight, trapped in this dire situation, merely lazily lifted his eyelids, glanced at the insignia on Smoker's shoulder, and displayed a hint of disappointment and helplessness on his face. Oh, the Navy has arrived? Not too slow. What's this? Just a Navy colonel? I thought at least a Navy admiral would come. You Navy, don't you underestimate me too much? White Knight was very clear that by annihilating the wasteful Captain Mouse and his crew, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Navy. In his anticipated script, to deal with a being of his level, the Navy headquarters should at least send an admiral to show respect. Instead, what came was just a base chief from the East Sea. What is this? An insult? You damn pirate. You dare to be arrogant even when death is at your doorstep. Smoker's anger was instantly ignited by White Knight's contemptuous attitude, veins bulging on his forehead. Capture him. Hee. White Knight looked at the shouting and charging Navy soldiers with a mocking smile, lightly uttering a few words. All of you kneel. The moment the words fell, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from White Knight. This was not a gust of wind, nor a sound, but an absolute dominating force that came from the depths of the soul. The Conqueror's Hawkeye, like an invisible ocean, instantly swept across the entire Cocoa West Village. The air solidified, and time seemed to stop flowing. The fierce expressions on the faces of the charging Navy soldiers were instantly replaced by extreme fear. An irresistible great power descended, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down hard on each of their spines. Crack, crack. The groans of bones, under unbearable weight, rose and fell. Thud, thud, thud. The frontline Navy soldiers' legs went weak, their bodies uncontrollably kneeling to the ground. Followed by the second row, the third row. Like a row of falling dominoes, hundreds and thousands of Navy soldiers, without even touching the hem of White Knight's clothes, all faced White Knight, kneeling down in humiliation, trembling, having lost the courage to even look up. Even Smoker, who was directing the operation, felt an unprecedented, horrifying pressure locking onto him. He roared, his lower body turning into thick smoke, trying to break free from this binding force. However, that Hawkeye was like a shadow, unimaginably heavy, suppressing even his elemental body. Ugh! Smoker's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth, his knees bending inch by inch, and finally, with a muffled sound of unwillingness, this invincible white hunter of the East Sea also humiliatingly knelt on one knee. Cold sweat soaking his back. The whole scene fell into silence. White Knight didn't even lift a finger, yet made the entire elite navy of the East Sea submit. This is Conqueror's Hawkeye. Smoker struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Who exactly are you? As a former elite who had spent time in the Navy headquarters, he had certainly witnessed Conqueror's Hawkeye, but he had never felt such terror, such dominance, such unreasonable Conqueror's Hawkeye. In the face of this power, his resistance seemed so laughable and powerless. My name is White Knight. White Knight looked down at him, his expression indifferent as he spoke. White Knight. The name once again drilled into Smoker's ears, his face a mix of horror and confusion. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not understand what kind of terrifying existence lay behind this name. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in the Marshal's office was solemn and serious. The current Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, was furrowing his brow as he dealt with a mountain of documents, each representing the increasingly rampant pirate activities on the seas. At that moment, the office door was pushed open, and the Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Tsuru, known for her wisdom and strategy, hurried in with an unprecedented gravity on her face. Tsuru, what happened? Sengoku raised his head, seeing the expression of his old friend. His heart sank instantly. Sengoku, something big has happened. Tsuru's voice was hoarse and heavy as she slammed an urgent report on the table. East Blue, total annihilation. Base Commander Smoker has confirmed defeat. What did you say? Sengoku suddenly stood up from his seat, the immense force causing the teacups on the table to rattle. He grabbed the report, his eyes widening beneath his gold-rimmed glasses. The entire East Blue Navy has been annihilated. Are you joking? Smoker was there. How could this be possible? Who did this? Tsuru took a deep breath and slowly revealed a name, according to the last information relayed by the East Blue Navy. It was a man named White Knight. White Knight. Upon hearing this name, Sengoku was momentarily stunned, and then it was as if a lightning bolt from decades past struck deep within his memory. His complexion turned pale in an instant, his pupils constricted violently, and a look of shock that was 100 times greater than when he learned of the East Blue's annihilation appeared on his face. This name? Wait, could it be him? No, it can't be. Sengoku murmured in disbelief, his body swaying slightly. This absolutely cannot be true. He died 60 years ago. Chapter 22. The name that shocked Sengoku in Garp. Sengoku is already 77 years old this year. He has dedicated most of his life to the sea and the seagull flag. He still vividly remembers the storm that swept the world when he was just a teenager, freshly donned in a Navy uniform, full of the belief that justice could do anything. It was 60 years ago, a year that made the world tremble. A pirate crew named White Knight swept across half of the world with unstoppable force, directly targeting the center of world power and launching a brutal attack on the world government. The captain, White Knight, was etched like a curse into the hearts of all the powerful beings of that era. At that time, Sengoku was just an ordinary recruit in the Navy training camp, sweating every day, dreaming of future achievements. That level of war felt as distant as a myth to him. He didn't know exactly what happened, only that during that time, the entire Navy headquarters was shrouded in a doomsday-like panic, the air so heavy it was suffocating. He only knew that the storm came quickly and left just as fast. Not long after, the world government announced to the world that White Knight had been eliminated, and his pirate crew had been completely destroyed. Soon after, the era of rocks began. Over the long years, new legends overshadowed old taboos. The name White Knight, like scrap iron sinking to the bottom of the sea, was gradually forgotten by Sengoku in the depths of his memory. But today, this name that should have decayed in the dust of history thundered back into his ears with immense force. How could Sengoku not be shocked? How could he not be afraid? Sakura, are you sure the intelligence is correct? Sengoku braced himself on his desk, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Staring intently at his old friend, his voice trembling with excitement. Is it really? White Knight. Sengoku, I have had the intelligence department confirm it multiple times. Sakura's face showed no sign of jest. Her eyes, which had seen countless things, were filled with gravity and unease. The last message from the East Blue confirmed that the man's name is indeed White Knight. Clearly, Vice Admiral Sakura also understood the terrible past that this name represented. Huh. Sengoku let out a long breath, forcing himself to calm down. He slowly sat back in his chair, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. This matter has exceeded what our Navy can handle alone. I need to contact the godson immediately. Sengoku took out a completely white, unadorned transponder snail from the deepest part of his drawer. This is a privilege of the Fleet Admiral, allowing direct communication with the highest authority, the godson. Sengoku picked up the receiver, and the transponder snail was quickly connected. A hoarse and authoritative voice came from the other end. Hello, Sengoku, what is it? Godson, I have the most urgent, highest-level intelligence to report. Sengoku spoke slowly, his tone as serious as a mountain. We have just received intelligence that a man named White Knight has appeared in the East Blue, single-handedly destroying all our naval forces deployed there. As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the transponder snail fell into a deathly silence. After a moment, the voice spoke again, but with an undeniable coldness. I understand. The matter of White Knight will be handled by the world government. You Navy just continue to combat pirates at sea. Remember, do not interfere. Click. As soon as the words fell, the godson directly hung up the phone, leaving Sengoku no chance for further questioning. The godson's intention was clear, to completely seal off everything about White Knight at the highest level. Whether this reappearing White Knight is real or not. They did not want more people to know, and even less did they want the Navy to interfere. Sengoku gripped the receiver tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He looked at Vice Admiral Sakura, his brows furrowed into a shape. Sakura, it seems the godson does not want us to interfere in anything regarding White Knight. So what should we do now? Vice Admiral Sakura asked, her brows also tightly knitted, worry etched on her face. All naval bases in the East Blue have lost contact. We have completely lost control of that sea area. This is an unprecedented disgrace in naval history. This is indeed a very troublesome matter. Sengoku's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, his mind racing to formulate a strategy. That guy Garp seems to be on vacation in the East Blue. Let's send him to secretly investigate the situation in the East Blue under the guise of a vacation. Understood. Vice Admiral Sakura nodded, saying no more, and immediately turned to make arrangements. At this moment, in a certain area of the East Blue, the sun was shining brightly, and the sea breeze was gentle. The naval hero Garp was sprawled out on a beach chair, lazily enjoying the sun while munching on a donut, dozing off contentedly. Just then, his transponder snail began to ring. Hello, is that you, Sakura? What's going on? Garp answered the transponder snail nonchalantly, asking lazily, I'm on vacation. You know, Garp, what is the situation in the East Blue right now? The serious voice of Vice Admiral Sakura came from the transponder snail. The situation in the East Blue? Garp lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing at the calm sea, and replied with confusion. It's calm and peaceful. Nothing wrong at all. We just received the latest news that all the Navy in the East Blue has been defeated by a pirate. Vice Admiral Sakura's voice carried a chilling tone, and the person responsible for this was a pirate named White Knight. White Knight. Garp stopped chewing on his donut, pondering the name, which sounded somewhat familiar. Wait, could it be that White Knight? With a thunderous boom, Garp seemed to be struck by lightning, springing up from his lounge chair, the leisure and laziness on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by a mix of shock and fear. That's right, it's the White Knight. Vice Admiral Sakura confirmed in a deep voice. How is this possible? That monster. He clearly died 60 years ago. Garp shouted in disbelief. No wonder Garp lost his composure like this. 60 years ago, Garp was 18, full of youthful vigor, fearless and reckless. He followed then Rear Admiral Steelbone Kong, and had the fortune, or misfortune, of participating in the ultimate battle to eradicate the White Knight pirate crew. In that battle, the young Garp witnessed what true power was. White Knight could crush a giant island into dust with a single punch and cleave the boundless sea with a single sword. The terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth still sends chills down Garp's spine, even today, 60 years later. Especially the image of White Knight single-handedly fighting against the Gorosei and the Knights of God was etched deep into his soul. Was that truly a power any human could possess? With the death of White Knight, his legend became a taboo, strictly prohibited from discussion by the world government. But now, Sakura actually tells him that this man, who should only exist in nightmares, has reappeared on the sea, and right in the East Blue where he is. How could Garp not be shocked? We don't know the specifics either. Vice Admiral Sakura's voice pulled Garp back from his memories. The world government has ordered that we Navy are not to interfere in this matter. Garp, you need to investigate secretly under the guise of your vacation, and make sure to clarify the truth about this White Knight. Understood. Kapu's expression completely changed. He threw away the donut in his hand and jumped onto his warship in a single leap. The once carefree naval hero now radiated a terrifying aura as if facing a formidable enemy. Cocoa West Village. The terrifying conqueror's Hawkeye of Bai Ye still enveloped the entire area, and all the Navy led by Smoker felt as if they were being crushed by an invisible mountain, unable to move. Damn pirates, if you had the guts, just kill us. Smoker ground his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and he used all his strength to roar from his throat. As a Navy officer with justice ingrained in his bones, he had long been prepared to sacrifice himself for it. After witnessing this irresistible absolute power, all that remained in Smoker's heart was unwillingness and a desperate desire for death. Kill you? Why would I kill you? Bai Ye walked slowly in front of him, looking down from a height, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you interested in becoming my subordinate? Damn, you cursed pirate. You can't make me betray the Navy, betray the justice in my heart. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Smoker felt deeply insulted and immediately became furious. I'm only asking you to be my subordinate, not to betray justice. Bai Ye chucked it lightly, his laughter carrying a hint of worldly wisdom. Once on my ship, there are many navies like you. Bai Ye was not lying. 60 years ago, he indeed gathered a group of naval powerhouses who were completely disillusioned with the world government and the celestial dragons, seeking another kind of justice. He ignored Smoker's resolute refusal and continued in a highly tempting tone. Don't be so quick to refuse. By becoming my subordinate, I can let you execute the flawless, true justice you envision. True justice? Smoker was taken aback, not understanding what Bai Ye meant by this. Of course, Bai Ye's eyes became profound, as if he could see into people's hearts. Anyone who dares to destroy or violate true justice will be punished, no matter if they're pirates, navy, or high-ranking officials of the world government. Even those self-proclaimed gods, the celestial dragons, will also be sanctioned. Sanction? The celestial dragons? These 4 words struck Smoker's mind like a thunderclap. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Yet beneath this disbelief, a desire that even he was unaware of began to grow wildly like weeds. Smoker knew better than anyone what kind of transcendent beings the celestial dragons were. They were gods, the creators of the world, and the crimes they committed could not be punished by the Navy. Instead, the Navy had to protect the celestial dragons. This distorted sense of justice had long filled Smoker's heart with anger and frustration. However, he was just a Navy colonel, and despite having 100 unwilling thoughts, he had to obey orders. Therefore, upon hearing of an opportunity to sanction the celestial dragons, how could he not be shaken to the core? Seeing the complex emotions changing on Smoker's face, Bai Ye smiled faintly. No need to rush your answer. You can take your time to think about it. Now, I need to go entertain my old enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ye slowly raised his head, his gaze crossing the village to look at the distant sea surface. There, at the horizon where the sea met the sky, a dozen massive black warships were cutting through the waves, slowly approaching. The design of those warships was completely different from the Navy's, their hulls larger and more menacing. And flying from the main mast was the flag representing the highest authority of the world government. A pressure even more sinister and immense than that of the Navy fleet, was rapidly closing in on this small village. Chapter 23. The return to battle with the five elders. The sea breeze, carrying a salty and humid scent, brushed across the tranquil coastline of Cocoa Village. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. At the horizon, dark spots gradually expanded, transforming into dozens of menacing giant warships. These warships were entirely black, designed with an aura of coldness and oppression, far larger than the Navy fleet led by Smog. Intricate and ancient patterns were carved on the hulls, and instead of the Navy's seagull insignia, they bore the flag representing the supreme power of the world government, a banner that instilled fear across the seas. An invisible yet heavy pressure, as weighty as a mountain, enveloped the entire island as the fleet approached, making the air seem almost solid. At the center of the fleet, on the deck of the largest flagship, a figure sat in a luxurious chair. He wore a flat hat, a black suit, glasses perched on his nose, and leaned on a cane. He was one of the five elders, the god of science and defense, Jigorothea Satan. A hint of impatience and anxiety crossed his face. "What's the situation? Haven't we reached our destination yet?" Satan's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority as he lightly tapped his cane on the deck, producing a dull sound. "Reporting to you, Lord Satan." A world government agent dressed in a white suit hurried forward, respectfully kneeling on one knee. "We have located the target island. We can land at any time." "Very good." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Satan's murky eyes. "Land immediately. I want to find a man called White Knight at the first opportunity. Confirm his identity." "Yes. Full speed ahead. Prepare to land." With the command given, the massive fleet, like a steel behemoth, cut through the waves, fiercely approaching the coastline of Cocoa Village. The soldiers on board were already prepared for battle, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. However, just as one of the warships was about to touch the beach, buzz, a dazzling silver light, as brilliant as it could be, seemed to tear through space, shooting out from the forest on the shore without warning. It was a concentrated sword aura. Wherever it passed, the air emitted a sharp wail, and even the light distorted. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the skies. That priceless giant warship was as fragile as paper before this sword aura, instantly splitting from bow to stern. Broken steel, burning wood, and remnants of soldiers were hurled into the sky by the massive shockwave, turning into a brilliant yet deadly firework before crashing into the sea, stirring up towering waves. The sudden violent shaking made Satan on the flagship tremble. He grabbed the handrail and looked grimly toward the direction of the explosion. "What's going on? What happened?" "Lord Satan, it's bad. We have come under attack." Another agent rushed in, rolling and crawling, his voice filled with fear. "An attack?" Satan laughed in anger, slowly rising to his feet. His cane struck the deck heavily. "There are still people in this sea who dare to attack a fleet flying the world government flag. I want to see who has the audacity." Limping, he walked step by step to the edge of the ship, his gaze sweeping like a hawk toward the shore. Just then, accompanied by a rustling of footsteps, a figure slowly emerged from the deep forest. He held a long sword, its blade still retaining a trace of a sharp aura. Clearly, the stunning strike just now had come from him. When he saw the face of the person emerging from the forest, even Satan, who had seen many storms as one of the five elders, felt his pupils suddenly contract to the extreme. His breath hitched, and a look of horror, as if he had seen a ghost, appeared on his face. That face that had appeared countless times in his nightmares over the past 60 years. No, it's impossible. He is already dead. Satan's heart raced wildly, and he instinctively denied this terrifying thought. In this world, there couldn't be anyone who had come back from the dead. This was absolutely not him. 60 years ago, during that earth-shattering battle, he had personally witnessed White Knight's body crumble under the siege, his life extinguished. That sense of certainty could not be wrong. Thinking of this, Satan forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil, defining the man before him as an imposter who merely resembled the original. He straightened his back again, the authority of the world's pinnacle returning to him. He pointed at the figure on the shore, his voice cold as he reprimanded, "Whoever you are, dare to impersonate the soul of White Knight and cause chaos here. You will only meet your death. Hearing Satan's words, White Knight seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He threw back his head and burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha! Impersonate? The laughter abruptly stopped, and White Knight's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp, like a sword being unsheathed. It's been 60 years, Elder, you old bastard. Not only have you become lame, were you also blind? Before the words finished, an indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from White Knight. Black-red lightning surged wildly around him. The sky seemed to darken. The sea roared in response, and the entire island trembled under this overwhelming pressure. On the fleet, countless soldiers of insufficient strength foamed at the mouth and fainted instantly. This oppressive aura. This feeling? If appearances could be similar, this unique, regal presence, this aura that once made the entire world government tremble, could absolutely not be impersonated. The psychological barrier that Satan had just established collapsed the moment he sensed this familiar aura. How is this possible? You clearly died. How could you still be alive? Satan exclaimed in shock. His previously calm demeanor completely vanished, leaving only profound fear and disbelief. That's right. 60 years ago, you used despicable schemes to kill me. A sense of vengeful delight spread across White Knight's face. But I crawled back from hell. Satan, now it's your turn to die. White Knight's right fist suddenly clenched tightly, the overwhelming conqueror's Hawkeye wildly coalescing, black-red arcs of lightning swirling around it, as if he were holding a black sun in his hand. Then he punched toward the flagship where Satan stood, across hundreds of meters of sea. Boom! A visible shockwave of Conqueror's Hawkeye, carrying the power to destroy everything, tore through the atmosphere, rushing towards Satan. Faced with this world-ending strike, Satan reacted quickly, roaring in anger as he also clenched his fist, gathering his own Hawkeye to the limit, and charged forward. Bang! Boom! The two forces representing the pinnacle of combat power in the world collided in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but a scene more terrifying than an explosion erupted. The space seemed to be torn apart. Countless dark bolts of lightning wildly intertwined and collided, forming a massive energy sphere. The ensuing shockwave pressed the sea surface down into two huge depressions, while several nearby warships were squeezed and deformed by this shockwave, letting out a painful metallic wail. After a brief stalemate, both men were shaken back a step by the massive recoil. It's not over yet. Slash. The moment the clash of Hawkeye ended, White Knight's figure had disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, the long sword in his hand was raised high, a black slash infused with armament Hawkeye, carrying the momentum to cut through mountains and seas, was brought down towards Satan's head. Not good. Satan didn't expect White Knight's attack to transition so rapidly. In a rush, he could only barely raise his arm to block. Rip! The sound of a blade cutting into flesh was clearly audible. Even with the protection of armament Hawkeye, a massive wound deep enough to see the bone was still carved into the chest of Saint Satan, and black blood gushed out like a fountain. Damn it! Looking at the sword mark on his chest, entwined with rich Hawkeye and continuously eroding his wound, Saint Satan's expression became extremely grim. He possessed terrifying regenerative abilities, but this wound infused with the Hawkeye of the night was greatly hindering his self-healing. 5 Elders. 60 years ago, you won through schemes and tricks. Bai Ye stood with his sword, flames of vengeance burning in his eyes. Now, it was time for me to settle everything. As the words fell, he stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light, charging once again towards Saint Satan. Facing the charging Bai Ye, Saint Satan also rushed to meet him. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the two began to engage in a fierce battle. At the same time, in a hidden sea area not far away, a small boat disguised as an ordinary merchant ship was gently rocking with the waves. On the boat, a strange figure dressed in a suit, wearing a top hat, but with a bird-like face, was holding a telescope, shaking with excitement. He was none other than Morgans, the president of the World News Agency. Having grasped some top-secret information about Bai Ye, Morgans had been relentlessly pursued by the CP organization during this time. But he not only did not give up, he became even more convinced that the more the world government wanted to hide it, the more astonishing the secrets behind the name Bai Ye were. If he could uncover this secret, he would create a super news story capable of shaking the entire sea. Rumbling. The shockwaves from the battle between Bai Ye and Saint Satan reached him, causing his small boat to sway violently. Morgans immediately aimed his telescope at the center of the battle. That is, the 5 elders of the world government. The scientific defense warrior, Jagaroja, Saint Satan. Morgans recognized Saint Satan at a glance, and his heart jumped into his throat. The 5 elders actually took action themselves to deal with Bai Ye. My God, what kind of huge secret is hidden within this man named Bai Ye? Hurry, notify everyone immediately. Morgans shouted frantically to his subordinates. Mobilize all our informants. Spare no effort and dig for information. Extract all intelligence regarding this Bai Ye person. At the same time, he immediately took out a specially made image-transmitting snail, aimed it at the distant battlefield, and pressed the shutter. Click, click. The flash continued to illuminate, capturing this scene that could change the world order. Morgans knew he was witnessing history. Chapter 24, Severing an Arm, The Escaping 5 Elders. Boom! The terrifying roar echoed through the sky, causing the entire island to tremble violently under the clash between Bai Ye and Saint Satan. The ground cracked, giant rocks turned to dust, and the frenzied shockwaves lifted the surrounding seawater into towering waves, as if the apocalypse had arrived. As one of the highest authorities of the world government, Saint Satan's strength was beyond doubt, enough to make any sea emperor feel challenged. Especially now that he had transformed into a monstrous form, he resembled a true beast. Unfortunately, he was up against Bai Ye, a true monster that should have been buried in the dust of history 60 years ago. Bai Ye's offensive was as fierce as a storm, with every punch and sword strike containing the overwhelming Hawkeye capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. His swordsmanship was grand, yet exquisite, with each slash accurately targeting the weak points of Saint Satan's defense. You bastard, 5 elders. Bai Ye roared, his right fist wrapped in a pitch-black Hawkeye, so thick that it generated visible arcs of electricity with a sizzling sound. Then Bai Ye launched a punch, compressing the air in front of him and forming a visible shockwave that struck straight at Saint Satan's face. Oh no! Saint Satan's 8 legs suddenly plunged into the ground, trying to stabilize himself. His arms crossed in front of his chest, he activated his Hawkeye to the extreme, forming a heavy black shield. However, Bai Ye's power was too overwhelming. Bang! The collision of fist and shield did not produce a dull sound, but rather a tremendous noise akin to mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. Saint Satan's defense shattered, and that unmatched force slammed into his chest. His massive body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing through several large rocks before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough, cough. A mouthful of black blood mixed with internal fragments gushed out, and Saint Satan's face turned deathly pale. That damn bastard, as he felt the life force within him being violently damaged by the Hawkeye. A flicker of unprecedented terror and madness flashed in his eyes. He knew that by relying solely on himself, he would undoubtedly die today. All battleships, obey my command. Saint Satan raised his head, using all his strength to issue a frenzied roar to the world government fleet surrounding the island. All of you attack. Attack. Target the entire island. Erase it from the map. Yes. All cannons fired. The order was executed without hesitation by the soldiers of the world government. Dozens of steel battleships, standing off the coastline, unleashed devastating fire at the same time from their dark cannon mouths. Countless shells, trailing long tails of flames, tore through the sky like a steel meteor shower, covering the island where Bai Ye was located. The scale of this bombardment, while not as large as the demon-slaying order, was not much smaller. As for the innocent civilians on the island and the Navy personnel, like Smoker, who were carrying out their missions, in Saint Satan's eyes, they were merely negligible sacrifices necessary to eliminate Bai Ye. As long as Bai Ye could be killed, sacrificing 10 or 100 times the Navy was worth it. Boom! The first round of shells landed, and the earth-shattering explosions followed one after another. The island instantly turned into a sea of flames, shockwaves stirring up smoke and fire, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Smoker and his team, who were in the process of evacuating civilians, were suddenly thrown into chaos by the indiscriminate attack. What the hell is going on? Smoker crawled up from the rubble, wiping the dust off his face, and roared, "Where did the cannon fire come from?" "Commander Smoker, it's the world government's battleships." Das Bones, beside him, looked at the familiar silhouettes of ships on the distant sea, her voice trembling with disbelief. "The world government's battleships are attacking us. Damn it, contact them immediately using the Den Mushi." Smoker's eyes turned red as he roared. "Tell them we are still on the island. There are still many civilians on the island." "Yes." Das Bones immediately took out the Den Mushi and anxiously dialed. However, the other end of the Den Mushi was met with silence. After receiving Saint Satan's orders, the world government fleet had cut off all internal communications. Now, their primary target was to eliminate Bai Ye. As for Smoker and his Navy colleagues, if they died, so be it. "Commander Smoker, the world government isn't answering our call." Das Bones' face was filled with panic and despair. Damn, the accursed world government. Upon hearing this result, Smoker's heart sank, a chilling dread washing over him. He suddenly understood that they had been treated as expendable pawns, abandoned along with the island. He recalled the Navy justice he had always believed in, the blood he had shed to uphold the world government's rule. And now, the government he had sworn loyalty to was ruthlessly burying them along with the enemy. A profound sense of sorrow and irony filled the hearts of all the Navy present. Meanwhile, at the center of the artillery fire, Saint Satan himself managed to contact the other 4 elders of the 5 elders in Marineford. As soon as the Den Mushi connected, anxious voices came through one after another. "Hello, Saint Satan. What's the situation? Have you eliminated that imposter named Bai Ye?" "That's right. We must completely erase any information regarding Bai Ye. We cannot allow that name to appear on the seas again." In their eyes, this so-called Bai Ye was merely a reckless madman borrowing a forbidden name. They were utterly convinced that the real Bai Ye had perished 60 years ago under their siege, body and soul annihilated. However, what Saint Satan said next caused the 4 faces on the other end of the Den Mushi to freeze in shock. "No, this Bai Ye is not an imposter." Saint Satan's voice was hoarse and urgent, filled with fear. "He is real. Bai Ye has truly resurrected." What are you saying? Saint Satan, are you crazy? What a joke. Impossible. Bai Ye died 60 years ago. We witnessed it with our own eyes. How can a dead person come back to life? The faces of the other 4 elders were filled with shock and absurdity. They could not believe this fact. They had personally participated in that brutal battle 60 years ago and witnessed that man's fall. Now, Saint Satan was telling them that the nightmare had returned. Although hard to believe, it was true. Saint Satan gasped for breath, fearfully looking at the area engulfed in flames not far away. Bai Ye, he has truly resurrected. And his strength. Oh no, Bai Ye is coming out. Before he could finish, amidst the roaring flames and explosive smoke, a figure tore through the inferno like a sword, emerging unscathed. "You scum, all of you die." Bai Ye, bursting forth from the sea of flames, had eyes burning with golden fury. He concentrated the terrifying Hawkeye into his right fist and swung it towards the distant steel fleet. Boom! Rumble. This punch did not launch any physical projectile, but the space in front shattered like a mirror. Immediately after, a formless, world-destroying wave of Hawkeye surged across the sea at a speed surpassing sound, crashing violently into the world government fleet. Boom! 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 A series of even more intense explosions erupted. Those sturdy steel battleships, under the impact of Bai Ye's Hawkeye, twisted and disintegrated like paper from bow to stern, ultimately turning into fireballs shooting into the sky. On the surface of the sea, raging fires burned fiercely, debris scattered everywhere, and tens of thousands of soldiers from the world government sank into the cold depths of the sea without even having time to scream. Damn it, the power of White Knight is even more terrifying than 60 years ago. Saint Satan witnessed this miraculous scene with his own eyes, his soul in despair. He shouted frantically into the Den Mushi, "Summon him back immediately. Hurry!" After the brief encounter just now, Saint Satan understood all too well that White Knight's strength was unfathomable, even stronger than it was 60 years ago. 60 years ago, it took the combined efforts of the five elders, along with the entire God Knights, and ultimately relied on Lord M's surprise attack to pay a heavy price to defeat White Knight. Now he was alone, and there was no way he could be a match for White Knight. He must retreat immediately. Understood. Prepare at once. Summon Jaguar, Lucia, Saint Satan back. The other four elders also realized the seriousness of the situation. The resurrection of White Knight, an event that could overturn the foundations of the world, must be discussed again immediately. In an instant, a pentagram magic circle composed of countless strange runes appeared beneath Saint Satan's feet, emitting an ominous black light. The figure of Saint Satan began to become illusory in the glow of the magic circle, gradually disappearing. Trying to run? Leave your life behind. White Knight saw through his intention, his eyes sharp, and the long sword in his hand instantly transformed into a bolt of pitch-black lightning, delivering an incredibly swift slash. Rip! The fierce sword energy tore through the air, accompanied by a sound of tearing that made one's teeth ache, followed by an incredibly sorrowful scream. Saint Satan's spider leg, along with his arm, was completely severed by White Knight's sword energy, black blood spraying out. Just as White Knight was about to swing his sword again to completely leave him behind, the magic circle's light suddenly surged, and Saint Satan's figure, along with the severed arm, completely vanished from the spot. Did he escape? White Knight looked at the empty magic circle and the pool of black blood belonging to Saint Satan on the ground, his gaze cold. Consider yourself lucky. Although somewhat disappointed, he did not care too much. Revenge must be taken one by one. Debts must also be collected one by one. With Saint Satan's disgraceful escape and the complete annihilation of the World Government fleet, this earth-shattering battle came to a close with White Knight's overwhelming victory. Chapter 25, A Passionate Goal. Starting from the East Sea, as Satan's saint fled in disgrace and the World Government fleet was completely annihilated, this earth-shattering battle came to a dramatic end with a resounding victory for White Knight. The sea breeze swept through, stirring up the thick smell of gunpowder and blood. The once war-torn Cocoa Island now fell into a deathly silence. The naval soldiers on the island slumped to the ground, their faces filled with a mixture of bewilderment and relief, staring blankly at the distant sea where flames leapt into the sky, as if watching a post-apocalyptic painting. Has the battle ended? Smoker took a deep puff from his cigar, but the tremor in his voice could not be concealed by the smoke. He leaned against the wall, forcing himself to stand, his gaze fixed on the burning sea. Just moments ago, the world government's relentless bombardment had nearly plunged them, the abandoned navy, into despair. They had already prepared to sink with the island. However, the reversal of the battle was so swift it was incomprehensible. Yes, Commander Smoker, the battle is over. Tashigi, leaning on her famous sword, replied with a pale face, her eyes filled with complex emotions, both grateful for being saved and lost in the collapse of her faith. The warships of the world government were all destroyed by that pirate, White Knight. The five elders were also defeated and fled. That pirate, White Knight. White Knight's victory left Smoker's heart in turmoil. Yes, they had been abandoned by the world government, even attacked by their own. Yet, deep down, they still considered themselves defenders of justice. Now, a pirate had defeated the world government and saved them, creating a violent conflict between this gratitude and their sense of justice, nearly driving Smoker to the brink of mental collapse. White Knight's victory meant they were spared, but it also meant that everything they had upheld was ruthlessly trampled by this pirate. How? It seems I won, but you're not happy. I just saved you. A calm voice suddenly rang out behind them. Smoker and Tashigi stiffened and turned around abruptly to see White Knight standing not far away. His previously overwhelming aura now reined in, but just his presence felt like an insurmountable mountain, making it hard to breathe. You, pirate. Smoker gritted his teeth. Forcing out those words, his face flushed. No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to thank a pirate. White Knight seemed unfazed by his attitude, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hey, what are you thinking? Are you planning to go back and serve that world government that would abandon you at any moment? Or become my subordinate? White Knight's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every Navy present. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The soldiers behind Smoker revealed expressions of wavering. If it were before, they would have unhesitatingly arrested a pirate who made such an offer. But just moments ago, it was the world government shells that had nearly shattered their warship. And it was the 5 elders' orders that had turned them into pawns. That cold betrayal still haunted them. We will not become pirates. Smoker clenched his fists, still stubbornly declaring. This was his final bottom line. Don't worry. White Knight seemed to have anticipated this response. As your subordinate, you will still be in Navy. Only, you will be executing true justice, not the hypocritical rhetoric of the celestial dragons. True justice? Smoker suddenly looked up, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. If that's the case. Smoker looked into White Knight's deep eyes, struggling for a long time, ultimately as if making a certain decision. Slowly and solemnly bowed his head. Lord White Knight. Though he didn't say much, this title already indicated his choice. Very good. White Knight nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you will govern the entire East Sea for me. Anyone, whether Navy, pirate, or the world government's lackeys, even the celestial dragons, as long as they violate justice in this sea, you can deal with them. Yes, Lord White Knight. Upon hearing this, a genuine smile involuntarily appeared on Smoker's otherwise tense face. Isn't this exactly the kind of unbound, thorough justice he had always pursued? Hey, you've been watching for a while, it's time to come out. Just then, White Knight suddenly turned his head, looking toward a pile of ruins not far away, and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh broke out. Pop pop, accompanied by the sound of munching senbei. A tall figure walked out of the shadows. It was the Navy hero, Carp, Vice Admiral Carp. Upon seeing him, Smoker and Tashigi were taken aback and quickly saluted. Carp, what are you doing here? White Knight looked at this familiar old guy with great interest. Wahaha, I was just on vacation and happened to pass by here. Carp scratched his head, using his eternal excuse. Then his expression became filled with emotion. I never expected to see the legend of those years here in person. Carp was also in turmoil. After receiving an urgent communication from Sengoku, he rushed over as fast as he could and happened to witness the scene where White Knight's fist shattered the fleet and sword sliced through the 5 elders like a deity. He knew better than anyone that the man before him, the king of the old era, had truly returned. Immediately, Carp's expression turned serious as he asked in a deep voice, White Knight, what do you plan to do now? Are you going to continue destroying the world? Me? Destroy the world? White Knight laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. When have I ever destroyed the world? Is this the crime the world government has pinned on me? White Knight felt speechless. He was not a madman. What good would it do to destroy the world? That is true. Carp said a bit awkwardly in the world government's announcement 60 years ago. You were labeled as a madman who committed every evil and took pleasure in destroying nations. The world government should indeed be destroyed. White Knight snorted, then looked at Carp with blazing eyes, extending a shocking invitation. Carp, are you interested in becoming my subordinate and overthrowing this decaying world government with me? Me? Overthrow the world government with you? Even Carp was taken aback by this sudden invitation. That's right. White Knight's voice suddenly rose, filled with boundless charisma. This world has become chaotic under the rule of the world government. I want to destroy it, overthrow the celestial dragon's rule, and establish a truly new world, bringing a brand new future to this era. In the new world I create, there will be no oppression, no hunger, no discrimination. Fishmen, mink tribe, giants. All races can bask in the same sunshine, freely existing on this sea. What do you think? Don't you want to contribute to the arrival of this new world? White Knight's voice was as loud as a bell, echoing in everyone's hearts. Smoker and the naval soldiers behind him felt a surge of blood rushing from their feet to the top of their heads, flames of unprecedented passion igniting in their eyes. The world White Knight described was simply too desirable. That was truly their ideal homeland. Even Carp, the Navy hero who had seen countless storms, showed a glimmer of deep yearning and emotion in his eyes upon hearing those words. However, he quickly shook his head, casting aside this dangerous thought. Forget it, this old man can't take any more turmoil. Carp laughed heartily, masking the turmoil within. Now I finally understand why you were able to sweep half the world back then. In the past, Carp never understood what kind of charm White Knight possessed that could gather countless kingdoms, races, and powerful beings under his banner. Now, having heard this ideal with his own ears, he finally comprehended. Such a grand vision and leader's charisma truly cannot be resisted. Smoker, follow him closely. Carp gave Smoker a deep look, then turned to White Knight, hoping that era would really come. After saying that, Carp no longer lingered and strode away. His purpose for coming this time was to personally confirm White Knight's authenticity. Since he had confirmed it, there was no need to stay. Should he fight him? Carp didn't want to seek trouble. Lord White Knight, what should we do next? Smoker asked excitedly. If at first, he chose to submit out of pressure and disappointment with the world government, now, after hearing White Knight's grand blueprint, he was completely ignited. He couldn't wait to contribute all his strength for the arrival of this new world. Let's start with the East Sea and completely take control of the entire East Sea. White Knight issued the first command. The former White Knight could sweep the entire ocean and launch attacks against the world government. White Knight believed that now that he was resurrected, he could certainly do it again, and do it better than he did 60 years ago. Meanwhile, at Marineford, in an extremely luxurious treatment room, a dozen of the world's top doctors surrounded Jagurushia Satan, drenched in cold sweat. Although he was transported back at the most critical moment and saved his life, one of his spider legs and his entire arm were forever lost in the East Sea. At this moment, the hideous wound still oozed black blood, and a pitch-black domineering aura wrapped around it, exuding an ominous aura that triggered all medical devices to emit piercing alarms. I'm sorry, Lord Satan. The leading doctor trembled and knelt on the ground, his voice filled with fear. The domineering aura attached to the wound is truly terrifying. It is continuously destroying your bodily tissues, and with our current medical means, we cannot remove it, let alone regenerate limbs. We can only temporarily stop the bleeding. I understand, you all can leave. Satan's voice was cold and hoarse as he waved his remaining arm. All the doctors felt as if they had received a great pardon and scrambled out of the room. Damn White Knight, that despicable bastard. Satan looked at his empty arm and mutilated body, his face filled with fierce hatred, continuously cursing. 60 years ago, one of his legs was severed by White Knight, and he still hadn't fully recovered. Now, he had lost an arm at White Knight's hands again. The combination of old and new grudges had brought his hatred for White Knight to its peak. Just then, the door was pushed open, and 4 other elders entered, each with an extremely serious expression. Seeing them, Satan immediately asked, "What is the situation? What instructions does Lordum have?" After confirming that White Knight had truly resurrected, they immediately reported this world-shattering news to the Supreme King. One of the elders, sporting 2 long mustaches, took a deep breath and said in a very strange tone, "Lord Im's instruction is to invite White Knight to become a celestial dragon." What? How is that possible? Satan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Chapter 26. Making White Knight a celestial dragon? Shocking news for the sea. For 800 long years, under the rule of the world government, the celestial dragons, as descendants of the world's creators, have held a sacred and inviolable status, an absolute aristocracy above all beings. During these 8 centuries, rebels have risen like a flood from ancient kingdoms to later pirates, all crushed by the world government with overwhelming force, reduced to dust in history. The status of the celestial dragons has never been truly shaken. It is precisely for this reason that when Saint sat and heard the astonishing command issued by Emu, the true king of the celestial dragons at the pinnacle of world power, he lost his composure. This is not a temporary measure, nor is it a deception like the one used against the Wano country General Kazuki Taket. This is the will of Emu, an absolute order. A lowly pirate, an enemy who sever my kin. How dare he? What qualifications does he have to stand among us? To become a noble, celestial dragon. Saint sat and slammed his remaining arm down hard on the medical device beside him, causing sparks to fly from the expensive equipment, which then became a heap of scrap metal. He gasped heavily. The black hockey entwined around his wound seemed to become more active due to his anger, bringing waves of excruciating pain. We could easily mobilize all our forces like we did 60 years ago and surround him again. This time, we will not allow him any chance to disappear. Saint Sat-in's unwilling roar echoed in the room. Sat-in, calm down. We understand your feelings. The elder star, Nazashiral, with his 2 long mustaches, stepped forward slowly. His voice remained as flat as ever, but a hint of shadow lurked in his eyes. But this is Lord Emu's decision. That's right, the other golden-haired elder star added solemnly. Do we not also feel that this is a desecration of the bloodline of the gods? That lowly pirate White Knight. Even breathing the air of Marineford War is a sin, let alone becoming one of us. His words were filled with the unique arrogance and disdain of the celestial dragons, but ultimately turned into a helpless sigh. But an order is an order. The 5 of them, as the highest powers in the world, are gods in the eyes of all beings. Yet before that mysterious king, they are merely faithful executors. The will of Emu cannot be defied. Saint Sat-in's chest heaved violently, his twisted face under the light contorted, and ultimately, all the anger, unwillingness, and hatred turned into a deep sense of powerlessness. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only cold silence remained. I understand. Send the order down to let the members of CP-0 invite White Knight. Meanwhile, on a secret island in the New World, one of the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency was bustling with activity. Countless telephone bugs were ringing incessantly, and employees buzzed around like worker bees, the sound of quills scratching paper intertwined with the low rumble of printing presses. President, a Birdman reporter, still unable to fold his wings, rolled and scrambled into the president's office, his face beaming with the joy of discovering a new continent. I found it. I found information about that man, White Knight. Really? Morgans, who was trimming feathers, suddenly looked up, his sharp bird eyes bursting with terrifying brilliance. He threw down his small scissors, and with a flap of his giant wings, he rushed to the reporter in an instant. Quick, where is it? Bring it to me now. His voice was sharp and high-pitched, filled with uncontrollable excitement. Ever since witnessing the terrifying battle between White Knight and the Elder Stars in the East Blue, Morgan's journalistic spirit had been completely ignited. He had mobilized all his intelligence networks, tirelessly digging for all information about the mysterious man named White Knight. President, this is the detailed information I bought at a high price from an old informant living in the West Sea, who is over 90 years old. The reporter excitedly handed over a yellowing document that exuded an old smell. He said that White Knight was the captain of the White Knight pirates 60 years ago. At that time, he swept through half the world and even launched a full-scale attack on the world government. For some unknown reason, White Knight suddenly disappeared, and the world government publicly claimed to have eliminated him, using all their power to block any information about him. This is detailed intelligence. Morgans snatched the document, his enormous beak almost poking the paper. He read through it rapidly, and the only sound left in the office was the rustling of paper. Moments later, a thunderous burst of laughter erupted. Finally, I got it. Morgan spread his wings and excitedly spun in place. The king of 60 years ago, after more than half a century of silence, he is returning to the sea. This is world-changing news. Quick, get moving. Prepare the best paper and ink. I want to publish this world-exploding news immediately. Morgans shouted at the door, shaking the entire base with his command. However, just as his journalistic spirit reached its peak, a sudden violent explosion and chaotic sounds of battle came from outside the base. Boom! President, it's bad. Another employee rushed in, covered in blood, panic-stricken. It's the CP organization's members. They're attacking our base. Damn world government. Damn CP lackeys. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Morgan's eyes. But he showed no signs of panic. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Do they think they can stop me, Morgans, from reporting the truth? You won't stop me from creating big news. He grabbed the invaluable intelligence and flapped his wings fiercely, breaking through the opposite wall of the office. Retreat. We are leaving this base. As the underground king of world journalism, Morgans had many secret bases scattered across the world. After temporarily shaking off the pursuit of the CP organization, he quickly took his core team to a new base. Here, with the rumbling of printing presses once again, A newspaper destined to overturn the entire sea began to be printed frantically. In just a few days, countless delivery seagulls flew to every corner of the world like a dark cloud, whether in bustling commercial cities or remote island fishing villages, whether in the imposing strongholds of the Navy or the carefree ships of pirates, whether in the secret bases of the Revolutionary Army or the ordinary alleys of the Four Seas. Everyone received a newspaper exuding the scent of fresh ink. The front page of a newspaper, in unprecedentedly large font occupying half the page, bore a glaring headline. Extra, extra, major information shocking the world. The king of the old era returns. The sun in daylight, the bright moon in night. The legendary figure White Knight, who once swept through half the world and pointed a sword at the world government, has returned. Below the headline was even more detailed and heart-pounding content. Just a week ago, in the East Blue, a mysterious young man quietly appeared at the Bartai restaurant, directly defeating the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk. Since then, the title of the world's #1 swordsman has changed hands. Following that, in the waters near Coco Island in the East Blue, one of the elder stars of the world government, J. Galugia, sat in, personally led a fleet of demon-slaying level to encircle the young man. However, the young man, with an unimaginable, terrifying power, directly crushed the Elder Star and annihilated the entire fleet in the blink of an eye. Who exactly is this youth who resembles a god, yet seems like a devil? Through relentless and sleepless investigations, our agency has finally uncovered his long-buried identity. This person is named Bai Ye. You read that right. He is the legendary king from 60 years ago. 60 years ago, Bai Ye held countless illustrious titles. God of Food, the world's greatest swordsman, liberator of all races. 60 years ago, Bai Ye, with his unmatched strength and charisma, subdued half of the races, half of the territory, half of the power, and half of the countries on the sea. He formed the unprecedented Bai Ye pirate crew and launched the fiercest assault on the world government's rule. However, just as Bai Ye was rising to power, seemingly about to dominate the world, he suddenly disappeared. The world government subsequently announced that the notorious criminal Bai Ye had been completely eradicated. The Bai Ye pirate crew, which once swept across the seas, vanished into thin air. But, although the Bai Ye pirate crew has disappeared, the legends about him have never ceased. It is said that over a decade ago, a man named Rox Dizzybeck, having acquired the treasures left behind by Bai Ye, formed the Rox pirate crew, dominating an era and igniting the world-shocking God Valley War. There are also rumors that the former pirate king Joel D. Roger reached Laugh-Tale and became the pirate king because he obtained a certain legacy from Bai Ye. And now, this legendary figure, the source of all legends, Bai Ye, has reappeared on the seas. Ladies and gentlemen, is an era belonging to Bai Ye about to descend once again? People of the world, are you ready to welcome the arrival of a brand new world? Below this highly provocative report are several impactful photos. One shows Bai Ye wielding a brilliantly shining longsword, clashing with Hawkeye Mihawk. Another depicts him hovering in the air, with the burning wreckage of the world government's fleet beneath him, while the so-called gods, the Gorosei, are seen being thrown back in a shocking scene. Each photo is like a branding iron, deeply imprinted in the eyes and hearts of everyone who sees the newspaper. On this day, the seas have boiled over. Chapter 27. Excited Whitebeard, my old man is back. In the New World, at the base of the World Economic News Agency, President Morgans was puffing on a cigar, arms crossed over his chest, letting out a sharp and satisfied laugh as he looked at the freshly printed newspaper in his hand. Kuha! A masterpiece. This is simply the pinnacle of my news career. To make this report more explosive, he didn't hesitate to portray the two titans of the era, Rox and Roger, as the heirs of the White Knight legacy. Did these two have any connection to White Knight? Morgans didn't care. He only cared whether this could blow up the entire world. It turned out he was right. Connecting legends to legends created a storm capable of overturning the era. Rox, many have forgotten. But Pirate King Roger? That name itself is a bomb. Now, I tell the world, the fuse of this bomb comes from an even older legend. Cool ha ha ha. Just wait and see, world. Tremble before my big news. As Morgans expected, When a newsbird spread this newspaper containing earth-shattering secrets across the world, the entire sea seemed to have been hit by a nuclear bomb, instantly boiling. On a certain flower street at sea, in a noisy tavern, a pirate who had just been boasting about his bounty snatched a newspaper from his companion's hand. The effects of alcohol fading away. Oh my God, you guys look, today's news is unbelievable. News? What news? Let me see. This, the strongman of the old era? The king from 60 years ago. How is this possible? The person in the photo looks so young. The point is this. Roger became the pirate king because he obtained his treasure? This is indeed hard to believe. But this person defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk. Not just the world's #1 swordsman. Look here. He also defeated the Gorosei. That's the highest power of the world government. This person's strength is too powerful. Simply a monster among monsters. Hey, what do you think this person's strength compares to the current 4 emperors? Who knows? I think he should be stronger than the 4 emperors. Since Roger obtained this person's treasure and became the pirate king. If we go to ally with him, maybe we can also find the path to becoming the pirate king. This thought spread like a virus in the hearts of countless ambitious pirates. Let us go. We're heading to the East Sea. We're going to find White Knight. In an instant, countless pirates with dreams and ambitions turned their ships around, flocking towards the East Sea. Morgan's big news not only announced the return of a king, but also stirred up an unprecedented frenzy across the seas. In the New World, in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, the enormous flagship Moby Dick was quietly moored on the sea, sunlight shining on its whale-shaped prow, creating a peaceful scene. On the deck, the crew members were either polishing weapons, playing cards, or taking naps. Everything seemed so routine. At this moment, a newsbird cawed as it flew by. Hey, the newspaper is here. The captain of the 1st Division, the Phoenix Marco, looked up, waved his arm lightly, transforming it into a blue flame wing, and steadily guided the news bird to the railing. He skillfully tossed out a few belly coins, retrieved a newspaper from the bird's pouch, and casually unfolded it. However, after just one glance, Marco's usually lazy expression instantly froze, quickly turning into shock as he exclaimed, "Old man, look, there's big news on the newspaper." His shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the ship. The world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, has been defeated. The title of the world's #1 swordsman has changed hands. What? Before he finished speaking, the surrounding captains and crew members rushed over. The reaction of the 5th Division captain, Vista, was the most intense. He instinctively tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes flickering with disbelief. As a top swordsman, he had always viewed Mihawk as a lifelong goal, and now that goal had been defeated. How could he not be shocked? Even Whitebeard, sitting in a massive chair, drinking from a giant bowl, paused his actions, his deep voice tinged with curiosity. "Gurara, oh, that sharp-eyed kid Mihawk has been defeated?" Whitebeard set down his bowl, the bottom clattering against the deck with a dull sound. "Who is it? Who could defeat that kid?" Marco's gaze was fixed on the newspaper as he continued reading. "Old man, it's someone named White Knight. According to the newspaper, this person seems to be from 60 years ago, from the old era." The newspaper also gave him many titles like God of Food, Liberator of all races, the sun in the day, the bright moon in the night. Then Marco couldn't help but scratch his head and complain. How could one person have so many titles? It's too exaggerated. As soon as Marco finished speaking, the other crew members immediately began to chatter. "Yeah, who is this flashy guy? Morgan's loves to do this. Whoever it is, they can't compare to old man. Also, look at the photo. This person looks so young. How could they be from 60 years ago? It's definitely a scam." In the hearts of all the Whitebeard pirates, their old man, Edward Newgate, is the strongest man in the world, an insurmountable peak. Therefore, seeing a suddenly emerging newcomer being so boastfully praised in the newspaper, they instinctively felt disdain and contempt. What qualifications did an unknown person have to compare with their old man? However, just as the crew members were defending Whitebeard, the old man himself changed his aura the moment he heard the name White Knight. That bold smile vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness, and in his eyes, which were wise to the world, surged turbulent waves. "Marco," Whitebeard's voice was low and serious. tinged with a slight tremble. What did you just say? What is that person's name? Whitebeard tightly gripped the armrest of his chair, his knuckles turning white from the force. Old man, what's wrong? Marco was startled by Whitebeard's serious expression and hurriedly replied, that person is called White Knight. The newspaper also said he was the king of the old era from 60 years ago. How could that be? Look at how young he is in the photo. Marco said nonchalantly. However, as soon as his voice fell, Whitebeard suddenly reached out and snatched the newspaper away. His gaze swept over the exaggerated headline and finally landed on that young and familiar face. In the next second, Whitebeard suddenly erupted with a thunderous laugh. Gurara. Ha ha ha. It's old man. It really is old man. I knew it. I knew old man wouldn't he die. No one can kill old man. No one. Whitebeard laughed wildly, his laughter laced with uncontrollable excitement and choking emotion. Two streams of hot tears uncontrollably sliding down the corners of his weathered eyes, dripping onto the newspaper. Old man, are you okay? Old man, what's wrong? Old man, what are you saying? The crew members were all dumbfounded. They had never seen their old man so excited, even to the point of losing his composure. The Whitebeard, who was as steady as a mountain in their hearts, now looked like a child who had found a long-lost relative. Whitebeard took a few deep breaths, trying to calm the storm of emotions within him. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, looked at his confused sons, and spoke slowly with a tone mixed with nostalgia and utmost reverence. You may not know yet. Bai Ye is my old man. What? In an instant, the deck of the Moby Dick fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Old man, what are you saying? Marco's eyes were about to pop out. You're not joking, are you? Jozu stammered. Old man's old man? How is that possible? This guy named Bai Ye. No, this Bai Ye powerhouse is really your old man? Everyone was stunned by this news, feeling dizzy. They had been Whitebeard's sons for so many years. And it was the first time they heard that their old man actually had an old man. Of course it's true. Bai Ye's my old man. Whitebeard leaned back against the chair, his gaze becoming distant, as if he had traveled back 60 years in time. This has to start from a long time ago. Back then, I was still a homeless orphan, and it was old man Bai Ye who took me in and gave me a new life. Hearing Whitebeard recount this never-before-mentioned past, all the crew members held their breath, their faces filled with shock. They couldn't imagine that the now-dreaded Whitebeard had such an experience. Originally, I thought my old man was dead. When the world government announced he was eliminated, I didn't believe it, but so many years have passed. Whitebeard paused, his voice rising with passion again. Now it seems my old man is just fine. That bunch of bastard from the world government could never kill my old man. Whitebeard firmly believed that his old man was invincible and that no one could match him. Although time had once brought him despair, today, that belief was reignited and burned more fiercely than ever. Wait, old man. At that moment, Marco pointed to the photo in the newspaper and raised the most crucial question. Even if this Bai Ye is your old man, he looks too young. He seems to be only about 20 years old. Yeah, old man. This person looks younger than us. Could it be that he's the descendant of Bai Ye? Vista couldn't help but say. The crew members echoed in agreement. It wasn't that they didn't believe their father Whitebeard. It was just that the contrast between the youthful, handsome face in the photo and the titles of the king from 60 years ago was too great and exceeded their understanding. However, Whitebeard merely glanced at the photo and let out a hearty laugh. Gwahaha! Although my old man looks so young, it's indeed hard to believe. With absolute trust and admiration shining in his eyes, Whitebeard continued, but you must remember, there is nothing my old man cannot do in this world. Just as his sons believe in him unconditionally, Whitebeard also believes unconditionally in his old man Bai Ye. To him, eternal youth is nothing compared to his omnipotent old man. Seeing our old man acting like his #1 fan, Marco and the other captains exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. So, old man, what should we do now? Marco took a deep breath and asked again. Whitebeard suddenly stood up, his massive frame casting a huge shadow. The naginata in his hand struck heavily on the deck with a loud thud. Is that even a question? Of course, we go to the East Sea. Whitebeard's voice echoed through the sky, filled with undeniable authority and heartfelt joy. I'm going to welcome my old man home. All sons of the Whitebeard pirates. Heed my command. Assemble. Set sail. We all set out. With Whitebeard's command, the entire Moby Dick, as well as the entire Whitebeard pirate fleet. This dormant war machine instantly awakened and erupted with unprecedented vitality. The crew members snapped out of their shock, turning into excitement and fighting spirit. Old Man's Old Man is back. This is more thrilling than any treasure or territory. The massive anchor was slowly lifted, the white sails billowed in the sea breeze, and the Moby Dick turned its bow towards the sea, moving forward at full speed. Chapter 28, A name alone sparks chaos on the sea. The Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. Every move they make sends shockwaves throughout the world. The full mobilization of the Whitebeard Pirates cannot be concealed. News spreads like an albatross with wings, instantly reaching every corner of the globe. In the holy land of Marineford War, inside a large conference room, the air is so oppressive it feels frozen. 5 elderly men in suits, representing the highest authority in the world, have grim expressions like the sky before a storm. One of the elders, wearing a flat hat and sporting a long white beard, slams a newspaper onto the polished mahogany round table, producing a dull thud. Damn it, Morgans, that troublemaker. How dare he report this? He roars angrily, his voice echoing in the empty room. We already ordered the highest level of secrecy on the White Knight intel. Didn't we? How did it leak out? What is the intelligence department doing? The bald elder holding a knife grips the handle tightly, veins bulging, his killing intent almost slicing through the air. It's too late to hold anyone accountable now. The question is, what do we do? The blonde elder paces back and forth nervously, his expensive leather shoes silent on the luxurious carpet, leaving only a sense of oppressive annoyance. At that moment, the latest urgent intelligence is delivered to the table. The elder with the mustache picks it up and his expression darkens even further. According to the latest intel, the Whitebeard pirates have fully mobilized, targeting the East Sea. He plans to ally with White Knight. Not only that, many restless pirate crews in the New World are also beginning to gather towards the East Sea. We must stop the Whitebeard pirates. We cannot let them unite. What about the CP organization members? Have they reached the East Sea? Have they contacted White Knight? Has White Knight agreed to become a celestial dragon? The 5 elders, the rulers of the world, now feel like ants on a hot pan, frantic and overwhelmed. They know better than anyone what the man named White Knight means to this sea. 60 years ago, he was a storm that swept across the world, and now that storm has returned, its power only growing stronger. In their original plan, White Knight's return was supposed to be tightly controlled. Then, they would secretly dispatch the CP organization, using the supreme honor of the world aristocrats as bait, to lock this untamed tiger back into the golden cage, known as the Celestial Dragons. This way, the greatest unstable factor could be perfectly resolved. But who would have thought that Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, would use his all-pervasive intelligence network to leak the news of White Knight's appearance? Now, the entire sea has been ignited. Countless pirates and forces are stirred into action by this name. After a brief outburst of anger, the 5 force themselves to calm down and begin discussing countermeasures. Immediately urge the members of CP0 to contact White Knight. We must get him to accept our proposal quickly and become a celestial dragon, the blonde elder says, banging his fist on the table decisively. Although the thought of having that man on par with them, or even above ordinary celestial dragons, fills them with deep humiliation and unwillingness. They realize this is indeed the best way to deal with the hot potato that is White Knight. Also, immediately notify the Navy headquarters. Order Sengoku to spare no expense to stop Whitebeard in the New World, says another elder holding a knife, his eyes flashing with cold light. Navy headquarters, Marineford. The piercing alarm sounds throughout the sky, and the highest command from the world government strikes like thunder, instantly putting the entire Navy headquarters on high alert. Fleet Admiral Sengoku looks at the orders in his hand, his usually serious face now filled with unprecedented solemnity. He knows that a war capable of shaking the foundations of the world is about to break out. All forces mobilize. The order is given, and countless massive naval warships, painted with the seagull emblem, surge out of the gates of justice like a forest of steel, rushing toward the entrance of the New World. The sea wind howls, and the waves surge. The flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, is cutting through the waves at an incredible speed. With its enormous whale-shaped bow seemingly poised to swallow everything ahead. However, ahead of their course, an even larger shadow of steel looms, densely packed with cannon mouths flashing cold light, completely sealing off the sea area. Whitebeard, where do you think you're going? A voice filled with supreme authority roars through the loudspeaker, resonating across the sea. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, draped in a cloak of justice, stands at the bow of a giant naval warship, flanked by the cold-faced Admiral Akainu, who wears a navy hat. Sengoku personally leads the elite navy to the gates of the New World, determined to block the world's strongest pirate here. Gururur, Sengoku, you old bastard. How dare you come to block my way? The towering figure of Whitebeard appears on the deck of the Moby Dick, wielding his naginata, the Tsong Yun Xie. Looking at his old rival Sengoku with a boisterous laugh tinged with impatience. I'm going to welcome my old man home. If you're sensible, get out of my way. Damn you, Whitebeard. Get back here now. Sengoku's face turns ashen as he shouts. Stay honestly in the New World and don't try to challenge the world's order. Sengoku, do you think you can stop me from finding my old man? Whitebeard's eyes flash with fierce light, exuding dominance. Stop talking nonsense. He suddenly points his naginata forward and roars, Sons, charge! With Whitebeard's command, dozens of pirate ships behind him surge forward like arrows, bursting with astonishing momentum toward the Navy's blockade. Damn it! Open fire! Stop them! Sengoku commands without hesitation upon seeing this. We absolutely cannot let a single ship of the Whitebeard pirates leave the New World. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless shells streak across the sky, exploding between the two fleets and sending towering columns of water and fire into the air. A fierce melee erupts between the Whitebeard pirates and the elite of the Navy headquarters in this sea area. The deafening sound of cannon fire instantly shatters the delicate balance of the New World. This sudden top-tier confrontation is like a giant stone thrown into a lake, sending ripples spreading rapidly. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates, two other emperors reigning over the New World, reveal their fangs upon learning that Whitebeard's main force is being held back by the Navy. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin's fleet, begins a frenzied assault on Whitebeard's territory. Meanwhile, Kaido of the Beast seizes the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Big Mom's territory. The New World is plunged into unprecedented chaos and warfare in an instant. In another relatively calm sea area, aboard the flagship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force, Captain, the New World is in complete disarray. First Mate Ben Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, hands a stack of intelligence reports to Shanks, the red-haired captain, his tone serious. The Whitebeard pirates are in fierce battle with the main force of the Navy. Big Mom is taking the opportunity to raid Whitebeard's territory, while Kaido is stabbing Big Mom in the back. The entire New World is turned into a mess. And all of this stems from that man named White Knight, a relic of an era that should have vanished 60 years ago. Hearing Beckman's words, the crew members on the ship begin to discuss among themselves. Is this the influence of the old era strongmen? It's terrifying. Jesus Burgess wiped his beloved gun, his face filled with astonishment. Just a name turned the New World upside down. Yes, it's simply unbelievable, Locky Lou mumbled while gnawing on a chicken leg. Moreover, I heard even more explosive news. A crew member whispered, it is said that Whitebeard claims to be the son of that Bai Ye. What? This news made everyone stop their movements. Whitebeard being someone else's son? Is that true? If that person named Bai Ye is indeed the king from 60 years ago, the same era as Captain Roger, then it's not too hard to understand Whitebeard calling him dad. For a moment, the deck was filled with shocked discussions. After all, this is Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, recognized since the death of Pirate King Roger. How could his proud ego ever bow to someone else? Whitebeard being someone's son? This news shocked them more than the war in the New World. After some discussion, everyone's gaze focused on the calm-looking red-haired man. Captain, with the sea in such chaos. What should we do? Red-haired Shanks downed his drink and raised his head, his deep gaze looking towards the distant east, slowly speaking. Let's take a trip to the East Sea. The current chaos in the sea is all caused by that man named Bai Ye. To quell this storm, we must find the eye of the storm. Oh, are we going to the East Sea to find Bai Ye? Jesus Burgess stood up excitedly. I'm also curious about how strong a man must be to make Whitebeard call him dad. Let's go. Let's go. Hold a banquet to celebrate our departure. The crew of the red-haired pirates instantly became spirited. The massive pirate ship changed direction, riding the winds and waves, heading towards the weakest sea, the place where everything began, at full speed. Meanwhile, what is the central figure causing all this chaos Bai Ye doing? He is conquering the East Sea. In the face of his absolute strength, any resistance appears pale and powerless. In just a few days, 3 kingdoms have already submitted at his feet. That flag, which disappeared for 60 years, adorned with the night and stars, once again flies over the East Sea. As for what happened to the conquered kings and nobles, they were all bundled up by Bai Ye and handed over to his newly recruited subordinate, Smoker. In a conquered palace square, Bai Ye leisurely sat on a magnificent throne, watching Smoker directing his subordinates to tie up the gluttonous nobles not far away, smiling as he asked, "Smoker, how does it feel to capture kings and nobles during this time?" "Very good." Smoker turned around, his face unable to hide his excitement, exhaling a puff of smoke, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He had long been displeased with the corruption of these countries, the kings and nobles who treated the people like weeds and violated justice. But before, he was in the Navy, while the others were members of the world government. He knew they were guilty, but was constrained by the rules and couldn't take action. But now it's different. He has become Bai Ye's subordinate and can execute his sense of justice without any reservations. As for whether he might face retaliation from the world government, Smoker hadn't even thought about it. Even the fleet sent by the 5 elders was easily dispatched by Lord Bai Ye. What else is there to fear? Even if the world government wants to settle the score, the first target will only be Lord Bai Ye. What he needs to do now is to realize the purest aspiration for justice he had when he joined the Navy. "Lord Bai Ye, let's continue our actions," Smoker said impatiently. "According to the nautical chart, our next target should be the Goa Kingdom." Just then, Tashiji came running from a distance with an urgent report. "Report, Lord Bai Ye, Commander Smoker." She saluted, her tone a bit tense. "We have discovered a celestial dragon ship in the waters ahead." "Oh, celestial dragon?" A playful smile curled at the corner of Bai Ye's mouth as he looked at Smoker, his eyes filled with a hint of consideration. "Interesting. Smoker, you have judged quite a few kings and nobles during this time, and have accumulated quite a bit of experience. I wonder, do you dare to take action against the world's noblest gods? Take action against the celestial dragons." Smoker's breath suddenly halted. Then his eyes burst with an even hotter light than before. Can this really be done?" "Of course." Bai Ye stood up, his tone calm, but filled with undeniable disdain. "The celestial dragons, those parasites of the world, should be completely eradicated." Chapter 29. Celestial Dragons, Not Even Worthy of Dogs. A ship entirely gilded and adorned with countless jewels, its bow resembling an extravagant smiling face, was brazenly pushing through the shipping lanes, heading towards the port. This was the carriage of the celestial dragon, Jialyamekshing. He was lazily reclining on a deck chair, being carefully fed grapes by 2 beautiful slaves. What is that?" Through his signature glass helmet, Jialyamekshing noticed the unfamiliar white knight flags fluttering in the air above the port, as well as the naval soldiers standing at attention on the dock. "Why are those Navy soldiers gathered here? Are they welcoming my arrival?" He suddenly became interested, sitting up from his chair, his eyes gleaming with a sickly excitement. "Let's go. Dock the ship. Let's see what these lowly creatures are up to. If any catch my eye, just grab them as my new slaves." "Yes, Your Highness Jialyamekshing." The guards beside him immediately responded. The ship rudely collided with a small fishing boat, forcing its way to the dock amid the sharp sound of splintering wood. The heavy shipboard slammed down onto the dock with a bang, and Jialyamekshing swaggered down with his protruding belly, strutting with an arrogant gait. He anticipated the usual scene where all the Navy would immediately kneel, trembling in fear to greet him. However, today what awaited him was hundreds of cold, unfriendly, and even slightly disdainful gazes. These Navy soldiers, under Smog's leadership, had transformed completely after becoming the subordinates of the White Knight. They were no longer the watchdogs of the world government, but warriors executing pure justice under White Knight's command. Stared at by so many lowly people with such disrespectful eyes, Jialyaming's face instantly turned a pig liver color, feeling an unprecedented provocation to his sacred dignity. Bastards, what are you lowly navy doing? He pointed at the surrounding navy, his sharp voice shattering the tranquility of the port, daring to look at me like that. Do you all want to disappear from this world? Do you all want to die? His roar echoed on the dock, but all he received in return was even colder silence. Where did this wild dog come from? Barking incessantly here. A plain yet authoritative voice came from behind the naval formation. The crowd parted to create a path, and White Knight, hands behind his back, leisurely walked out, glancing indifferently at the furious Jialyaming, as if looking at a pile of inorganic trash. Wild dog. Jialyaming's eyes nearly popped out. He could hardly believe his ears. He, a descendant of the world's noblest creators, was actually called a wild dog. Rage instantly consumed his pitiful reason, and trembling, he pulled out a gem-studded golden pistol from his waist, aiming it at White Knight. You, what did you say? You lowly being. How dare you say we celestial dragons are wild dogs? I will kill you. I will kill you right now. Oh. White Knight pretended to suddenly understand, then shook his head, the sarcasm in his smile deepening. Sorry, I misspoke. Jialyaming was taken aback, thinking the other party was afraid, ready to gloat with a sinister smile. You celestial dragons are even worse than dogs. White Knight's voice suddenly turned cold. You are parasites clinging to this world, constantly sucking its blood. Bastard, you go die. Jialyaming completely went mad, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a golden bullet spiraled through the air, heading straight for White Knight's forehead. However, this attack, which could run rampant in the East Sea, was child's play in front of White Knight. White Knight didn't even blink, casually raising his right hand, pinching the bullet gently between his index and middle fingers. The high-speed flying bullet bizarrely stopped in his fingers as if held tightly by an invisible giant hand. The bullet fired by a parasite is better returned to the parasite. White Knight's tone was nonchalant as he flicked his fingers. Whoosh! The golden bullet flew back at a speed faster than it came, tracing a tragic arc in the air. Puffed! A heart-wrenching scream erupted as Jialyaming's right shoulder exploded in a spray of blood, and he was knocked backward by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. His ridiculous glass helmet shattering. It hurts. It hurts so much. Jialyaming clutched his bleeding shoulder, rolling on the ground in agony and howling. You worthless bunch. What are you still doing? This person actually dared to attack me. Is he trying to overthrow the world? Quickly, kill him for me. Chop him into meat paste. The celestial dragon guards dressed in black suits finally snapped out of their shock. A celestial dragon had actually been injured in front of them. This was a monumental crime. Their faces turned pale, and they immediately drew their weapons, the dark muzzles all aiming at White Knight. These weapons. White Knight's attention was drawn to the weapons in the guards' hands. The smooth lines, the signature curved magazines, and the overall construction of the guns instantly stunned him. These weapons were a dimensional strike compared to the technology level of this world, which was still generally using flintlock guns. And White Knight was far too familiar with them. Lord White Knight, according to the intelligence we previously seized, these are new weapons created by the world government using the highest technology, specifically designed for the CP agencies and the Celestial Dragon Guards. Smog walked up to White Knight, looking at the firearms, and introduced in a deep voice. They named it the Celestial Dragon Guardian, reportedly possessing extremely strong rapid fire and penetration capabilities. What? Celestial Dragon Guardian? Upon hearing this name, White Knight's face instantly darkened, a surge of anger rising from the depths of his heart. The world government was truly shameless. This was clearly a weapon I developed 60 years ago. When did it become theirs? This was made by you, Lord White Knight. Smog was also taken aback. He had learned from newspapers about White Knight's legendary identity and understood he was a top powerhouse from the old era. But he didn't expect even such a cross-era weapon was created by him. That's right. This is a little gadget I made out of boredom 60 years ago. White Knight snorted coldly. I call it the AK-47. I didn't expect that what I left behind would actually be used by those thieves in the world government as tools to protect these parasites. The moment his words fell, an invisible yet terrifying aura erupted from White Knight, powerful enough to change the color of heaven and earth. You bastards holding my things? Still want to point them at me? Conqueror's Haki. Like a flood breaking its dam, like an invisible giant wave, it instantly swept across the entire dock. Yeah. The Celestial Dragon Guards didn't even have a chance to pull the trigger, all of them foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back. Collapsing in droves like cut wheat, their Celestial Dragon Guardians clattering to the ground. White Knight casually picked up an AK-47, skillfully disassembling it. The barrel, piston, receiver. Every part, every structure was exactly the same as the design in his memory. Indeed, a bunch of despicable thieves who can only steal. White Knight coldly snorted, reassembling the disassembled parts and casually tossing it to Smog beside him. From now on, you and your Navy subordinates will use this weapon. Yes, Lord White Knight. Smog took the powerful weapon, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. The smooth feel, the precise construction is far beyond what a naval standard firearm can compare to. At the same time, Smoker's gaze fell upon the half-dead figure of Saint Jalamark, who was still groaning on the ground not far away. Lord Bai Ye, how should we deal with this celestial dragon? Bai Ye glanced at the god rolling in blood and mud, his eyes showing no mercy at all. Hang him up, right on the highest flagpole in the port. Let everyone entering the EC have a good look at the fate of the so-called god. Hang him up. Smoker's heart jolted, but what surged up next was an unprecedented sense of pleasure. I understand now. Lord Bai Ye. He immediately turned around and ordered the two Navy men. You two, go grab that celestial dragon right now and carry out the Lord's orders. Yes. The two Navy men strode towards St. Jalamark without hesitation. However, just as their hand were about to touch St. Jalamark's body, two white, ghostly figures suddenly descended from the sky. Shave, bang, bang. With two muffled sounds, the two Navy soldiers were sent flying. As the dust settled, two men dressed in white suits, wearing top hats and expressionless faces, stood in front of St. Jalamark. From their distinctive attire and cold demeanor, it was clear that they were members of the CP organization, the World Government's direct secret intelligence agency. CP organization members. How dare you act so recklessly in front of me? I see you want to die. Seeing the members of the CP organization appear, Bai Ye's gaze turned icy, and a more terrifying killing intent began to spread. Just as Bai Ye was about to take action, the leading CP member quickly raised both hands and shouted loudly, Lord Bai Ye, please do not take action. We are not here to be your enemy. We bring the highest order from the 5 elders of the world government. Oh, an order from the 5 elders? Bai Ye stopped his movement, feeling a sense of curiosity. I want to hear what those 5 old guys have to say. The CP member tidied up his wind-blown clothes, forcing out a smile that he believed to be respectful but was actually filled with envy, and announced loudly, Lord Bai Ye, by the order of the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders, we hereby invite you to go to Marineford and become a member of the world aristocracy. The Celestial Dragons. As members of the CP organization, they knew better than anyone the supreme power and status represented by the term Celestial Dragons. That was a destination they could never hope to reach in their lifetime. Therefore, when he spoke these words, his tone was filled with an unmistakable jealousy. I become a Celestial Dragon? Bai Ye was taken aback upon hearing this news. Not only him, but Smoker Tashiji and all the Navy present also showed expressions of utter shock upon hearing this news. After the shock, a deep worry surged in their hearts. It was because of Bai Ye that they had been able to break free from their shackles and pursue the true justice in their hearts. If Lord Bai Ye became the Celestial Dragon they hated the most, then what would everything they had done amount to? Where would their future go? That's right, Lord Bai Ye. The CP member saw Bai Ye, and his smile became even brighter. As long as you nod your head, you will immediately possess the supreme identity and become the most distinguished celestial dragon in this world. Marineford will also have a place for you from now on. In his view, there was no one in this world who could refuse such temptation, no matter how strong a person was or how great their power. When faced with the opportunity to become a god, they would inevitably give up everything in front of them. However, it was very unfortunate that he was facing Bai Ye. After a brief moment of astonishment, Bai Ye suddenly erupted into an earth-shattering laugh. Ha! Ha! The laughter was filled with endless mockery and disdain. Celestial dragons? That kind of thing is not even worth a dog's attention. The laughter abruptly stopped, and Bai Ye's gaze instantly turned as cold as ancient ice. Are you done talking? If you're done, you can go die now. The moment the words fell, Bai Ye didn't even make a move. With just a thought, that overwhelming conqueror's Hawkeye once again condensed into a tangible shockwave and charged towards the CP members in front of him. What? How is this possible? Accompanied by a brief scream, those CP organization members didn't even have time to react before their spirits and bodies were instantly crushed by this unmatched Hawkeye, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying on the spot. They could not understand until they died why someone would refuse to become a god of this world. The entire dock fell into silence once again. Bai Ye slowly turned around and looked at the still dazed Smoker, raising an eyebrow. Smoker, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and take action. Yes, Lord Bai Ye. Smoker suddenly jolted, coming back to his senses from the immense shock. He looked at Bai Ye's back, and the last trace of doubt in his heart vanished. This is a celestial dragon, a world aristocrat, a supreme god. Lord Bai Ye actually so decisively rejected it, and even killed the messenger. At this moment, Smoker's admiration for Bai Ye had reached an unprecedented peak. He tightened his grip on the AK-47 in his hand, his gaze becoming incredibly resolute. To follow such a great man and carry out the justice in his heart is the greatest honor of his life. Chapter 30 Shocking News from the Sea Again. The Ambitious Teach. Shortly after, Bai Ye refused to become a celestial dragon and killed a member of the CP organization on the spot. Countless newsbirds were soaring through the cold sea breeze, chirping sharply, with newspapers hanging from their wings, flying in all directions. At the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, it was like an unending battlefield. President Morgans was excitedly flapping his huge wings, sweeping papers and ink bottles off the table with a clatter. Black ink splattered on the walls and floor, creating a chaotic and frenzied mural. The printing press in the basement roared deafeningly, shaking the entire building. Ha ha! Big news. This is absolutely a big news that can shake the very foundations of the world. Morgans looked at the front page headline he had personally written, printed in the most eye-catching, exaggerated blood-red font, the size so large it seemed about to burst the paper. As the newspapers were printed at an unprecedented speed, the rich smell of ink mixed with the powdery scent of a storm brewing across the seas, wildly permeating the office. Extra! Extra! Latest news about the legendary Bai Ye of the old era. World Government's unprecedented invitation. The 5 elders personally order that Bai Ye be made a noble celestial dragon of the world, descendant of the gods, supreme world nobility. This is an honor that hasn't been seen in 800 years. However, what shocked everyone was that Bai Ye flatly refused. He boldly declared, "Celestial dragons? Such things aren't even worthy of dogs." Members of the CP organization were killed on the spot. This is the most thorough contempt for the world government. The courage of a strong man from the old era is terrifying. What will Bai Ye face next? The wrath of the world government? Or will it provoke an even greater wave of the times? Let us wait and see. Morgans knew very well that the name Bai Ye was now the hottest trending topic on the seas. Since his appearance, the entire ocean's landscape had been stirred by him alone. Everyone was eager to know everything about him, and he was the one to present it all to the world. Just as he had anticipated, when this newspaper scattered across the world like snowflakes, it instantly ignited an unprecedented uproar. On a bustling commercial island, in a noisy tavern, the clamor of the patrons and the clinking of glasses abruptly stopped. A pirate adorned with jewels suddenly stood up, the newspaper in his hand crumpling as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "My God, look at this. This is insane." His exclamation was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. A pirate captain with a brutish face snatched the newspaper from someone else, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and shouted, "Is this real? The world government wants to make Bai Ye a celestial dragon." "That's a celestial dragon. Yes, yes. World nobility. A clan that calls themselves gods. They're actually willing to accept an outsider. Another pirate exclaimed, eyes wide with horror. And what's even more unbelievable, Bai Ye. He refused. He even said, celestial dragons aren't even worth being dogs. A young bounty hunter read out the most critical line, his voice trembling. What? He refused. As he lost his mind. How could anyone refuse something like this? To step into the heavens and become the ruler of the world. And just give it up like that, as expected of Lord Bai Ye. To say such words, truly a legend of the old era, whether they were commoners, pirates, or nobles of allied nations. Everyone wore an expression of extreme shock upon seeing this news. They hated the cruelty and privilege of the celestial dragons, but could not deny that such a status was the ultimate dream for countless people. If given the chance to become a celestial dragon, who would refuse? They asked themselves. Even if it cost everything, they would not hesitate to agree. Yet Bai Ye, with such nonchalance, rejected it, and in such a humiliating manner. This left everyone bewildered, but also stirred an inexplicable, twisted sense of pleasure and awe from deep within. In a new world, at a temporary base of the Whitebeard pirates, the air still carried the scent of gunpowder and blood, mixed with the rich aroma of alcohol, forming a unique, bold atmosphere belonging to this sea. After an earth-shattering battle with the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates were temporarily resting here. Some crew members were bandaging wounds, fresh blood soaking through the bandages. Others were repairing the bullet-riddled Moby Dick. The sound of hammers striking would echoing, but every face bore the satisfaction and pride of having fought. Old man, the newspaper has more news about Lord Bai Ye. Marco, the phoenix, flapped his blue flame's wings, descending with a gust of warm wind, quickly walking to the center where the towering figure sat. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, sat in his enormous chair, hooked up to 4 drips, with nurses nervously waiting nearby. Yet his bold spirit was undiminished, as if the medical equipment were insignificant decorations. Upon hearing Bai Ye's name, his murky eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying brilliance. Wahaha! Quick! Tell me, what earth-shattering deed has my old man done now? Whitebeard's booming laughter shook the ground. Even the giant barrels of alcohol nearby buzzed. The surrounding captains, like Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista, all gathered around, their faces filled with unbearable curiosity. They too wanted to know what the legend their old man referred to as Old Man had done. Old Man, Marco opened the newspaper, even as calm as he was. His tone carried a hint of amazement and uncontrollable joy. The world government wanted to make Lord Bai Ye a celestial dragon, but he rejected it. He paused, emphasizing each word as if he wanted everyone to hear clearly. Moreover, Lord Bai Ye also said, celestial dragons aren't even worth being dogs. Gwahaha! Whitebeard's laughter grew louder as he ripped off the 4-needle, grabbed a wine bowl bigger than a head, and took a huge gulp of alcohol. As expected of my old man. That's him. How could those trashy celestial dragons be worthy of him? Oh, so cool. Lord Bai Ye, to actually dare to say that about celestial dragons. That's so damn refreshing. The entire Whitebeard pirates erupted, crew members waving their fists and weapons, cheering from the heart. Refusing to become a celestial dragon, and even insulting them, made them feel more exhilarated and proud than winning a great battle. Amidst the jubilant crowd, a tall, ugly man covered in black hair stood silently in the corner, his eyes glinting with a sinister light that clashed with the surrounding atmosphere. Marshal D. Teach, the future Blackbeard, was at this moment just an inconspicuous crew member of the Whitebeard pirates. He listened to the cheers of the crowd, but within him surged waves of jealousy and unwillingness. Celestial dragons. They were celestial dragons, creators of the world. How could the world government actively invite someone to become a celestial dragon? And that guy named Bai Ye just rejected it like that. What kind of power? What kind of status? To make the world government make such a concession and him look down on it so? If only he had such powerful strength. Teach squeezed through the crowd, his face suddenly filled with a flattering smile. Approaching Whitebeard, Old man, this Lord Bai Ye is really too strong. Did he eat some powerful devil fruit? Gwahaha! Whitebeard glanced at him and said boldly, my old man's strength doesn't rely on that kind of thing. He has never eaten a devil fruit. All his power comes from his own fists and kicks. Self-trained. Teach's smile froze, and a hint of horror flashed in his eyes. How? How is this possible? But the newspaper said he is from the old era. It's been 60 years. How could he still look so young? This question also piqued everyone's curiosity. A person who doesn't rely on devil fruits and has purely trained his physical abilities to the point where the world government bows down and is immortal. This has exceeded Teach's understanding. If he could uncover this secret, wouldn't it be more precious than any devil fruit? I'm not too sure. Whitebeard shook his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia and respect. But I just need to know that my old man is the strongest man in this world. Just as everyone was discussing, a hearty voice came over. What is happening? It's lively here. 4th Division Captain Sachi, a man with a peculiar golden pompadour who always wears a smile, walked over with a large, bulging package. Sachi, you're back. How is it going? We were just talking about Lord White Knight. He rejected the celestial dragons and even said the celestial dragons aren't worth anything. Upon seeing Sachi, several familiar captains immediately chimed in. Really? No wonder he asked the old man. Lord White Knight is truly amazing, Sachi said with admiration, then proudly patted his chest. I've taken care of things on my end. Those little pirates trying to take advantage of us while we were gone have all been cleaned up. As he spoke, he heavily placed the package on the ground with a thud. It turns out that alongside the battle between Whitebeard and the Navy, the pirate crew took the opportunity to raid Whitebeard's territory, and Sachi was sent to suppress these pirates. By the way, I found something good when I came back. Saying this, Sachi mysteriously pulled something out of the package. It was a peculiar fruit, entirely black, covered with strange spiral patterns, resembling a pineapple and emanating a chilling, eerie aura as if it could swallow all light. Hey, this is a devil fruit. Sachi, you're so lucky. You actually found a devil fruit we've never seen before. What kind of ability does it have? It looks so creepy. The crew's attention was instantly drawn to this peculiar fruit, and they curiously gathered around. However, in the corner of the crowd, when Marshal Teach saw that fruit, all expressions on his face froze. His pupils suddenly contracted to a dangerous pinprick, and his heavy breathing was almost imperceptible amid the noise. But his chest was rising and falling violently. It's this fruit. The dark fruit. According to the encyclopedia, it's known as the most vicious Logia devil fruit in the history of devil fruits. Teach had been lurking on this ship for so many years to obtain it. Enduring for so many years, Teach stared intently at the fruit in Sachi's hand, his endless ambition and greed perfectly hidden beneath his simple exterior, were completely exposed at this moment. A fierce and sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 31. The Furious Five Elders. The surprise attack of the Knights of God. In Marineford, Pangu City, the atmosphere in the meeting room, which determines the direction of the world, was so tense it felt like it could drip water. The air was thick with suppressed anger, and the luxurious decor paled under the gloomy expressions of the 5 highest authorities in the world. The golden carved walls, the velvet crimson carpet, and the huge round table made from the legendary treasure tree atom were now shrouded in a cold shadow. Damn it, that bastard pirate White Knight. How dare he be so ungrateful? The golden-haired, knife-wielding elder slammed his fist on the heavy conference table, creating a fine crack on the hard surface, causing the porcelain teacups to rattle and tea to splash everywhere. The latest world economic news was carelessly tossed in the center of the table, featuring a giant image of White Knight's young and resolute face on the front page, with a bold headline reading, Celestial Dragons? Not even worth a dog. This outrageous statement struck the 5 elders like burning needles, twisting their noble faces in anger. We gave him the greatest favor, allowed him to become a world noble, to become a god. What grace! Yet he dared to refuse in front of the entire world. The glasses-wearing elder in a dark suit spoke with a cold, murderous intent, the eyes behind the lenses gleaming like a venomous snake. And that bastard Morgan's. The wings of a news bird should be completely broken. How dare he report such a world-shaking event? This is a blatant provocation to our 800-year rule. The elder wearing a flat hat gritted his teeth. What do we do now? This news has spread like a plague across the seas. Where is the authority of the world government? Where is the divinity of the celestial dragons? The five elders exchanged glances. Their usual composure vanished, replaced by offended rage and an unmasked anxiety. In their view, granting White Knight the identity of a celestial dragon was the highest grace, an honor that any mortal should be grateful for, kneeling in worship. White Knight should have immediately accepted and become a pawn under their control, and his threatening power would have been easily neutralized. But no one expected that White Knight not only refused, but also trampled this grace underfoot in the most vulgar and humiliating way. And Morgans, that news king who thrives on chaos, made all of this public, turning the world government and the celestial dragons into the world's laughingstock. What should we do now? The elder with the long white beard asked in a deep voice, interlocking his fingers in an attempt to break the suffocating silence. According to the latest news from CP0, White Knight is conquering the East Sea. It won't be long before the East Sea is completely under his control. Damn it, we must handle this seriously. We cannot lose the East Sea, nor can we allow someone who provokes our authority to live. There is only one solution now. The knife-wielding elder's eyes flashed coldly, his killing intent almost tangible, and that is, to kill White Knight. White Knight's strength is unfathomable. Killing him is not an easy task. You all saw the result of the last encounter. Oomph. The knife-wielding elder sneered, scanning his companions. Although White Knight is very powerful, he is still inexperienced, and he doesn't have many capable subordinates by his side. Now is the best time to assassinate him. If we wait until his pirate crew fully develops, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky to eliminate him. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the other four, his voice lower. Dispatch the Knights of God. Under St. Galen, there is someone who excels at this kind of task. Let him go assassinate White Knight. Not just White Knight. Another elder's eyes flashed with a fierce light, adding, Morgans must also disappear from this world. Let him know that some news comes at the cost of one's life. Understood. The order was swiftly conveyed. Under the elder's plan, the Knights of God began to act. They knew well that confronting White Knight head-on might come at a great cost. But assassination was another matter. Among the Knights of God, the chosen assassin possessed a devil fruit ability that was troublesome even for them, born specifically for assassination. They believed this was the best opportunity to eliminate the threat posed by White Knight. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, the sea breeze blew, carrying a hint of freshness after the smoke had cleared and a faint scent of sea salt. In the face of White Knight's overwhelming strength, the once chaotic East Sea had now restored order and peace in more than half of its regions. On the surface of the sea, seagulls soared freely. Fishing boats set sail again, and children's laughter echoed in the coastal villages. Lord White Knight, the entire East Sea is now completely under our control. Smoker stood at the bow of the ship, his justice coat billowing in the sea breeze, unable to hide his excitement as he reported loudly to the standing White Knight. The smoke from his two signature cigars seemed to carry a joyful arc as it spiraled upward into the air. Well done, Smoker. White Knight turned around, patting his broad shoulder with a smile, saying from now on, the East Sea will be entrusted to you. Yes, Lord White Knight. Smoker straightened his chest, his gaze intense as he responded loudly, you can rest assured. I, Smoker, will definitely help Lord White Knight guard the East Sea and uphold true justice. The experiences of this time had completely overturned Smoker's perceptions. Following White Knight, he had witnessed one decayed kingdom after another being overthrown and pirate crews that oppressed the people being exterminated. This sea was revitalizing at an unprecedented speed, which was the ideal he had always dreamed of but felt powerless to realize within the Navy system. Lord White Knight, where are you going next? Smoker asked respectfully. White Knight lifted his head, his deep gaze seeming to penetrate the endless seas, looking toward the legendary Grand Line. I should be returning to the Grand Line. 60 years ago, he was just one step away from overthrowing that decayed world government. Now, fate has brought him back once more, and that unfinished business must be completed by his own hands. Just as White Knight envisioned a future and Smoker and the others immersed themselves in dreams of what was to come, an unexpected change occurred. Without warning, without killing intent, without the sound of slicing air, Not even the flow of air changed in the slightest. A razor-sharp, long sword seemed to be born from the void, piercing through White Knight's chest from a dimension that did not exist in this world, silently stabbing him from behind. Puffed. The sword tip emerged from his body, bringing forth a spray of scorching blood that splattered like a bizarre red lotus on the smooth deck. Tom seemed to slow down at this moment. I did it. Pirate White Knight, you could die now. A strange figure slowly emerged from the air behind White Knight, taking shape like ink in water. He wore the uniform of the Knights of God, was slender, and wore a twisted and triumphant smile on his face. Seeing his sword precisely pierce the target's heart, his mouth stretched to his ears as he let out a hoarse laugh. You are from the Knights of God. A violent pain swept through White Knight's body in an instant, his face turning pale as he incredulously looked down at the bloodied blade protruding from his chest. How is this possible? Why didn't I notice you? White Knight's heart was filled with horror. His observation haki had already been cultivated to an extraordinary level, allowing him to foresee the future and perceive all things. However, in that brief moment, his perception was blank, as if the assassin did not exist in this world at all. Haha, because I am the user of the ambush fruit ability, the assassin exclaimed excitedly, his voice sharp and piercing. My ability allows me to launch a completely hidden surprise attack on anyone. No matter how strong your observation haki is, you won't sense my first attack. Even if you possess the most powerful observation haki, it is useless. This is exactly why the 5 elders dared to send an assassin. A terrifying ability specifically designed to counter top-tier powerhouses. Bai Ye, you remnant of the old era, go to your death in peace. The assassin sneered, exerting force in his arm as he drew forth his blade. More blood gushed out, and a gaping, bull-sized hole appeared in Bai Ye's chest. A clear passage through which his heart had been utterly destroyed and shattered. In anyone's understanding, with such an injury, even a god would not survive. Lord Bai Ye, seeing Bai Ye's tall figure sway and then crash to the ground, vitality rapidly draining away, Smoker and the others let out heart-wrenching cries. At the same time, on the surrounding sea, ripples spread as 3 similarly dressed members of the Knights of God revealed themselves, standing on the water's surface like phantoms, cold smiles on their faces. In the distance, the shadow of the World Government fleet appeared densely on the horizon, the insignia on their sails glaring in the sunlight. It seems we succeeded. With the heart destroyed, Bai Ye is truly dead this time. If that is the case, let us eliminate all these naval traitors who sided with Bai Ye. The 3 members of the Knights of God cast icy glares at Smoker and the other Navy personnel, murderous intent evident. Lord Bai Ye. Smoker's eyes turned crimson as he disregarded everything and rushed to Bai Ye's side, staring at the gaping wound in his chest that was still oozing blood and his lifeless face. He glanced at the massive fleet quickly closing in, and his heart sank to a chilling abyss. Damn it, how could this happen? He thought he had finally found the path to achieving justice, but he never expected that the darkness before dawn would be so despairing. Such a powerful Lord Bai Ye would die in this manner. All right, don't waste time. You all go die, commanded the assassin of the Knights of God, and the members of the Knights turned into afterimages, charging toward the desperate Smoker and the others. However, at that critical moment, the one who should have been dead with a massive hole in his chest suddenly moved his finger. Then, to everyone's horror, he slowly and unsteadily stood up. The gruesome wound was visibly writhing, flesh regenerating at an observable speed. It really hurts a lot. Bai Ye's deep voice rang out, tinged with annoyance, as if he had been disturbed from a pleasant dream. He moved his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Knights of God, you bastards. You really love ambushes. Before he finished speaking, Bai Ye's figure instantly vanished from his spot. The next second, accompanied by a deafening boom, the once triumphant assassin was kicked hard in the face by Bai Ye, flying back like a cannonball and crashing into the hull of a distant warship, leaving behind a twisted human-shaped hole. Chapter 32, One Punch. One member of the Knights of God, unstoppable. Seeing the resurrected Bai Ye, he simultaneously knocked the members of the Knights of God flying out. All around, whether it was the turbulent sea surface or the blood-stained deck, had fallen into an eerie silence. The sounds of the wind, the crashing waves, and the distant groans of the iron ships in the fleet seemed to be amplified countless times, clearly piercing into everyone's ears. It was a suffocating tranquility, as if even time itself had come to a halt in the face of this extraordinary scene. The three members of the Knights of God, standing like ghosts on the water surface, had their cold smiles completely frozen, replaced by a look of horror and shock as if they had seen a ghost. The confidence and pride in their eyes shattered like glass under a giant hammer, instantly reduced to dust, leaving only expressions of astonishment and disbelief. What? How is this possible? The heart was completely destroyed. He was supposed to be dead. I can say with 100% certainty that his life force had extinguished. He was indeed dead. Why? Why can he still stand up? The Knights of God belong to the organization of the Celestial Dragons, and everything is to maintain the rule of the Celestial Dragons. The Knights of God only act when the rule of the Celestial Dragons is threatened, eliminating anyone who dares to threaten them. As members of the Knights of God, they had witnessed countless bizarre abilities and experienced numerous brutal battles. But the scene before them had completely overturned their understanding. Death, the finality that is absolutely fair to all living beings, seemed to become a threshold that could be casually crossed in front of this man, a trivial curtain. Even Smoker was stunned in place, his mouth slightly agape, forgetting to breathe. He had just prepared to face death, to martyr himself for the justice he followed, but the scene before him yanked his heart, which had sunk to the bottom of the valley, back with an indescribable force, causing it to race uncontrollably. He could clearly feel the terrifying and profound aura emanating from Bai Ye, even more so than before, like an awakening ancient behemoth causing the entire sea to tremble. Bai Ye, sir, did you just die? Smoker's voice trembled with mixed joy and disbelief, tears in his eyes, uncertain whether they were remnants of sorrow or bursts of joy. I was indeed dead just now. Bai Ye's voice was frighteningly calm as he twisted his neck, feeling the powerful beating of his newly revived heart in his chest. The bowl-sized cavity had completely healed, leaving only smooth skin and tattered clothing. However, now I'm alive again. Bai Ye's cold gaze swept over the three members of the Knights of God, his mouth curling into a sinister arc, his white teeth glistening ominously in the sunlight. There was no trace of mockery in his eyes, only pure, cold, killing intent, like eternal polar ice that never melts. So, Knights of God, it's your turn. Not good. The plan has failed. Retreat quickly. The leading member of the Knights of God suddenly reacted from the shock deep in his soul, letting out a sharp scream. They were clearly aware of their mission. A sneak attack was their only chance of victory. Since the sneak attack had failed to completely kill Bai Ye, facing this monster head-on would be tantamount to suicide. Without any hesitation, three figures shot out like arrows, splashing three white waves on the surface of the water as they tried to flee in different directions. They were absolutely confident in their speed, which had guaranteed their survival after countless missions. Want to run? Bai Ye's tone was filled with disdain, as if he were watching three self-important ants. Did I allow you to leave? Stay here. In the instant his words fell, Bai Ye's figure left a faint afterimage in place, and the air let out a cry of being torn apart. One member of the Knights of God, who was desperately fleeing, felt a flash before his eyes, and a terrifying aura capable of freezing souls surged toward him. He didn't even have time to look back. Bai Ye's indifferent face was already close at hand, his pupils reflecting the man's twisted terror. Too slow. Bai Ye concentrated his pitch-black armed color hockey, even entwined with strands of deep red conqueror's hockey lightning, and casually thrust his fist forward. The air around his fist seemed to solidify, forming a visible distortion field. Not good. The member of the Knights of God felt his pupils constrict like pinpoints. His survival instincts compelled him to use all his knowledge for defense. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, activating his armed color hockey to the utmost, forming an indestructible black shield. However, in the face of absolute power, all struggles were futile. Boom! There was no earth-shattering roar, only an extremely muffled explosion. Bai Ye's fist seemed like a miniature black hole the moment it made contact. Terrifying hockey poured out like a mountain flood. The look of terror on the member's face froze forever as his body began to crumble from the point of contact. His hard-arm bones, internal organs, and spine all turning to dust under that brutal force, ultimately exploding into a mist of blood with a heart-wrenching scream. Not a single complete bone was left. The bright red rain of blood fell, dyeing the blue sea below with a shocking crimson. What? One punch, and Rogers was blown to pieces. This guy's strength is 100 times more terrifying than described in the intel. The remaining 2 members of the Knights of God watched their companion turn into a rain of blood, their hearts quaking in fear. And their speed of escape increased even more, almost burning their life force to squeeze every bit of potential from their bodies. They thought they had overestimated Bai Ye enough, only to find that the opponent's strength had exceeded the limits of their imagination. He next. Bai Ye's figure flickered again, drawing 2 twisted black lightning bolts on the sea surface, like the scythe of death swinging through the air. Boom! Boom! 2 more muffled explosions sounded, accompanied by the sudden stop of desperate wails. The other 2 members of the Knights of God followed in their companions' footsteps, being blown apart by Bai Ye in the same unreasonable manner, turning into flesh scattered across the blood-red sea. Just then, from the distant warship that had been struck with a large hole, there came a sound of struggling. The initial ambush fruit user crawled out, bloodied from the twisted steel, shaking his dazed head and looking around in confusion. What was happening? Where were Rogers and the others? He scanned his surroundings, only to see a calm but eerily red sea, with the presence of his companions vanished without a trace. Oh, are you looking for them? A cold voice sounded behind him, like the chill of winter's wind. The assassin's body stiffened, every hair on his body standing on end, and he turned around sharply to meet Bai Ye's emotionless eyes. Then I'll send you to see them. Boom! Another massive explosion of flesh and blood erupted, and this assassin who had made Bai Ye experience death didn't even have time to utter a plea for mercy before being blasted into ash, disappearing completely from this world. Next, Bai Ye slowly turned around, casting his gaze toward the massive fleet on the distant horizon. It's your turn now. That cold gaze seemed to cross a vast distance, piercing directly into the hearts of every commander in the World Government fleet. Quick, retreat. The entire fleet turn around. Retreat immediately. In the flagship's command room, an officer looked through the telescope at the figure that resembled a demon and let out a hysterical roar. The entire army of the Knights of God was annihilated in just a few seconds. What was the point of their fleet charging in, other than being targets? Trying to run? It's too late. Let them all sink to the bottom of the sea. Bai Ye's right hand grasped air, and the long sword at his waist automatically unsheathed with a hum, falling into his hand. He made no unnecessary movements, simply swinging his sword casually at the massive fleet. A silver-white slash, hundreds of meters long and as solid as a crescent moon, instantly detached from the blade, tearing through the atmosphere and cutting through the sea, leaving a bottomless trench on the water's surface, flying towards the largest battleship at the forefront of the fleet with unstoppable force. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the sky, and the battleship had no time to evade before being split in half by the massive slash. Immediately after, the violent sword energy erupted inside the ship, and the entire battleship turned into a gigantic fireball shooting into the sky, with countless soldiers' remains and ship debris being hurled upwards, then falling like rain. However, this was just the beginning. Just as Bai Ye was about to continue swinging his sword to completely wipe out the fleet from the sea, on the other side of the horizon, a massive ship, entirely crimson with a dragon head at the bow, was rapidly sailing through the waves. It was the red-haired Shanks flagship, the Red Force. Captain, look, it's Bai Ye. Jesus Burgess on the lookout lowered his telescope, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. He was chasing the fleet of the World Government. What a powerful slash. The fleet of the World Government looked like toys in front of him. On the deck, the officers of the red-haired pirates stared at the apocalyptic scene in the distance, their faces showing surprise. Shanks, with his famous sword griffin at his waist and his wine-red hair flowing in the sea breeze, gazed deeply across the distance at the figure committing mass slaughter, his brow slightly furrowing. If this continues, things will become uncontrollable. We need to go and stop him. Shanks said in a low voice, his tone carrying an undeniable determination. Chapter 33 Your face means nothing to me. Whoosh. Boom. Seeing the fleeing World Government warships, Bai Ye showed no hesitation. The long sword in his hand swung down rapidly without pause. Each swing seemed to carve a silver scar across the sky, unleashing a terrifying slash that sent chills down the spine. The silver sword energy solidified like a crescent moon, tearing through the blood-stained sea surface, plowing a bottomless trench in the scarlet waves, howling with death as it precisely chased down a World Government warship desperately trying to turn. Boom! The desperate screams were completely swallowed by the deafening explosion. The soldiers on that warship watched death descend upon them, with not even a moment to evade. A massive slash swept through the center of the ship, causing the steel to break like rotten wood. Immediately afterward, the violent sword energy erupted inside the ship, blowing the entire warship into a towering fireball. The flames lit up the sky, with countless soldier remains and burning debris thrown high into the air, crashing down like rain into the sea, stirring up ripples of blood. This hellish scene replayed repeatedly within a matter of minutes. On the sea surface, more than 20 imposing World Government warships had now been reduced to less than half, still struggling to survive. The vast ocean had completely turned into a hellish graveyard. Countless broken masts and twisted steel wreckage floated, while the surviving soldiers among the debris let out heartbreaking screams and struggled. They were covered in blood, desperately waving their arms, hoping that distant comrades could save their lives. However, it was a pity. On the surviving warships, panic had already spread like a plague. They had no time to escape, let alone care for those who had fallen into the water. Run, run, max out the power, escape at full speed. We're already at maximum power. On the flagship's deck, an officer had long lost his hat. He gripped the helm, roaring hoarsely, his face streaked with tears and fear. All the soldiers and officers were in complete chaos, frantically operating the ships, only wishing to flee from the demon-like man. But could they really escape? Obviously not. Whoosh. Boom. Another silver flash of death shot through the air, hitting a warship at the front with precision. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the ship followed its comrades, transforming into yet another brilliant firework on the sea surface. After destroying this warship, Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged, his gaze cold and devoid of any emotion. He swung his long sword again, pointing the blade towards the next prey. Since these World Government warships dared to attack him, they should be prepared for death. Moreover, Bai Ye had never been merciful to his enemies. Showing mercy to enemies was cruelty to oneself. Whoosh! The sword energy shot forth again, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, flying toward another Navy warship. However, at that moment when the slash was about to hit its target, a swift crimson figure suddenly rushed out, standing between the slash and the warship. The man drew his famous sword, Griffin, and met the incoming slash with an equally domineering strike. Clang! The two forces collided fiercely in mid-air, producing a deafening sound of metal clashing, and the resulting shockwave forcibly pressed a massive dent into the sea surface, which then exploded violently, creating towering waves. The rescued World Government warship rocked violently in the turbulent air currents, as if it would capsize at any moment. There's help. Seeing his slash being blocked, a ripple finally appeared in Bai Ye's cold eyes. He paused slightly and focused on the man. Lord Bai Ye, they are the red-haired pirates. Smoker shouted loudly at Bai Ye, his expression serious as he saw the massive pirate ship approaching rapidly. Pirates. A smirk appeared on Bai Ye's lips. How interesting. Pirates actually protecting the World Government.'s dogs. Are they tired of living? Old era-'s powerhouse, Bai Ye. Stop this. Red-haired Shanks landed steadily on the sea, his wine-red hair flowing in the turbulent air. His deep gaze fixed on Bai Ye as he said in a grave tone, "Do not add to the unnecessary slaughter." Haha, how funny. Bai Ye laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. A pirate actually comes to stop me from killing the World Government.'s warships. Shanks, since when did you, a Yonku, side with the World Government and become a dog for the Celestial Dragons? Shanks' expression was somewhat helpless. He sighed and explained seriously, Our red-hair pirates have not sided with the world government. But now, the sea has completely descended into chaos because of you, and countless people are killing each other in this turmoil. I hope Lord Bai Ye can stop. Give me some face." As soon as he finished speaking, Jesus Burgess, Beckman, and other cadres of the red-haired pirates appeared behind Shanks, standing in a line, looking solemnly at Bai Ye. Undoubtedly, the intent of the red-haired pirates was very clear. With his status as a Yonkou and the background of the celestial dragons that even the Gorosei would meet, almost everyone in the sea would give him some face, whether they were from the world government or pirates. However, unfortunately, this time he encountered Bai Ye. Face. Bai Ye's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by extreme coldness and contempt. "Haha, your face is worth nothing to me. If you want to stop me, let us see if you red-haired pirates have the ability." The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura that was almost visible to the naked eye erupted explosively from Bai Ye. Black-red lightning coiled around him, and an unparalleled conqueror's haki transformed into a storm of destruction, wildly pressing down on Shanks and the others. The entire sea seemed to freeze under this haki. All the members of the red-haired pirates felt the overwhelming haki erupting from Bai Ye, their expressions turning grave. Is this the powerhouse of the old era? This level of haki is too terrifying. Captain Shanks, do we really have to fight this monster? One by one, the members of the red-haired pirates began to look fearful under Bai Ye's terrifying haki. Chapter 34. The Power That Shocked the Red-Haired Pirates. Buzz. The air seemed to wail, nearly shattering under the pressure of White Knight's solidified conqueror's haki. Black and red arcs of electricity leaped wildly around him, crackling with explosive sounds, while the sea beneath his feet no longer churned, but became like a massive piece of obsidian, completely frozen and solidified by an invisible force. The members of the red-haired pirates, even the battle-hardened officers, felt as if they were carrying an invisible mountain on their backs, their breathing becoming extraordinarily heavy. This haki was not just a mental intimidation, but a pure, unreasonable physical oppression, as if even their bones were groaning. Is this a monster from the old era? Jesus Burgess tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He felt as if an invisible giant hand was gripping his lungs, each breath bringing searing pain. The captain's conqueror's haki could already intimidate all, but this man's haki was like an independent world filled with a will to destroy. Ben Beckman, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, had the smoke compressed to the point of not rising, and the expression behind his glasses was more serious than ever. Their captain Shanks' conqueror's haki was regal, commanding the world, making others submit willingly, a majesty that forced the weak to retreat. Yet White Knight's conqueror's haki was pure destruction and conquest, aiming to grind to dust any who dared to stand before him, along with their will and soul. "Hey, are you all too scared to move?" White Knight contemptuously scanned the red-haired pirates, who looked like they were facing a great enemy, the corners of his mouth curving into an increasingly cold smile. "Where is that arrogance you just showed in wanting to give me face? A dignified Yonko crew, and this is the extent of your courage to try and stop me? How laughable, since you dare not strike." White Knight slowly raised the long sword in his hand, the blade entwined with black and red lightning, the ominous electric light casting his face like a Shura returning from hell. "Then I want to hold back." As soon as the words left his mouth, White Knight lightly swung his arm, sending what appeared to be a casual slash flying. The slash was not merely a sword wave, but a pitch-black cutting wave infused with the ultimate conqueror's haki, tearing through the frozen sea, plowing a bottomless dark gash across the surface, carrying a terrifying might that seemed capable of cleaving islands, heading straight for the members of the red-haired pirates. Where the slash passed, even space let out a mournful cry under the unbearable burden. "Everyone be careful." Shanks' pupils contracted sharply, and he shouted angrily. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, shielding all his crew behind him, and boldly faced the attack with his famous sword griffin. Clang! The wine-red haki collided violently with the black-red haki, and the two forces of Conqueror's haki exploded with dazzling light at the point of their blades, as if a sun had detonated on the sea surface. After a deafening roar, the sea beneath Shanks instantly exploded, raising a giant wave over 100 meters high, which then evaporated in an instant under the compression of the two Hawkeye, forming a sky of white mist. Bang! Rumble! The aftermath of the explosion created a circular shockwave, pushing everything around outward. Shanks' figure was thrown dozens of meters away from the center of the explosion, his feet carving long waves on the sea as he barely stabilized himself. He looked down, and his grip on Griffin had caused his palm to split, blood dripping down the sword handle, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably. Such powerful strength. Is this the power at the pinnacle of the old era? Shanks shook his nearly numb right hand, waves of shock rolling in his heart. Just a casual strike had left him in such disarray. This power was pure, domineering, and devoid of any reason. Quick, support the captain. Bastards, don't underestimate us, the red-haired pirates. Let's go all out. Seeing their captain injured, Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Locky Lou could no longer maintain their composure. They roared in anger, without a hint of hesitation, and instantly launched a fierce attack on White Knight from different directions. Jesus Burgess bullets, wrapped in hockey capable of piercing steel, transformed into a pitch-black shooting star. Beckman raised his rifle, condensing hockey on it, preparing for close combat. Locky Lou charged in like a cannonball, the airflow created causing the sea surface to dip. A group of ignorant ants, watching the attacks, coming from all directions. A hint of impatience flashed in White Knight's eyes. He was even too lazy to use his sword, simply tightening his left fist. Get lost. The terrifying Conqueror's hockey surged wildly into his fist, the black-red electric light solidifying, as if drawing in all the darkness of the sky, forming an energy core that radiated a sense of destruction. Then, White Knight simply punched forward into the void. Boom! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a muffled sound to the extreme, as if it could shatter a person's heart. The Conqueror's hockey on White Knight's fist seemed to transform into a roaring ancient giant beast, tearing through space, creating a devastating shockwave that swept outwards in all directions. Rumble! Jesus Burgess bullets turned to dust the moment they encountered the shockwave. Locky Lou's charging form was forcibly pushed back by an unstoppable force, and the combined attacks of Beckman and the others were as fragile as paper in the face of this pure torrent of hockey, instantly destroyed. But that was not the end. After obliterating all the attacks, the terrifying torrent of hockey continued to surge towards the members of the red-haired pirates. Not good. Quick, defend. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and in a hurry, they raised their hockey to the utmost, forming pitch-black barriers in front of them, trying to withstand this earth-shattering blow. However, this was simply a mantis trying to stop a car. PFF. A series of miserable screams rang out. All members of the red-haired pirates, including Vice Captain Ben Beckman, were sent flying, spewing blood under this impact, like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily into the distant sea, sending up enormous splashes of water. Even Beckman, the vice captain, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Damn it! Watching his cherished companions being severely injured by a single punch. Shanks' eyes turned crimson in an instant, an unprecedented rage igniting from the depths of his heart, as if it would burn away all his reason. The hockey belonging to the Yonko surged up to the sky without reservation, although it was not as grand as White Knight's. It was filled with a resolute will to protect everything, transforming into a wine-red storm to counter White Knight's black-red hockey. White Knight! Shanks roared, pouring all his strength into Griffin, his whole being turning into a wine-red lightning bolt, sword tip aimed, charging fiercely at White Knight again. This time, he was betting everything. Faced with the enraged Shanks, White Knight still wore the expression of disdain, raising his long sword to meet him. Bang! The two divine weapons, wrapped in top-tier Conqueror's hockey, collided once more. This time, the sound of the impact was more terrifying than any before, the released black-red and wine-red lightning tearing the sky apart, splitting the dense clouds in two, revealing the blue sky above the cloud cover. The entire sea area trembled violently under the collision of these two. Chapter 35. Your famous sword is nice. Now it's mine. The sky, torn apart, bore wounds that refused to heal, as the dissipating black-red aura of lightning rampaged through the heavy clouds, producing terrifying crackling sounds. Below, the sea roiled as if a ton of explosives had been thrown in, boiling violently, with massive whirlpools forming and collapsing one after another, as if the entire ocean were trembling and wailing under the weight of this extraordinary power. Bang! Another muffled explosion sounded, this time from the clash between Shanks and Griffin. An irresistible force surged crazily along the blade, not only containing pure destructive power, but also bearing a will to crush all things and reign supreme. Shanks felt as if his armament Hawkeye was like thin ice under sunlight, cracking and shattering with each passing moment. The bones in his arms screamed under the unbearable strain, as if they were about to snap completely. Damn it! Is the ancient powerhouse White Knight truly an invincible existence? Shanks gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, veins bulging like dragon tendrils, trying with all his might to stabilize Griffin in his hands. However, all his struggles appeared so pale and weak in the face of White Knight's unfathomable power. He could clearly feel that his proud conqueror's Hawkeye was being continuously devoured and dismantled by the opponent's deeper and more tyrannical black-red Hawkeye. White Knight stood like an insurmountable black mountain, and no matter how Shanks attacked, he could not shake it, even slightly. Shanks had fought strong opponents before, but he discovered that those he had encountered in the past were nothing compared to White Knight. He had hoped to stop White Knight from further slaughter, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. He couldn't even protect his own companions, let alone stop the man before him. A deep sense of powerlessness spread in his heart for the first time. Has your attack ended? White Knight's indifferent voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Yet it felt like a 1,000-pound hammer striking heavily on Shanks' heart. With a slight tremor of his wrist, an extremely refined strength erupted like a volcano. Now it's my turn. Slash. There was no magnificent name for the move, only a cold word that seemed capable of freezing souls. The long sword in White Knight's hand traced an unremarkable trajectory, without any stunning momentum or dazzling light, simply slashing toward Shanks. Not good. Shanks' pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needle tips, and in that instant, all his senses and his top-tier observation Hawkeye went into a frenzy of warning, screaming for him to escape. He wanted to dodge, but White Knight's aura had completely locked down the space around him. No matter where he fled, this sword would follow him like a shadow. He could only hastily cross Griffin in front of his chest, pouring all the remaining Hawkeye into it in an attempt to block. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed across the sea. In the next second, Shanks felt an unimaginable, overwhelming force coming from the sword, his arms instantly losing sensation, and his grip shattered under the immense power, blood gushing out like a fountain. Griffin, the famous sword that had accompanied him in battles for half his life, slipped from his grasp for the first time, tracing a sorrowful arc in the air, rolling helplessly, just as Shanks prepared to endure the excruciating pain to reclaim the long sword. A hand moved faster than him. White Knight's figure flickered like a ghost, arriving first, and steadily grasped the hilt of Griffin in midair. With a casual swing, the sword's edge cut through the air, producing a sharp sound of slicing wind. He felt very satisfied with the feel of this sword and the sharpness it contained. Although White Knight's swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level, he had always used ordinary long swords, which were ultimately not entirely suitable. Famous swords were hard to come by, and those that suited him were even rarer. He never expected that Shanks would personally deliver such a divine weapon into his hands. Holding the famous sword, White Knight's gaze shifted, locking onto the distant fleet of the World Government, which had turned into black dots, desperately fleeing. A cold smirk appeared on his lips, and with Griffin in hand, he made a distant slash at one of the warships. Whoosh! Boom! A perfectly refined black-red slash broke through the air. That slash was like a black lightning bolt tearing through the sky, instantly traversing thousands of meters, carving a bottomless dark trench on the sea surface. The lookout on the World Government warship, which was fleeing at full speed, had just spotted that black light, and before the alarm could even be raised, the entire ship was split in two by the slash, followed by a violent chain explosion, sinking into the icy depths of the sea amidst the rising flames and thick smoke, accompanied by countless despairing screams from the Navy. "Nice weapon, now it's mine," White Knight said again with satisfaction, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He then turned his gaze to the remaining World Government ships, his arms moving in succession. Boom, boom. One destructive slash after another flew out, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, accurately and ruthlessly reaping those steel beasts. Accompanied by a series of deafening explosions, the World Government fleet was completely destroyed amidst desperate wails, turning into burning wreckage, sinking to the depths of the sea, dyeing that area into a graveyard of steel and flames. "Captain, what should we do now?" At that moment, Ben Beckman and the others, enduring their internal injuries, arrived beside Shanks, each with faces pale to the extreme. They were soaked, blood trickling from their mouths, and their breaths were weak, clearly having suffered serious injuries from the previous clash of Conqueror's Hawkeye. "We retreat. Get out of here." Shanks looked at his companion's disheveled appearances, then glanced at the distant White Knight, wielding Griffin like a demon, dominating everything. His face was filled with humiliation and reluctance, but he finally squeezed out the command to retreat through gritted teeth. Not only had he failed to stop White Knight, but they had all been heavily injured, and even his own sword had been taken. This was an unprecedented defeat for the red-haired pirates, who reigned over the New World. Besides retreating, he couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock. However, while they wanted to leave, White Knight had no intention of letting them go. "Trying to run? Where do you think you're going?" The cold voice seemed to echo in their ears, as White Knight swung Griffin again toward the sea in front of them, delivering another powerful slash. Chapter 36, Capturing the Red-Haired Pirates. Whoosh. Boom. This slash from Bai Ye was more terrifying than any before. The sword energy didn't fly far, but struck the sea surface fiercely. In an instant, the ocean seemed to be cleaved by an invisible giant axe, creating a massive trench over 100 meters wide and bottomless, stretching across the front of the red-haired pirate's ship, with towering, surging walls of water on either side, as if a natural barrier had blocked all their paths. "Damn it, Bai Ye, what do you want to do? Do you want to wipe us out completely?" Looking at this miraculous scene before him, Shanks's face turned pale as he shouted angrily at Bai Ye. He knew that if Bai Ye truly intended to kill, given their current state, they would likely face total annihilation today. He wasn't afraid of death, but he couldn't bear to watch his companions, whom he regarded as family, perish in the sea alongside him. "Killing you all? Not a bad suggestion." Hearing Shanks's words, Bai Ye's lips curled into a playful smile, his gaze resembling that of a cat toying with a mouse beneath its claws. As soon as he said this, all members of the red-haired pirates felt a tightness in their chests, instinctively gripping their weapons, their muscles tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. However, Bai Ye changed his tone, his voice becoming relaxed. "I can give you a chance to surrender." "A chance to surrender?" Shanks and his crew were stunned, momentarily unable to react, questioning whether they had misheard. Indeed, Bai Ye's voice became majestic and imposing, like a decree from a divine being, echoing across the entire sea. "Now, make your choice. Is it a choice of meaningless death, or is it to surrender?" Upon hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Shanks's face. He looked around at his injured companions, at the insurmountable trench ahead, and then at the man wielding his sword, who was dominating everything. "Do we even have a right to choose now?" Shanks muttered, his voice filled with endless helplessness and fatigue. Finally, Shanks took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, and spoke in a deep voice towards that direction. "We surrender. Smoker, imprison them all." Bai Ye shouted loudly at Smoker, who was not far away. "Yes, Lord Bai Ye." Upon hearing this, Smoker was stunned, his face filled with disbelief and joy. He then loudly ordered his subordinate marines, "Hurry, arrest all these vile pirates with sea-stone handcuffs." After so many years in the Navy, he had never even dared to dream of capturing a Yonko pirate crew. Unexpectedly, following Bai Ye, this strong figure from the old era, he could accomplish such a feat himself, and Smoker felt his blood boiling. "Captain, are we really going to be captured by the Navy? This is too embarrassing." "We are." "Yes, Captain. being captured by the Navy in the East Blue. Will we even have a reputation left for the red-haired pirates? Seeing the rapidly approaching Navy, crewmates like Lucky Roo and Jesus Burgess showed extremely reluctant expressions. They were emperors of the New World, figures whom countless pirates looked up to, and the Navy headquarters couldn't do anything to them. Yet today they were to be captured in the East Blue, which felt worse than death. All right, no more complaints. Ben Beckman coughed up a mouthful of blood and said solemnly, Bai Ye is watching. If he changes his mind, it won't just be a simple arrest for us. Sure enough, upon hearing Beckman's words and feeling that gaze still lingering on them, carrying a faint sense of pressure, all complaints fell silent. They then recalled the fear of being blasted away with a single punch earlier, as well as that terrifying slash that cleaved the sea. The first mate was right. Compared to being killed by that monster and sinking to the seabed, being imprisoned at least meant they were still alive. Thus, in the incredulous gazes of countless East Blue Marines, the Yonko red-haired pirates, who dominated the New World, were defeated by Bai Ye alone. All members shackled with cold seastone handcuffs, completely reduced to prisoners. Within a week, the news of Bai Ye capturing a Yonko spread like wildfire, carried by newsbirds to every corner of the world. The president of the World Economic News, Morgans, even personally crafted the most exaggerated and sensational headlines, publishing this information capable of shaking the balance of the seas on the front page. Shocking. The Emperor of the New World has fallen. The entire red-haired pirates captured in the East Blue. The monster of the old era, Bai Ye, is a nation unto himself. For a moment, the Grand Line, New World, and all four seas. Everyone who saw this newspaper fell into a deathly silence, followed by an explosive uproar like a volcanic eruption. No way. This is red-haired. A Yonko, captured in the weakest, East Blue? Did Morgans drink too much? No, look at the photo. This is real seastone handcuffs. Don't you recognize the face of Shanks? Countless pirates slumped on the tavern floor, their cups slipping from their hands and shattering. Every person who saw the photo and report was filled with shock and complex expressions. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the East Blue, a small ship flying a skull flag was spinning in place. Hey, Luffy, where are we actually going? Usopp lay weakly on the ship's railing, feeling his stomach churning. It seemed they had been spinning here for 3 days. In the shadow under the sails, Zoro, holding 3 swords, frowned tightly, seemingly meditating. But his tensed body betrayed his inner restlessness. Ha ha ha. Of course, we're going to find one piece. I want to be the Pirate King. Lui, veringostrohot, replied enthusiastically, as if completely unaware of the seriousness of their navigation troubles. Without a navigator, how can you be the Pirate King? Usopp muttered quietly. Zoro opened one eye, glanced at Luffy, and then resignedly closed it again. Just then, a news bird cawed as it flew overhead, dropping a newspaper perfectly onto Usopp's face. Ugh. Usopp hurriedly pulled the newspaper off. What is this? Huh. It's a newspaper. The moment Usopp saw the front page photo, he jumped up, his voice sharp. Oh my god. A big event. A super big event. The strongman of the old era, Bai Ye, has done something that has shaken the seas again. Bai Ye? What do you do now? Zoro sat up straight, the lazy aura vanishing without a trace, his eyes sharply fixed on the newspaper in Usopp's hand. Zoro set out to sea to defeat Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. However, after the battle at the Baratai, Bai Ye defeated Mihawk, making Bai Ye the world's greatest swordsman. Naturally, Zoro's goal shifted to Bai Ye. The newspaper said that Bai Ye defeated Shanks and captured the entire red-haired pirates. Usopp's eyes were about to pop out as he pointed at the newspaper, his finger trembling. Oh, so that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Zoro lost interest, because Zoro had no idea what the red-haired pirates represented. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Boy, who had just been playful and carefree, had a smile freeze upon hearing the name Shanks. He snatched the newspaper from Usopp's hand, staring intensely at the photo that occupied the entire page. In the photo, the man who once handed him the straw hat and made a promise to meet again as the Pirate King is now wearing gray and white shackles, looking exhausted as he is escorted by the Navy. What? Shanks has actually been captured. Chapter 37. The Diary of the White Knight, Creating the Revolutionary Army. The reason Luffy set out to sea and aimed to become the Pirate King is largely because of Shanks. To him, Shanks is like a father and an idol. a guiding light for his dreams. But now, the cold lead characters in the newspaper feel like a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely into his heart. Shanks has been captured. How can Luffy not be excited? How is it possible? How could Shanks be captured? Luffy clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging with anger. I must go save Shanks. Luffy's deafening shout echoed on the small ship, and Usopp was so frightened he almost fell off the side, his face turning pale. What did you say, Luffy? It was that White Knight who captured red-haired Shanks. That monster-like White Knight. Usopp's voice trembled as he snatched the newspaper, pointing at White Knight's name as if the name itself carried immense pressure. The scene of destruction flashed uncontrollably in Usopp's mind during the battle between White Knight and Mihawk. With just a single sword strike, he split the boundless sea open, creating a bottomless canyon. That image is an indelible mark of fear for his entire life. And now Luffy actually wants to provoke such a being. This is not just looking for trouble. This is actively putting his neck on the chopping block. No matter who the enemy is, Luffy's eyes burned with an undeniable flame, a pure stubbornness bordering on foolishness. I must save Shanks. Set sail, let's go. Zoro, who was leaning against the cabin and polishing his sword, also stopped his movements. He raised his head, his expression serious. Of course, he remembered White Knight, the man who took the title of the world's greatest swordsman from Mihawk, the target he now must surpass. But he also knew very well the gap between him and that man was as vast as the distance between a firefly and the bright moon. Sanji peeked out from the makeshift kitchen, cigarette in mouth, his brow furrowed, silent. They all knew that with their current abilities, challenging White Knight would be tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. Luffy, even if we set sail, where should we go? Usopp looked at the endless, unmarked blue sea and asked desperately, because they still didn't have a navigator, nor even a decent sea chart. This ship floated like a leaf in a bathtub, entirely at the mercy of the wind and currents. I don't know either. Luffy scratched his head, but the stubbornness on his face didn't diminish at all. As long as we keep sailing forward, we will definitely reach somewhere. Luffy didn't think too much, grabbing the helm with all his strength, steering the ship to break through the waves in the direction he felt was forward. Thus, the Straw Hat cruise ship began a reckless journey across the vast ocean, aimless yet with a clear goal. On the other side, after dealing with the red-haired pirates, the winds of the East Blue had changed completely. The once scattered naval branches and chaotic towns were now shrouded under a brand new flag. The reputation of White Knight had become the strongest order in this weakest sea. On a transformed naval fortress island, the Siki, dressed in a neat naval uniform, radiated excitement and admiration as she hurriedly approached White Knight, who was gazing out at the sea on the terrace, holding a thick stack of documents. Lord White Knight, here is the latest situation of the entire East Blue. She handed over the documents, her voice crisp and strong. The entire East Blue is now completely under our control. Admiral Smoker is establishing a new order on each island according to your instructions. Very good. White Knight took the documents and flipped through them casually, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The sea breeze fluttered his clothing, making him appear as if he were one with the sea itself. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. 60 years ago, he spent a full decade conquering and managing to control a sea area. And now, in less than a year, the entire East Blue has been completely taken. It seems that wanting to recreate the power of 60 years ago is not an impossible task after all. Just then, White Knight's gaze slightly sharpened, as if piercing through the void to a certain corner. White Knight spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet it echoed clearly across the entire terrace. Since you are here, then come out. The Siki was momentarily taken aback, looking around in confusion. What has come? Before she could finish her sentence, an unexpected gust of wind suddenly whipped up, making the flags on the terrace flutter loudly. The strength of the wind nearly knocked the Siki off her feet. When the wind subsided, a tall figure had quietly appeared before White Knight. The person was dressed in a deep green hooded robe, most of his body shrouded in shadow. Only the unique red checkered tattoo on his chin stood out prominently in the sunlight. Who are you? Seeing the sudden appearance of this mysterious person, the Siki immediately became alert, her right hand swiftly gripping the hilt of her sword, Shiyu, ready for a fierce counterattack. The visitor paid no heed to Daseki's hostility. He slowly raised his hand, removed his hood, revealing a serious and resolute face. His deep gaze locked onto White Knight. He slightly bowed, his tone carrying an indescribable respect. Lord White Knight, it is an honor to meet you. You are the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Daseki's pupils dilated, and she gasped in shock. The man deemed the world's most dangerous criminal by the world government was actually here. The Revolutionary Army. I wonder if you have come to see me for something? A hint of curiosity flashed in White Knight's eyes as he scanned Dragon from head to toe. Slowly speaking, Lord White Knight, I have come to seek your guidance. Dragon lowered his posture significantly, akin to a student seeking knowledge from a sage. Then, Dragon carefully took out something from his bosom. I wonder if you still remember this book. It was a somewhat aged diary. The leather cover worn and somewhat faded at the edges, but it was preserved very well. White Knight's gaze fell on the diary, first startled. Then a flash of surprise and nostalgia crossed his eyes. This is my diary? How did it end up in your hands? When he first crossed into this world of One Piece, in order not to forget the valuable knowledge and thoughts of his previous life, White Knight had made it a habit to write in his diary every day, recording advanced theories, social concepts, and even some technical blueprints. He had thought that with his death 60 years ago, this diary would have long been lost to the river of history, turned to dust. He never expected that after 60 years, he would see it again. Lord White Knight, my Revolutionary Army, as well as all my thoughts, can be said to have been established relying on the theories in your diary. Dragon looked at White Knight with eyes filled with utmost respect and fervor. Chapter 38. Luffy is here to save Shanks. In his diary, White Knight had indeed recorded many ideas and methodologies on how to overthrow the old world and establish a new order. Unexpectedly, this diary ended up in Dragon's hands by chance, and he regarded it as a guiding principle, using it as a foundation to establish a revolutionary army capable of shaking the foundations of the world government. That's right, Dragon, is it? You did very well. Hearing Dragon's words, White Knight felt genuinely satisfied and appreciative. But Lord White Knight, Dragon's tone shifted, revealing a look of confusion and yearning on his face. Many of the theories inside are too profound. I have exhausted my efforts and still cannot fully understand them. I hope Lord White Knight can point me in the right direction. Well said, well said. White Knight became interested and waved his hand. What do you not understand? Let me explain it to you. Great. Dragon's spirit lifted, and he quickly humbly asked, I don't know what treatise mentioned in Lord White Knight's diary specifically means. This is the greatest power. Wisdom sparkled in White Knight's eyes. Let me explain it to you in detail. Then, White Knight began to slowly explain those ideas from another world that could overturn an entire era to this future king of revolution on the terrace by the East Sea. Just as White Knight and Dragon were engaged in a discussion that could change the world's landscape, a battered small boat was struggling against the wind and waves, swaying towards a heavily guarded island. Luffy, are you sure this is the island we need to go to? Usopp leaned on the ship's railing, weakly looking at the increasingly clear black in the distance, his voice filled with doubt. Yes, Luffy, we have encountered all sorts of strange weather on this journey. Zoro leaned against the mast, his expression not looking good either. And Luffy, our food supplies are running low. Sanji complained, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Because their captain and helmsman completely lacked the knowledge of a navigator, this group could only sail based on vague feelings. Along the way, they had suffered all kinds of hardships. One moment it was clear skies, and the next was a storm, just after dodging a huge whirlpool. They almost collided with a sea king that fell from the sky. If it weren't for their incredible luck, this small boat would have sunk to an unknown part of the seabed long ago. It should be right. Luffy stretched his neck, resting his hand on his forehead to look ahead, and suddenly he shouted excitedly, Look, there's a Navy flag up ahead. Shanks must be imprisoned there. Luffy shouted, suddenly turning the ship's helm, and the Going Merry shot forward like an arrow straight towards the island's port. The Navy sentries on the island immediately noticed this small boat charging over with an unusual skull flag. Who are you? This is the East Sea Navy prison, a military stronghold. The Navy on the lookout tower raised a loudspeaker snail and issued a stern warning. Immediately stop the ship and leave. Otherwise, we will launch an attack. This is actually a Navy prison. We really didn't come to the wrong place. Luffy not only did not stop, but became even more excited. He stood at the bow, raising his arms towards the island, shouting, "Shanks, I'm here to save you." Before his words fell, he pushed off with his legs, and his body shot towards the shore like a cannonball. In the astonished eyes of the Navy, he charged directly onto the island and launched an attack on the Navy at the dock. Gum pistol. Not good. Pirates are attacking. Quickly stop them. The alarm instantly echoed throughout the island. Faced with Luffy's aggressive assault, the Navy on the island quickly organized a defense and began to counterattack. Soon, Luffy was in a melee with the EC Navy. Although Luffy's current strength was not top-notch, he was, after all, a paramecia devil fruit user. The bizarre attack methods brought by his rubber body were not something these ordinary Navy soldiers could resist. In an instant, the dock was in chaos. As Luffy attacked the surrounding Navy like a whirlwind, he was also shouting at the top of his lungs, using all his strength. "Shanks, where are you? I'm here to save you." Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the Navy prison, in a huge and dark cell, the members of the red-haired pirates were being held separately here, each wearing shackles that emitted a cold aura around their wrists and ankles. "Captain, what should we do now?" One officer irritably bumped his unshackled shoulder against the cold stone wall. "Are we really going to stay here? Forever?" "Exactly. Let's break out. This kind of broken prison can't hold us at all." Another member echoed, his eyes filled with unwillingness. As an emperor pirate crew reigning over the New World, this ordinary prison was indeed like a joke to them. Even with shackles on their hands and feet, it was nothing for them. "This prison truly can't hold us." Ben Beckman leaned against the wall, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, his voice hoarse and calm. "But what about after we escape?" His gaze swept over everyone as he asked word by word. "Do you still want to be beaten up again by that White Knight?" With one sentence, it was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames that had just ignited in everyone's hearts. Escaping was indeed not a difficult task for the red-haired pirates. However, there was a White Knight outside. The figure of that man loomed over their hearts like a nightmare. Sigh, that guy White Knight is just too terrifying. Those who had originally shouted about breaking out suddenly deflated, withdrawing all their thoughts. Beckman was right. White Knight's strength was something they could not comprehend or contend with. If we try again, the outcome will not change at all. Just as the atmosphere in the cell was heavy and oppressive, a hearty laugh suddenly broke the silence. Actually, being in prison is quite an interesting experience. Shanks sat cross-legged on the ground, showing no awareness of being a prisoner. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and said with a smile, "Our red-haired pirates have never all been in prison together. It's like a long vacation." At that moment, a vague shouting sound faintly came from outside, penetrating through the thick stone walls. "Sean, KS, save you." The voice was intermittent, but that name clearly reached everyone's ears in the cell. Everyone in the cell was taken aback. "Huh, did you hear that? It sounds like someone is calling the captain's name?" Jesus Burgess asked in confusion. Beckman also frowned and listened intently. And for the first time, the smile on Shanks's face froze. He slowly raised his head, and his single eye was filled with shock and disbelief. That voice, he was too familiar with it. "Shanks, I'm here to save you." This time, Luffy's shout came in even clearer, like thunder in the silent cell. Chapter 39, What Bloodline? What Heritage? All of you go die. Hearing the distant yet increasingly clear shouts, the members of the red-haired pirates reacted. The unique innocence and persistence contained in that voice were too familiar to them. "Captain, this voice, why does it sound so familiar?" One of the officers tilted his ear, his face full of doubt. "Yes, this seems to be Luffy's voice." Jesus Burgess widened his eyes, almost unable to believe his ears. "How could he be here?" "What, Luffy?" Lucky Roo mumbled while gnawing on a meat leg hidden in his arms. "What's he doing here? The naval prison is not Windmill Village. Isn't Luffy courting death?" Another officer's expression changed drastically, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. For a moment, the prison cell erupted in chaos. The members of the red-haired pirates held a special sentiment towards Luffy. This kid who had accidentally consumed the devil fruit they had worked so hard to obtain, but had inherited some kind of will, was already seen as a beacon of hope for the future. And he was the man their Captain Shanks had recognized and entrusted the straw hat to. However, no one expected that Luffy would charge in here alone to save them. "Captain, what should we do now?" Yes, this little brat Luffy really doesn't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Ben Beckman extinguished his cigarette, and a rare anxiousness emerged on his usually calm face. Him coming to save us is not a rescue at all. It's a death wish. Exactly. If his actions attract White Knight's attention, then it's all over. Clearly, in the minds of the red-haired pirates, they did not believe Luffy had the ability to rescue them, because they knew better than anyone how powerful that man named White Knight was. Once White Knight took action, Luffy might not even know how he died. "We need to get out. Let's leave this place immediately." The usually silent Shanks suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with determination. After pondering for a moment, he made a low and powerful decision. If it were just them, it wouldn't matter how long they stayed here. They could even treat it as a special experience. But Luffy has come. That child he holds great hope for has arrived, and with just a little carelessness, they could put Luffy in an irreversible situation. They could no longer stand by and do nothing. "All right, Captain. Let's go. I've long had enough of this damn place." Upon hearing Shanks's order, the members of the red-haired pirates instantly changed their momentum. The aura of kings dominating the new world surged once again. With a crack, a few crisp sounds echoed as the specially made cold-feeling shackles were easily broken in front of them like fragile cookies. The hard prison door, twisted and deformed under brute force, kicked away. Soon, this group of the world's top pirates charged out of the prison like tigers released from their cages. On the other side, White Knight was leisurely leaning on the sofa, explaining the epic-making theories recorded in his diary to Dragon. At this moment, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most notorious criminal, Dragon, was sitting upright like a devoted student, pen in hand, quickly jotting down notes with a face full of curiosity and contemplation, appearing earnest and eager to learn. White Knight was happy to share his vast knowledge with Dragon's keen thirst for knowledge, imparting various methods and concepts without reservation. Just as White Knight was getting excited in his explanation, Dragon suddenly seemed to remember something, abruptly closing his notebook. "Lord White Knight, let us stop here for today. The knowledge you imparted is too profound and vast. I need time to digest it properly. I must take my leave now," Dragon said, barely having time for more pleasantries before vanishing like a gust of wind, instantly disappearing from the office. The window rattled loudly, and the papers on the desk flew everywhere, indicating his urgent departure. "He has gone. Why does he look so anxious?" White Knight waved his hand to suppress the fluttering documents, muttering thoughtfully, "I wonder how far Dragon will develop the Revolutionary Army after receiving my revolutionary theories from my past life." A playful smile curled at the corners of White Knight's mouth, filled with curiosity. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and as Bounty rushed in, looking flustered, almost tripping over the threshold in her haste. "Lord White Knight, it's bad." She leaned against the doorframe, gasping for breath, shouting, "Something big has happened." Seeing Daz Bounty's panicked expression, White Knight asked curiously, "What happened that got you so flustered?" He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Could it be the 5 elders have come again? In his mind, the only ones on this sea that could slightly excite him enough to fight back were those 5 old geezers. In fact, if it weren't for their simultaneous arrival, White Knight really wouldn't take them seriously. "No," Daz Bounty shook her head vigorously, speaking urgently. It's the red-haired pirates escaping from prison. They were rescued by someone." Rescued by someone?" White Knight raised an eyebrow. "Who is it? How dare they have such audacity?" White Knight was very curious. With his current power suppressing the sea, who would be so reckless as to dare rescue someone right under his nose? "Lord White Knight, it's a rookie pirate named Monkey D. Luffy," Daz Bounty quickly reported, "and Admiral Smoker has already personally set sail to pursue them." "Luffy? No wonder." Upon hearing this name, White Knight immediately understood. On this sea, the only one bold enough to do something so reckless is probably that kid Luffy. And Dragon, that sudden appearance and hurried departure just now must have been a cover for his son. White Knight had some doubts about Dragon's intentions, but everything suddenly made sense. Since Smoker has gone to chase them, White Knight placed the teacup back on the table, making a soft sound, and said in a very calm tone, "Then let Smoker handle this matter." Clearly, White Knight had little interest in Luffy. Even if he vaguely knew Luffy might be related to the so-called sun god Nika, White Knight didn't care at all. He believed that in the face of absolute power, no matter what sun god or emu, they would all be easily defeated. White Knight did not believe in bloodlines or heritage. He only believed in his own strength. Chapter 40. Entering the Grand Line. Adopting a whale as a pet. After the EC was completely under the control of Bai Ye, he set his sights on a broader stage. Bai Ye began his journey towards the Grand Line. "Captain, why do you want me to be your navigator?" On a brand new ship, Nami skillfully manipulated the helm while complaining with a reluctant expression. Under Bai Ye's rule, the EC had established a new order, and her hometown, Cocoa Village, was finally safe. Nami thought she could finally start a peaceful life drawing sea charts. However, she never expected Bai Ye to suddenly approach her, insisting in an undeniable tone that she serve as his navigator. Although Nami had 100 reasons not to, faced with Bai Ye's unfathomable strength, she could only obediently follow orders. "Haha, who told you to call me boss so readily back then?" Bai Ye leaned against the railing, enjoying the sea breeze, and said to Nami with a smile, "Since you acknowledge me as your boss, isn't it only natural for you to be my navigator? Besides, don't you want to witness the grandeur of the Grand Line with your own eyes? The grandeur of the sea." Hearing Bai Ye's words, Nami's complaining expression paused slightly, and her mind began to wander. The legendary route, the mysterious sea, and the scenery at the world's end. Her eyes began to fill with the light of longing. "I understand now, Lord Bai Ye." Once she realized this, Nami no longer hesitated. Her gaze became firm and focused as she concentrated on steering the ship quickly towards the entrance of the Grand Line at Reverse Mountain. However, just as they rushed past the rapids of Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line, an enormous dark shadow suddenly surged from beneath the sea, creating towering waves as it charged towards Bai Ye's ship like a moving mountain. "Oh, not good. Lord Bai Ye, help." Nami looked at the gigantic whale's head that blotted out the sun and its massive mouth that seemed capable of swallowing everything, her face turning pale as she screamed in terror. "A gigantic whale has appeared ahead. It's going to eat us." "Want to eat me?" Seeking death. Upon seeing the enormous whale, Bai Ye's eyes narrowed instantly. In that moment, a violent and overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from his body, like a tangible shockwave, forcefully pressing towards the whale. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Roar! The giant whale emitted a mournful cry, filled with pain and fear. Then its massive body suddenly stiffened, its huge eyes rolled back, and it collapsed onto the sea, creating monstrous waves. "Lord Bai Ye, stop. Lord Bai Ye, please show mercy." Labu means no harm. At that moment, an old man wearing a flower hat suddenly ran out from the lighthouse behind the whale, standing on the shore and shouting in panic towards Bai Ye. This old man was Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, and also the former ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. Today, he was taking care of Laboon as usual. Unexpectedly, Laboon had suddenly gone wild for some reason, crashing against the wall of Reverse Mountain. Even more unexpectedly, Bai Ye's ship had just emerged from Reverse Mountain at that moment. Laboon nearly destroyed Bai Ye's ship and was knocked unconscious by Bai Ye's terrifying conqueror's haki. To prevent Bai Ye from harming Laboon, Crocus could only grit his teeth and rush over. "No harm." Bai Ye glanced at the old man, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. "It just charged at my ship with its mouth wide open. How can that be called no harm? This. Lord Bai Ye, please let me explain." Seeing Bai Ye's unfriendly expression, Crocus became flustered, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Crocus was very aware of the terror of the man before him. This was an ancient powerhouse who was more legendary than even Roger's era, known throughout the seas since 60 years ago. His strength was such that even the world government and the five elders could do nothing about him. If Bai Ye really lost his temper here, not to mention Laboon, even Twin Cape would likely be flattened, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Crocus dared not delay, quickly recounting the 50-year-old agreement between Laboon and the Rumbar pirates in detail. He spoke rapidly, fearing that this man would lose patience. Bai Ye listened without any expression, having long been aware of this information, and it did not stir any waves within him. Conversely, Nami, after hearing the sad story, instantly felt her eyes welling with tears. She looked at the massive and lonely figure on the sea, filled with sympathy and admiration. 50 years of waiting, 50 years of crashing, all for a promise that might never be fulfilled. Lord Bai Ye. Nami turned her head, looking at Bai Ye with a hint of pleading in her voice. Laboon. It's just too pitiful. Can we help it find the Rumbar pirates? Find? Bai Ye glanced at her, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Do you know how vast the Grand Line is? And it's already been 50 years. That group of pirates' bones have probably turned to dust long ago. Bai Ye's words were devoid of emotion, like a bucket of cold water poured over Nami's heart, instantly bringing her back to reality. Yes, 50 years had passed. In the vast sea, things had changed. How could they possibly find them? What should we do then? Nami lowered her head in disappointment, looking at Laboon's scarred massive head. Should they just let it keep crashing here? It would inevitably kill itself one day. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Suddenly, Nami seemed to think of something, her eyes brightening. That's right. She clapped her hands, pointing at the massive creature on the sea, excitedly shouting, "War Bai Ye, how about? We adopt it. Adopt. Crocus stood by, dumbfounded, almost thinking he was hearing things. Bai Ye was also taken aback for a moment, then looked at the unconscious Laboon on the sea with great interest. Adopting a mountain-sized whale as a pet? This idea actually sounded quite interesting. Just imagining a colossal beast following behind a ship was enough to create a stunning scene. This proposal wasn't impossible. Bai Ye stroked his chin, turning his gaze to Crocus on the shore, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Hey, old man, you have no objections, right? Chapter 41, Taming the Whale Labu. Hearing Bai Ye's question, Crocus felt a jolt in his heart, a glimmer of struggle flashing through his murky eyes. The sea breeze tousled his gray hair, bringing with it the salty, fishy scent, as well as the palpable sense of oppression from the man before him. He knew very well that he had no right to say no. Crocus pondered for a moment, not so much thinking as weighing the pros and cons. He raised his gaze to the whale Labu on the surface of the sea, its massive body rising and falling like a mountain. Labu's skin was covered with crisscrossed old wounds, the tragic medals left by 50 years of loneliness and obsession, leaving Labu here to torment itself daily in painful longing, to ram its head against the cold, hard red earth, while constantly on guard against bounty hunters and pirates eyeing its massive body. That future held nothing but endless despair. But following this unfathomable man before him, although the road ahead was uncertain, Crocus was sure that with just one word from Bai Ye, no one on this sea would dare to target Labu again. Perhaps this was the best way to protect it. Realizing this, Crocus's tense body instantly relaxed. He deeply bowed to Bai Ye, lowering his posture greatly, his tone carrying a hint of relief and sincerity. It would be Labu's honor to follow Lord Bai Ye. To be honest, many ill-intentioned pirates have been eyeing Labu over the years. Being by your side is the safest for it. However, Crocus shifted his tone, as if using up all his strength, mustering the courage to add, Lord Bai Ye, if you wish to adopt Labu, you still need to consult its own opinion. Ask it. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, glancing at the giant whale, still rolling its eyes and unconscious on the surface. A playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He stepped forward, his figure instantly appearing atop Labu's massive head, standing on its tough, scarred skin. Hey, big whale, wake up. Bai Ye's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a strange kind of magic. At the same time, an invisible intention spread from him. A powerful conqueror's haki surged towards Labu once again. However, this time, the haki was no longer a destructive force, but felt like a gentle current, softly brushing across Labu's vast sea of consciousness, awakening its sleeping soul. Soon the eyelids like small hills trembled slightly, and a gigantic eye, large enough to accommodate a small boat, slowly opened, reflecting the blue sky and the tiny figure standing above it. Seeing the awakened giant whale, Bai Ye directly asked, Hey, Labu, do you want to follow me? When Labu merely gazed at him in confusion, Bai Ye calmly added, and this sentence rang like thunder in Labu's mind. I can help you find the Rumbar pirates. Oh, a long and mournful wail cry resonated through the skies, no longer the previous rage and madness, but filled with disbelief. Through the powerful observation Hawkeye, Bai Ye instantly understood the meaning of this wail cry. It was asking, is what he said true? Of course it is. Bai Ye's answer came without a hint of hesitation, filled with undeniable confidence. Roar, roar, roar. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Labu's emotions erupted instantly. It let out a series of deafening roars, the sound now infused not with sadness, but with the ecstasy of hope bursting forth for the first time in 50 years. Its massive tail fin slapped the sea, creating towering waves. Bai Ye felt the violent tremors beneath his feet and the heartfelt joy emanating from Labu, knowing that this whale, stubborn for half a century, had agreed. It's done. From now on. Bai Ye turned around and said to Nami on the ship with an easy smile, the whale Labu is our new partner. That's great. Lord Bai Ye is amazing. Nami exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, cheering as she jumped directly onto Labu's broad back, opening her arms as if to embrace this colossal creature. Oh, feeling Nami's goodwill, Labu excitedly let out another long cry, its blowhole suddenly spewing a towering column of water, which, under the sunlight, transformed into a splendid rainbow. I'll help. Just then, a sharp scream suddenly came from the water column. Immediately after, two figures were flung out from the top of the water column, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before plummeting onto the whale's back in front of Bai Ye and Nami with a loud splash, landing in a disheveled state. Huh? How come there are two people here? Nami was startled, looking at the two oddly dressed figures that suddenly appeared, exclaiming, who are you? How did you end up in Labu's body? Did we come out alive? A man and a woman shook their heads in confusion, looking around, and when they realized they were in the vast ocean, their expressions turned to exaggerated relief. Hey, who are you two? Bai Ye's expression turned cold, looking down at them from above, his tone unfriendly. Why are you in my pet's body? Your pet? The man and woman looked up, confusion written all over their faces as they gazed at Bai Ye. That's right, Labu is my newly adopted pet. Bai Ye crossed his arms, speaking nonchalantly. Huh, you actually tamed this giant whale. Hearing Bai Ye's words, the man and woman were filled with shock, looking him up and down. Then, the man wearing a crown with the number 9 seemed to think of something, his eyes flashing with insight as he leaned towards the blue-haired woman, whispering conspiratorially, Hey, Miss Wednesday, this person can actually tame this monstrous whale. He looks quite powerful. If we trick him to Whiskey Peak, wouldn't that make him a super big fat sheep? Upon hearing this, the woman referred to as Miss Wednesday's eyes lit up with greed and calculation. Mr. 9, you're right. What are we waiting for? Let's act quickly. She responded eagerly, exchanging a knowing glance with him. Without a doubt, this man and woman were the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. Moreover, Miss Wednesday had another unknown identity as the princess of the Alabasta kingdom, Nefertari Vivi. At this moment, the way they looked at Bai Ye was as if they were gazing at a walking bag of berries. Chapter 42. The Anxious Princess Vivi. Although Princess Vivi is the princess of the Alabasta kingdom, her country is currently suffering from the destruction caused by the Baroque Works. In order to investigate the intentions of Baroque Works in Alabasta, she joined Baroque Works as Miss Wednesday. Originally, Princess Vivi and Mr. 9 were ordered to hunt down Laboon. However, they did not expect that the whale Laboon was incredibly powerful, far beyond what they could handle. Before they could launch an attack, they were swallowed whole by Laboon and trapped in the whale's belly. Even more unexpectedly, after being washed out by the water from the whale's body, they found that the whale had already been tamed by someone. However, upon seeing Bai Ye, they suddenly had an idea. Since Bai Ye could tame this giant whale, it meant that Bai Ye must be a powerful pirate with a high bounty. If they could capture this person and turn him into the Navy, they would definitely receive a substantial reward. Baroque Works was also engaged in capturing pirates for bounties. Hey, what are you two sneaking around whispering about? Bai Ye continued to look at the two of them. This esteemed sir, Mr. 9, wearing a crown shaped like the number 9, immediately put on an extremely fawning smile, twisting his soaked clothes while exaggerating his gestures. "We are just ordinary merchants, really. It's just that we were unlucky and tried to take a small boat to the next island for business. But then a giant wave came, and we were swallowed by this big whale." "Yes, yes," the blue-haired Miss Wednesday quickly echoed, cleverly hiding the glint in her eyes, putting on a pitiful appearance, and speaking in a weak voice. "We thought we were doomed, but unexpectedly you saved us. Not only did you tame this legendary whale, but you also inadvertently saved our lives. To repay you, we are willing to guide you on your way. We know of an island nearby that welcomes powerful and free beings like you. It's an excellent place for supplies and rest." The strong beings she mentioned, in the context of Baroque works, actually referred to valuable prey. "Captain, they look so pitiful." Nami had completely believed them. She walked over to Bai Ye's side, looking at the two drenched and disheveled guys, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Since we need to find the next island anyway, why not take them along?" "No problem. Then come aboard." Bai Ye almost didn't hesitate at all, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he readily agreed. "Yay, we succeeded, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday exchanged glances, both seeing the excitement and greed of their plan succeeding in each other's eyes. They were convinced that this seemingly powerful but somewhat arrogant man had fallen into the trap they had carefully woven. Although the poor acting of these two was like child's play in Bai Ye's eyes, and their blatant scheming was clear as day, Bai Ye didn't take it to heart at all. Absolute strength made him fearless, allowing him to treat all plots and schemes as mere diversions on his journey. More importantly, Bai Ye's gaze involuntarily fell on the blue-haired girl. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen a similar figure deep within his distant memories. "Hey, what's your name?" As Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday hurriedly climbed aboard, Bai Ye suddenly spoke, calling out to the blue-haired girl. "My name." Vivi was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a sweet smile, almost instinctively replying, "Just call me Vivi." "Vivi, huh?" Bai Ye mulled over the name, a vague shadow in his mind gradually becoming clearer. "Do you know someone named La La La? La La La?" Vivi tilted her head, her azure eyes filled with pure confusion. She thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head. "I've never heard of anyone by that name." "Nefertari. La La La." Bai Ye slowly pronounced the full name, his deep gaze fixed tightly on Vivi's face, not missing any subtle change in her expression. "You really don't know this person?" "Nefertari. La 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 was also one of the companions who had followed him 60 years ago. Bai Ye clearly remembered that she seemed to be a princess of some kingdom, and the girl before him, who called herself Vivi, bore a striking resemblance to the memory of La La La. "What? Nefertari?" The moment this surname was uttered from Bai Ye's lips, the color drained from Vivi's face completely. Her pupils suddenly constricted, as if her heart were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, nearly stopping its beat. She didn't know who La 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 was, but the surname Nefertari was hers, and it was also the royal surname of the Alabasta kingdom. How could this man know? How could he possibly know this surname? Could it be her identity had been exposed? In an instant, boundless terror engulfed Vivi like cold seawater. "What's wrong? Your expression is strange." Bai Ye observed her sudden change in demeanor and asked, "Have you heard this name?" "No, I don't know." Vivi almost screamed in denial, her voice sharp with panic. "I've never heard of that name. Not at all." Vivi frantically waved her hands, her gaze evasive, not daring to meet Bai Ye's eyes anymore. "Is that so?" Bai Ye took a deep look at her, no longer pressing the matter, simply saying lightly, "Then forget it. Maybe I recognized the wrong person." Bai Ye turned away, no longer paying attention to the flustered Vivi, and ordered Nami, set sail." "Yes, Captain." Nami responded and immediately ran to control the ship's helm. "Hey, Miss Wednesday, what are you still doing standing there?" Mr. Nine had steadied himself, and, seeing Vivi still standing there foolishly, hurriedly urged, "The ship is about to leave. Let's get on quickly." I got it." Vivi snapped back to reality, her body jolting. Although her heart was still in turmoil and she was far from calm, she forced herself to suppress the panic and scrambled aboard the ship. The ship slowly began to move, the huge vessel, pushed gently by Laboon, hardly swaying as it smoothly changed direction. The whale's joy turned into the most reliable power, propelling the ship towards an island called Whiskey Peak, guided by Mr. Nine. Chapter 43. Why is there no wanted notice for this person? The ship sailed smoothly under the propulsion of the whale Labu, but Vivi's heart was like a small boat tossed in a storm, never at peace for a moment. The sea breeze, carrying a salty and damp scent, brushed against her cheeks, lifting her soft blue hair, yet it could not disperse the gloom in her heart. Leaning against the ship's railing, she appeared to be gazing at the endless sea painted golden red by the sunset. But her peripheral vision involuntarily darted towards the man named Bai Ye, who was leaning against the main mast with his eyes closed, filled with a hint of fear. Who on earth is this person? How could he know the surname Nefertali? Has he recognized my identity? This question pierced Vivi's heart like a poisoned thorn, causing a sharp pain with every breath. Along the way, she repeatedly chewed over that brief conversation, each word and syllable sending chills down her spine. Who exactly is this person named Lala? Why did he ask about her name? Has her identity been leaked? Do people from the Baroque works already know who she is? It could be said that deep inside, Vivi was in a state of turmoil, unsure of what to do. Hey, Miss Wednesday, what's wrong with you? You look so pale. Mr. Nine's exaggerated voice exploded like firecrackers in her ears, interrupting her thoughts. He was wearing a ridiculous crown, gesturing animatedly towards the front, his tone filled with excitement about returning home. Look, we are almost at Whiskey Peak. Following his direction, Vivi saw a peculiar silhouette emerging on the horizon. Several giant cactus-shaped peaks, as if rising from a myth, shot up into the clouds, their surfaces covered in dense, sharp spikes. Bathed in the glow of the evening sky, they formed a bizarre, yet magnificent island. Vivi took a deep breath, the cold air piercing her lungs. Forcing herself to suppress the swirling emotions within, and managed to squeeze out a stiff smile that looked worse than crying. I'm Fine. I'm just a bit seasick and tired. Oh, I see. Then you should rest well. Mr. Nine, completely oblivious to the unusual vibe, patted his chest proudly, saying, Leave the rest to me. I guarantee these two newcomers will feel right at home and experience the warmest hospitality of Whiskey Peak. Under his guidance, the ship slowly approached the island's harbor. Just as Mr. Nine had said, they had barely set foot on the dock when they were surrounded by a wave of enthusiastic welcomes. The townsfolk, regardless of age or gender, poured out from the houses lining the streets, each face beaming with warm smiles, holding delicious food and drink that emitted enticing aromas. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, our pirate friends from afar. Come, try our specialty cactus rum. This is a delicacy you can't find anywhere else. And freshly roasted sea king leg meat. Feel free to eat. Don't hold back. Countless dishes and drinks were eagerly presented to Bai Ye and Nami, the air filled with the rich aroma of barbecued meat, the robust scent of alcohol, and cheerful music. The whole town seemed to be caught in a grand celebration. Wow, Captain, these people are so enthusiastic, Nami exclaimed, holding a large cup filled with assorted fruit juices, her eyes sparkling with the glint of berry symbols. She excitedly said to Bai Ye, Being a pirate on the Grand Line is so great. There are banquets every day. This is simply paradise. Don't get too happy too soon. Bai Ye picked up a glass of wine, his long fingers gently swirling the crimson liquid, creating beautiful eddies. He glanced at the overly enthusiastic townsfolk, a faint smirk playing on his lips, his voice low but clear enough for Nami to hear. Behind those smiles, there are fangs. They are not residents. They are a pack of wolves with ill intentions. Ill intentions? Captain, are you being too sensitive? Nami clearly didn't believe him, completely immersed in the joyous atmosphere. Thinking Bai Ye was overly suspicious, even flashing a sweet smile at an uncle handing her roasted meat. As night fell, the noise of the banquet gradually subsided. In a hidden room in Whiskey Peak, several low-quality candles flickered on the table, casting distorted shadows on the wall. The air was thick with the acrid smell of cigar smoke and greed, as a few low-level agents from Baroque works gathered here to discuss unspeakable secrets. What's the situation? A man with a scarred face and fierce eyes asked in a low voice. He was the island's leader. Report. The two newcomers have been completely drunk on our special liquor. They are now snoring in their guest room, like dead pigs. One spy reported. Hey, are you really sure those two have very high bounties? Another tall, thin agent crossed his arms, looking skeptically at Mr. Nine. Don't tell me it's you bragging again. Of course, Mr. Nine was also among them, gesturing animatedly to prove his worth. That man captured a whale as big as an island. You saw that whale, right? His strength is definitely monstrous. How could such a person not have a bounty? Yeah, a person this powerful must have a very high bounty. The scarred man's eyes glinted with greed as he slammed the table. Quick, find the latest wanted notices. Find me his face. I'm going to make a fortune. Yes. Several agents immediately sprang into action, dragging out a dusty wooden box from the corner and rummaging through the mountain of bounty notices. The papers rustled loudly as they flipped through them, revealing menacing faces. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find a single face matching Bai Ye's. 60 years ago, Bai Ye's bounty notice had indeed shaken the world. But with the legend of his death, that sky-high bounty notice had long been sealed away in the deepest historical archives of the world government. And now, even if he had returned and made waves, the world government and the five elders were working hard to suppress all information about him. Therefore, the new bounty notice had yet to circulate in these seas. What is going on? Why is there no wanted notice for this man? Could it be that he isn't a pirate at all? Did we make a mistake? Impossible. We all saw that whale. There is no way an ordinary person could do that. After searching for a long time and finding nothing, the agents looked at each other, seeing confusion and bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 44. Was it you who lured Lord Bai Ye here? It's no wonder that the members of the Baroque works do not recognize Bai Ye. They have been isolated on the island carrying out missions and have not seen the recent newspapers, so they're unaware of the emergence of the ancient powerhouse, Bai Ye, on the seas. With his terrifying strength, he has put the Navy headquarters on high alert and made the five elders feel a headache. In one corner of the room, Vivi lowered her voice and urgently asked a burly man with strange spiral curls, dressed in a green and white striped coat, Ikaram. Have you ever heard the name Lala? This man is Ikaram, the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, who has been disguised as Mr. 8 and secretly protecting Vivi. Lala? Who is that? I've never heard of it. Ikaram looked confused. The name was very unfamiliar to him. Nefertali D. Lala, Vivi said clearly, each word articulated with precision. Nefertali. That's a name from the Alabasta royal family. Wait. Ikaram's expression changed instantly, as if he recalled something. I remember now. I remember. I once heard my father mention this name when I was very young. Nefertali D. Lala. That is your great-aunt, Princess Vivi. Ikaram quickly relayed the information he knew. My great-aunt. Vivi was completely stunned. This answer far exceeded her imagination. That's right. She is your grandfather's younger sister. It is said that 60 years ago, she followed an unparalleled powerhouse to sea and has never returned. Ikaram struggled to recall the fragments of family lore. Those legends that were told as bedtime stories now felt incredibly real. Even later, this incident attracted the attention of the world government. So the royal history books erased this part of history, and has only been passed down secretly by a few old ministers who have served the royal family for many years. Everyone thought that Princess Lala had long since died at sea, so that's how it is. Vivi's heart raced, almost bursting from her chest. Great aunt, 60 years ago, following a powerhouse to sea. All these clues connected, making her feel that the man named Bai Ye was shrouded in endless mystery. Who exactly is he? How does he know her great aunt, who went missing 60 years ago? At this moment, the group of agents searching for the bounty completely lost their patience. Bastard. This guy doesn't have a bounty at all. We were tricked by that idiot Mr. 9. All this effort was for nothing. Impossible. A person with such strength must have a terrifying bounty. Keep searching. We must have overlooked something. Just as the members of Baroque works were arguing and pointing fingers at each other, a mocking and cold voice, like a ghost from the depths of hell, suddenly echoed behind them. Do you want to know my bounty? I can tell you. As the voice fell, the air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. The crowd turned in terror, only to see Bai Ye, who had appeared at the door without them noticing, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, leisurely watching them. His deep-set eyes glinted with a chilling light in the dim candlelight. You, how did you get here? Aren't you drunk already? seeing Bai Ye suddenly appear. All the agents shivered in fear, cold sweat soaking their backs. "TCH, you think you can get me drunk with your watered-down swill?" Bai Ye's gaze was filled with disdain and mockery, as if looking at a bunch of jumping insects. "When I roamed the seas, your grandfathers probably weren't even born yet." Bai Ye had long sensed the hidden danger beneath the welcome banquet on this island. He simply couldn't be bothered to expose it. Wanted to see what tricks these rats were playing. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be a bunch of second-rate bounty hunters who couldn't even get their information straight, instantly sapping his interest. "Bastard, since you've discovered our secret, then die." The humiliation of being exposed and the terror of having their secret revealed drove the agents into a frenzy. Without a moment's hesitation, they drew their hidden weapons and lunged at Bai Ye with fierce expressions. In an instant, the room was filled with the glint of blades and the sound of gunfire. Seeing this, Vivi's heart tightened. In order to avoid exposing her identity, she instinctively gripped her weapon, ready to join the attack and play her part. However, just as she was about to act, Ikaram suddenly reached out, using all his strength to grip her arm tightly, blocking her movement. "Ikaram, why are you stopping me?" Vivi shouted anxiously. "We need to take this person down quickly." But Ikaram looked like he had seen a ghost, his body stiff as a statue, his face pale as paper, staring fixedly at the man surrounded by everyone who remained calm and composed. His lips trembled, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, making clicking sounds. That is. "Lord Bai Ye, Princess Vivi, the person in front of you, is the one you lured here?" Ikaram's voice was distorted with extreme fear, filled with a desperate tremor. He slowly turned his head with all his strength to look at Vivi, his eyes filled with endless terror and despair. "What? Lord Bai Ye? Ikaram, what are you talking about? Is this really the time for this? We need to take this guy down." Clearly, Vivi had not yet realized the severity of the situation. "No, that's not it. Princess Vivi." Ikaram's lips trembled like a sieve. The color drained from his face in an instant, leaving it deathly pale. In his mind, an image uncontrollably surged forth. Not long ago, to pass the long hours of sailing, he had casually flipped through an old newspaper discarded by the agents in the cabin. The front page headline, in the most exaggerated and eye-catching font, reported a shocking news story that could shake the entire world. The king of the old era returns. Brutally assaults the 5 elders. Accompanied by a photo, the man in the picture was none other than the person standing before him. Bai Ye, Chapter 45. Princess Vivi is dumbfounded. When Ikelam first saw the news report, he thought it was too absurd. Who are the 5 elders? They are beings at the pinnacle of the world, overlooking all life. The highest authorities of the world government. How could anyone dare to attack them in public, let alone inflict significant losses on them? He thought it was just some obscure newspaper sensationalizing the news for clicks, so he tossed it aside after reading. However, in the following days, as the journey continued, more newspapers and intelligence were sent aboard the ship. When he saw the second and third reports, he could no longer remain calm. It was not just text. There were images captured by transponder snails that made one's heart stop. In one photo, the 5 elders were disheveled, blood at the corners of their mouths, with a backdrop of collapsed sacred buildings. In another, even more gruesome, a man wielded a long knife, standing over the bodies of members of the God Knights, with a celestial dragon's iconic, pig-like terrified face visible, and the central figure of all these scenes. The man whose gaze was indifferent as if he regarded deities as mere grass was none other than Bai Ye. At that moment, Ikelam finally believed that it was all true. This old-era powerhouse, named Bai Ye, was more terrifying than he could have imagined. However, at that time, although he was shocked, he still regarded it as a distant legend. Such a level of power was like 2 parallel lines that would never intersect with their Alabasta kingdom. The only thing he needed to do now was to cooperate with Princess Vivi to investigate the Baroque Works conspiracy in the Alabasta kingdom and root out the mastermind codenamed Mr. Zero. However, fate's joke was so cruel. Ikelam never expected that. Just a few days later, he would witness this legendary man in person. Even more unexpectedly, this terrifying existence capable of overturning the world was actually brought to Whiskey Peak by Princess Vivi under false pretenses for intelligence gathering. Just thinking about the apocalyptic battle scenes in the newspapers, and imagining if Bai Ye were to get angry. The fragile territory of the Alabasta kingdom and its countless innocent citizens. Icolum felt an indescribable panic, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He could even envision the doomsday scenario where, in Bai Ye's rage, the kingdom of sand would turn to glass. The waters of the Nile evaporated, and the entire country completely erased from the map. At this thought, Icolum felt darkness closing in, the world spinning, his legs going weak. And he nearly fainted on the spot. It's over. All over. The Alabasta kingdom is doomed. Icolum, what is wrong with you? Vivi looked at his pale face and trembling body, shaking his shoulders anxiously. What happened? Who exactly is the Lord Bai Ye you mentioned? Vivi still had no idea what kind of forbidden existence they had provoked. Princess Vivi, we, the entire Alabasta kingdom, are finished. Icolum's voice was hoarse like a broken bellows. He gripped Vivi's arm, his nails almost digging into her flesh. The person you brought here is Bai Ye, that legend of the old era. The one who publicly beat up the five elders, the terrifying powerhouse. Icolum spoke as fast as he could, pouring out the contents of the newspaper, his fears tumbling out chaotically, especially the words, beat up the five elders. He almost shouted them. What? What did you say? This man is a powerhouse of the old era? Vivi's mind buzzed, as if hit by an invisible giant hammer, instantly blanking out, completely exploding. Beat up the five elders? These 6 words struck her heart like a thunderclap that pierced the heavens, making her forget to think, forget to breathe, her entire being froze in place. Her blue pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks from sheer shock. Meanwhile, in the room, the agents of Baroque Works were still completely unaware of the existence they were facing. In their eyes, Bai Ye was merely a powerful enemy who had seen through their plan and needed to be silenced. The cold glint of drawn swords, the flames spitting from guns. A dozen agents launched a combined attack from all directions, a violent killing intent weaving into a net of certain death, almost sealing off all of Bai Ye's escape routes. However, facing this seemingly inevitable assault, Bai Ye didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. These people were simply too weak enough that they didn't even qualify for him to take them seriously. He merely faced the incoming blades and swords, yawned impatiently, and then casually waved his right hand, as if swatting away a few annoying flies. Whoosh! Rumble! Immediately, an invisible wave of energy surged outward from him, expanding rapidly in all directions. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor dazzling light effects, only a dull, deep rumble like thunder in the deep sea. The agents at the forefront froze in their snarling expressions. The next second, their bodies were hit as if by a rampaging ancient beast, uncontrollably flying backward. Bang! 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 In a series of dull thuds, the Baroque Works agents were smashed against the hard walls and ceilings like crumpled sacks, the sound of their bones breaking clearly audible. When they landed, they were already frothing at the mouth, eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. The entire room instantly fell into a deathly silence. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, alcohol, and rich blood, along with an atmosphere of despair. Vivi stared blankly at this scene, at the man who had merely leaned against the door the entire time, without changing his posture. A chilling sensation surged from her feet to the top of her head, making her blood feel as if it had frozen. What kind of monster have we brought here? Oh, there are actually 2 fish that slipped through the net. After dealing with a group of small fry, Bai Ye's indifferent gaze finally turned to Vivi and Icolum in the corner of the room. The moment they were met with that gaze, both felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. All their strength drained, their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground. Lord Bai Ye, we were wrong. We're sorry. We're sorry, Lord Bai Ye. We didn't know your identity. Please forgive us. Lord Bai Ye, we are not part of Baroque Works. I am Icolum, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Esguard. This is our princess, Nefertari Vivi. Chapter 46. For the sake of old friends, I'll forgive you this once. Icarlum and Vivi were truly scared now, completely dominated by a fear that stemmed from the depths of their souls. They pressed their foreheads tightly against the cold, dust-covered floor, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, crying and sobbing, having lost all dignity as the captain of the royal guard and the princess. The power of White Knight was simply terrifying. It was a force that no human should possess, and one they could not fight against. They even revealed their true identities, hoping that Vivi's immensely noble status in the mortal world would make the man before them, who resembled a demon god, show a bit of mercy. However, it was a pity that White Knight was not swayed by such things at all. A princess? Is that impressive? White Knight's voice was flat as water, devoid of any fluctuations, yet carried an overwhelming pressure capable of toppling kingdoms and making deities tremble. The air seemed to solidify because of his words, compressing and making it hard for the two to breathe. There was once a woman who claimed to be a princess from a certain country who offended me. Do you know what happened to her? Happened. What happened? Icarlum's voice was trembling uncontrollably, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth, a strong and inescapable sense of foreboding rising in his heart. White Knight's lips curled slightly, forming a cold, emotionless arc, and the words that followed were even colder than ancient ice. The country where that princess was from and the island beneath her feet have all sunk into the sea, leaving not even a proper gravestone behind. As White Knight's voice fell, the last trace of warmth in the room seemed to be drained away. Vivi and Icarlum's faces had completely drained of color, pale as two sheets of wet rice paper, their lips trembling. They did not doubt the truth of White Knight's words. A man capable of mercilessly beating the 5 elders and treating celestial dragons like dogs was someone the world government could do nothing against. Destroying a small kingdom like Alabasta would likely be no more difficult for him than crushing an ant. In Vivi's mind, an uncontrollable image surfaced of her homeland. That golden land that bore countless smiles of its citizens, being swallowed by endless sea waters, transforming into a terrifying abyss of silence. Despair, like the cold sea, completely submerged her. Icarlum's heart pounded wildly, like a war drum about to shatter. He knew he had to say something, to find a reason that could even slightly pique this man's interest. Otherwise, the kingdom of Alabasta would surely be destroyed because of their foolishness. In this endless despair, a long-forgotten name flashed through his mind like lightning cutting through the dark night, illuminating his chaotic thoughts. Lord White Knight, Nefertari de Lala. She was our former Grand Princess of Alabasta. She is Princess Vivi's great-aunt. Icarlum felt as if he had grasped the last straw of hope, suddenly raising his head and shouting with all his might. That name instantly shattered the ancient cold aura surrounding White Knight. In his indifferent eyes, which seemed capable of reflecting the birth and death of the universe, a subtle ripple finally appeared. Nefertari D. Lala is from your Alabasta. Seeing the change in White Knight's expression, Vivi's heart, which had already sunk into the abyss, was suddenly pulled back up by a force, and a glimmer of incredible hope burst forth on her desperate face as she quickly added, "Yes, Lord White Knight, Nefertari is our royal family of Alabasta. Nefertari D. Lala is my great-aunt." White Knight's gaze fell upon Vivi's tear-streaked yet somewhat stubborn face, staring intently at her for a few seconds, his deep eyes seemingly searching for some familiar shadow in her. After a moment, White Knight slowly spoke, the coldness in his voice already dissipated. "You may all rise. For Lala's sake, I will forgive you this once." There was a hint of unrecognized melancholy in White Knight's tone. Lala, the girl who always acted like a little follower, insisting on being his aide, had once been one of his most capable subordinates, accompanying him for a long, long time. White Knight had also liked this girl, who could always bring a touch of brightness to his dull journeys. However, with his death, Lala had also disappeared into the river of history. She was probably no longer in this world. Even to this day, White Knight felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. Since Alabasta was Lala's former homeland, it was not too much to forgive these two little ones for her sake. "Thank you, Lord White Knight. Thank you so much, Lord White Knight." The moment they received forgiveness, the nerves that had been stretched to their limits snapped, and both Vivi and Icarlum slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Those brief minutes had been more torturous than all the battles they had experienced in their lives combined. The scythe of death had hung over their necks, making them feel as if they had already died once. The feeling of having survived a catastrophe caused their tears to flow once again, but this time they were tears of joy and relief. They could never have imagined that the name Lala could have such a tremendous effect. No, when we get back, we must gather all the information about Great Aunt Lala. Just as the two were caught up in their emotions, White Knight's voice rang out again. What exactly happened in your country? For Lala's sake, I can help you solve it. White Knight looked at Vivi and Icarlum, casually asking, Really? Lord White Knight is willing to help. That's wonderful. The happiness came so suddenly that Icarlum and Vivi could hardly believe their ears. One moment they were teetering on the edge of hell, and the next they were promised salvation by a deity. Their faces were instantly replaced with wild joy, excitement beyond measure. Who is White Knight? He is an ancient powerhouse whom even the world government cannot contend with. Was a small Baroque works to him. Vivi and Icarlum were certain that with White Knight's help, the kingdom of Alabasta would surely be saved. They did not dare hesitate for a moment, suppressing their excitement as they quickly and clearly recounted Alabasta's current predicament, as well as information about Baroque works and its mastermind, the warlord Crocodile. Baroque works, you say? I understand. White Knight spoke in a relaxed tone as if discussing the weather. Since it seems this organization is problematic, let's deal with it directly. For Vivi and Icarlum, Baroque works was a nightmare hovering over their country, so powerful it was suffocating. However, for White Knight, this was nothing at all. Chapter 47. Excited Princess Vivi. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Vivi and Icarlum trembled with excitement, their tear-streaked faces quickly replaced by ecstatic smiles. The feeling of being pulled from the abyss of despair to the clouds left their minds blank, filled only with endless gratitude. Really? Lord Bai Ye, is what you said true? Vivi's voice trembled with disbelief, fearing this was merely a hallucination born from her survival after the catastrophe. Lord Bai Ye is truly willing to help us resolve the Baroque works? Icarlum was even more emotional, tears streaming down his face, and the overwhelming emotions nearly caused him to faint again. He struggled to maintain his composure, wanting nothing more than to kneel down and bow again. Of course it's true. Just consider it a favor for Lala. Bai Ye replied in a calm tone, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Lala had once been his most capable subordinate, and now her country was in trouble. As the captain, he had to help her out. Thank you, Lord Bai Ye. Thank you, Lord Bai Ye. Icarlum and Vivi bowed repeatedly to Bai Ye, as if pouring all their gratitude into this simple gesture. They only stopped when Bai Ye waved his hand impatiently. Yet the excitement and respect on their faces remained undiminished. Without any delay, Bai Ye's ship set sail again at dawn. The brilliant sunlight spilled over the azure sea, reflecting thousands of golden sparkles, the waves shimmering, while the sea breeze carried a hint of salty freshness across the deck. A few unidentified seagulls circled and called above the mast, adding a touch of vitality to this new journey. However, unlike before, there were two slightly awkward figures on the deck. Vivi and Icarlum stood by the railing, watching the rapidly receding Whiskey Peak, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Captain, what's going on? A lazy yet charming voice rang out. Nami rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out from the cabin, yawning widely as she curiously looked at Vivi and Icarlum, wondering who they were. She had been treated to drinks by the enthusiastic residents of Whiskey Peak, becoming quite drunk. And upon waking, not only had she missed the thrilling confrontation from the previous night, but there were also two strangers on the ship. This is Vivi, a descendant of an old friend of mine. Bai Ye leaned against the railing, gazing into the distant horizon with deep eyes, and introduced casually, Her country has encountered some trouble, and I'm helping her out on the way. Miss Nami. Upon seeing Nami, Vivi immediately remembered that the other party was also a member of the ship, and she quickly bowed respectfully, saying, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. No need to be polite. Nami waved her hands, curiously sizing up the noble and elegant blue-haired girl before her, who had a hint of lingering sorrow in her brows, feeling intuitively that this girl had a story. Soon, the two girls of similar age began to chat amicably, as Nami listened to Vivi recount how her country, Alabasta, had been infiltrated by an evil organization called Baroque Works, how the people suffered from artificially created droughts and conspiracies, how the king was defamed, and how internal strife was on the verge of breaking out. A fierce anger ignited in her azure eyes. That country shrouded in conspiracy, where the people lived in misery, inevitably reminded Nami of her own Cocoa village, ruled by the fisherman Arlong. The sense of powerlessness, despair, and hatred for the culprits resonated deeply with her. Nami's sense of justice surged instantly. She patted her chest firmly, her eyes sparkling with determination, and declared loudly, "Vivi, don't worry. I absolutely cannot tolerate the actions of these bastards. We will definitely help you deal with those villains." Just as Bai Ye's ship sailed smoothly towards Alabasta, in the distant desert country, the gambling city of Rain Base in Alabasta. This city, built on a desert oasis, appeared somewhat lethargic under the blazing sun during the day. But at night, it erupted with astonishing vitality. Neon lights flickered, luxurious casinos operated all night, consuming the money and dreams of gamblers from around the world. In the center of this city, within the most luxurious casino, Rain Banquet, lay a dark world starkly contrasting with the bustling surface. This was the true headquarters of Baroque works. In a dimly lit room, the air was thick with the rich scent of cigar smoke and luxurious alcohol. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, sat behind a massive desk, half of his face shrouded in shadow. The floor beneath him was made of transparent reinforced glass, allowing a clear view of a few giant banana crocodiles lazily swimming in the pool below, waiting for their master's feeding. He was listening to a report from his most capable subordinate, Nico Robin, codenamed Miss All Sunday. What did you say?" Suddenly, Crocodile crushed the goblet in his hand, the scarlet wine mixed with glass shards dripping through his fingers, spreading a glaring bloodstain on the precious handmade carpet. "Say that again." His uninjured left hand bulged with veins, the golden hook glinting ominously under the light, and the scar running across his face twisted violently with rage, making him look even more terrifying. "President, this is the highest level intelligence we just obtained from the front lines." Nico Robin seemed unfazed by his fury, adjusting her cowboy hat calmly as she handed over a document, her tone unwavering. "The princess of Alabasta we have been searching for, Nefertari Vivi, is currently with the legend of the old era, Bai Ye, and their ship is heading towards Alabasta." "Princess Vivi has allied with Bai Ye? Damn it. How could this happen?" Crocodile snatched the intelligence, glancing roughly at it, the thin paper crumpling in his grip. His expression darkened as if water could drip from it, and the air in the entire room seemed to freeze due to his fury. "Bai Ye, that monster from the old era, how could he suddenly appear in Alabasta? Could it be he is also here for the king of the underworld?" A storm of turmoil surged in Crocodile's heart. Chapter 48. Crocodile's Actions. Crocodile has meticulously plotted to steal the Alabasta kingdom and establish the Baroque works, not to create a false utopia. That was merely a facade to deceive his foolish subordinates. His true aim was to search for the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, hidden deep within the history of this country. In his eyes, as long as he obtains Pluton, he will gain a terrifying military power sufficient to overturn the world. At that time, both the high and mighty Navy headquarters and the 4 monstrous emperors in the New World will tremble beneath his feet. The landscape of this sea will be written solely by him, Crocodile. However, ideals are grand, but reality is harsh. He has secretly searched the Alabasta kingdom for so long, expending countless efforts and resources, even going so far as to personally interrogate the stubborn King Cobra, who has bones harder than the desert rocks. Yet he still found nothing. The stone tablet of the historical text is missing, and clues about Pluton are as elusive as a mirage. Crocodile had already lost patience and planned to capture Princess Vivi, using her precious life to pry the information about the ancient weapon from that obstinate king's mouth. But now, the plan has been thrown into disarray. Vivi unexpectedly found the superpower, White Knight, who even the world government fears. White Knight. Crocodile whispered the name, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. He couldn't help but suspect that White Knight's purpose for coming here was the same as his. A living legend wouldn't come to the aid of an unfamiliar princess without reason. Unless, has Vivi already told White Knight everything about Pluton? White Knight's arrival in Alabasta is to take away the ancient weapon that should belong to him. The mere thought of this possibility made jealousy and murderous intent gnaw at his heart like countless venomous snakes, driving him nearly to madness. "Boss, what should we do now?" Nico Robin asked softly, looking at Crocodile, whose expression was fluctuating. Her voice was calm, as if discussing the weather, as if the furious man before her was merely a harmless puff of air. White Knight's strength is unfathomable, a legendary powerhouse on par with Roger and Whitebeard. Facing him directly, Crocodile fell silent for a moment, the ferocity on his face gradually receding, replaced by a ruthless and crazy determination. He took a deep puff of his cigar and then slowly exhaled, dense white smoke billowing from his nostrils like two rolling, poisonous dragons. He sneered coldly, his voice hoarse and cruel. "Gather all the senior agents. Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Miss Doublefinger. Not a single one can be missed. Have them assemble at Rain Base immediately. With all the strength of our Baroque works, combined with my abilities, we still have a fighting chance even against that monster from the old era." In Crocodile's view, White Knight's power was undeniable, but he, Crocodile, was not a weakling to be slaughtered at will. He has operated here for many years. The entire underground world of Alabasta, and even parts of the military, are already under his control. This is his home ground. This is his desert kingdom. If White Knight wants to snatch food from the mouth of the sand crocodile, it depends on whether he has teeth strong enough to bite through steel. "Yes, boss." Robin nodded slightly and elegantly turned to leave. As she turned, a fleeting, extremely complex glimmer passed through the depths of her profound eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of her cowboy hat. Soon, all senior executives of Baroque Works began to rapidly converge towards Alabasta, centered around Rain Base, quietly awaiting the arrival of their prey. Under Vivi's guidance, White Knight and his group finally arrived at the port city of Naida in Alabasta and then moved inland, not far from the gambling city of Rain Base. As soon as they set foot on this land, a scorching wave that felt like it could dry a person out hit them. The air was filled with the taste of sand and dust. The ground beneath their feet cracked, and the distant scenery twisted and deformed under the high temperature, resembling a mirage. However, at the end of this arid and desolate land, a city that clashed with the surrounding environment suddenly appeared before them. The town called Rain Base looked exceptionally prosperous, with a massive golden-domed casino building shining brilliantly under the scorching sun, reflecting blinding light. The streets were bustling with traffic, with well-dressed gamblers and merchants coming and going, and the air was thick with the scent of luxurious perfumes and food, filled with an atmosphere of debauchery and excess. This stood in stark contrast to the scene Vivi had described, where the people were suffering and struggling due to drought. "Lord White Knight, that is the most prosperous city in our Alabasta kingdom. Rain Base." Princess Vivi pointed to the city that never sleeps, but a hint of unmasked sadness and anger flickered in her azure eyes. "Great. Finally, a decent city." Nami, nearly wilted from the heat, lay weakly on the ship's railing, looking half dead. "I'm so exhausted. I want to drink iced orange juice. I want to take a hot shower." Just as White Knight and the others were about to head towards Rain Base, suddenly, from behind a massive desert rock by the roadside, a hand made of countless white arms stretched out without warning. The appearance of this arm was abrupt and eerie, and then with a flick of the wrist, a crumpled piece of paper flew swiftly towards White Knight. "What is that?" White Knight's eyes narrowed, and without turning his head, he casually reached out, and the paper seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, landing precisely in his palm. The eerie arm, after tossing the paper, showed no signs of stopping. With a loud bang, it instantly transformed into a flurry of white petals, scattering with the wind as if it had never existed. "What is this? A devil fruit user? A paramecia type, flower fruit?" White Knight's tone carried a hint of amusement as he quickly recognized the devil fruit ability he had just encountered. The ability to make any part of the body bloom like a flower anywhere is quite rare. White Knight opened the paper and saw a line of elegant handwriting. "Be careful. The president of Baroque Works is Crocodile. He is laying an ambush for you in Rain Base." Interesting. Upon reading the note, there was no trace of surprise on White Knight's face. Instead, a curious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Lord White Knight, Captain, what happened?" Nami and Vivi leaned in with curious expressions. "Look at this." White Knight handed the note to them. The two took the note their eyes falling on the text. And instantly, their expressions froze. This is... The president of Baroque Works is actually Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile has gathered all the Baroque Works agents and is laying an ambush for us in Rainbase. Vivi's face turned pale in an instant, her body trembling uncontrollably. The man hailed as a national hero among the 7 warlords was actually the mastermind behind all the conspiracies. This fact hit her like a heavy hammer, striking hard at her heart. Chapter 49. Confident Crocodile. It was confirmed that the president of Baroque Works was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At the same time, Crocodile was leading all the executives of Baroque Works in an ambush in the Rainbase. This news hit Vivi and Ikaram like a thunderclap, causing their expressions to turn tense immediately. Lord White Knight, what should we do now? How about we leave here first and plan for a longer time? Vivi's voice trembled uncontrollably as she clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Ikaram beside her also had a serious expression, guarding in front of the princess. His eyes filled with fear and unease. Their opponent was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a hero in the eyes of the people of this country, and the mastermind who had overturned the entire Alabasta. Furthermore, the other side had already laid out a trap. If they stepped into the Rainbase now, it would be like walking into a net. No need. White Knight casually twirled the warning note between his fingers, and it instantly turned to ashes. Then, he tossed his hand, and the ashes dissipated into the scorching air. Since the Baroque Works people are in the Rainbase, that's perfect. It saves us the trouble of finding them one by one. After his words fell under the astonished gazes of everyone, White Knight stepped forward without any hesitation, heading straight toward the resplendent desert city. His back seemed elongated under the blazing sun, as steady and firm as ever, as if what lay ahead was not a den of dragons and tigers, but merely a trivial post-meal stroll. Nami and Ikaram exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes, but more so a sense of inexplicable reassurance. As long as this man was there, any crisis would be easily resolved. They took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in their hearts, and quickly followed in White Knight's footsteps. As soon as they entered the Rainbase, the hot air around them seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, instantly becoming refreshing. The massive dome casino blocked the scorching sun, and a cool mist sprayed across the streets, creating a stark contrast with the cracked earth outside the city. The entire town was bustling with people coming and going, and the casino was filled with noise, with the hawking of street vendors ringing in their ears, without a hint of the deadly atmosphere they had imagined. Are the enemies really lying in ambush here? Nami looked around vigilantly, but only saw a scene of prosperity. Could the intelligence be wrong? Vivi and Ikaram both thought with the same doubt, and the tension in their hearts eased a bit. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Without warning, the air around them began to swirl violently, and the sand and gravel on the ground were lifted into the air by a tremendous force. The originally clear sky turned yellow in just a few seconds, and the wind howled like the wailing of ghosts. In the blink of an eye, a massive sandstorm rose up, devouring the entire bustling city with overwhelming force. What is happening? What's going on? The gamblers and residents on the street screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. How could a sandstorm suddenly arise here? Nami shielded her face with her arm, nearly unable to stand against the raging wind, struggling to shout. This is too strange. In this season, a sandstorm of this scale cannot occur in the Rainbase. Ikaram looked around in horror at the suddenly chaotic world, using his body to shield Vivi from the wind and sand, shouting loudly. The wind howled, and the yellow sand cut like knives, the small grains stinging their faces painfully, visibility dropping to less than a meter. The entire world was filled with the roar of the wind and the ravaging of sand. Is it a devil fruit user? Just as everyone struggled against the onslaught of the sandstorm, White Knight's indifferent voice clearly reached everyone's ears, as if this apocalyptic storm had no effect on him. Conqueror's Haki. The moment White Knight's words fell, an invisible yet terrifying aura, as if ruling the world, erupted around him. It was an absolute pressure originating from the depths of the soul, as if a deity had opened its eyes and was overlooking the mortal realm. The raging sandstorm seemed to be instantly choked by an invisible hand, and the swirling yellow sand and fierce wind vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. The wind stopped, and the sand fell. The sky returned to the clear rain of the blazing sun, and everything returned to the calm it had just been, leaving only the wreckage on the ground and the stunned people. "Since you're here, come out." After dispelling the sandstorm, White Knight's gaze calmly turned toward the shadow of a casino building not far away, speaking lightly. "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Truly worthy of the legend of the old era, White Knight. This power is indeed not overrated." Accompanied by an extremely arrogant laugh, a tall figure slowly walked out from the shadows. This person was draped in a luxurious black fur coat, appearing unfazed even in the desert's heat. He held a thick cigar in his mouth, exhaling smoke rings that carried a sense of a tyrant. In his left hand held a massive golden hook glinting with a chilling light. It was none other than Crocodile, the president of Baroque Works and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Behind him, a group of men and women in strange attire with various auras walked out one after another from the shadows. They had expressions that were cold, seductive, or bizarre, and they were the entire high-ranking agents of Baroque Works. "It's them, the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works," Ikaram exclaimed in shock beside Vivi. "That man is the president of Baroque Works." Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing the man with the golden hook, Vivi's pupils suddenly constricted, and her face, which had just regained some color, turned pale again. "Haha, Princess Nefertari Vivi, I've been looking for you for a long time." Crocodile grinned, revealing his white teeth, but his eyes were as cold as a desert scorpion. "It seems you have told Lord White Knight the secrets of the Alabasta Kingdom?" "The secrets of the Alabasta Kingdom." "What secrets?" Hearing Crocodile's words, Vivi was completely stunned. She had gambled everything to save this country. But how could she not know that her country had secrets that even Crocodile cared about? But Crocodile clearly had no interest in enlightening her. His hawk-like eyes bypassed Vivi and directly locked on a White Knight, filled with scrutiny and greed. "A strong man from the old era, White Knight. You came to Alabasta. Your purpose should be for the legendary ancient weapon Pluton, right?" Crocodile exhaled a puff of thick smoke, his tone filled with undeniable confidence. "Cooperate with me. Right now, the entire Alabasta is under my control. Without my help, even you can forget about obtaining that legendary ancient weapon." Chapter 50, Crocodile, Baroque Works attack me. In Crocodile's view, a powerhouse like Bai Ye would never lower himself to help a powerless little princess in a kingdom on the brink of destruction without a compelling reason. The only explanation would be for greater, and in this land buried under yellow sand. What could attract a powerhouse of this caliber more than the legendary ancient weapon capable of destroying the world? Since their goals aligned, cooperation was only natural. Crocodile took a deep puff of his cigar, the smoke swirling around his confident smile. He believed that with his near-absolute control over this country and his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Bai Ye would surely accept his proposal. However, facing the self-assured Crocodile, who seemed to think victory was in his grasp, Bai Ye's tone was as calm as if he were stating a simple fact. "Crocodile, I think you're mistaken. I have no interest in the legendary ancient weapons." Bai Ye paused, his deep-set eyes showing no sign of emotion, as if merely pointing out something to an ignorant junior. "Furthermore, the Alabasta Kingdom does not have the ancient weapons you seek." "Does not have? How is that possible?" Crocodile's smile instantly froze, quickly contorting into a twisted mask. He stepped forward, the sand beneath his feet trembling slightly from his uncontrolled aura. "You must be lying to me. You want to shake me off and then monopolize the legendary ancient weapon." His face flushed with extreme agitation, his eyes revealing a hint of near-mad obsession. To obtain the Pluton, the supreme power capable of conquering the entire sea, he had lurked for years, sacrificing everything. He had gathered countless pieces of information and intelligence, pouring in immense effort and money. All the intel, all the clues pointed unerringly towards Alabasta. Now this man, this legend of the old era, casually telling him that it didn't exist? Impossible. This was undoubtedly the most pathetic lie he had concocted to hoard the treasure for himself. Believe it or not, Bai Ye's eyes finally revealed a hint of obvious disdain, a cold indifference akin to a higher life form looking down on a lower one. I came to Alabasta only to help Vivi save this country. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave immediately. Bai Ye was too lazy to waste more words on him and directly issued an eviction order. To Crocodile, this sounded like the most direct provocation, further validating his insane suspicions. Let me leave Alabasta? Crocodile laughed maniacally in anger, his laughter hoarse and frenzied, echoing eerily in the empty street. Ha ha ha, just as I guessed. You old man, you plan to monopolize it. With me, Crocodile, here you won't succeed. Crocodile was now 100% certain that Bai Ye must have known the exact whereabouts of Pluton, which was why he was eager to drive him away. Although this man's strength was unfathomable, Crocodile would never easily give up on the dream he had pursued for half his life. Baroque works. Crocodile suddenly raised his gleaming golden hook, pointing it at Bai Ye and his group, his voice cold enough to freeze the air. Attack. Take them all down. Crocodile knew very well that Bai Ye's power was formidable, and ordinary probing was meaningless. Therefore, he directly commanded his most elite senior agents to launch a full-scale attack. He did not believe that his carefully selected, almost all devil fruit users among his senior officers could not handle a remnant of the old era. To establish Baroque works, he had put in tremendous effort over the years. Mr. 1's dice fruit, Miss Doublefinger's thorn fruit, Mr. 3's candle fruit. Every officer was a powerful individual he had recruited from around the world, each possessing the strength to stand on their own. Upon hearing Crocodile's command, the senior agents of Baroque Works showed no signs of fear. Instead, they rubbed their fists together, their faces displaying a bloodthirsty excitement. Oh, are we going to take action against the legendary Bai Ye? I've heard that even the world government can't do anything about him. The expressionless Mr. 4, wielding a massive metal bat, said, Perfect. Let me try and see just how tough this old legend really is. Miss Doublefinger, covered in spikes, licked her lips seductively. What are we waiting for? Let's go together. Mr. 1 Das Bones said coldly, his arms already transformed into shining blades. Attack. In an instant, a dazzling array of devil fruit powers erupted on the street. Mr. 1 transformed into a silver light, his body becoming an incredibly sharp blade, whipping up a storm of cutting wind towards Bai Ye. Miss Doublefinger sprouted countless spikes, resembling a moving hedgehog. Mr. 3 conjured a massive amount of wax, forming long waxen spears. Mr. 5 continuously popped invisible explosives from his nostrils, triggering a series of violent explosions around Bai Ye. Flames, blades, wax explosions. Dozens of strange and powerful abilities converged into a torrent of destruction, instantly engulfing Bai Ye's figure. As agents of Baroque Works, they had rarely tasted defeat when working together. It was this confidence that made them fearless even in the face of a legendary powerhouse. Wasn't he just a person from the old era? Could they, a multitude of devil fruit users, not take it down at once? Of course, while everyone launched their attacks, Crocodile was not idle either. Sandstorm. He slammed his right hand onto the ground, and with a low roar, endless yellow sand surged into the sky, transforming into several ferocious sand pythons, opening their mouths wide to bite towards Bai Ye along with the others' attacks. However, were their attacks really effective? Faced with the combined assault capable of easily destroying an army, Bai Ye didn't even raise an eyelid. He stood quietly in place. The violent energy, the sharp blades, the deadly explosions appeared to him as mere child's play. But Vivi and Icolum had no idea. They watched the cataclysmic scene, their hearts racing in fear, their faces, which had just regained a hint of color, turned as pale as paper. Ah, Lord Bai Ye, quickly, get away! Vivi screamed in despair. However, did Bai Ye need to dodge? Just as the colorful torrent of attacks was about to brush against the hem of his clothing, Conqueror's hockey. The indifferent two words echoed like a divine whisper. Buzz, an invisible, intangible, yet far more condensed and ferocious kingly aura erupted violently from Bai Ye's center. Chapter 51. Effortlessly annihilating the Baroque works. The terrifying Conqueror's hockey, like a tangible mental shockwave, erupted from the center of Bai Ye, spreading violently in all directions. It was as if the air had been vacuumed at that moment, then solidified into transparent amber, causing time to momentarily freeze. The swirling dust and shattered stones on the street all hung, suspended in midair. In the next second, the torrent of attacks formed from dozens of devil fruit powers, capable of flattening a small town, disintegrated before the invisible might of the king-like aura, like snow under the blazing sun or a scroll thrown into lava. Not even a ripple was stirred as it vanished into thin air, decomposing into the most primitive particles. The sharp blade light that stirred up a fierce storm shattered inch by inch, turning into a sky filled with silver flakes. The raging flames extinguished abruptly, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke. The hard wax liquid evaporated instantly, not a single drop falling. The energies that would have caused violent explosions had already fizzled out before they could ignite, transforming into silent air currents. This terrifying conqueror's Hawkeye from Bai Ye did not even collide with those attacks. Merely its aura effortlessly erased all attacks from their very source. But this was far from over. The overwhelming tide of Hawkeye, after nullifying all attacks, continued to surge forward with unstoppable momentum, sweeping towards the members of Baroque Works. What? How is this possible? For the first time, Crocodile's face, always marked by disdain and arrogance, showed a look of utter horror. His prideful sand fruit abilities. The menacing sand serpents didn't even have the chance to roar before they crumbled into ordinary grains of sand under the pressure of the Hawkeye, falling silently. What he felt was not an attack, but a tremor that originated deep within his soul, as if an ant were gazing up at a god descending upon it. A chorus of agonized screams suddenly erupted, only to cease in an instant. Crocodile, along with all the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works he prided himself on, from the cold Mr. One to the seductive Miss Doublefinger, felt as though they had been struck in the chest by an invisible giant hammer. They spewed blood mixed with fragments of their internal organs, their eyes rolling back as consciousness sank into darkness amidst boundless fear. One by one, they flew back like kites with their strings cut, crashing powerless against distant building walls. Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of dust and debris erupted, creating deep, human-shaped craters in the solid walls, before they fell limply to the ground, their fates unknown. The battle was over. From the devastating joint attack to the complete annihilation that followed, the whole process took less than 3 seconds. The bustling street fell into a deathly silence once more. Only a gentle breeze blew by, stirring up the dust on the ground, producing a mournful sound as if playing a dirge for these overreaching challengers. All that remained were the ruins scattered across the ground, and Vivi and Icolum, frozen in shock, as if turned to stone. Alongside the man who had not moved an inch throughout, his clothes not even fluttering. It could be said that under Bai Ye's terrifying conqueror's Hawkeye, Baroque Works was utterly annihilated. No, not everyone had fallen. In the shadows not far away, a figure stood quietly, completely unharmed. That was Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works. Bai Ye's gaze slowly shifted, landing on this woman who had maintained her elegance and composure throughout. You were the one who secretly delivered the message, weren't you? Bai Ye's voice was calm, yet it seemed to see through everything. Although Baroque Works had come on strong, Nico Robin had never launched any attack against him. She merely stood by quietly, like an outsider. Lord Bai Ye, you truly have keen insight. Nico Robin stepped out from the shadows, a complex smile on her face as she glanced at her colleagues, lying unconscious on the ground, her tone laced with self-mockery. But it seems now that my warning was indeed unnecessary for you. Having carried the title of the Devil Child of O'Hara and a high bounty since childhood, Nico Robin's life was a drama of constant flight and betrayal. To survive, she navigated among various dark forces, using and being used. Betrayal and being betrayed had long become routine. Ultimately, it was her ability to decipher the poneglyphs that led Crocodile, who sought the ancient weapon Pluton, to take her in and join Baroque Works. Upon learning that the legendary Bai Ye had arrived in Alabasta, she immediately activated her intelligence network to thoroughly investigate this former overlord of the old era. The results made her acutely aware that Bai Ye's strength was far beyond what a pirate of Crocodile's caliber could contend with. Because of this, she unhesitatingly chose to betray again. After all, To survive, adding Crocodile to her list of betrayals was of no consequence. Although your warning was useless to me, Bai Ye said calmly, I'm also a person who distinguishes between grievances and kindness. Bai Ye looked at Nico Robin, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Since you have expressed goodwill towards me, I will not treat you poorly. Speak, what do you need help with? Nico Robin took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in her azure eyes as she looked straight at Bai Ye and articulated her well-considered decision. Lord Bai Ye, I wish to follow you. Nico Robin was keenly aware that once Crocodile was overthrown, she would once again be exposed to the sunlight. With her high bounty and the identity of the Devil Child, as soon as she set foot on the sea, countless pirates would covet her, along with endless pursuit from the world government and the Navy. She needed a powerful backing, one that even the world government feared. And the man before her was undoubtedly the best and only choice. Follow me? Bai Ye's expression showed no ripples, as if this were merely an insignificant request. Then come. Bai Ye agreed almost without thought. Although Bai Ye had revived and returned to his peak strength, the once mighty Bai Ye pirates had long since vanished. He was now alone. To re-establish his own force, he needed to recruit new subordinates. Since Nico Robin, such a clever and useful talent, had come to him willingly, Bai Ye had no reason to refuse. Thank you, Lord Bai Ye. Receiving an affirmative response, a genuine, relieved smile finally appeared on Nico Robin's tightly wound face. She elegantly walked to Bai Ye's side and stood quietly behind him, indicating her stance. Chapter 52 Ace. Should I call you Grandpa? The hot air was filled with a faint smell of blood and dust, and outside the rain-based casino, a deathly silence enveloped everything. Lord Bai Ye, the Baroque works. Has this been resolved? Princess Vivi's voice trembled slightly as she exchanged a glance with her loyal Captain Icolum, both seeing incredible shock in each other's eyes. Of course, haven't you seen all? Bai Ye's tone remained flat, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He casually lifted his chin, gesturing to the enemies sprawled around, including the once arrogant Crocodile, who now lay on the ground like a dead dog, unconscious. I really can't believe it. Icolum adjusted his curly wig, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, unable to fathom the extent of Lord Bai Ye's power. It was astonishingly strong. Vivi nodded vigorously, her azure eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Although they had long known that Bai Ye's strength was unfathomable and believed he could resolve the crisis with Baroque works, they had anticipated a titanic battle that would shake the very foundations of Alabasta. However, the reality far exceeded their imagination. The battle could hardly be called a battle. It ended in an instant. Bai Ye had stood in place the entire time, not a single wrinkle on his clothes, and that invisible, sovereign aura spread out, causing the elite members of Baroque works to collapse like wheat before a gale, losing consciousness in large numbers. Even Nico Robin, who stood behind Bai Ye, felt a storm of emotions rise in her heart as she witnessed the scene before her. She understood better than Vivi and Icolum the strength of Crocodile and these high-ranking agents, but such power, capable of overturning a nation, seemed as fragile as paper before this man. She felt fortunate for her choice, and her heartfelt smile appeared even more sincere at that moment. Just then, the silent night sky in the distance was suddenly torn apart by a dazzling flame. The flame initially appeared as a point of light, but rapidly expanded, like a small sun, trailing a long fiery tail and racing towards them at a terrifying speed. The scorching wave of heat causing the air dozens of meters away to begin to distort. Lord Bai Ye, be careful. Are there still enemies? Vivi and Icolum's hearts, which had just calmed down, surged back into their throats, and they immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, surprisingly, the massive flame did not exude any substantial hostility. It traced a brilliant orange arc across the sky before the flames swiftly contracted, as if it had a life of its own, gathering to form a young man wearing an orange cowboy hat, shirtless, with a few sun-kissed freckles on his face. The young man landed steadily on the ground. The sand beneath him slightly reddened from the instantaneous heat, emitting wisps of blue smoke. He curiously surveyed the chaos and the unconscious members of Baroque works before finally locking his gaze on the imposing Bai Ye, breaking into a hearty smile. Was that battle just now, you guys? He scratched his head, his black short hair framing eyes filled with uncontainable awe and excitement. What terrifying conqueror's hockey! I could feel it from so far away, just like it's from Pops. Who are you? Vivi tightly gripped the peacock, chain hidden in her sleeve, asking warily. Are you also from Baroque Works? Baroque Works? What is that? The young man paused, then burst into laughter. My name is Ace, Portgasti Ace, and I'm a captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Saying this, Ace turned around, unabashedly revealing the huge and eye-catching emblem on his broad back, a menacing skull beneath a white crescent mustache. Ace had come to rain base in Alabasta, following clues to hunt down Blackbeard Teach, who had killed his comrade and defected from a crew. Just moments ago, he was about to find a place to gather information when a powerful conqueror's hockey erupted, seemingly capable of making heaven and earth bow in submission, instantly covering the entire town. The intensity of that hockey was both familiar and shocking to him. Curiosity led him to elementalize and chase after it. People from the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing that thunderous name, Vivi and Icolum both breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Whitebeard Pirates were pirates, their reputation on the seas was far better than that of other pirates. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Bai Ye's expression finally showed a hint of surprise as he looked Ace up and down. You're actually under Little White. Little White. Upon hearing that nickname, Ace's smile froze instantly, his brows furrowing, a wave of heat radiating from him. My Pops is Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the strongest man in this era. Haha, what's wrong? Is it not okay for me to call him Little White? Bai Ye found Ace's reaction, as if he had stepped on a cat's tail, somewhat amusing. That strongest Pops you speak of is actually my godson. My Pops is your son? Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Ace's brows knitted tightly, an extreme displeasure rising in his heart. How could his father, a towering figure, possibly be the son of this young man who looked only a few years older than him? It was an immense insult. However, when his gaze fell again on Bai Ye's extraordinarily handsome face, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him. It seemed he had seen this face somewhere. This face had once appeared on a yellowed old newspaper, and in stories his Pops occasionally told with nostalgia and reverence. Wait, you look a bit familiar. Ace's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a thick confusion. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. He tilted his head in thought, countless fragments of memory flashing through his mind. Moments later, a flash of realization struck him, and Ace's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Bai Ye, exclaiming, I've remembered. You're that legendary man, the overlord of the old era. Bai Ye, Pops Pops. Ace's voice rose several pitches in surprise. Chapter 53. White Knight. How is Little White doing now? Grandpa. Confirming White Knight's identity, Ace's voice rose several pitches due to extreme shock. Beside him, Vivi and Icolum also looked somewhat dazed upon hearing Ace's words, as if their brains had turned into a mush from the continuous, shocking information. Grandpa. They understood each word when separated but combined together, coming from the mouth of the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, pointing to the mysterious man in front of them. It became incredibly profound and terrifying. The man who dominated the New World, known as the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, actually called White Knight Grandpa. This was more absurd than a fairy tale. Although they had long known that White Knight's strength was immense, they never expected it to be to such an extent. Whitebeard was actually White Knight's son. Ace didn't care about the astonishment of Vivi and Icolum. Instead, a scene suddenly flashed through his mind. It was on the deck of the Moby Dick, with the sun shining and the sea breeze gentle. A fresh newspaper was delivered to the ship, featuring the shocking news of White Knight's resurrection. Ace clearly remembered that when he saw that report, he heard his father, the usually bold and dignified Whitebeard, say in a tone he had never heard before, mixed with extreme excitement and deep nostalgia, Grandpa is back. White Knight is my grandpa. At that moment, the entire Whitebeard Pirates exploded with excitement. Ace was even more shocked, bravely confirming with his father multiple times. Whitebeard simply lifted his massive wine bowl, took a big gulp, then looked at him with an incredibly affirming gaze and said in a deep voice, That's right, White Knight is my grandpa. From that moment on, Ace struggled to accept the fact that his towering and godlike father also had a grandpa. However, What Ace never dreamed of was that he would meet the legendary Grandpa in this sudden manner in this desolate desert kingdom. This, Grandpa. After confirming White Knight's identity, Ace instantly became flustered, his whole body stiff as a wooden block. A wave of heat rushed to his head, making his cheeks slightly flush, and he looked somewhat foolish. He wanted to express his respect, but the word Grandpa felt impossible to say to a face that was only a few years older than his own, and even more handsome. If the person standing in front of him were an old man with white hair in his 70s or 80s, Ace would have been more than willing to call him Grandpa, but now, this feeling was just too strange. Ahem. Hearing Ace's stammering and nearly squeezed-out title, a rare hint of embarrassment appeared on White Knight's usually calm face. He raised a hand to touch his nose and cleared his throat. You don't need to call me Grandpa. I'm not that old yet. Although he had indeed spent 60 years in this world, his body and soul were still in the prime of about 20 years old. Suddenly being called Grandpa by a fiery young man made White Knight feel a bit shy. Looking at Ace's nearly burning embarrassment, White Knight thought for a moment and said, You could just call me Lord White Knight. Yes, Lord White Knight. Upon hearing this, Ace felt as if a great weight had been lifted off him, instantly letting out a huge sigh of relief, standing straight as a rod and respectfully responding. This title made all his awkwardness disappear, allowing him to show his utmost respect for this legendary elder without feeling so embarrassed. Ace, how is Little White doing now? White Knight's tone was casual and friendly, as if asking about the recent situation of a neighbor's child. Little White? You mean Dad, right? Ace was momentarily stunned before he reacted. He felt it was strange for White Knight to refer to his father this way, but thinking of their generational relationship, it seemed natural. After all, White Knight was his father's grandpa. Ace immediately puffed out his chest, his face brimming with immense pride and admiration, and loudly said, Whitebeard Dad's strength is incredibly powerful. He's still in great shape. Now he is dominating the new world, unbeatable. Our Whitebeard pirates are the strongest pirate crew in the new world. The heartfelt admiration was almost bursting out from every pore of his body. Is that so? White Knight said, his eyes showing a hint of complex emotion, as if his gaze penetrated through time and space. I never expected that the little brat who always followed me around, crying and insisting on going with me to fight enemies, has now become a powerful pirate dominating his own territory. White Knight's memories lingered on that passionate and reckless young Whitebeard, always following closely behind him, shouting to follow in his footsteps. Decades had flown by in a blink. He was resurrected, and the once little brat had become a symbol of the times. That, Lord White Knight, when will you go to the Whitebeard Pirates? Ace seemed to recall something and couldn't help but ask. Dad misses you very much. After seeing the news of your resurrection, Dad originally planned to lead the whole crew to welcome you immediately. But the Navy bastards blocked the route here, firmly stopping us. Don't worry, I will go to the New World soon. White Knight's gaze softened a lot. I also miss Little White very much. Changing the subject, White Knight looked at Ace and asked, By the way, Ace, how did you end up alone in Alabasta? You didn't come all this way just to tell me this news, did you? When it came to business, the smile on Ace's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a towering rage, making the surrounding air feel hot due to his emotional tumult. Lord White Knight, I came to hunt down a traitor. Ace clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and gritted his teeth as he said, That guy's name is Marshal D. Teach, he used to be a member of our 2nd Division. To steal the dark fruit, he actually killed his comrade, Sachi. This is an absolute iron rule that cannot be violated on Dad's ship. I want to personally capture him and bring him back to Moby Dick for Dad to judge. A traitor. White Knight softly repeated the word, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I also hate traitors very much. An invisible pressure emanated from him, making the hot air freeze for a moment. In the old era, it was precisely because of the betrayal that White Knight and his companions suffered irreparable heavy losses. Now, hearing that there was a traitor in the Whitebeard pirates, the buried hatred was once again stirred. How about this? You can stay with me for a while. And once I deal with the affairs of the Alabasta Kingdom, I will accompany you to capture that traitor. White Knight looked at Ace's face filled with anger and determination and said in a deep voice, Since fate has brought us together, White Knight would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Really? Ace suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with surprise. Lord White Knight is willing to help me catch Teach. That's great. The heavy burden that had been suppressed for a long time seemed to be lifted at that moment, and Ace couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile. Like a child who had just received a beloved toy. He had been pursuing leads on Teach alone for a long time, fully aware of the other party's cunning and difficulty. But now it's different. With the legendary old man, White Knight, stepping in, Ace believes that no matter where Teach tries to escape, he will definitely be unable to fly away. Chapter 54, the former relationship between the White Knight and the Kingdom of Alabasta. The gloom that hung over the Kingdom of Alabasta dissipated like smoke with the collapse of the Baroque works. The once mighty members of the Baroque works scattered like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree, all falling apart. The crisis of the Kingdom of Alabasta was thus easily resolved. Vivi, escorted by the palace guards, hurriedly walked through the long corridor, the white jade floor reflecting her anxious yet joyful figure. Her heart raced in her chest, and finally, she pushed open the heavy golden door that symbolized royal power. Father, on the throne, the king of the Kingdom of Alabasta, Cobra, was being supported by several loyal guards. His face haggard, eyes filled with fatigue and worry. When Cobra saw his daughter rush in, a glimmer of light suddenly burst forth in his murky eyes. Father, you're okay. That's great. Seeing her father, though haggard, safe and sound, Vivi could no longer suppress her emotions. And two streams of hot tears rolled down her cheeks as she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Vivi, it really is you. Cobra excitedly embraced his daughter, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. But soon, the joy on his face was replaced by deeper concern. He looked around warily and lowered his voice. How did you get here? How could those scoundrels from Baroque Works let you in? Is this their scheme? Cobra knew well the terror of the organization controlled by the seven warlords, Crocodile. The entire kingdom was under its shadow. To him, his daughter's sudden appearance seemed more like a cruel trap, a snare to completely crush his will. Father, don't worry. Vivi raised her tear-streaked face, her tone filled with unprecedented determination and pride. Baroque Works has been completely defeated by Lord White Knight. Now our Kingdom of Alabasta is saved. Lord White Knight. Cobra was stunned. This unfamiliar name filled him with confusion. Vivi, what on earth? What happened? Father, the situation is like this. Without any hesitation, Vivi leaned against her father and quickly and clearly recounted her encounter with White Knight at Whiskey Peak, how he decided to help just because he heard the name Lala, and how he ultimately shattered Crocodile's schemes with overwhelming force. After saying all this, Vivi finally asked her biggest question, looking up at her father with curious blue eyes. Father, who exactly is Aunt Lala? And what kind of connection does she have with Lord White Knight? What? Lord White Knight? You mean Aunt Lala? Hearing these two names linked together, Cobra felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his body jolting and disbelief etched on his face. He murmured to himself, his gaze becoming distant and profound. I never expected. The stories my father once told would actually all be true. Father, do you know about Aunt Lala and Lord White Knight? Seeing her father's intense reaction, Vivi became even more curious. Cobra took a deep breath, as if calming the storm inside, and slowly shook his head, then nodded. I don't know the specific situation. I only heard my father, your grandfather, mention it when I was young. A long time ago, your aunt, Nefertari Lala, unhesitatingly followed a man named White Knight. Cobra's voice became deep and solemn, as if telling a long-forgotten epic. That Lord White Knight was once incredibly powerful, his influence sweeping across the seas like a storm. Our Kingdom of Alabasta was once under Lord White Knight's banner, and under his protection, the kingdom experienced unprecedented prosperity and strength. But I don't know what happened later. The once mighty Lord White Knight suddenly vanished from the world. Soon after, the world government announced to the world that White Knight was dead, and then they began to erase all traces of Lord White Knight from the world, forbidding anyone from speaking his name or deeds. Cobra's eyes were filled with complex feelings. I always thought it was just an old story my father made up to inspire me, but I never expected that after so many years, Lord White Knight would actually reappear in these seas and save our country. This, Lord White Knight, actually has such deep ties with our kingdom of Alabasta. Vivi was completely stunned, her mouth agape, unable to digest this sudden massive information. She had never imagined that her family's history was so closely connected with such a legendary figure. Vivi, just then, Cobra suddenly grasped his daughter's hand, his gaze becoming sharp and serious. Now, the opportunity for our kingdom of Alabasta has come. Opportunity? Father, are you saying? What opportunity? Vivi asked in confusion. Once, your Aunt Lala brought glory and peace to the kingdom by following Lord White Knight. And now, Lord White Knight has returned. A decisive light flickered in Cobra's eyes. Through the recent events of Baroque works, I've clearly seen that the world government is utterly unreliable. They even condone the 7 warlords eroding the affiliated countries. If our kingdom of Alabasta wants to survive for a long time in these chaotic seas, we must find a truly powerful and trustworthy ally. Cobra's gaze burned into Vivi's, and he said word by word, the reappearance of Lord White Knight will surely stir up colossal waves in these seas, and may even completely change the world's landscape. Vivi, I hope you can inherit your aunt's will and follow Lord White Knight. Only then can our Nefertari family repay this kindness. Only then can the kingdom of Alabasta return to glory. This statement struck Vivi's heart like a heavy bell. She understood her father's profound meaning and the heavy responsibility behind it. She lifted her head, wiped away the last tear, and her youthful face revealed a maturity and determination beyond her years. I understand, father. Vivi nodded earnestly. For the kingdom of Alabasta, I will follow Lord White Knight. Chapter 54: The Reaction of the Blackbeard Pirates. The Grand Line, Bonero Island. This island is as ordinary as a grain of sand in the sea, lacking special magnetic fields or famous specialties. The small town on the island lazily basked in the sunlight, the sea breeze blowing, stirring up a few dried leaves and dust. Everything seemed so peaceful and normal. However, beneath this tranquility, an ambition capable of shaking the world was quietly brewing. Outside the tavern in the small town, a man of exceptionally tall stature, with 3 flintlock pistols at his waist, was tilting his head back, drinking cherry pie, the juice flowing freely from the corners of his mouth where a few teeth were missing. He was Marshal D. Teach, now known as Blackbeard. This wine is really good. Blackbeard Teach put down the wine bottle, letting out his signature, unsettling laugh. Beside him, several figures were equally noticeable, bare-chested and muscular. The fighting champion Shijas Bajis was arm wrestling with a burly man, easily pinning his opponent's arm to the table, eliciting cheers from the crowd. The pale-faced, sickly-looking grim Reaper Poison Q was riding a similarly sickly horse, occasionally letting out a series of weak coughs. Meanwhile, Van Oka leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, as if everything around him was of no concern to him. These individuals were the early formation of the Blackbeard Pirates. At that moment, the sound of measured footsteps, tap, 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 approached from afar. Lafitte, dressed in a magnificent suit and holding a civilized cane, walked over with the elegant gait of a stage actor. A faint smile lingered on his lipstick-coated lips, but his eyes were unusually serious. Captain, I've just received some information. Lafitte stopped in front of Teach, gently tapping the ground with his cane. Oh, any good news, Lafitte? Teach grinned, revealing his uneven teeth. I'm afraid it's not good news. Lafitte's voice was soft, but carried a chilling undertone. Our target, Fire Fist Ace, has encountered the old-era powerhouse, White Knight, in the Alabasta Kingdom. Bang! Teach crushed the bottle in his hand, spilling liquor and glass shards everywhere. His earlier boisterous laughter abruptly silenced, replaced by a gloomy expression. And Lafitte paused, observing Teach's expression before continuing. The intelligence indicates that White Knight seems to intend to team up with Ace to capture you. Captain. What? Damn it. Blackbeard Teach snatched the intelligence paper from Lafitte, his thick fingers almost crumpling it. His gaze swept rapidly over the paper, his expression growing darker, like a sky heavy with storm clouds. Teach had lurked in the Whitebeard pirates for over 20 years for the dark fruit, even killing his comrade, Sachi, to escape to sea. Now, having obtained the most vicious devil fruit, his power had surged, and he believed fate was finally on his side. To fulfill his greater ambitions, Teach planned to capture Ace and present him as a token to the world government. Teach knew better than anyone that Port Gasti. Ace was the biological son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. As long as he handed Ace over to the world government, obtaining a position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea would be as easy as reaching into his pocket. At that point, he could use the privileges of the warlords to openly amass power and pave the way for his true ambitions. But now, the biggest variable in his plan had appeared. White Knight, the name that only existed in legends, the man whom even Whitebeard respected. Captain, is this old-era White Knight really that powerful? Bai Ye, who had paused his arm wrestling, rubbed his stout arms and asked in a deep voice, "Is it possible that even you, who have obtained the dark fruit, cannot deal with him?" Hearing Bai Ye's words, the sickly poison Q also cast a curious gaze, and even his weak horse lifted its eyelids. The reason they followed Teach was due to the grand vision he painted and the overwhelming power he displayed. But now, just a name had caused their captain to lose composure, filling them with doubt and unease. Teach slowly raised his head, the ferocity and anger on his face fading, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. I don't know how strong White Knight really is, but I do know one thing. Whitebeard called White Knight old man. Blackbeard Teach scanned his companions, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "What? Whitebeard's old man? Captain, you're not joking, are you?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in everyone's ears. Bai Ye stood up in shock. Poison Q began to cough violently, and even Van Oka, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze sharp as an eagle beneath his glasses. They had all been enemies or admirers of the Whitebeard pirates and knew exactly how formidable the man hailed as the world's strongest was. To be called old man by such a man exceeded the limits of their imagination. "Captain, is this true?" Lafitte also put away his characteristic smile, his expression becoming extremely serious. "Absolutely," Teach said solemnly. "I heard Whitebeard himself refer to him that way." The atmosphere outside the tavern instantly froze. The sea breeze seemed to halt, leaving only the heavy breaths of the crowd. Whitebeard's old man. Then the strength of this person, Bai Ye murmured, cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Now that Ace is with him, our plan is no longer feasible." Lafitte was the first to regain his composure, adjusting his top hat, and suggested to Teach, "Captain, should we change our plan?" "Change our plan?" The others also looked at Teach, their eyes reflecting a desire to retreat. To capture someone backed by the old man of the world's strongest man? What's the difference from seeking death? "No, we don't need to change our plan." To everyone's surprise, Teach's eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying ferocity after a brief contemplation, and a mad grin spread across his face. "Our plan will continue." "Continue," Bai Ye exclaimed. "Are we going to deal with that White Knight?" "Captain, you can't be thinking of taking us to our deaths. This is a living legend from the old era, said to be someone even the world government cannot handle. If that's the case, I think our Blackbeard pirates should disband as soon as possible." The members of the Blackbeard pirates immediately erupted in an uproar. They were outlaws gathered together to chase dreams and benefits, not to be cannon fodder for Blackbeard Teach. Chapter 55. The 5 Elders Stunned by the White Knight. Seeing his crew in a state of panic, nearly ready to scatter like birds and beasts, Teach felt no blame whatsoever. Instead, he slammed the bottle of wine down on the table and let out a signature wild laugh that echoed through the tavern. "Going to death? Ha ha ha." His laughter was boisterous and free, shaking the wooden beams of the tavern as if it could shatter all fear in people's hearts. "I have no intention of leading my brothers to their deaths. Listen well, a person's dreams will never come to an end." Blackbeard Teach suddenly stopped laughing, his deep-set eyes glinting with a mix of cunning and conspiracy. He grinned widely, revealing his uneven teeth, and continued, "Since White Knight, this living legend of the old era, poses such a tremendous threat to the world government and the Navy, why don't we let the world government and the Navy deal with White Knight? Let the world government and the Navy deal with White Knight." Lafayette's eyes, always carrying a hint of mockery, suddenly lit up. He lightly tapped his civil staff on the ground and instantly grasped Teach's intention. "Exactly." Teach's smile grew increasingly proud as he slowly stood up, opening his robust arms as if to embrace the entire Bonero Island. "We can completely use the news of White Knight's imminent arrival at Bonero Island, along with his exact location, as a gift to the world government and the Navy. Let them lay a trap for White Knight on this island. Immediately, Teach surveyed his crew, who had shifted from terror to astonishment, his voice filled with an air of invincibility. I think, whether it be the high and mighty world government or the self-proclaimed righteous Navy, they would be very, very willing to have this pleasant alliance with us, the Blackbeard pirates. Ha ha ha. Let the Navy and the world government be our knives. Bai Ye's simple mind finally caught on, and the cold sweat on his face was instantly replaced by an excited flush, and he joined in the hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. As expected of the captain, this plan is just brilliant. Let them fight that old monster, and we'll reap the benefits. The fear and unease in the crew's hearts vanished, replaced by a fervent admiration for their captain's sinister wisdom. Fear? Unease? In the face of absolute benefits and clever schemes, those emotions were worthless. This was the Blackbeard Teach they knew, a supreme rogue who could lie low for decades, betray companions, and exploit everything to achieve his goals. Ha ha, Captain. Your plan is just too good. Lafayette adjusted his hat, a graceful and eerie smile returning to his face. I will contact the world government's channels immediately. I'm sure they will give us a satisfactory response. With that, he held his civil staff and walked away with the elegance of a stage actor. Turning toward the depths of the town, his tall, thin figure quickly disappeared into the shadows of the corner. Teach picked up a bottle of rum again, tilting his head back for a large gulp, the fiery liquid sliding down his throat, igniting the flames in his chest. He looked in the direction Lafayette had left, his eyes flickering with greed and ambition. What about White Knight? What the legends of the old era? In this new era that he, Blackbeard Teach, had personally opened, all obstacles in his way, whether remnants of the old era or so-called strongest in the world, would become stepping stones for him to ascend to the throne of the world king. Ha ha! The wild laughter echoed in the skies above Bonero Island, startling a flock of seagulls. Meanwhile, at the center of the world, in Marineford, within the Panga city, amidst the power struggles, 5 figures sat upright and solemn. They were the highest authorities in this world, the 5 elders. The room was adorned with luxurious red carpets, and ancient murals symbolizing history hung on the walls, the air thick with a stifling sense of authority. However, at this moment, the faces of these 5 elders were clouded with worry. Damn it! According to the latest emergency intelligence from the CP department, the entire East Blue has completely fallen under White Knight's control. One of the 5 elders, wielding the first-generation sword, slammed his fist on the table in front of him, his voice filled with fury. Not only that, the Alabasta kingdom, that Nefertari family has openly declared its departure from the world government and rejoined White Knight. The blonde elder's face turned ashen. This was not just the loss of a member state, but a blatant provocation to the world government's 800 years of authority. And that demon of O'Hara, Nico Robin, the only person in this world who could decipher ancient text, has also become a subordinate of White Knight. The elder with the long white beard spoke with utmost seriousness. Deciphering ancient texts. What is White Knight planning? Does he want to seek the legendary ancient weapons and recreate that blank history? The most critical issue is that White Knight's strength is recovering at an astonishing rate. He is regrouping the forces of the old era. Damn it! We must immediately suppress White Knight's development. We cannot allow him to stir up a storm. How do we suppress him? The elder with the sword roared. White Knight's strength is already unfathomable, like a ghost or a deity. Our multiple secret operations against him have all ended in disaster. The people we sent were completely annihilated without even seeing his shadow. Are we just going to let him develop freely? Have you all forgotten? Forgotten the terror brought by that man 60 years ago. Forgotten how turbulent and bloody the world was at that time. In an instant, the entire chamber of power fell into a dead silence. They all knew very well what the name White Knight meant for the world government. It was a nightmare etched deep in history, the greatest threat to their ruling foundation, to maintain the sacred and inviolable rule of the celestial dragons. They must do whatever it takes to eliminate White Knight. However, they had initiated multiple operations, dispatched the most elite agents, and all had sunk without a trace. Without any response. White Knight's strength was far too great to be resolved by conventional means. They also understood all too well that as time went on, that man's power would only grow stronger. If left unchecked, history would inevitably repeat itself. Just a thought of 60 years ago, when the world government and the Navy were cornered and the entire world was shrouded in that man's shadow, even the five elders, standing at the pinnacle of the world, couldn't help but shudder. Five elders, the members of the Blackbeard pirates, request an audience. At this moment, a world government official, dressed in a black suit, hurried in and respectfully knelt on one knee to report. Chapter 56. The conspiracy surrounding the White Knight begins. At this moment, the five elders were in a state of turmoil due to the White Knight issue, their pent-up anger and frustration nearly igniting the air of power. Hearing that a previously unheard-of pirate crew actually requested to see them, this anger found an immediate outlet. The Blackbeard pirates? The blonde-haired elder frowned, his tone filled with disdain and contempt. What kind of insignificant character is this? A newly emerged pirate crew has the audacity to request an audience with us. What do they think the Holy Land is? Exactly, those ignorant pirate scum. They dare to think they can meet us. Another elder, wearing a flat hat and sporting a twirled mustache, spoke coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Grab them and throw them into the deepest part of Impel Down. Let them repent for their foolishness in endless darkness. The five elders were already troubled by the threat posed by White Knight, and now an obscure pirate crew showing up to create chaos was like adding fuel to the fire. How dare these mere pirates aspire to step foot in this sacred land and meet the five elders who stand at the pinnacle of the world? It was simply a colossal joke. The official kneeling with a list trembled violently. The pressure emanating from the five elders felt like a tangible mountain, nearly suffocating him. Cold sweat soaked through the back of the official, but he gathered all his courage and, under immense pressure, continued in a hoarse voice. Elders, please forgive me. This pirate claims he has urgent news regarding White Knight. White Knight. The two words exploded in the silent room like thunder. The impatience and anger on the faces of the five elders instantly solidified, replaced by extreme shock and razor-sharp intensity. The elders still despised dealing with pirates, but compared to the news about White Knight, it seemed utterly insignificant. They understood better than anyone how great of a threat the name White Knight posed to the world government. Any news regarding him was of the utmost priority. The elder wielding a sword's eyes flashed with a glint, and the overwhelming pressure that nearly crushed the official suddenly receded. He issued an unquestionable command in a deep voice. Let him in. Yes. The official felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled out. Moments later, as the heavy doors slowly opened, a crisp and rhythmic sound of footsteps approached. A tall, slender figure dressed in a white shirt, wearing a top hat, and holding a civilized cane entered with exaggerated steps as if he were a stage actor. The visitor was none other than Luffy from the Blackbeard pirates. Hey! Good day, esteemed elders of the world government. Luffy reached the center of the room, lightly tapping the ground with his cane, and elegantly performed a hat tip. I am Luffy, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates. Pirate, we have no interest in your identity or your captain. The elder with a long white beard spoke first, his voice hoarse and commanding, like ancient rocks grinding against each other. You have news about White Knight. Tell us immediately. No sooner had he finished speaking than an invisible, immense aura erupted from him, like a surging undercurrent, instantly enveloping the entire room and pressing down hard on the feet. This was not an ordinary aura, but the domineering presence of a king standing above millions. Feeling this terrifying Hawkeye, Luffy's smile slightly stiffened, and the fingers gripping his cane involuntarily tightened. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, skipping any unnecessary pleasantries, and directly stated, Esteemed elders, we, the Blackbeard pirates, have received confirmed news. White Knight will soon arrive at Banero Island with the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace, to capture our captain. Our captain is willing to serve as bait for the world government. At that time, the world government can dispatch the most elite forces of the Navy, even utilize all the power you can muster to ambush this island. This way, we can eliminate the threat of White Knight once and for all. Luffy spoke rapidly, his voice filled with seductive persuasion as he laid out the plan. Seeing the changing expressions of the elders, Lafitte smiled, throwing out another bombshell. Oh, and there's a special piece of news, a gift from our captain to the world government. That Fire Fist ace. His true identity is the biological son of the pirate king Gold. Roger. You can take this opportunity to bury the bloodline of the pirate king along with that old era's nightmare. And all we, the Blackbeard pirates, seek is merely a position in the 7 warlords of the sea. Lafitte quickly laid out his plan and bargaining chips, then stood quietly, waiting for judgment. We understand. You may leave for now. The elder with the sword gave Lafitte a deep look, speaking with evident disdain. Then, esteemed elders, I shall take my leave. I look forward to our pleasant cooperation. Facing the silent elders, Lafitte did not dare to be more impudent. After bowing again, he turned and left with his unique dance-like steps, disappearing beyond the door. When the door of power closed once more, isolating everything from the outside world. Gentlemen, what do you think? The blonde elder was the first to break the silence, his voice carrying a hint of uncontrollable excitement. If what that pirate said is true, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an excellent chance to completely eradicate White Knight. The elder with the mustache stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with calculation. The sword-wielding elder stood up, pacing back and forth in the room, while speaking. We can gather all our combat power, admirals from the Navy headquarters, top agents from CP0. We will turn Bonero Island into a net of heaven and earth. Just like 60 years ago, set up a deadly trap to completely end this nightmare of White Knight. Good. In that case, immediately order the CP department to use all means to investigate intelligence. We must confirm White Knight's whereabouts and the authenticity of this information in the shortest time possible. The elder with the long white beard stated decisively. Also, to ensure everything is foolproof, it will be best to consult Lordum. If Lordum intervenes, the chances of eliminating White Knight will be 100%. Another elder, who had remained silent, with a scar on his forehead, spoke in an extremely serious tone, even carrying a hint of reverence. What are we waiting for? Let's move quickly. In an instant, the 5 highest powers of the world reached a consensus. With their command, the vast and intricate war machine of the world government began to operate with unprecedented efficiency, revolving frantically around the name White Knight. A storm sweeping the world, surrounding the conspiracy of White Knight, was quietly brewing. Chapter 57, White Knight. The sea is truly chaotic now. The clamor and sandstorms of the Alabasta kingdom have long been left behind by the blue horizon. The ship of White Knight has set sail again on the Grand Line. Compared to before, the atmosphere on the ship is much livelier. Princess Vivi of the Alabasta kingdom is leaning against the ship's railing, her azure eyes filled with reluctance as she gazes toward the direction of her homeland, which has long since vanished. The sea breeze gently blows through her aquamarine hair, and the girl is filled with confusion and anticipation for the future. Not far away, on a deck chair, Nico Robin quietly holds a thick history book, sunlight casting a soft golden hue around her. She has quickly adapted to life on the ship, as if she was born to belong to this free sea, occasionally lifting her gaze to unconsciously fall upon the enigmatic man, White Knight. Another new member on board appears somewhat anxious. Fire Fist Ace leans against the main mast, arms crossed, brow furrowed, his handsome face filled with urgency. At this moment, Ace has only one thought in his mind: to find Teach and bring this traitor back to the Whitebeard pirates for judgment. Captain, where are we headed next? Nami, responsible for navigation and steering, unfolds a sea chart, skillfully marking points with a pencil, her crisp voice breaking the silence on the deck. White Knight is sitting at the bow, meditating with his eyes closed, seemingly merging with the entire sea. Hearing Nami's question, he slowly opens his eyes, his deep gaze turning toward Ace. Ace, do you have any news about that traitor? It's time to deal with that traitor. White Knight's voice is calm, yet carries an undeniable determination. Lord White Knight, I just received intel through a life card and some old acquaintances. That bastard Teach is currently on Bonero Island. If we go to that island, we will definitely be able to find him. Ace stands up straight, eagerly saying, Nami, then let's head to Bonero Island. White Knight gives the command without hesitation. No problem. Full speed ahead. Destination, Bonero Island. Set sail. Nami stows the sea chart, grips the helm, and with a command, the small ship immediately adjusts its course, tilting slightly as it cuts a graceful white arc across the sea, heading full speed toward its destination. However, peace on the Grand Line is always short-lived. The ship has barely sailed for half a day when a massive shadow suddenly rises from the side of the sea surface. A giant pirate ship flying a menacing skull flag aggressively blocking their path. Not good, Captain. We've encountered a pirate cruise obstruction. Nami grips the helm tightly, watching the rapidly approaching enemy ship, her tone filled with tension. The atmosphere on the ship instantly stiffens. A pirate crew, White Knight stands up, his gaze flat as he looks toward the rough-decorated pirate ship, filled with an aura of plunder, and can't help but sigh. The sea has become so chaotic now. It is worth noting that 60 years ago, his name, White Knight, shook the seas, with territories occupying half of the Grand Line. On his territory, any form of robbery and infighting was strictly forbidden, though it was impossible to completely eliminate pirate attacks. Such blatant interceptions in broad daylight were extremely rare. Now, just a short time after he returned to the sea, he has already encountered numerous waves of clueless pirate attacks. Lord White Knight, that's the Dark's pirate crew. Robin, putting down her book and adjusting her cowboy hat, calmly speaks up. The Dark's pirate crew is notorious for attacking passing merchant ships, known for their cruel methods. Many merchant ships have been completely destroyed by them along with their crews. Lord White Knight, let me handle this pirate crew. Ace steps forward, visible heat rising from his body, his knuckles cracking. In that case, I'll leave it to you. White Knight glances at the pirate ship. From his perception, the crew aboard is as weak as ants, hardly raising his interest. Seeing Ace volunteer, he casually agrees. Then I'm going. Ace grins confidently, and before his words have finished, he suddenly kicks off, transforming into a blazing inferno, shooting through the sky like a meteor toward the enemy ship. At that moment, aboard the Dark's pirate ship, a group of fierce-looking pirates bursts into greedy laughter, glaring at White Knight's small ship with malicious intent. Aha, aha! Captain, we found another small ship. It looks well-maintained. There must be plenty of treasures aboard. A one-eyed pirate brandishes his curved sword, almost drooling. What are we waiting for? Boys, rush in and take everything from them. Kill them all. The fleshy-faced captain raises a bottle of liquor, shouting loudly. The captain is right. Speed up and charge. Don't let them escape. Women and treasure are ours. A thunderous roar erupts from the Dark's pirate ship, countless pirates greedily eyeing White Knight's ship, as if they can already envision the scene of boarding and slaughtering at will. Just as they reach their peak excitement, a dazzling flame suddenly descends from the sky, rushing toward them with a scorching wave. What is that? Look, a fireball is coming from the sky. Just as the Dark's crew is shocked and confused, the fire in the sky instantly condenses into Ace's figure. Fire fist. Ace shouts, his right fist suddenly launching forward. In an instant, the flames in his hand rapidly expand, transforming into a massive fire shockwave that crashes violently toward the Dark's pirate ship. Boom! A thunderous roar echoes as the enormous pirate ship explodes in a blaze of scorching flames. As for the pirates aboard, they have long turned to ashes in the intense heat. Ace is quick to go and quick to return. With a graceful flip, he lands steadily back on the deck. Not even a drop of seawater on him. Lord White Knight, the enemy has been dealt with. Ace claps his hands, reporting back to White Knight with a relaxed tone, a hint of pride on his face. Ace, not bad. White Knight nods, then shifts the conversation. However, your strength relies too much on your devil fruit. What will you do if one day your devil fruit is no longer usable? White Knight looks at Ace, his gaze deep as he asks. Chapter 58, Guiding Everyone in Training. The devil fruit can't be used? Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Ace was momentarily stunned, and then he smiled in confusion, as if he had heard a great joke. Lord Bai Ye, are you joking? How could the devil fruit possibly be unusable? As he spoke, Ace casually spread his right hand, and with a thought, a ball of orange-red flame appeared in his palm, dancing joyfully like a mischievous sprite, radiating scorching heat. For Ace, who was a user of the Mara and No Me, flame fruit, fire was his body, and his body was fire. This was an innate instinct that was woven into his soul. How could it be impossible? Seeing Ace's nonchalant demeanor, Bai Ye's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. And then, with a thought, he activated his Conqueror's Haki. As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible, yet seemingly weighty aura erupted from Bai Ye. This aura was not a tangible impact, but it was more terrifying than any attack, instantly enveloping Ace's entire body. Buzz. In that moment, Ace felt his whole body tremble violently, as if he were being crushed by an invisible mountain, his very soul quaking under this absolute pressure. The smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by boundless horror, because he was horrified to discover that the flame in his palm, which burned endlessly and seemed like it would never extinguish, suddenly went poof, twisting and struggling violently before extinguishing completely without warning. Only a wisp of blue smoke remained, dissipating in the salty sea breeze. What's going on? Where's my flame? Ace's expression changed drastically. He desperately tried to activate his powers, but the familiar force within him, which he could control at will, was now as if it had been locked up by an invisible giant lock. No matter how he concentrated or summoned his will, there was no response from within, as if it had sunk into the sea. The close connection with the flames had been severed by an irresistible force. Not only had the flames disappeared, but now, I completely can't use the powers of the devil fruit. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Ace's forehead, trickling down his cheeks. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and panic washed over him like cold seawater. Since becoming the user of the Marineford War, it was the first time he felt fear. The sudden loss of his flame abilities made Ace's heart race with anxiety and unease. Now, do you still think the devil fruit is omnipotent? Bai Ye looked at the somewhat flustered Ace, his voice calm, but striking like a heavy hammer on Ace's heart. In this sea, Haki was the supreme power above all. As long as the Haki was strong enough, it could easily suppress or even nullify the powers of the devil fruit. And now, Bai Ye was using his unfathomable Conqueror's Haki to forcibly suppress the devil fruit factor within Ace's body, temporarily turning him into an ordinary person. Lord Bai Ye, what on earth is going on? Why has my ability failed? After a moment of panic, Ace forced himself to calm down, looking up at Bai Ye with eyes full of urgency and confusion. This is the power of Haki, Bai Ye said, gazing deeply at Ace, continuing to explain. In this sea, only Haki is the fundamental basis for survival. Your combat power now relies over 90% on the Marineford War. If one day you encounter a powerful adversary who can suppress your abilities and you can't use the devil fruit, you will be like a lamb to the slaughter. At their mercy, you need to train Haki. Only by honing your Haki to the extreme can you be fearless in this sea. Bai Ye's voice was powerful, each word deeply imprinting itself in Ace's heart. Since Ace was little white son, Bai Ye didn't mind giving him a little guidance to help him understand the true path of strength. I understand, Lord Bai Ye. Ace clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. He nodded heavily, the confusion and panic in his eyes replaced by unprecedented determination and seriousness. I will train hard in Haki. Ace was not a fool. He understood very well that Bai Ye was guiding him in the most direct way, revealing to him a higher level of combat realm. After finishing with Ace, Bai Ye withdrew his aura and turned his gaze to the other 3 female members on the ship. Not just Ace. You all need to train together. What? Do I have to train too? As soon as the words left his mouth, Nami was the first to shout, her small face filled with resistance. Captain, I'm just a navigator. I don't need to get involved in fighting and killing. Nami waved her hands repeatedly, feeling uncomfortable at the thought of arduous training, just wanting to comfortably hold her treasures and sea charts. Nami, as a navigator, you should train even more. Bai Ye shot her a glance, his tone unyielding. This sea is fraught with danger. If you have no power to protect yourself, how can you safely chart your world map? How can you serve as my navigator? From now on, I will personally guide you. What? The captain will personally guide my training. It's over. Completely over. Upon hearing this, Nami felt as if she had received news of the apocalypse, her entire being turned black and white, a sense of despair radiating from her, as if the background had dark clouds and lightning. In stark contrast to Nami's reaction, Vivi and Robin showed no resistance to Bai Ye's suggestion. Instead, Their eyes revealed eagerness and positivity. Robin adjusted her cowboy hat, and a glint of light flashed in her purple eyes behind the lenses. Having had a high bounty since childhood, Robin's life had been spent evading pursuit and betrayal. She understood the importance of strength better than anyone. In the past, she struggled without guidance, relying solely on her own exploration. Now with Bai Ye, such an unfathomable powerhouse willing to guide her personally, how could she possibly let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by? As for Vivi, having personally experienced the crisis of the Alabasta kingdom being overthrown by Crocodile, she deeply understood the powerlessness and despair of being weak. She also fervently desired strength, the kind of strength to protect her country and companions. Facing Bai Ye's guidance, she straightened her back, her gaze resolute. Not to mention whether it's seemingly weak Nami, or the intelligent Robin and gentle Vivi, they all displayed exceptional talent for training. Under the personal guidance of Bai Ye, this top-level powerhouse, their strength rapidly increased at a visible rate in just a few days. Chapter 59, The 5 Elders' Old Tricks. While Bai Ye was guiding his crew in their training, a tremendous change was taking place on the sea due to him. The world government and the Navy were beginning to act with unprecedented efficiency. Betrayal Island, located in the first half of the Grand Line, was supposed to be an inconspicuous, ordinary coordinate on the map, but at this moment, it had become the center of a storm. The once peaceful port town was now silent, replaced by the symphony of steel and waves. Huge Navy warships loomed like steel beasts, blocking the horizon, and the enormous seagull emblem on the sails flapped in the sea breeze. Countless fleets gathered from all directions, surrounding the entire Betrayal Island, forming an impenetrable net. Numerous Navy soldiers in blue and white uniforms, along with cold-faced CP agents wearing black masks, were rapidly landing on the island. Their footsteps were synchronized, echoing dully on the empty streets. They quickly dispersed, infiltrating every building, occupying every high point, and constructing hidden gun emplacements and defenses behind the mountains and rocks. As for the original residents of the island, they had long been eliminated by the world government and the Navy. Yes, eliminated in the literal sense, through recent cost-ignoring intelligence gathering and analysis. The 5 elders were extremely confident that in order to capture Blackbeard, Bai Ye would definitely set foot on Betrayal Island. Thus, Betrayal Island was the perfect place to ambush Bai Ye and eliminate him. To prevent any hint of the plan from leaking, any potential variable had to be erased. The civilians living on the island were the most unstable factor. For this reason, the 5 elders issued the most ruthless order to eliminate the civilians on Betrayal Island, ensuring that the plan could not leak at all. In the eyes of the 5 elders, sacrificing a handful of innocent civilians on an island to eradicate the colossal threat that Bai Ye posed to the foundations of the world was nothing more than an insignificant number in the accounts. As long as they could maintain their rule for the past 800 years, they wouldn't bat an eye at 10 times the sacrifice. Thus, the slaughter proceeded silently, completely covered by the sounds of the sea. Today, Betrayal Island was a complete death trap. In a remote coastal corner of the island, several large reefs formed a natural hideout. A group of the Blackbeard pirates was gathered here, and the atmosphere felt somewhat anxious. Luffy, what's the situation? Did those old geezers in the world government agree to our demands? Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach's thick fingers nervously dug into the rocks, his voice tinged with impatience. Captain, don't worry. The Devil Sheriff Lafitte, dressed in a suit and holding a civility staff, walked over, a sickly smile on his pale face as he gently tapped the ground. The 5 elders of the world government have agreed to all our requests. Lafitte's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. As long as we can successfully lure Bai Ye to Betrayal Island, Captain, you will be the new warlord of the sea. Very good. It seems my plan has succeeded. Hearing the news brought by Lafitte, Blackbeard Teach couldn't help but smile. However, Lafitte then dropped a bombshell. Captain, not only that, if we can assist the Navy in killing Bai Ye here, the 5 elders promise to grant us all the title of Celestial Dragons. Lafitte's words immediately ignited the entire Blackbeard pirates. What? Lafitte, what did you say? Is that true? Did Lafitte really say that the 5 elders could make us celestial dragons? This is the celestial dragons, the world nobility, The members of the Blackbeard pirates gasped, their eyes filled with greed and yearning for that supreme identity. Even Teach himself, upon hearing this news, had his pupils constrict and shimmer with uncontrollable excitement. Celestial dragons. This is the celestial dragons, the world nobility with absolute power in this world. Although they, as pirates, always scornfully referred to celestial dragons as the parasites and waste of the world, that was based on the foundation that they could never become one. If such an opportunity to rise to power were truly presented, none of them would refuse. Of course it's true. This was promised to me directly by the 5 elders. Luffy said proudly, feeling immensely proud to have brokered this deal with the highest power in the world. Ha 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 ha. We're going to become celestial dragons. We're going to become world nobility. Ha ha ha. This is my dream. The boisterous roars echoed behind the rocks, and they seemed to envision a future where they wore white protective suits, enslaving everything in the world. However, this group of pirates, blinded by desire, did not know that over 60 years ago, the 5 elders had made the same promise to another person. They also did not know that in the world government's plan, they too were a part that needed to be eliminated after the encirclement plan was completed. This was merely the 5 elders' old trick once again. Since 60 years ago, they had used the identity of celestial dragons to make the general of Wano betray Bai Ye. Now, using the same bait to manipulate this greedy group of pirates was naturally not an issue. Hey, everyone, don't get too excited too soon. After a moment of wild joy, Blackbeard Teach finally regained a bit of reason, his low voice suppressing the cheers of the crowd. We still haven't dealt with that monster Bai Ye. Upon hearing Teach's words, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates remained unconcerned, their fervor undiminished. Captain, what are we afraid of from a Bai Ye? Bosch shouted, waving his muscular arms loudly. That's right. The captain's dark fruit ability is so powerful that it can nullify all other abilities. Bai Ye is no exception. He can definitely be dealt with. As long as the captain takes care of Bai Ye, we will be noble celestial dragons. Ha. At that point, any woman we want, any treasure we desire, will be ours. Clearly, the enormous temptation of becoming celestial dragons had made their minds burn with greedy flames, losing their most basic judgment. To them, their Captain Teach, possessing the ability of the dark fruit, which could counter all devil fruit powers, made dealing with Bai Ye seem like no challenge at all. Chapter 60, The Trap of the World Government. What's so terrifying? Under the deployment of the world government and the Navy, the once bustling Banero Island has now fallen silent. The streets are deserted, the sea breeze stirs up only dust and scraps of paper, and the shop doors and windows are tightly shut, giving off a lifeless atmosphere. However, beneath this eerie silence lies a terrifying force capable of overturning the sea. The entire Banero Island has completely transformed into a massive steel cage, a trap custom-made for White Knight. Countless Navy soldiers in standard uniforms and world government agents wearing masks lie in wait like coiled snakes, hidden in the shadows of every building. Their fingers resting on the triggers, their gazes cold, waiting for a command. In an inconspicuous tavern's basement, the air is murky and oppressive. It has been temporarily converted into a command post, with a rudimentary map hanging on the wall and a few oil lamps flickering with dim light, casting 3 tall shadows on the mottled walls. Oh dear, this is quite a headache. This mission has turned out to be so mysterious. It actually requires the 3 of us to hide here like mice, without even a cup of hot tea. Admiral Kazu Borsellino lazily leans against a wooden crate, hands in the pockets of his striped suit, complaining in his characteristic elongated tone. A sly grin hangs on Kizaru's face, seemingly indifferent to the tense atmosphere around him. This mission is a top directive from the world government, issued directly by the 5 elders. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku has no authority to question its specifics. As for the target, it is the legendary figure from the old era, White Knight. Sitting across from him is Akiji Kazan, appearing even more relaxed. He wears an eye patch and reclines on a worn-out sofa, the air around him tinged with a chilling aura due to his powers. In stark contrast to the two's nonchalance, at the other end of the room, Akainu Sakazuki stands rigidly, exuding a heat and fury like a volcano about to erupt. He stands upright, his face as dark as water, his eyes burning with an unquenchable rage against evil. That damn pirate White Knight, this remnant of the old era, should have been completely eradicated long ago. He is a stain on the sea and must be eliminated. Crack! Hot lava flows uncontrollably down Akainu's right arm, dripping onto the floor and instantly burning a hissing black hole into the wooden surface, a strong smell of sulfur wafting through the air. He suddenly turns around, roaring at a few trembling officers at the door. Notify all units to closely monitor any situation in the surrounding waters. If there are any movements, inform us immediately. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. The officers, terrified by his imposing presence, break into a cold sweat, hurriedly salute, and swiftly leave. Time passes slowly in the tense waiting. On the sea, White Knight's ship cuts through the azure waves, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Soon, a clearly defined island appears at the horizon. Captain, we have reached our destination. Ahead is Banero Island. Nami stands on the lookout, one hand resting on the ship's railing, the other pointing ahead, her clear voice breaking the sailing silence. Banero Island. That bastard Teach is on this island. No sooner had she spoken than a figure suddenly leaps up from the deck. Ace's eyes are blood red, flames erupting from his fists, the scorching air causing the surrounding atmosphere to warp. I must catch him and make him face the harshest judgment of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace's fury and hatred have boiled over, wishing he could jump onto the island immediately and drag that traitor out. Wait, Lord White Knight, something's wrong. This island is dangerous. Just then, Nico Robin, who had been quietly reading by the ship's railing, suddenly closes her book, her azure eyes fixed intently on the distant island, her tone filled with an unprecedented seriousness. What's wrong? Nami leans out from the lookout in confusion, scrutinizing the island's coastline, the clouds in the sky, and the direction of the currents, puzzled as she asks. According to the navigation charts, the weather here is stable and the currents are normal. Banero Island seems to have no issues at all. As a top navigator, she has not sensed any abnormalities in the natural environment. I don't know exactly what feels off. Robin shakes her head, her delicate brows furrowed as she stares at the island ahead. But I just feel, this island feels extremely oppressive, like a silent giant beast opening its mouth and waiting for us. The entire island is too quiet, unnaturally so, growing up amidst turmoil and flight. Robin has a beast-like intuition for danger, coupled with her deepening understanding of observation hockey during her time with White Knight. This warning from the depths of her soul has become increasingly clear. Observation hockey. Hearing Robin's words, White Knight calmly utters 3 words. He closes his eyes. An invisible and formless, yet vast mental force spreads out from him like an ocean. In an instant, the entire scene of Banero Island unfolds in his mind like the most precise map. In White Knight's perception, there are no pedestrians on the town streets. No signs of life. Instead, there are thousands of armed soldiers and Navy personnel lurking in houses, alleys, and on rooftops. Behind every window, there could be a sniper rifle. Every warehouse is filled with dark cannon mouths and cold weapons. He also senses 3 unusually powerful auras lurking underground in a building at the town's center, which are the Navy's highest combat power, the 3 admirals. Robin is right. There is indeed something wrong on this island. White Knight slowly opens his eyes and says in a flat tone, Tens of thousands of World Government soldiers and Navy are lying in ambush on this island. The entire Banero Island has completely turned into a trap prepared for us. A trap? Upon hearing these 2 words, Nami's face turns pale, and she anxiously grips the railing of the ship, urgently saying, Captain, let's get out of here quickly. That damn Teach. He actually teamed up with the World Government. Ace's fury is replaced by shock, and he grits his teeth, cursing, but soon calms down and says to White Knight, Lord White Knight, let's leave here immediately. Although Ace wishes nothing more than to tear Teach apart, he knows very well that charging into the carefully laid traps set by the World Government, possibly with admirals stationed, would be akin to throwing himself into the net, resulting in a futile death. The atmosphere on the ship drops to freezing point in an instant. However, White Knight shows no sign of tension or retreat. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly rise, forming a chilling arc leave. No, there's no need to leave. White Knight turns around, facing the sea breeze, his gaze fixed on that island of death, commanding in a tone that suggests it is only natural. We will land directly. The mere ambush of the world government is not worth my concern. 60 years ago, White Knight was never afraid of that lofty world government. Now, with the resurrection system in hand, having completely freed himself from the shackles of death, he has even less reason to fear. Chapter 61. The Blackbeard Pirates in action. The sea breeze rustled the sails, and White Knight's ship sped toward Bonero Island. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates on the island also noticed the situation. "Captain Blackbeard, a ship is coming. It's headed straight for us." The flag. That's right. It's White Knight's ship. Upon hearing this, the members of the Blackbeard pirates erupted with excitement, suppressed for so long, like a volcano erupting, each one jumping up in exhilaration. They had to be excited. This was a promise made personally by the 5 elders of the world government. As long as they could eliminate White Knight here, they would rise to the top and become the supreme celestial dragons. This temptation was enough to drive any ambitious person mad. They had been waiting too long in this dead city for this distant yet near goal, longing day and night for the appearance of this man, White Knight. Now that he had finally arrived, how could they not be thrilled? Really? Where's that guy, White Knight? Inside a building, Blackbeard Teach, who was gulping down cherry pie, jumped up from his chair upon hearing his subordinate's report, pie crumbs flying everywhere. He snatched a nearby telescope, rushed to the window, and looked out at the distant sea. Sure enough, a sleek ship was cutting through the waves, moving in astonishing speed, clearly heading toward their dock. Great! This is fantastic. A twisted and ecstatic smile spread across Teach's ugly face as he shouted loudly, "Boys, we're heading to the dock immediately. The world government and navy are already ambushed in the city. We can't let them take this great achievement first." "Yes, Captain." Hearing Teach's orders, the members of the Blackbeard pirates also had fervent glints in their eyes. Without any hesitation, they quickly gathered and followed Teach's lead, charging toward the dock in a grand manner. The head of White Knight was their ladder to the divine realm. Not a step could be missed. Boom! With a slight tremor, under Nami's precise control, the ship steadily docked at Bonero Island. The entire dock was eerily silent, with no signs of life except for the monotonous sound of waves crashing against the wooden piles. The air was filled with a scent of decay and danger, as if even the wind carried a bloody smell. "Captain, are we really going to land?" Nami tightly gripped the helm, her palms sweating coldly, her voice trembling slightly. This is a huge trap. Nami simply couldn't understand why they would head into the tiger's den, knowing there were tigers in the mountains. In her eyes, White Knight's decision to land at this moment was no different from jumping into the abyss. It was simply seeking death. What are you afraid of? It's just the world government and navy, right? It's not the first time we've dealt with them. White Knight turned to look at the pale-faced Nami, confidently saying. At the same time, he reached out and gently flicked her forehead. "Nami, your hard training during this time is precisely for moments like this, isn't it?" White Knight thought Nami was great in every way, but this cowardice of hers needed to change. It seemed it was time to train Nami hard. But Nami wanted to say more, but was interrupted by White Knight's unquestionable gaze. "No buts. We're landing." Before the words fell, White Knight no longer gave Nami any chance to hesitate, directly reaching out, grabbing her slender wrist, and half forcibly pulling her away from the helm, leading her onto that silent land. Ace and Robin followed closely behind, landing one after another. "Where's Teach? That bastard Teach, where is he?" As soon as Ace's feet touched the wooden planks of the dock, the suppressed anger in his chest exploded completely. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, his gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk, searching for the figure he had been pursuing for so long. At that moment, a distinctive, extremely arrogant cackle echoed from the direction of the town, growing louder as it approached, ringing out across the empty dock. "Ha ha ha! White Knight, you finally came," accompanied by laughter. Blackbeard Teach and his bizarre crew hurried over from the end of the street. "We've been waiting so long for you, Blackbeard pirates." The Blackbeard crew quickly arrived in front of White Knight, their greedy gazes fixated on him, inspecting him from top to bottom, as if admiring a priceless rare treasure. They all knew that as long as they could capture this man before them, they would gain the whole world. As for Ace, he was entirely ignored by them. In the past, Ace might have had some value to them. But now, with White Knight being their ultimate goal to become celestial dragons, a mere Ace had become insignificant. Blackbeard didn't care about Ace, but Ace's eyes were only on Blackbeard Teach. Seeing his enemy appear, Ace was instantly consumed by anger. "Teach, you bastard! I finally found you! Go die!" Angry, Ace erupted in flames, transforming into a burning meteor as he charged toward Teach. Facing the rushing Ace, Teach showed no signs of panic on his face. Instead, a cruel grin emerged. He didn't dodge, but simply extended his right hand, and a bottomless dark vortex appeared in his palm. Dark fruit, dark passage. An incredible scene unfolded. Ace's raging flames, as if they would burn everything, were swallowed up the moment they made contact with the dark mass. Like being devoured by an invisible giant mouth, without an explosion or sound, simply being forcefully and quietly sucked in, disappearing without a trace. What is going on? The anger on Ace's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme shock. He could clearly feel that the connection between him and the flames was forcibly severed at that moment. "Ace, I have no interest in you at all right now." Teach glanced at the astonished Ace with a look of disdain. "Get out of my way." Before his words fell, Blackbeard Teach's massive fist, carrying incredible force, was thrown out, hitting Ace squarely in the abdomen. Poof! Ace felt an irresistible immense force surge through him, his whole body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall of a nearby building, creating a massive human-shaped dent in the wall, with rubble flying everywhere. Chapter 62, Blackbeard Pirates. "You are truly a bunch of idiots. Cough, cough, cough. How is this possible?" Amidst the rubble and smoke, Ace struggled to crawl out from the indentation in the wall, kneeling on one knee, coughing violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with dust onto the cracked ground. He raised his head, disbelief written all over his face, staring intently at Teach not far away. "Teach, you bastard. How could you make my devil fruit power ineffective?" Not long ago, he had been in Bai Ye's hands, and he had experienced that feeling of powerlessness himself, as if the flames had vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. At that time, he had asked Bai Ye, who had not concealed anything and had candidly told him that it was the Conqueror's Haki that surpassed everything, forcibly suppressing the elements that constituted the devil fruit ability. It was precisely because of this that Ace was so shocked at this moment. Could it be that this traitor Teach also possesses the same powerful Conqueror's Haki as Lord Bai Ye, enough to suppress everything? This is absolutely impossible. Seeing Ace's shocked and dazed expression, Teach's long-suppressed ambition and desire were greatly satisfied at this moment, and he couldn't help but open his arms, laughing maniacally with excitement, his laughter echoing in the silent street, causing the windows to hum. "Ha ha ha! Ace, do you see this? This is my power. This is my devil fruit ability. In front of my dark fruit, your proud flames are completely useless." Blackbeard Teach had endured for too long, lurking in the Whitebeard pirates, carefully restraining his ambitions. Now, the long-desired fruit was finally in hand, and he no longer needed to hide, instead eager to show the world this unique power. So it turns out, it's a devil fruit ability. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Ace's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he let out a breath of foul air. If Teach really possessed a Conqueror's Haki on par with Bai Ye's, that would be true despair. But if it's just a devil fruit ability, since the flames are restrained, then I want to use flames. During this time, Ace had been training under Lord Bai Ye, and he had already undergone a transformation. The Haki he had honed was precisely to deal with such situations. Teach's maniacal laughter gradually subsided, his eyes glimmering with greed and ambition, locking onto the calm Bai Ye, bypassing the disheveled Ace. The old era as powerhouse Bai Ye. "Today, I will personally end your legend with this strongest devil fruit. As long as I eliminate you, I can become a celestial dragon, stand at the pinnacle of this world." He almost roared out his ultimate goal, his eyes flashing with madness. Teach's voice became hoarse with excitement. "Eliminate me and become a celestial dragon? Ha ha, ha ha." Hearing Teach's declaration, Bai Ye seemed to hear the greatest joke in the world and laughed openly. "What the hell are you laughing at? Bai Ye's laughter was like an invisible slap, striking Teach's face, causing the fervor on his face to freeze instantly. I don't understand. Are you really stupid, or just born an idiot? You actually believe the nonsense of the five elders. Bai Ye's laughter faded. His eyes filled with undisguised disdain and pity as he looked at the members of the Blackbeard pirates and said, "Do you know that 60 years ago, the five elders used the same words to fool another self-righteous fool? Who would have thought, 60 years later, there are still idiots like you in this world, being tricked by the same rhetoric?" Bai Ye's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the excitement on the faces of the Blackbeard pirates suddenly stiffened. "What did you say? The five elders are fooling us. How is that possible? This was promised to us by the five elders themselves." Luffy of the Blackbeard pirates was the first to lose control, propping himself on his cane and retorting sharply. "There is nothing impossible. You are truly foolish." Bai Ye glanced at them, his gaze as if looking at a group of hopeless fools. "Whether the five elders are deceiving us or not, once I eliminate you first, everything will naturally have a conclusion." Teach's expression changed unpredictably. Bai Ye's words pierced his heart like a thorn, but he quickly suppressed that wavering. He couldn't determine the truth of Bai Ye's words, but so what? As long as there was even a slight chance to become the king of the world, he would never let it go. For that, he could gamble everything. "Take this, dark water," Teach roared, unleashing the power of the dark fruit. Instantly, the dark aura surrounding Blackbeard erupted, and then he forcefully thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a torrent of pitch-black energy. This was not mere darkness, but a void capable of devouring everything. The cobblestone ground along the way, the wooden crates by the roadside, even light and air were silently pulled, devoured, and disappeared without a trace upon contact with that darkness, leaving behind a distorted vacuum trail. "I have no interest in scum like you. Get lost." Facing the terrifying dark torrent that could make any ability user tremble, Bai Ye's face showed not a hint of ripples. He simply raised his right hand casually and waved it forward. In an instant, an invisible yet seemingly world-crushing, terrifying aura erupted. Conqueror's Haki. It was no longer an intangible pressure, but a tangible shockwave. Wherever Bai Ye's Haki passed, the air let out a mournful cry under the unbearable burden, and the ground was forcibly plowed open, leaving deep cracks. Boom! The shockwave of Conqueror's Haki collided violently with the dark energy that devoured everything. There was no stalemate as imagined. The seemingly invincible darkness, upon contact with the Haki, exploded with a loud bang like ice and snow under sunlight, and was utterly shattered and evaporated. Bai Ye's Haki momentum did not diminish. The aftermath surged like raging waves, continuing to sweep toward the dumbfounded Blackbeard and his crew. Bang! A dull crash was followed by a scream that was so tragic it did not sound human. Blackbeard Teach's massive body was hit head-on like being struck by a battering ram, instantly curling into a shrimp-like shape, screaming as he flew backward. He traced a chaotic parabolic arc in the air, crashing through several walls before finally sinking into the ruins of a building. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. Teach rolled in pain among the rubble, feeling as if his internal organs were displaced, every bone crying out in agony. The dark fruit's ability to devour everything also forced him to endure double the damage and pain. At this moment, the impact brought by the Haki seemed to be amplified several times within him, causing him pain so intense he almost fainted. Chapter 63. Your strength is truly too weak. After a heart-wrenching scream and violent struggles, the excruciating pain that seemed to tear his soul apart gradually faded away, and the pain in Blackbeard Teach's body diminished somewhat. Stones and wood chips slid off his massive body as he struggled to stand up, propping himself on knees that were nearly broken. Panting heavily with a mixture of blood and dust in his mouth, Blackbeard raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the calm figure not far away. His face filled with incredulous horror. How is this possible? How could you so easily block my dark water?" Teach's voice was hoarse and trembling. After enduring for years on Whitebeard's ship and finally obtaining the coveted dark fruit, Blackbeard Teach believed he was invincible. This was the most vicious Logia fruit in the world, capable of devouring everything and making all other abilities ineffective before him. This was his greatest reliance for ambition. It was this confidence that allowed him to dare challenge the legendary Bai Ye. But he never dreamed that his proud and seemingly invincible dark fruit ability could not withstand even a single move from this man. It was like a child's trick, easily dismissed with a wave of the hand. Your strength is too pathetic. Bai Ye slowly lowered his hand, his tone as flat as if stating an obvious fact. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Teach again, as if looking at him once more would be an insult to himself. Bai Ye then turned to Ace, who was not far away, and said, "Ace, I leave him to you." Although Blackbeard possessed the dark fruit that could counter all devil fruits and appeared extremely powerful, in the face of true mastery of Hawkeye, he was merely a joke. Devil fruits were ultimately external forces, while Hawkeye originated from within, a willpower that transcended everything. "Yes, Lord Bai Ye, leave this bastard Teach to me." Ace's eyes burned with the flames of anger, locking onto Teach. Now that he knew the ins and outs of Blackbeard Teach's abilities, which could counter his flame fruit, all he needed to do was not use his fruit's powers. Relying solely on the martial arts and Hawkeye honed under Bai Ye's guidance, he could easily punish this traitor Teach. With that thought, Ace's legs exerted force, and the stones beneath him instantly cracked. He shot toward Blackbeard Teach like a cannonball. "Ace, you're looking for death." Seeing Ace charging straight at him, Blackbeard Teach instinctively grinned. The fear he had just felt from Bai Ye's defeat temporarily replaced by disdain for Ace. Without thinking much, he activated the dark fruit's ability. Dark water. Dark energy erupted from his palm again, transforming into a twisted gravitational vortex aimed at devouring Ace. In Teach's eyes, he had easily sent Ace flying before, so he could do it again. However, facing Blackbeard's attack again, this time Ace showed no sign of panic, instead filled with fierce battle intent. He did not unleash flames, but concentrated all his strength into his right fist. "Hawkeye!" Ace roared, and the pitch-black-armed Hawkeye quickly enveloped his entire right fist, emanating an indestructible metallic sheen. Without any evasion, Ace punched straight toward the mass of devouring darkness. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded, as if a hammer had shattered black glass. Blackbeard's seemingly insurmountable dark energy was pierced, torn apart, and ultimately dissipated upon contact with Ace's Hawkeye-coated fist. "What? How is this possible? Ace, how could you block my dark fruit?" Seeing his ability fail again, Teach's eyes nearly popped out, and the cruel smile on his face stiffened into a comical terror. "Your devil fruit ability is indeed tricky. It can nullify my flames. But as long as I don't use the devil fruit, isn't that fine?" Ace's words fell as he continued charging at Teach. Bang! A heavy, tooth-aching thud. Ace's fierce punch landed squarely on Blackbeard Teach's hefty belly. "Aya!" The double pain surged through him like a tsunami, and Teach let out a heart-wrenching scream, completely unrecognizable as a human sound. In that instant, Teach felt as if his intestines had been tied in a knot. Blood and gastric juices mixed with undigested food gushing out of his mouth, and he curled up like a boiled shrimp. "Bastard! You worthless bunch! Don't just stand there! Attack! Attack! Kill him!" Teach curled on the ground, writhing in pain like a maggot, screaming as he used all his strength to shout at his crew. "Attack! Help the captain! Kill Fire Fist!" Lafayette, Van Oka, and Burgess seemed to snap out of a daze and reacted. Dust immediately rose on the streets, and killing intent filled the air. Although the members of the Blackbeard pirates were powerful and vicious, Ace being valued by Whitebeard and becoming the commander of the 2nd Division of his crew meant his strength was not to be underestimated, especially during this time. After receiving direct guidance from Bai Ye, his Hawkeye level had increased several times, and he was no longer the same. Therefore, even without the abilities of the flame fruit, relying solely on martial arts and Hawkeye, he was not inferior to the members of the Blackbeard pirates. In an instant, Ace was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, weaving through the siege and engaging in fierce combat with the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Fists and feet collided with swords, Hawkeye, and killing intent intertwined, turning the entire street into a brutal battlefield. Meanwhile, at the other end of the island, in the temporary command center set up by the Navy, The tense atmosphere reached the ears of the Navy's highest combat power. "Report to the 3 admirals." A sweating Navy soldier rushed in, his voice sharp from urgency. "Latest intelligence. The Blackbeard pirates are not a match for Bai Ye. Their captain Teach has been heavily injured. Now the entire Blackbeard crew is attacking Whitebeard's Fire Fist Ace. This useless fool, I said long ago, can't trust any pirate." After hearing the report, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki stood up abruptly, his expression like a volcano about to erupt, the scorching anger making the surrounding air tense. "All Navy personnel, listen up. Immediately begin operations. Eliminate all pirates on the island, leaving none alive. Uphold our absolute justice." Akainu's voice thundered like rolling thunder in the command center. "Yes." Following the order, the elite Navy forces stationed on the island, already poised for action, surged forward like a flood. Chapter 64. A single strike easily destroys the Navy's ambush. In order to eliminate White Knight, the Navy and the world government had long prepared their ambush across the entire island. Countless massive cannons, their muzzles covered with camouflage nets, lay in wait like slumbering steel behemoths, hidden behind the ruins of buildings lining the streets and concealed deep within lush forests. Countless elite Navy soldiers, armed with the latest firearms, held their breath and focused, lurking in every dark corner, their cold gun barrels already locked onto the direction of the dock. With Akainu's command, the entire deployment on the island seemed to awaken in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Countless camouflage nets were removed, and the dark muzzles adjusted their positions. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed, finally all aimed squarely at the dock where White Knight stood. Whoosh! Thousands of Navy soldiers surged out from their hiding places, their footsteps uniform, instantly filling all the streets and high places, their firearms reflecting a chilling gleam in the sunlight, also aimed at White Knight and his group. Attack! Fire! With a command issued by a Navy officer, everyone moved quickly. Boom! 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 Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The deafening roar merged into one, countless cannon muzzles spewing flames of destruction. Massive black cannonballs trailing long tails, tearing through the air, howling towards their target. At the same time, countless bullets coalesced into streams of metal, weaving an intricate net from all directions, blocking every retreat route for White Knight and his companions. The entire sky seemed to be shrouded in this storm of steel, the air thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, with only one target. That is White Knight. Another same old trick? Unfortunately, it won't work on me. Facing this saturation attack capable of leveling a small mountain, White Knight didn't even lift an eyelid, merely standing in place, disdainfully shaking his head. His battles with the Navy were not just a few. He was all too familiar with such a large-scale firepower coverage at the onset. If it were an ordinary pirate crew, facing such a devastating display, they would likely be reduced to dust before even having time to scream. However, White Knight was no ordinary pirate. Conqueror's Hawkeye, with a slight shift of his will, an invisible yet overwhelmingly domineering aura suddenly erupted from him. That momentum even transformed into visible crimson-black lightning, wildly sweeping outwards in all directions. The air twisted violently under this force, moaning as if unable to bear the pressure of sovereign dominance. Immediately after, an unforgettable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The thousands of cannonballs and bullets, just meters away from White Knight, seemed to crash into an invisible wall in mid-air, instantly coming to a halt. Indeed, the cannonballs and bullets were bizarrely suspended in the air, as if time had been paused. What is going on? The attack has stopped? What just happened? Is it a devil fruit ability? Witnessing this absurd scene before them, both the frontline Navy soldiers and the mixed-in world government agents were filled with horror and confusion. They had carried out countless missions, exterminated all kinds of powerful pirates, yet had never seen such an incomprehensible sight. However, what shocked them even more was just beginning. "I'll return all your attacks to you." White Knight's voice was calm as water, yet carried an undeniable tone of judgment. With another thought, those death-dealing projectiles suspended in mid-air seemed to receive new orders. All the warheads and cannonballs instantly reversing direction, aiming back at their original owners. "Ah, no good. Our attack is coming back. Quick, Get out of the way! Help! The Navy ranks erupted into terrified screams, their formation instantly thrown into chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble. The next second, an explosion 10 times more violent than before, and the shrill cries echoed through the sky. Cannonballs exploded in the Navy's positions, sending towering flames and waves of earth soaring. Bullets flew back even faster, weaving through the crowd, creating sprays of blood mist. The once impregnable ambush turned into a hell on earth in an instant. The soldiers of the Navy and the world government howled, struggled, and turned to charcoal in their own proud attack. The entire sky above the island was instantly shrouded in thick black smoke and gunfire. Report, Admiral Akainu. Inside the command center, a surviving Navy communications officer looked at the information in his hands, trembling like a leaf, his voice shaking with despair. The enemy. Their strength is too powerful. Our ambush troops have been completely annihilated. For this operation, the Navy had prepared the finest equipment and soldiers. But who could have imagined that in just one face-off, one exchange, they would be completely wiped out in an incomprehensible manner? What a bunch of useless fools. Akainu slammed his fist on the table in anger, instantly melting a hole in the sturdy iron desk. It seems that only I can personally take action to eliminate this detestable pirate. Before he finished speaking, Akainu transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging out of the command center towards the direction of White Knight. Oh dear, truly frightening power, Kizaru, with his hands in his pockets, remarked in his signature lazy tone. Yet his body had already transformed into countless light spots, following closely behind. Akiji yawned, the white breath he exhaled causing the surrounding air to crystallize into ice. And he too lazily stepped forward to follow. As the highest combat power of the Navy, when the attacks of ordinary soldiers proved ineffective, it was time for these three admirals to make their appearance. At the dock, the shock wave from the explosions was blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving White Knight and his group unscathed. Wow, Captain, your strength is just too strong. You actually took out so many Navy soldiers in an instant. Nami covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and shock. Not just Nami, even the usually calm Robin and the experienced Vivi were equally stunned at this moment. Although they knew White Knight's strength was unfathomable, witnessing him so casually dismantle a full-scale assault and return all, the visual impact and overwhelming sense of power still shook them to their core. What's there to be surprised about? Unlike their excitement, White Knight's expression remained calm as ever, as if he had merely done something trivial. His gaze passed through the smoke before him, looking into the distance. The battle has only just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, a suffocating heat washed over him, the air seeming to ignite. Following that, a gigantic fist made entirely of searing lava, trailing billowing black smoke, ruthlessly crashed towards the dock. Damn pirates die. Great fire. Akainu's furious roar filled with murderous intent followed. Chapter 65. One punch sends Akainu flying. Is this Admiral Akainu? Not good. The Navy Admiral is here. Nami and the others exclaimed in shock as they saw the massive lava fist coming towards them, their momentary admiration instantly replaced by panic. Before the enormous fist arrived, a terrifying heat wave that could boil the sea and burn mountains swept across the entire dock, distorting the air. What a powerful attack! In the face of a strike that would make any strong warrior change color, a hint of approval appeared on Bai Ye's face. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. The moment the words left his mouth, Bai Ye stepped forward instead of retreating, boldly confronting that lava fist. Immediately, the pitch-black armament haki on Bai Ye's right arm spread like a living thing, wrapping around and solidifying as if he had donned an invisible black armor, exuding a terrifying pressure that commanded respect. Bai Ye did not use any fancy techniques. He simply threw a punch. Bang! Rumble! The black fist collided violently with the crimson lava fist. The explosive sound one would expect did not occur. Instead, there was a sickening shatter. Where Bai Ye's fist struck, the raging, searing lava seemed to meet its nemesis, instantly cooling, solidifying, and then shattering into pieces. The overwhelming armament haki effortlessly crushed Akainu's proud fire attack. The lava exploded, transforming into a rain of fire, but it was evaporated by an invisible aura before it could even reach 1 meter near Bai Ye. At the same time, the momentum of Bai Ye's punch that had destroyed the lava showed no signs of weakening. The condensed haki transformed into an invisible shockwave, continuing to slam towards Akainu in midair. What? How is this possible? Facing Bai Ye's incredibly swift, invisible attack, Akainu's pupils suddenly constricted, and for the first time, a look of horror appeared on his face. Although Akainu was very aware that Bai Ye, as a powerhouse from the old era, was immensely powerful, he never imagined that Bai Ye's strength would reach such a level. The lava that could melt steel and evaporate islands was easily destroyed by his bare hands. The overwhelming haki crashing towards him left him no chance to evade, not even by elementalization. Bai Ye's fist slammed hard into Akainu's chest. Bang! A dull sound like a drum echoed, followed by Akainu's muscular body bending forward violently, a jet of blood shooting from his mouth. And he was sent flying like a projectile hit by a high-speed train. He crashed into the distant ruins, creating a spiderweb-like massive crater on the ground, with dust billowing into the sky. What? That guy Akainu was sent flying with one move. Is Bai Ye's strength really that terrifying? The recently arrived Kizaru and Akiji witnessed this shocking scene, their signature expressions instantly frozen. As fellow admirals, they knew Akainu's strength all too well. That Akainu, who believed in absolute justice and was as brutal as a volcano, actually couldn't withstand a single move from Bai Ye and was instantly defeated. Realizing this, both felt alarm bells ringing in their hearts, their gazes towards Bai Ye filled with unprecedented vigilance. Shining Fruit Laser Attack. Kizaru was the first to launch an attack. His fingertips glowed with golden light, a blinding brilliance coalescing into a point. With a swift sound, a golden laser beam as thick as a bucket shot through the air towards Bai Ye's vital points at a speed surpassing visual capture. Knowing that Bai Ye's close combat and haki were outrageously strong, they could not allow him to get close. Relying on long-range light-speed attacks was the most prudent tactic. Ice Fruit, Ice Bird. Akiji clearly shared the same thought. He pressed his right hand to the ground, a piercing cold spreading wildly from him. The moisture in the air instantly condensing into a gigantic ice bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters before him. The ice bird was lifelike, each feather shimmering with a chilling gleam. It let out a clear cry, soaring high, carrying the freezing currents to attack Bai Ye alongside Kizaru's laser. However, would their attacks be effective against Bai Ye? Obviously, no. A mere trick, all of you will be crushed. Haki. Facing these two attacks that could easily destroy a town, Bai Ye didn't even move his feet. He simply raised his fist again and punched towards the empty space in front of him. Bang! Rumble. An even more violent haki erupted like a tangible shockwave in a fan shape. Kizaru's invulnerable laser beam shattered upon contact with the haki shockwave, breaking apart like fragile glass and turning into countless light spots. Akiji's massive ice bird didn't even have time to cry out before it was instantly shattered into millions of ice crystals, scattering in the air like a brief hailstorm. At the same time, the violent residual waves of haki continued to sweep towards their position. Not good. Get out of the way. This time, both reacted quickly. Kizaru instantly transformed into countless light particles and disappeared from the spot, while Akiji generated ice beneath his feet, smoothly sliding to the side for several dozen meters. The haki that missed them slammed into the ruins they had just occupied. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted, the ground shaking violently, and a terrifying pit with a diameter of over 20 meters appeared, its edges smooth as if carved by an invisible divine force. What a terrifying attack! Kizaru, who had reformed his body not far away, looked at the deep pit, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and said with a hint of fear. At that moment, his usual lewd expression vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as if facing a great enemy. There is no room for carelessness. After the previous probing attacks, Kizaru was certain that Bai Ye's strength had completely exceeded their estimates. This was not a battle of the same level at all. With just a small misstep, the three highest naval powers today could all fall here. Not only Kizaru, But even the usually laid-back Aokiji lost his leisurely demeanor. He looked at the traces left by the Haki and couldn't help but murmur. What a terrifying level of Haki. Such terrifying Haki. Even Vice Admiral Carp doesn't possess. Aokiji thought warily, his expression extremely serious. Dodged it. So for the next move, can you dodge this one? Bai Ye said with great interest as he watched the two, and then his body instantly vanished. Chapter 66. One Punch, One Marine Admiral. Bai Ye's attack speed was incredibly fast, so fast that even Kizaru's light couldn't capture its trajectory. When everyone managed to catch sight of him again, Bai Ye had already crossed hundreds of meters, appearing before Aokiji as if he had teleported. At the same time, Bai Ye gathered his Haki into a powerful punch, aiming at Aokiji. Not good. Seeing Bai Ye suddenly appear before him, Aokiji was taken aback. There was no time to think or retreat. Facing the attack from Bai Ye at such close range, Aokiji reacted extremely quickly. Crack, 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 crack. Aokiji activated the power of his ice fruit to its limit. Bone-chilling cold surged from his body, and a moisture in the air, the remnants of ice in the ruins. All substances that could be frozen responded to his call in an instant. 5 massively thick ice walls, shimmering with a ghostly blue sheen, appeared out of thin air, stacked in layers to block his front. Each ice wall had a density and hardness far exceeding that of steel by 100 times. He hoped to use these ice walls to stop Bai Ye's attack. But in the face of Bai Ye's absolute power, would this really be useful? Naive, Bai Ye let out a cold shout, and that punch, already charged with Haki as dark as ink and crackling with dark red arcs of electricity, was launched forward without any embellishment. Crack! A sound like the shattering of glaciers echoed. Those 5 ice walls, as solid as steel, were as fragile as thin ice on a winter window in front of Bai Ye's fist. The first, second, third, the 5 ice walls were shattered and penetrated without even a millisecond of resistance the moment they made contact with the punch. Countless ice crystal fragments exploded outward, creating a wild storm of ice crystals. And Bai Ye's fist, after shattering all obstacles, maintained its momentum and heavily struck Aokiji's body. Bang! The dull thud mixed with the sound of flesh tearing apart. Aokiji's eyes bulged out, filled with blood vessels. His entire body was beaten into a curved shrimp-like shape, and a mouthful of fresh blood was violently spewed out, trailing a tragic arc of crimson in the air. Following this, he followed in Akainu's footsteps, his body flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through countless ruins along the way, and finally disappearing into the dust cloud raised in the distance. Now's the time. A great opportunity. Lightspeed kick. Just as Bai Ye's fist struck Aokiji, the highly vigilant Kizaru seized this fleeting moment of battle. His body instantly transformed into a dazzling stream of golden light, refracting along the path of light, silently appearing behind Bai Ye. Then his entire right leg, charged with violent golden light ability, ruthlessly kicked towards Bai Ye's vulnerable back. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru's greatest strength was speed, and speed was also his most powerful weapon. He put all his strength into this sneak attack, extremely overwhelming. However, Kizaru's speed was fast, but Bai Ye's observation Haki had already perceived everything. Just as Kizaru's attack was about to hit Bai Ye did not even turn around. He simply shifted his body casually to the left. A seemingly insignificant movement, but it made Kizaru's determined strike barely miss by a hair's breadth. The rapid laser kick missed its target and slammed heavily into a half-collapsed building in the distance. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, and a small mushroom cloud slowly rose. Do you really like kicking people? A cold voice echoed in Kizaru's ears, causing his hair to stand on end. Then let me try this move. As he dodged the attack, Bai Ye's body suddenly spun at an incredible angle, delivering a whip-like kick that carried the power to crush everything, sweeping horizontally towards Kizaru's waist. Kizaru barely had time to cross his arms to block, but that overwhelming force instantly shattered his defense. The crisp sound of broken bones was clearly audible, and blood splattered everywhere. Kizaru's entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, spewing blood as he carved a deep trench into the ground. It could be said that the three Marine admirals had failed to withstand a single move from Bai Ye, all defeated by him. Cough, cough, cough. Damn, is this the power of the peak experts from the old era? This is too terrifying. Such strength is even more horrifying than Whitebeard at his peak. In the distance, amidst the ruins, the dust settled. Kizaru Akainu and Akiji struggled to rise from the pile of debris. At this moment, the three of them were in a sorry state. Akainu had half of his body charred. Akiji had frost and blood at the corners of his mouth, and Kizaru's iconic sunglasses were shattered in half. Each of them was heavily injured, their breaths weak. But what made them tremble even more was the uncontrollable shock and horror in their hearts. Although they had long known that Bai Ye, as a legend from the old era, must be terrifyingly strong, they never expected him to be this horrifying. Three admirals working together, the highest combat power of the Navy, could not even withstand a single move from this man. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided crushing. Is this the highest combat power of the Navy now? It seems to be nothing more than this. If your strength is only this, then today, all three of you might die here. Although Bai Ye's tone carried no killing intent, every word felt like a heavy hammer, striking hard at the hearts of the three admirals, making them shiver. They had no doubt that with the strength Bai Ye was currently displaying, if he truly wanted to kill, the three of them would have no power to resist. At that moment, whoosh, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind Bai Ye without warning. It was an attack so refined and fast that it was silent, only unleashing a tearing scream when it got close. Who is it? Bai Ye's observation, Hawkeye instantly sensed this deadly sneak attack, and his gaze sharpened. Hawkeye. Without time to think, Bai Ye hesitated not for a moment, suddenly turning around, his right hand clenched into a fist, raising his Hawkeye to the peak, and fiercely met the incoming direction. Bang! Boom! Two equally domineering forces collided violently. A shockwave far more terrifying than before erupted from the collision point. Spreading in a circular ring, black-red lightning raged wildly, and the ground beneath them could no longer withstand it, cracking inch by inch, forming a massive circular chasm. Under this tremendous backlash force, even Bai Ye, strong as he was, involuntarily stumbled back several steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the hard rock layer. When he steadied himself and looked forward, the dust cleared, revealing a petite figure also being knocked back, leaving two long traces on the ground. It was a girl. Chapter 67 are you on? This girl, looking quite young with a petite frame, has a head of radiant golden hair casually draped over her shoulders. She is dressed in a pure white and luxurious knight's uniform, with golden patterns outlining a sacred and intricate design on her chest and cuffs. The fitted cut perfectly showcases her exquisite figure, exuding an extraordinary valor while also carrying an unassailable sense of sanctity. However, this seemingly holy girl has just unleashed a terrifying power that could rival his own. You are a member of the Knights of God. Bai Ye's gaze fell on her unique attire, and his expression instantly turned icy, a smirk of undisguised mockery and disdain tugging at the corners of his mouth. As a legend from the old era, he has had plenty of dealings with the lackeys of the world government, especially the top-tier Knights of God. He is all too familiar with their unique aura and this signature outfit. What? Did they only send you to die? Bai Ye glanced around, his tone dripping with contempt. Where are the others? Have they all hidden away? As he spoke, Bai Ye unleashed his vast observation Hawkeye, spreading it around without reservation, trying to locate any hidden enemies. However, the result made him frown. In his perception, on this battlefield turned to ruins, besides the heavily injured three admirals of the Navy, there were no other strong presences. Here, there is only the girl before him. What? Is it really just you? A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, followed by a dismissive remark. Do you really think that as just a member of the Knights of God, you have the qualifications to challenge me? A member of the Knights of God is certainly no match for Bai Ye. After all, he has previously slain many members of the Knights of God, and now, this one dares to ambush Bai Ye. There is something bizarre about this. To deal with you, one is enough. The girl spoke, her voice crisp, yet carrying an unmatched authority that belies her age. Hearing this special self-reference and sensing the increasingly clear aura emanating from the girl, which seemed to transcend all beings. Bai Ye's expression suddenly stiffened. The contempt and arrogance in his deep-set eyes quickly receded like a tide, replaced by unprecedented shock and seriousness, even mixed with a trace of deep-seated hatred. Bai Ye stared intently at the girl, as if trying to see through her soul. That aura, that pressure that looks down upon all things, could not possibly belong to just any knight. This aura is unforgettable. No, this aura. You are not a member of the Knights of God. Bai Ye's voice turned low and hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. You are. As these two words escaped his lips, the air seemed to freeze. In the distance, Akainu and the others, though unclear about what had happened, could tell from Bai Ye's serious expression that the girl before them was definitely not an ordinary person. 60 years ago, that bastard ambushed him in the most despicable way while he was battling the Gorosei and the Knights of God, leading to his fatal injuries and eventual downfall. Therefore, Bai Ye would never forget Im's aura, even if he turned to ashes. And now, he felt that familiar and nauseating aura once again in this mysterious girl. No, you are not herself. Immediately, Bai Ye sensed something unusual. He could feel that the girl's body still retained another faint life aura belonging to the original owner, which clashed with Im's domineering aura. This must be your devil fruit ability. You have possessed someone else's body. Bai Ye's eyes sharpened like a blade, instantly uncovering the truth. What? Why don't you become a person? Are you afraid? Bai Ye stepped forward, the ground beneath him shattering in response, a violent momentum surging skyward, provoking him. In the face of Bai Ye's blatant provocation, the imp possessing the girl remained expressionless, her golden eyes calm, as if looking down on ants. And she spoke flatly. Bai Ye, why do you oppose him? Why not choose to serve under him? With your strength, it would grant you a status only second to her. It was a tone of certainty, as if serving her were the supreme honor for all living beings in this world. Ha ha ha! I have no interest in being anyone's dog. Bai Ye repeated, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing loudly, his voice filled with disdain and arrogance. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Im's expression finally changed, a trace of anger appearing on her exquisite face, her voice turning cold. You dare to refuse Im's command? How bold! Bold! Bai Ye's laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. I have even bolder things to do. The moment the words fell, Bai Ye's figure vanished from his spot. He transformed into a bolt of black lightning, carrying overwhelming anger and murderous intent, instantly crossing the distance between them. Following that, a fist imbued with terrifying conqueror's haki, entwined with black and red lightning, emitted a crackling sound as it struck fiercely towards Im's face. The grudge from 60 years ago, the hatred of meeting again today. Both new and old grievances would be settled at this moment. Damn it, Im is really angry now. Facing this earth-shattering punch, a fierce rage erupted in Im's eyes. She also shouted, her fair fist clenched tightly, and similarly, a domineering black-red conqueror's haki surged forth, boldly colliding against Bai Ye's iron fist. Boom! Rumble! The two haki clashed together, creating a massive shockwave that spread outwards. Everything around them was reduced to rubble in the violent impact. Not good. Quickly, get out of here! Faced with such a fierce shockwave, the heavily injured 3 admirals of the Navy dared not resist and quickly chose to retreat. Chapter 68. The one thing I'm not afraid of is death. Im, as the king of the celestial dragons, possesses terrifying strength. However, Bai Ye is not to be underestimated either. The clash of their overwhelming haki creates a visible dark shockwave that sweeps across the surroundings like apocalyptic waves. The ground is instantly plowed open, the hard rock layers crumbling like brittle cookies, raising clouds of dust. The air cries out under the pressure of this haki, and the howling winds seem ready to tear the sky apart. In the face of such fierce aftershocks from the attack, even the Marine admirals dare not confront it head-on and can only choose to retreat. The 3 admirals retreat several kilometers away, stopping only when the destructive wind pressure weakens. Looking back at the center of the battlefield with lingering fear, that area has become a massive sunken basin, with dust swirling and blocking out the sun. Who is this girl? Akainu's face is as dark as water, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. To be able to withstand Bai Ye's attack head-on, it's truly terrifying. Kizaru adjusts his sunglasses, his tone as frivolous as ever. But his eyes are filled with unprecedented seriousness. Undoubtedly, this is the most powerful trump card hidden by the world government. Akiji exhales a breath of cold air and asserts. Clearly, even after being promoted to the highest combat power of the Marines, they have never heard of the name M, merely seeing this girl as the world government's hidden card. But they all understand very well that an existence capable of engaging in such earth-shattering battle with Bai Ye has power that exceeds their comprehension. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, aboard Bai Ye's pirate ship, Nami and the others look toward the battlefield. Nami, Robin, and Vivi are all too aware that such fierce combat is beyond their capability to intervene. Not wanting to cause trouble for Bai Ye, they leave the island and observe everything from distance. Do you think the captain can defeat that enemy? Nami clings tightly to the ship's railing, her face filled with worry as she watches the intense battle, her voice trembling. He definitely can. We've always witnessed Bai Ye's strength with our own eyes, right? He is the strongest. Vivi clenches her fists, cheering for Bai Ye, but her tightly furrowed brows reveal her inner unease. Robin remains silent, her deep, beautiful eyes fixed on the island shrouded in dust, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip. Clearly, Robin also does not wish for Bai Ye to be defeated. She has finally found such a powerful and accepting ally in Bai Ye, ending her 20 years of turmoil and the nightmare of being hunted. If Bai Ye loses, she will once again fall into the abyss, returning to that life of being hunted by the whole world with no peace in sight. At the center of the battlefield, after Bai Ye and him clash, both are forced to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation or breath, the ground beneath them explodes, and their figures turn into blurred afterimages, rushing toward each other once again. Bang! Rumble! Another earth-shattering roar erupts, and black-red lightning intertwines, colliding, producing an even more violent shockwave. The entire island begins to shake violently under the series of impacts. Countless deep, bottomless chasms spread out like a spiderweb, centered around the two of them, rapidly extending in all directions. Is this your strength? Indeed, it is incredibly powerful. Bai Ye stabilizes his stance, his expression more serious than ever as he looks at the girl. Since his revival, this is the first time someone has been able to withstand his full power conqueror's hockey attack and not fall behind. Even when he faced the elders before, Bai Ye could send them flying with a single punch. However, now can block his hockey attack. Bai Ye, I will give you one last chance. Submit to him, and you will be granted a supreme position second only to me. Hovers in midair, still looking down on Bai Ye with an arrogant demeanor. I already said, I have no interest in being anyone's dog. Bai Ye grins, his smile filled with arrogance and disdain. He then clenches his fists again, gathering terrifying hockey that could destroy the heavens, and like a cannonball, he charges toward him. Bang! Rumble! Once again, a violent collision occurs, and their hockey is unleashed without reservation, creating a terrifying energy storm that turns everything around into nothingness. The island can no longer withstand such devastation. The edges begin to collapse in large chunks, plunging into the surging sea and creating towering waves. The entire island is on the verge of collapse, as if it will completely disintegrate and sink at any moment. Bai Ye, since you are so stubborn, then I will have no choice but to erase you completely. The last shred of patience in M's eyes finally vanishes, replaced by a chilling, murderous intent. A sinister, ink-black flame erupts around her petite body, exuding a terrifying aura that sends shivers down the spine of anyone who feels it. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Then come and try. 60 years ago, you couldn't kill me with your sneak attack. Now, you won't be able to kill me either. But facing the black flame surrounding him, Bai Ye shows no fear. Instead, he continues to laugh loudly, his eyes devoid of any trepidation. If it were before, Bai Ye might have been cautious. But now, he has activated the revival system. Death is merely a short nap. Bai Ye, what I'm most afraid of now is death. Since that's the case, let me show you true despair. Come forth. M's demon army. M snorts coldly, her eyes flashing with cold light. She suddenly waves her hand, and the black flames around her boil, transforming into countless streams of black light that shoot out in all directions. These black flames race rapidly across the island, intertwining and ultimately outline an enormous, sky-covering black flame pentagram magic array above the entire island. The moment the magic array takes shape, an evil aura reminiscent of the depths of hell envelopes the entire world. What is this? Your devil fruit ability? Looking at the black flame pentagram magic array covering the ground, Bai Ye calmly asks. You will soon feel despair. Dark domination. Accompanied by Im's voice, a terrifying power erupts from the magic, surging toward all living beings on the island. Chapter 69. Im's Demon Army. It should be known that this time, in order to eliminate Bai Ye, the Navy and the world government dispatched a large number of soldiers. Although these soldiers did not inflict any harm on Bai Ye, they were like ants in the face of his world-destroying power. Most of the soldiers died under Bai Ye's overwhelming Hawkeye, but a few lucky ones managed to survive, trembling and hiding behind the ruins of the island. However, now, activated the power of the devil fruit, and an irresistible, terrifying force erupted from the black pentagram magic circle that covered the entire island, surging towards every remaining soldier on the island like a tide. What is going on? What is happening? My body. I can't control my body. Me too. My bones are breaking. Help! Help! The shrill screams echoed across the collapsing island. And those soldiers who had survived under Bai Ye's hand now faced an even more terrifying fate than death. Their bodies were being pulled by invisible threads, twisting towards the magic circle. As they twisted, their bodies rapidly changed. Their joints contorted at strange angles, something wriggled beneath their skin, and finally, with a pop, their flesh was torn apart, giving rise to black claws and sharp horns. Their eyeballs turned pitch black, their mouths split open to the roots of their ears, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and their sanity was completely stripped away in extreme pain, leaving only bloodthirsty madness. When their bodies were fully reversed and dragged into the magic, the fear and pain on these soldiers vanished completely, replaced by a nauseating aura of evil. They had transformed into true demon soldiers. However, this was not the end. Not only these living soldiers, but even the corpses that had been shattered by Bai Ye's Hawkeye began to tremble strangely. Severed arms, broken skulls, scattered entrails, all reversed. While strands of black flames entwined, tugging, and forcibly piecing them back together. The flames filled the missing flesh and blood, and a series of stitched-together demons, composed of severed limbs and black flames, stood up unsteadily, their hollow eye sockets burning with hatred for the living. In an instant, the ruins of the entire island were filled with densely packed, variously shaped demons. They roared and howled, surrounding Bai Ye layer upon layer. And the thick aura of evil and death was enough to make any normal person collapse instantly. What is this? Such a nauseating evil power. Bai Ye looked around, observing this demon army twisted from life and death, his brows slightly furrowed, his tone filled with disdain and disgust. I didn't expect you, the celestial dragon king who considers yourself a descendant of gods, to use such an evil devil fruit ability. Facing this demon army that could make any force feel hair-raising, Bai Ye showed no fear, only pure contempt. Bai Ye, since you do not intend to submit to Im, then become a part of this hell and die. Im's cold voice was like a final judgment. With a gentle wave of her hand, all the demon soldiers instantly went berserk, charging towards Bai Ye like a black flood bursting its banks. A group of disgusting things made up of scraps and trash. Bai Ye snorted coldly, his gaze contemptuous, and shouted, "All of you disappear." Before his words fell, his fist, wrapped in black lightning, suddenly struck out. Boom! Rumble! The violent conqueror's Hawkeye transformed into a visible shockwave, sweeping out in a fan shape. The air was torn apart, the ground was lifted, and those seemingly ferocious and terrifying demon soldiers were as fragile as paper in the face of Bai Ye's pure Hawkeye. These demon soldiers didn't even have a chance to resist before being utterly destroyed, clearing a large area. Im, your demon soldiers are nothing but this weak. Bai Ye withdrew his fist, looking at the now empty surroundings, and disdainfully said to Im in the sky, "The demon army of Im will not be eliminated. Im's voice showed no fluctuation. Indeed, just as her words fell, the demon remains that Bai Ye had shattered were once again enveloped in black flames, wriggling and healing. And in just 2 or 3 seconds, they stood up intact as if they had never been harmed. Immortal bodies? Seeing the resurrected demon soldiers, Bai Ye's brows furrowed slightly, not because it was tricky, but because it was troublesome. Attack, my demon soldiers. Im will grant you powerful strength. Demon contract. Im commanded again, simultaneously activating the devil fruit ability. In an instant, the black flames on all demon soldiers surged violently. Their sizes expanded, and their power aura increased several times instantly. Has their strength increased? But it is still a meaningless struggle. Bai Ye felt the sudden surge in their aura. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Still not taking these demon soldiers seriously, Bai Ye faced the demon army that charged again after their strength increased, stepping forward instead of retreating. And once again, threw a punch. Boom! Rumble. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred, and an even more violent Hawkeye erupted like a volcano, sweeping towards the black demon tide. Even with their strength increased several times, these demon soldiers still could not withstand Bai Ye's casual strike, being blasted into pieces once again. However, immediately after, that familiar scene played out again. Black flames surged, remains gathered, and the immortal demon soldiers were reborn once more. Im hovered in the air, witnessing Bai Ye so easily destroy her demon army again and again, even the reinforced army unable to inflict any damage on him. A hint of seriousness finally flashed in her eternally cold eyes. It seems that relying solely on Im's demon soldiers indeed cannot defeat him. In that case, Im has to take action herself. A cold glint flashed in Im's eyes, her hand extended flat, and a 5-pointed magic circle appeared in her palm. Soon after, a completely black trident, covered with strange runes and with 3 tips glowing with scarlet light, slowly rose from the magic circle. Gripping the trident, Im took advantage of Bai Ye's attention being diverted by the continuously resurrecting demon soldiers below. Her petite figure transformed into a black lightning bolt, silently stabbing towards Bai Ye's vital point from behind. Chapter 70. I did die, but now I am revived. At this moment, Bai Ye was completely focused on the army of demons below, surging like a black tide, fearlessly charging forward. These creatures were endless, and no matter how many he shattered, the strange black flames would reshape them, as if they were a perpetual motion machine, consuming his patience. Although the attacks from this demon army felt like mere tickles to Bai Ye, causing him some inconvenience but no real threat, the near-immortal nature of the demon army still gave him a severe headache. Could it be that there really is an ability of immortality? What exactly is Im's power? He had to find the source of this power, otherwise it would never end. Bai Ye once again concentrated his conqueror's Hawkeye into his fist, swinging it out with a punch that violently tore apart the demon army into pieces. However, the black flames surged and the shredded flesh squirmed, and soon the fragmented demon army reassembled, roaring and continuing their attack on Bai Ye. Just as Bai Ye's attention was drawn to this endless, undying demon army, pondering how to break the stalemate, an extreme killing intent quietly erupted from behind him. Im's figure, like a shadow merging with darkness, silently appeared behind Bai Ye. There was no sound of air being cut, no breath escaping. Relying on her special devil fruit ability, Im completely erased her presence, entirely avoiding Bai Ye's observation through Hawkeye. Even Bai Ye's Hawkeye, which had reached the pinnacle and could even briefly foresee the future, fell into a dead silence at this moment, receiving no warnings. When the bone-chilling killing intent was almost upon his back, Bai Ye was jolted awake, but it was already too late. Poochie! A muffled sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, and a cold, sinister sensation penetrated Bai Ye's powerful body. Bai Ye stiffly lowered his head and saw the tip of a trident, glimmering with a scarlet light, protruding from his chest. The strange black flames spread along the wound. An extremely cold power was wildly destroying his vitality. Damn it, another sneak attack. Bai Ye looked at the trident that pierced through his chest. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staining his front. The intense pain swept over him like a tide, instantly filling Bai Ye's eyes with bloodshot veins. An endless rage erupted from the depths of his heart. Ignoring the excruciating pain from his pierced chest, Bai Ye didn't even care about the trident still embedded in his body. He suddenly turned around and unleashed his domineering conqueror's haki towards the nearby Im. Bang! Rumbling. This hasty and furious punch was far more powerful than any of his previous attacks. Im's petite figure was like a fragile kite hit head-on by an ancient beast, flying backward and continuously spewing blood, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, raising a cloud of dust. However, even after sustaining severe injuries, a cold and satisfied smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Im's mouth. This is the consequence of not listening to Im's orders. Struggling from the rubble, Im stood up, using the trident to support her body, paying no mind to her collapsed chest and the blood at the corner of her mouth. Instead, showing a victorious smile as she looked at Bai Ye. Although she had been severely injured by Bai Ye's punch, Bai Ye had been pierced through the heart by his own trident. In her eyes, Bai Ye's injuries were 1,000 times worse, and it was a certain death. Cough. Cough. Truly despicable. It seems you celestial dragons are rotten to the core. Not a single good one among you. Bai Ye staggered slightly, the intense pain in his chest and the loss of vitality causing his vision to darken. Even though his chest was pierced and he was in immense pain, Bai Ye showed no signs of fear other than a furrowed brow. Instead, he used all his strength to taunt Im continuously. Cough, cough. You're about to die. What you say now, Im? Doesn't matter. Im coughed up another mouthful of blood, but this time, she showed no sign of anger at Bai Ye's taunts. In Im's view, Bai Ye was about to die. What meaning do the words of a dying person have? Cough, cough. I really am going to die. The pain began to blur Bai Ye's mind, and he could clearly feel his life approaching its end. However, Bai Ye still showed no fear. Instead, he smiled at him, revealing a strange grin. But I will soon be revived again. Before his words fell, Bai Ye used the last bit of his strength to control his body to fall backward, plummeting into the tumultuous sea below caused by the fierce battle. Soon, the cold sea water engulfed his body, completely drowning his final consciousness. Bai Ye dead. However, was he really dead? He was indeed dead. Yet, just as his life force completely dissipated, an invisible great power instantly enveloped his body. Bai Ye, who possessed a resurrection system, revived immediately at the moment of death. Cough. Cough, cough. The criminal threatening the world government has been dealt with by Im. This guy's strength is truly formidable. Im hasn't experienced such intense battles in a long time. Im, dragging her severely injured body, muttered to herself. Im, who did you say you dealt with? At that moment, a calm yet mocking voice suddenly sounded behind her like thunder. Hearing this familiar voice, Im's body trembled, and for the first time, a look of horror and shock appeared in her eternally cold eyes. She turned her head in disbelief. There, not far behind her on the sea surface, Bai Ye stood perfectly unharmed, his clothes tidy, breath steady, and there was not a trace of injury on his chest. As if the scene of being pierced by the trident just now was merely her illusion. How is this possible? Weren't you already dead? Im's eyes widened, her petite body trembling slightly from extreme shock. I did die. Bai Ye moved his limbs, feeling the even more powerful energy surging within him, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, I am revived now. Im, prepare to receive my attack. Before his words fell, the restored Bai Ye showed no hesitation, his figure flashing, disappearing from his spot. The next moment, he appeared before the injured Im, his fist, wrapped in violent conqueror's haki, ruthlessly attacking Im's face, which was filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 71. The Screaming Flight of Im. Faced with the shocking sudden strike from Bai Ye, Im's pupils suddenly contracted, and alarm bells rang in her heart. She had no time to think about the reason for Bai Ye's resurrection and could only rely on her instinct for battle to hastily cross the trident in front of her chest, trying to block this deadly punch. However, Im was already heavily injured, her strength and speed significantly diminished. How could such a hasty defense withstand Bai Ye's thunderous blow? It was at full strength and even stronger than before. Boom! A dull sound like a collapsing mountain exploded as Bai Ye's fist, wrapped in pitch-black conqueror's haki, struck solidly against the shaft of the trident. The terrifying power erupted instantly, bending the trident into an astonishing arc. And then it crashed heavily into Im's petite body. Im felt an irresistible force surging towards her, and the excruciating pain of shattered ribs instantly spread throughout her body. She violently spat out a mouthful of blood, which drew a tragic arc in the air, and her body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, rolling several times on the ground before crashing into the distant broken rock wall of an island with a loud bang, finally managing to stop her momentum. How is this possible? Im struggled to rise from the pile of rubble, enduring the excruciating pain that felt like her body was about to fall apart. Her icy eyes now filled with disbelief and horror. You are dead. I personally pierced your heart. How can you still be here? The scene from earlier was still fresh in Im's memory. The cold touch of the trident, the feedback from piercing flesh and heart, and the complete dissipation of Bai Ye's life force were all confirmed clearly in her mind. Even if one had great strength, a pierced heart with such severe injuries should not allow one to survive. This completely overturned her understanding. There is nothing impossible. Bai Ye slowly withdrew his fist, feeling the surging power within him, his tone cold and indifferent. I was indeed dead just now, but now I have come back to life. Im, your time of death has come. Take this. Bai Ye was too lazy to waste more words with her, suddenly stepping down hard, causing the sea surface to instantly explode with a huge depression, and his figure transformed into a black lightning bolt, shooting towards him once again. If it were before the battle, Im could have easily dealt with Bai Ye's attack. But now, with the situation completely reversed, she was heavily injured and her breath was chaotic. Meanwhile, Bai Ye had just resurrected and was at his peak condition. Im could not withstand it all. Boom! Puffed. Another deafening crash echoed as Im was once again sent flying by a punch, blood spraying from her mouth. But this time, Bai Ye's attack went beyond the physical level. That terrifying conqueror's haki, like an invisible hammer, penetrated her bodily defenses and directly struck her soul. Ugh! A pain far beyond physical injury exploded deep within Im's soul, causing her vision to darken and her mind to momentarily blur. Damn it! I can't fight anymore. I must leave now. The intense pain snapped him back to her senses, and she immediately made a judgment. She knew very well that she was no longer a match for Bai Ye. Continuing to fight like this would not only be hopeless, but could truly lead to her demise on this unknown island. The pride and dignity built over hundreds of years were decisively abandoned in the face of the threat of death. Im gritted her teeth against the stabbing pain in her soul, and suddenly, an explosion erupted from her body, igniting a strange black flame as dark as ink. The flames rapidly spread beneath her feet, outlining a black five-pointed star magic circle flickering with ominous red light. Within the magic circle, the space began to distort, and Im's body became ethereal, slowly disappearing. Not good. She plans to escape. Want to leave? Stay here. Conqueror's haki. Bai Ye did not hesitate at all, gathering all his haki without reservation, compressing it into his fist, and then it erupted instantly. Boom! An indescribably immense explosion echoed through the heavens. A visible black-red shockwave radiated crazily from the center of Bai Ye's fist in all directions. The entire island beneath Bai Ye's feet could not withstand the impact of this haki for even a second before it exploded, disintegrating into countless fragments. But that was not the end. The terrifying torrent of haki continued to spread, violently striking the sea. In an instant, the sea seemed to boil, raising monstrous waves thousands of feet high, and tsunamis swept outwards on an unprecedented scale. For a moment, the boundary between heaven and sea became blurred, with turbulent waves everywhere. The sea roaring wildly, and the sound of waves echoing endlessly, as if the apocalypse had arrived. These boiling, giant waves lasted for a full 15 minutes before slowly calming down. Did she escape? Bai Ye stood on a shattered island, having completely lost track of him in his perception. However, we will meet again soon. Bai Ye slowly clenched his fist, his gaze cold and determined. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, the Holy Land, within the realm of power, in a huge conference room, the 5 highest authorities of the world government, the Gorosei, were anxiously waiting with various expressions, the atmosphere suffocating. Do you think Lordum will be able to deal with that monster Bai Ye this time? The bald Gorosei with a sword spoke, a hint of barely perceptible tremor in his voice. She definitely can. Don't forget, 60 years ago, Lordum defeated Bai Ye. The blonde Gorosei said in a deep voice, as if persuading his companions and also convincing himself. That's right, Lordum's power is unfathomable. She will definitely be able to handle Bai Ye. So much time has passed. I wonder how the battle is going. The Gorosei fidgeted, talking among themselves, tried to alleviate their inner anxiety. This time, they did not participate in the encirclement of Bai Ye, because they all knew very well that Bai Ye's strength had surpassed their response capabilities, and even if they went, it would only result in being beaten unilaterally by Bai Ye. Now, they could only place all their hopes on their king. At that moment, an aura filled with endless pain and rage suddenly descended without warning. Then, a heart-wrenching, soul-shattering scream erupted. Ah, Bai Ye, I will definitely kill you. Absolutely. Im's piercing scream, filled with boundless resentment and humiliation, instantly penetrated the walls of power, echoing throughout the entire holy land of Mary Geos. Hearing this voice, the Gorosei were struck by lightning, their bodies shaking violently, and the calm they had just managed to maintain crumbled in an instant. All 5 of them fell to their knees on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their faces filled with endless fear. Chapter 72. The 5 Elders of Fear. Searching for the legendary ancient weapons. The screams of Lordum, filled with endless pain and rage, echoed like the most terrifying curse above Marineford. On the magnificent carpet that originally symbolized the world's highest power, the 5 elders knelt in a humiliating posture, their bodies trembling like chaff. The calm expressions they had just maintained were now replaced by endless dread. Sweat soaked their expensive suits, dripping down their aged cheeks and falling onto the cold floor. What on earth happened? Why did Lordum let out such a mournful scream? Wasn't he supposed to deal with that monster named White Knight? Could it be that Lordum failed? Or even, was he seriously injured? No, that is absolutely impossible. Lordum is a god standing at the pinnacle of the world, the eternal king. How could he possibly lose? Thoughts raced wildly in the elders' minds, each speculation striking like a heavy hammer on their fragile hearts. They would rather believe in the destruction of the world than accept the possibility of Lordum's failure. Just then, a cold, hoarse voice, filled with undeniable authority, rang directly in their minds. You all come in. This voice carried a bone-chilling coldness and an unmasked weakness and fury. The 5 elders trembled, as if granted a reprieve, yet also as if heading to the gallows. They exchanged terrified glances, seeing the same fear reflected in each other's eyes, and then scrambled to their feet, crawling and rolling towards the throne deep within the palace. After passing through the deep and empty corridors, they finally reached the throne that stood empty. Immediately, a terrifying aura spread from the throne, creating a tangible pressure that caused the 5 to buckle at the knees, crashing to the ground once more. You all, go find the legendary ancient weapons immediately. Lordum's voice echoed again, this time filled with urgency and an unprecedented desire. Im now needed their power. Having witnessed the near-immortal resurrection ability of White Knight during their battle and being gravely injured by the overwhelming Conqueror's Hawkeye, deeply realized that he needed a more powerful destructive force, one capable of determining the fate of the world in a single blow. And looking across this vast sea, the only things that could meet that condition were the 3 legendary ancient weapons capable of destroying the world. Yes, Lordum. The elders did not dare to delay, responding in unison. Over the years, the world government had been secretly searching for the whereabouts of the ancient weapons. And now, they had simply elevated the priority of this task to the highest level. I wonder about White Knight. One bald elder, clutching a katana, couldn't suppress his inner doubts and instinctively asked. However, before his words had left his mouth, a force 100 times more terrifying erupted from the throne, crashing down upon him like an invisible mountain. Poof! The bald elder didn't even have time to scream before he was forcefully pinned to the ground by this immense power, blood gushing from his mouth. Staining the carpet beneath him a dark red. Lordum, spare me. Lordum, I was wrong. I was wrong. This elder begged desperately, his voice twisted and distorted by extreme pain. However, the presence on the throne showed no mercy. The terrifying aura not only did not weaken, but grew even heavier. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed clearly in the dead silence of the hall. Under the horrified gaze of the other 4 elders, the bald elder's body was crushed as if by an invisible giant hand, his limbs snapping one by one, and his spine letting out a mournful cry under the unbearable burden. Seeing their companion's fate, the remaining 4 elders were terrified out of their wits, burying their heads deeper, almost stopping their breaths, fearing they would be next. Finally, as the oppressive aura slowly retracted, the once imposing elder with the sword had become a puddle of mush, slumped in a pool of blood, with only faint breaths proving he was still alive. You all go. After all this, Lordim's voice became increasingly hoarse and weary. Yes, Lordim. The remaining 4 elders felt as if they had heard divine music scrambling backward, while also trying to carry the shapeless mass of flesh, stumbling away from the suffocating palace. With the terrifying vitality and recovery ability of the elders, even if they were crushed like this, as long as they had a breath left, they could recover over time. But this deep-seated fear would forever be etched in the depths of their souls. Meanwhile, the former Bonero Island now remained only a massive fragment floating on the sea. After the shocking battle between White Knight and Im, the island's geographical structure had been completely destroyed. The relentless waves tirelessly washed over the shattered rocks, and perhaps in a few years, this place would be completely swallowed by the sea, disappearing forever from the maps. On a relatively intact piece of island debris, the battle continued. Fire Fist Ace was fiercely clashing with the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Teach's dark fruit ability was incredibly strange, rendering Ace's flame fruit completely ineffective. However, even so, relying solely on his superb physical skills and armed hockey, Ace was still like a fierce tiger, forcing the Blackbeard pirates to retreat step by step. Of course, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were already distracted. Their attention was more drawn to the earth-shattering battle in the distance. In Blackbeard Teach's eyes, White Knight was Ace's greatest backing and support. As long as White Knight was dealt with by the world government and the Navy, a mere Ace would pose no threat at all. However, reality gave him the loudest slap in the face. He could never have imagined that the legendary figure from the old era was terrifyingly powerful to such an extent. With one person's strength, he directly defeated the combined forces of the world government and the Navy. Captain, what do we do now? Van Augur looked at Blackbeard, his voice filled with a cry. The guy named White Knight is a real monster. Poison Q lay weakly on his mount, coughing violently. He defeated the world government and the Navy all by himself. What's next? Is it our turn now? The fighting champion Basha screamed in terror, his face devoid of any arrogance. The faces of the Blackbeard pirates were filled with despair and fear, all casting their gazes toward their captain. Damn it! Damn it! Blackbeard Teach's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He looked at the roaring sea in the distance, feeling the residual terrifying aura in the air, his heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 73, A Glance that terrified Blackbeard. In Teach's original plan, White Knight was merely a stepping stone for him to reach the pinnacle of the world. He intended to use the sharpest knife of the world government to eliminate White Knight, the biggest obstacle, while he reaped the benefits. Even having the chance to ascend to the heavens and become a highly esteemed celestial dragon with this incredible achievement. But now, all the plans and ambitions had become a complete joke in the face of that earth-shattering power. The combined forces of the world government and the Navy were completely defeated by White Knight alone. What were they still doing here? Waiting for that monstrous killing god to return and easily crush them like ants. Retreat. We must leave immediately. Teach shouted in a mix of fear and unwillingness, his face no longer displaying the demeanor of a fierce hero, and without any hesitation, he decisively issued the order to flee. Teach was an ambitious man, but he was also a ninja who understood the timing and situation. In the face of overwhelming power, all ambitions must yield to the will to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, Teach's hefty body erupted with agility that did not match his size. turning around first and recklessly charging toward the crude wooden raft used to cross the sea. The gravel under his feet flew in all directions as he only wanted to get as far away from this nightmarish island as possible. Teach, where are you running to? A thunderous roar came from behind, and Ace's eyes turned crimson as he saw Teach trying to escape. His only purpose for being here was to capture this traitor who had killed his comrades and betrayed their father. For this day, he had traversed the Grand Line. How could he allow the culprit to slip away from him? His rage transformed into pure motivation as Ace stomped his foot, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Filled with boundless killing intent, rushing straight toward the fleeing Teach. Not good. Ace is catching up. Van Augur's face turned pale through the scope. He saw the rapidly approaching figure, and his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. We split up and run. Poison Q screamed, slapping the sick horse beneath him, disregarding direction and fleeing in a panic. Right? Ace's target is the captain. It has nothing to do with us. Lafitte immediately found a direction and ran away. Seeing the murderous Ace heading straight for their captain, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates hesitated for not even a moment, scattering like birds and beasts, directly abandoning Teach to flee in all directions. Bastards! What are you guys doing? How dare you abandon me? I am your captain. Teach's peripheral vision caught sight of his crew fleeing, and he roared in anger, his eyes nearly bursting. However, Teach's furious roars echoed in the desolate ruins, sounding so pale and powerless, and no one turned back. Clearly, compared to the captain, their own lives were more important. The reason the members of the Blackbeard pirates followed Teach was that they believed in the dreams he spoke of, believing that Teach could lead them to create a tremendous career with the power of the dark fruit. But now, with Teach unable to protect himself, why would they continue to follow him? To wait for death. Moreover, anyone with eyes could see that Ace's target was Teach, and it had nothing to do with them. In fact, it was just as they thought. Facing the panicked Blackbeard pirates, Ace did not spare them a glance. In his heart and eyes, there was only one target, Marshal D. Teach. He transformed into a flash of fire, locking onto Teach's fleeing direction, the distance between them rapidly closing. Bastard Ace, let me go. As long as you spare me, I can help you conquer the world. We can join forces. Feeling the scorching killing intent closing in behind him, Teach ran for his life while desperately shouting, "Shut up, Teach. I have no interest in conquering the world. I only want to capture you, this bastard, and bring you back to the Moby Dick to face our father's judgment." Ace's voice yelled at Teach, filled with disgust and hatred. Ace's speed continued to increase as he quickly closed in on Teach. Then Ace swung his iron fist, wrapped in dark hockey, without hesitation. Damn it! Feeling the whistling wind of the punch behind him, Teach suddenly turned around, disregarding his escape, and also condensed his hockey into his fist, roaring as he charged forward. Bang! The two fists collided violently in midair, creating a visible shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them like a spiderweb. The huge explosion echoed continuously over the desolate island. Although Teach's dark fruit ability was restrained by Ace's hockey, his physical combat skills were not weak, and his brute strength was equally formidable. It was not an easy feat for Ace to take him down quickly, relying solely on hockey and physical skills. However, just at that moment when the two were locked in a stalemate, a figure slowly approached from the center of the battlefield where the world had been turned upside down. White Knight's figure was not tall, and his steps were not fast, but his appearance seemed to freeze the air of the entire world. That calm gaze fell emotionlessly onto the battlefield here. Just sensing that gaze, Teach's body hair stood on end. A fear originating from the depths of his soul made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could never forget, never. It was that man who, single-handedly, crushed the rain of cannon fire and the attacks of the Navy admirals. That kind of earth-shattering, terrifying power was something of his level that he could not contend against. If White Knight were to attack him, this fear, which could freeze the soul, instantly shattered Teach's fighting spirit, making his movements in battle become stiff and full of flaws. And as a top-tier powerhouse, how could Ace let go of such a rare opportunity? He keenly seized the moment Teach's mind faltered, and his assault suddenly became violent. Teach. Ace's fists rained down like a tempest, filled with endless rage, one punch after another, madly hammering down on Teach. Every punch was heavy and forceful. Every strike collapsing Teach's defenses. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Teach could no longer withstand it, and his whole body was sent flying like a broken sack, rolling several times on the gravel ground, ultimately lying there heavily injured, blood pouring from his mouth, unable to rise again. Chapter 74, Building New Ships, Water 7. Seeing Ace finally defeat Teach, a subtle ripple appeared on Bai Ye's normally calm face. Bai Ye stepped over the shattered stones and walked over slowly. He stopped in front of the bloodied Teach, who was curled up on the ground, looking down at this wretched traitor from a height, before turning to the panting Ace beside him. Ace, it seems you've dealt with this trouble. Bai Ye's tone was flat, but then it dropped several degrees, coldly saying, "Do you need me to take care of him? Just kill him here and be done with it." A trace of disgust flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. In his life, he hated betrayal the most. He had experienced the feeling of being stabbed in the back by someone he trusted, and he would never forget it. And no, don't kill me, Lord Bai Ye. Teach's voice trembled as Bai Ye's cold killing intent felt like a bucket of icy water poured over him from head to toe. He didn't know where he found the strength, but he struggled to turn over, crawling on all fours to get in front of the two, banging his head heavily on the gravel-strewn ground, begging like a madman. "Captain Ace, for the sake of our past, as comrades, spare my life. I won't dare again. Please." Dignity and face were trampled underfoot, without hesitation in the face of the fear of death. Teach's sinister eyes were filled with tears and pleading. He knew better than anyone that as long as he lived, he would have infinite possibilities and the chance to rise again. What did this little humiliation matter now? Facing this disgraceful sight, the contempt and hatred in Ace's eyes almost turned into tangible flames. Right now, Ace wished he could end this disgraceful scum who had tarnished the Whitebeard pirate's reputation with one punch. But Ace still took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his murderous intent, saying to Bai Ye, "Lord Bai Ye, I also want to kill this bastard right now. But Sachi's revenge must be avenged. Teach, after all, he is one of our crew, and the crimes he committed must be judged by Dad personally. I want to bring him back alive to the Moby Dick." Bai Ye calmly looked at Ace, and he didn't say much about his decision. "Since this is a family matter for you, I won't interfere. However, you must be careful. This guy has no remorse in his eyes, only fear of death and deeper hidden ambition. He is not a docile character." Although in Bai Ye's eyes, Teach was just an ant that could be crushed with ease for Ace, who needed to escort him alone. This was undoubtedly a dangerous path, full of variables. "Rest assured, Lord Bai Ye, I won't give him any more chances. This time, I will tie him up tightly until he kneels before Dad." Ace clenched his fists, his gaze incredibly resolute. The storm calmed down, and with no interference from the Navy and the World Government, Bai Ye and his group boarded the stolen Navy warship and set sail again. On the azure sea, the sea breeze billowed the sails, completely dispersing the bloody scent of the previous Death Island. Nami unfolded a huge nautical chart, her slender fingers sliding across it, and then looked up at Bai Ye, who was standing at the bow of the ship, asking crisply, "Lord Bai Ye, where are we going next?" Facing the sea breeze, Bai Ye gazed at the endless horizon, and after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "It's time to get a new ship." He patted the steel railing beneath him, his eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia and dissatisfaction. 60 years ago, Bai Ye designed and supervised the construction of a steel giant ship that could be called a fortress at sea, using knowledge far beyond this era. However, with his death, that ship, which carried all his glory and ambition, had long sunk to the seabed. Although this Navy warship was considered top-notch in the East China Sea, compared to his former vessel, it was nothing more than a fragile toy. Now that he had been resurrected and returned to this sea, those unfinished businesses naturally had to continue, and his invincible warship should also reappear. To build a new ship? Lord Bai Ye, if that's the case, I recommend going to Water 7. The shipwrights there possess the most superb skills in the world. Robin elegantly leaned against the ship's railing and smiled as she suggested. "Oh, Water 7? That rings a bell. I remember. The keel of my previous ship seemed to have been made in Water 7. All right, let's head to Water 7 next." Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, This familiar name sparked his memories. Destination confirmed. Water 7. Adjust course. We're setting off. Under Nami's brilliant navigation skills, the warship sailed through the waves at an astonishing speed. In just a few days, a magnificent and unimaginable water city appeared at the end of the horizon. Huge fountains shot into the sky. Countless waterways crisscrossed, and the city was built on the water, full of magical and vibrant life. However, as Bai Ye's ship slowly entered the outer harbor of Water 7, this peculiar vessel immediately attracted the attention of countless people at the dock, especially those pirates with unfriendly gazes. Hey, look, what a big ship. Isn't that a Navy warship? Did a high-ranking Navy officer come? No way. Are you stupid? Have you ever seen a Navy ship fly a pirate flag? Huh, that pirate flag looked a bit familiar. I think I've seen it on some bounty poster. Ah, I remember. That's Bai Ye. It's the flag of the Bai Ye pirates. What? Bai Ye? That legendary monster from the old era? Didn't he die long ago? That's right. It's him. God. He actually came back to life and arrived at Water 7. After a brief shock, the greed of these pirates quickly replaced their surprise. A strong man from the old era. Doesn't that mean the treasures on his ship must be piled high? Just an outdated old guy. How powerful can he be? With so many of us, are we afraid of just him? That's right. As long as we take him down, not only can we get all his treasures, but we can also make a name for ourselves throughout the Grand Line. What are we waiting for? Gather the brothers. Prepare to take action. In an instant, the underground world of Water 7 was stirred by Bai Ye's arrival, as countless pirates and bounty hunters with ulterior motives quietly gathered, their greedy eyes fixed on Bai Ye's slowly approaching ship. Chapter 75. Fearless Pirates. Easily resolved. Although White Knight's strength is extremely powerful, there are always fearless and brainless pirates at sea. Or rather, these pirates have no idea what true strength is. They don't understand the power of strong individuals in this world. To some pirates, having a large number of followers means having great power, and being physically strong means being strong in general. As for Hawkeye and devil fruits, they're completely unaware of them. Because of this, when they see White Knight arriving, the pirates in Water 7 are not only surprised, but also filled with excitement and greed. If they kill White Knight, they can obtain countless treasures and gain fame across the seas. How could these pirates not be excited? What does it matter if he is a monster from the old era? He is just an old man. A pirate leader with a face full of scars spat and grinned viciously. His head and the treasures on his ship all belong to me. That's right. He has 3 women with him. What use are they? Brothers, don't let him escape. For the treasure and fame, charge. Under the instigation of several pirate leaders, hundreds of pirates surged out from all corners like sharks smelling blood. They waved rusty curved swords, heavy axes, and old muskets as they stomped across the wooden dock, creating a thunderous noise, forming a murky tide rushing towards White Knight's ship that had just stabilized. Facing this group of aggressive, yet utterly weak rabble, White Knight didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Standing on the deck, with a sea breeze blowing at his clothes, he looked indifferent, as if watching a boring farce. The strength of these people was so weak that it failed to stir even a desire for him to take action. Nami, Vivi, Robin. White Knight's voice was calm and clear, overpowering all the shouts of the pirates as he spoke to the 3 women beside him. Let us stretch our muscles. Don't let these trash dirty our ship. Yes, Lord White Knight. The 3 women responded in unison. Hee, it's finally my turn to shine. Nami tightened her grip on the weather stick. Her face filled not with fear, but with eager excitement. Having experienced so much alongside White Knight, her perspective and courage had changed drastically. Those pirates, who once seemed so fearsome to her, were now merely excellent targets to test her training results. Vivi and Robin exchanged smiles and calmly walked to the edge of the ship. Their recent training had led to a qualitative leap in their strength, and they were also eagerly watching the approaching pirates. Kill them. Capture those women. When the pirates saw 3 beautiful women step out, their greed intensified, and their charge became even faster. However, what awaited them was an overwhelming despair beyond their imagination. Hawkeye. Vivi was the first to strike. She clenched her fists and charged into the pirate crowd. Upon seeing Vivi rushing towards them, the pirates showed no hesitation and swung their weapons at her. Yet, Vivi was faster than their movements. Just as she was about to be hit by their weapons, her fist had already shot out. Bang! Boom! A tremendous impact sound erupted, and Vivi's seemingly weak fist unleashed an incredibly terrifying force, sending more than a dozen pirates flying backward with horrified screams before they even had a chance to react. While Vivi was attacking, Nami was not idle. She raised the weather stick high, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Thundercloud, arrow. A small patch of dark clouds formed out of thin air above the pirates' heads, followed by several thin yet powerful lightning bolts descending like arrows, accurately striking the leading pirates. Accompanied by the smell of burning flesh and the piercing screams, more than a dozen pirates fell to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. This feeling is amazing. Nami looked at her handiwork, her cheeks flushed with excitement. In the past, her first reaction to enemies was to run away. This was her first time defeating an enemy head-on. So this is what it feels like to hit someone. Nami suddenly found herself liking the feeling of hitting people. As for Robin, she remained elegantly standing in place, not even moving an inch. She simply raised her arm lightly, crossing it over her chest. Flower, flower, fruit, great delphinium. Crack, crack, crack. Countless white arms blossomed instantly on the wooden planks of the dock, the walls of the warehouse, and even on the pirates' own backs. Under Robin's command, these arms swiftly grabbed the pirates' limbs and necks, then suddenly twisted. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed, but it was strangely controlled to a non-lethal extent. Those pirates, who had just been fierce and menacing, didn't even touch the enemy's clothes before being swiftly subdued, collapsing to the ground like a pile of tattered sacks with short, muffled groans. In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of pirates lay sprawled across the dock, unable to stand, save for their pain groans. After the battle ended, Nami, carrying the weather stick, walked up to White Knight, her face eager for praise. "Captain, all done. Well done." White Knight nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his gaze. "Let us go. We have important matters to attend to." White Knight stepped down the gangway, ignoring the moans of the pirates on the ground. In this chaotic sea, the law of the jungle is the only rule. The fate of the losers is not his concern, whether they're taken away by the Navy or the city guards. It has nothing to do with him. The three followed White Knight, walking through the messy dock, preparing to head towards the city center. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from not far away. A group of uniformed individuals, looking like shipbuilders, was running toward them. At the forefront was a man with blue short hair, a serious expression, but his face was filled with excitement and disbelief. He immediately locked onto White Knight in the crowd and rushed over without hesitation. "Lord White Knight," he shouted loudly, his voice trembling with excitement. "You're Lord White Knight, right?" White Knight paused, looking at the newcomer with some surprise. Having been dead for 60 years, how does this man, who seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, know him? "You know me?" There was a hint of inquiry in White Knight's tone. The man ran up to White Knight, deeply bowing, then raised his head and quickly introduced himself with immense respect. "Lord White Knight, my name is Ice Mountain. I am the mayor of this Water 7 city and also the president of the Carrera Company." He paused, then said the most crucial sentence. "At the same time, I am also a disciple of Mr. Tom." Tom. Upon hearing that name, White Knight's expression suddenly stiffened. Long-buried memories were instantly awakened, and a clear image of a burly figure with a horn-like hairstyle, always grinning and laughing boisterously, flashed in his mind. Chapter 76. The shipbuilding king Bai Ye arrives at Water 7 60 years ago. The seas were still dominated by fragile wooden sailing ships. When Bai Ye arrived at Water 7 with blueprints for cutting-edge iron warships, it caused a sensation akin to a violent earthquake. The concepts on Bai Ye's blueprints regarding keel structures, watertight compartments, steam power, and armor plating were nothing short of fantasy to the shipwrights of that time. But facts speak louder than words. After Bai Ye personally crafted the first steel module, the shipwrights of Water 7 went wild. All the shipwrights set aside their pride and modesty, gathering around Bai Ye, pleading to be part of this great project, even if just as apprentices. Bai Ye did not hold back his knowledge in response to their inquiries. Moreover, he was fully aware that to build a large ship, he couldn't rely solely on himself. At the same time, Bai Ye was eager to spread this knowledge. For this reason, he earned the title of Shipbuilding King in Water 7. Among the many eager learners, there was a fisherman shipwright named Tom, who was undoubtedly the most talented and diligent. Tom always had a big grin on his face, letting out hearty laughter. With a hammer and nails in hand, his eyes gleaming with pure love for ships, he followed Bai Ye closely, constantly asking questions and absorbing new shipbuilding knowledge like a sponge. So was Tom S. disciple. That silly smiling guy, what has he become now? Bai Ye's gaze softened slightly, tinged with nostalgia, as he asked. Upon hearing this question, the excitement and reverence that had just appeared on Ice Mountain's face instantly froze, replaced by deep sorrow and grief. Ice Mountain lowered his head and spoke with difficulty. My lord Bai Ye, Master passed away 10 years ago. Because he built the Oro Jackson for Pirate King Joel D. Roger, he angered the world government and ultimately was taken away by the judicial ship and publicly executed. As the words fell, the air at the dock seemed to stagnate. Nami and Robin could clearly feel a bone-chilling coldness spreading from Bai Ye. It was not a deliberate display of domineering presence, but rather a pure killing intent that originated from the depths of his soul. The world government. Bai Ye let out a cold snort, his voice not loud, yet it seemed to lower the temperature around him by several degrees. Just a group of self-righteous pests. The debts they owe, I will collect one by one. Ice Mountain felt the terrifying aura, yet a surge of inexplicable excitement welled up in his heart. He knew that Lord Bai Ye absolutely had the qualifications and strength to say such words. Ice Mountain suppressed his emotions and raised his head again, with flames of hope burning in his eyes. My Lord Bai Ye, are you back in Water 7 this time? To need a new ship? That's right. Bai Ye retracted his aura, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet strange Water City, and continued, 60 years ago, my ship was born here. Now, I need a new iron warship. I wonder if there are any capable shipwrights left in Water 7 now. Really? That's great. Bai Ye, please rest assured. Ice Mountain exclaimed, almost jumping with excitement. The sadness on his face swept away, replaced by unparalleled enthusiasm and excitement. The lifelong efforts of my master, Mr. Tom, were to carry forward the skills you imparted. Although we haven't been able to build large warships because of the world government suppression over the years, the technology and inheritance have never been interrupted. I will immediately issue a summons in the name of the mayor to gather the best shipwrights in the city to build you a ship that transcends the times. As Tom's disciple, Ice Mountain understood better than anyone what the name Bai Ye meant in the shipbuilding community of Water 7. It was not just a title, but a myth, a legend. Under Bai Ye's guidance, the shipbuilding technology of Water 7 had undergone a revolutionary leap, establishing its position as the world's premier shipbuilding city. Now, this shipbuilding king had reappeared in the world, ready to lead them in creating miracles again. How could that not make Ice Mountain's blood boil? This was not only a moment to restore his master's glory, but also an opportunity to make Water 7 great again. Then, you will be in charge of gathering the shipwrights. Bai Ye nodded slightly and said to Ice Mountain, Yes, my lord Bai Ye, please wait a moment. After receiving the nod, Ice Mountain did not hesitate at all and turned to his subordinates, issuing commands loudly. Ice Mountain acted decisively, using his dual identity as mayor and president of the Carrera Company to issue a top-level summons to all shipwrights across the 7 docks of Water 7. The news spread like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up huge waves throughout the city. In the workshops of various docks, the young and impetuous shipwrights heard the news and mostly looked confused and disdainful. What? Mayor Ice Mountain wants us to drop everything and build a ship for someone named Bai Ye? Who is this person? I've never even heard of him. An old strongman from the past. Just an antique, thinking too highly of himself. Exactly. To have all the shipwrights in the city serve him alone? What an arrogant attitude. Who's he think he is? The Pirate King revived? The young shipwrights were chattering, their words filled with contempt for this unfamiliar name. However, in stark contrast to their reaction, the older shipwrights, with graying hair and calloused hands, froze in place the moment they heard the name Bai Ye, as if struck by lightning. Clang! An old man who was polishing ship nails dropped his hammer on the ground, his murky eyes suddenly widening, his lips trembling. Bai Ye, my lord? Did I hear that right? Is it really that lord? The shipbuilding king. It's shipbuilding king Bai Ye who's back. In another corner, A wrinkled old foreman threw down his blueprints, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Quick, hurry to assemble. What are you still doing here? You bunch of little rascals don't understand anything. That's a legendary figure who brought revolution to our Water 7. To receive even a single piece of guidance from Lord Bai Ye would be enough for you to benefit for a lifetime." In an instant, a strange scene unfolded across Water 7. While the young shipwrights continued to complain and watch, the older generation of shipwrights, whom they referred to as masters, acted like believers who had just heard a divine oracle. One by one, they dropped everything in their hands and, with a speed not befitting their age, rushed out from various docks, taverns, and homes, gathering at the locations specified in the summons. Chapter 77. The Actions of CP9 Organization. It can be said that the arrival of Bai Ye directly ignited the entire Water 7. However, this also alerted the members of the CP9 organization, who were lurking in Water 7 for the World Government. In an inconspicuous building in Water 7, in a sealed room, the atmosphere was as tense as water. The members of CP9 were gathered here, with Rob Lucci at the forefront, and even the Dove Hattori on his shoulder was unusually silent. "What is going on? What caused the commotion outside?" Kaku pushed his signature rectangular nose and asked seriously. "I just went outside for a moment." And all the shipwrights in the city rushed toward dock number 1 like crazy. "What happened?" Khalifa, organizing the documents, adjusted her glasses and calmly reported, "It has been investigated. A man named Bai Ye has arrived in Water 7, and Mayor Iceberg has issued a top-level summons, gathering all shipwrights to build a ship for him." "Bai Ye?" Lucci's voice was low and dangerous, with a hint of probing, a strong man from the old era. "What is he doing in Water 7? Could it be that his goal is the same as ours?" In an instant, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Ancient weapons, the blueprints of Pluto. This was the only purpose for which the members of the CP9 organization had been lurking here. In order to obtain that design capable of overturning the balance of the world, they disguised their identities and had been hiding here for years. Just a few days ago, the World Government issued them an ultimatum through secret channels. The wording of the order was unprecedentedly severe. The government granted them the highest authority, allowing them to mobilize all available resources, regardless of the cost, just for one goal: to immediately find the blueprints of Pluto, with the full support of the World Government. CP9 was preparing to launch its final operation, but they never expected that at this critical moment Bai Ye, a legendary figure who should have disappeared from the pages of history, actually arrived in Water 7. What's more, they were caught off guard as he immediately gathered all the shipwrights in Water 7 around him. This sudden change made every member of CP9 sense a strong atmosphere of danger. Bai Ye gathered so many shipwrights, claiming he wanted to build a ship. Bruno crossed his arms and analyzed in a deep voice. "The timing is too coincidental. It's hard not to associate it with ancient weapons." "A ship? Does it require all the shipwrights in the city?" Kaku's eyes sharpened, and he continued, "What kind of ship needs such a grand scale? Could it be he wants to directly build Pluto?" As this bold speculation came out, everyone gasped in shock. The blueprints they had been searching for years. Did the other party already possess them and intend to turn them into reality? If that's the case, the seriousness of the situation would far exceed their imagination. Regardless of whether he is building Pluto or not, we must find out. Rob Lucci slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent, and ordered everyone prepare to act. "Infiltrate dock number 1. I want to see for myself what that so-called old-era strongman Bai Ye is up to." "Understood." In the shadows, several figures instantly disappeared, leaving behind a room filled with tension and killing intent. At this moment, dock number 1 had already transformed into a bustling ocean. Hundreds of shipwrights gathered here, and the enormous ship's keel had already taken shape, its massive scale shocking everyone. However, after the shock, there was deep confusion. Each shipwright had a copy of the blueprints, but they all frowned tightly. Some squatted on the ground, repeatedly calculating with chalk, while others gathered in groups to discuss heatedly. More people were staring at the structural designs on the blueprints that exceeded their understanding, pondering hard and feeling helpless. What exactly is the principle of this resonance keel structure? It completely defies common sense. And what about the wind pressure deflector here? ISNT installing it here, increasing resistance? Whenever someone got stuck in a dead end, they would lower their stance and respectfully seek advice from the calm figure in the center. Lord Bai Ye, we really can't understand this part of the mortise and tenon structure. Bai Ye accepted these requests without refusal. He casually walked over, picked up a piece of chalk, and casually drew a few auxiliary lines on the board, briefly pointing out the key. Your thinking is too rigid. Who said the keel can only be used for bearing weight? It can also be the core of power transmission. The structure here is not meant to counteract force, but to guide and amplify. After a round of explanation, the shipwrights, who had initially been frowning, suddenly looked as if they had been hit on the head, and then revealed expressions of ecstatic realization. Every person who received guidance felt that the bottleneck in their shipbuilding skills was instantly broken, and their admiration for Bai Ye grew like a raging river, endlessly flowing. Lord Bai Ye, is the construction of his ship going smoothly? After finishing his official duties, Iceberg hurried over, looking at the spectacular and orderly scene before him, filled with excitement. However, Bai Ye shook his head, his tone revealing a hint of undisguised disappointment. Smooth? Too slow. The level of your shipwrights in Water 7 is not just a notch lower than it was 60 years ago. Then Bai Ye pointed at the huge keel and sighed, with their current understanding and skills. Wanting to perfectly build the ship, I want will take at least twice as long. Hearing this merciless evaluation, a hint of shame flashed across Iceberg's face. And he bitterly said, Lord Bai Ye, I'm sorry. Over the years, the world government has strictly prohibited the construction of large ships, and many advanced skills have not been practiced, gradually becoming lost, leading to a significant regression in overall standards. At this point, Iceberg suddenly brightened his eyes, as if he remembered something, and hurriedly said, However, I do know someone whose shipbuilding talent and skills are absolutely the top in current Water 7. Oh, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Immediately summon him to me. This Iceberg's expression became somewhat complex and troubled as he said, is my junior brother, Carter Frankie. However, we have some conflicts, and he is currently the gang leader of the scrap island in the city, so he probably won't listen to me easily. Frankie? Bai Ye murmured this name, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc, and then said, I understand. Since you can't invite him, I will go meet him in person. Chapter 78. The blueprint of the underworld delivered to your door. In the back streets of Water 7, this is the Graveyard of Steel, the final resting place for abandoned ships. The air is filled with a unique scent of rust, machine oil, and sea salt, while the ears are bombarded with the harsh sounds of cutting and the roaring of metal collisions. In the center of this chaotic and vibrant land stands a massive building constructed from scrap iron and ship plates, the Frankie House. Bang! With a loud crash, a heavy piece of ship armor is forcibly torn off and crashes to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A cyborg, dressed only in a floral shirt and triangular swim trunks, with steel arms and an exaggerated pompadour, is using his incredible strength to dismantle a derelict ship piece by piece. He is the master of this place, Frankie. Today's work feels fantastic. Frankie strikes a signature pose, the star tattoo on his back glimmering. Big brother Frankie, have you heard? The old era's powerhouse, Knight, has arrived in Water 7. Yeah. I heard that this old powerhouse, Knight, is going to build an unprecedented large ship. And the entire dock number 1 is almost overflowing with shipwrights. 2 girls, the Square Sisters, dressed in cool outfits with unusual hairstyles, run over chattering excitedly to share the news they just heard from the city with their big brother. Frankie was still immersed in the joy of dismantling ships when he heard this news and casually replied, Oh, an old era powerhouse? So what? Big brother Frankie, I heard them say that Knight also has a title, something like King of Shipbuilding. What a strange title. We grew up in Water 7, and we've never heard of any king of shipbuilding. The Square Sisters continue. Wait, what did you just say? The words king of shipbuilding struck Frankie like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly turned around, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose, revealing his shocked eyes, and hurriedly asked, What is this person's, this old-era powerhouse's name? Knight. The Square Sisters, startled by Frankie's reaction, timidly answered. Knight. Clang. The massive wrench in Frankie's hand seemed to lose all its weight at that moment, slipping from his steel palm and crashing heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Frankie froze in place, as if he had turned into a statue. "Big brother Frankie, what's wrong? Don't scare us." Seeing Frankie like this, the Square sisters panicked and anxiously surrounded him. I'm fine." Frankie took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him, picked up the wrench from the ground, but his voice still trembled with an unquenchable excitement. "My master, Mr. Tom once told me that all his shipbuilding skills come from a legendary figure. That person is his teacher, and that person's name is Knight." Frankie's eyes were filled with awe and fervor as he spoke. The Square sisters and the nearby members of the Frankie family were stunned. Their big brother's legendary master, Mr. Tom, actually had a teacher? Then this Lord Knight is practically an ancestor-level figure. Frankie clenched his fists tightly, with an even bigger secret left unspoken. Back then, before his master Mr. Tom was taken away by the world government, he entrusted a blueprint capable of overturning the world to Iceberg and him. Mr. Tom's greatest regret was not being able to personally return this blueprint to Lord Knight. Unfortunately, when Tom intended to find Knight, he had already vanished, rumored to have died. And now, this blueprint, the legendary design of the ancient weapon, the underworld, is right in his hands. His master's long-cherished wish, the return of Lord Knight. Is all of this the arrangement of fate? The confusion in Frankie's eyes cleared away, replaced by unprecedented determination and fire. "Let us go. We're going to find Lord Knight." He suddenly turned around and shouted in an unquestionable tone. "Huh? Big brother Frankie is going to build a ship too?" "Of course. Big brother Frankie is the best shipbuilder in Water 7. How could such a big ship be built without him?" The younger members of the Frankie family immediately erupted in excitement, their spirits soaring. "Kids, let us go. To dock number 1. At this moment, at dock number 1, after listening to Iceberg's introduction of Frankie, Knight was gently tapping the railing with his fingers, pondering how to make Frankie willingly build a ship for him. Should he use force, tempt with benefits, or appeal to emotions? However, what both Knight and Iceberg did not expect was that before they even set off, the target had come to them. Boom! A commotion approached from afar, and the crowd at the dock entrance was parted by a forceful presence. In walked an exaggerated cyborg, swaggering in with a large group of oddly dressed followers. Frankie? Iceberg's brow furrowed instantly upon seeing the newcomer, his face filled with an expression of trouble. But the cyborg completely ignored Iceberg, his gaze piercing through all the shipwrights, locking onto the calm figure in the center. In the next moment, with astonishing speed that belied his massive frame, he charged forward and skidded to a halt just a few steps away from Knight, creating a gust of wind. "Lord Knight, are you Lord Knight?" Frankie's tough face was now filled with the excitement and joy of a child seeing their idol, his eyes burning with fervor. Who are you?" Knight looked at the uniquely styled cyborg with great interest. "Lord Knight, I am Mr. Tom's disciple. My name is Frankie." Frankie suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle, speaking with utmost respect. Despite being brazen and domineering on Scrap Island and running rampant in the back streets of Water 7, in front of Knight, he put away all his arrogance and pride. This was not only due to Knight's unfathomable strength, but also because this person before him was the teacher of his master, the source of all his skills. "Frankie?" Knight raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. "You are Frankie? Just in time. I was about to find you. I wonder if you would be willing to build a ship for me?" Knight had expected to have to talk his way into it, or even possibly spar a bit. But unexpectedly, Frankie had come to him of his own accord, and his attitude was so respectful. "Of course, I would be honored," Frankie replied without a hint of hesitation, standing up straight, crossing his arms over his chest, and striking his signature pose as he shouted, "It is my honor to build a ship for Lord Knight." This unequivocal response left Iceberg dumbfounded. Then, Frankie put away his exaggerated pose and leaned closer to Knight, lowering his voice mysteriously. "Lord Knight, I have a blueprint to present to you." "A blueprint? What blueprint?" Knight asked curiously. Frankie took a deep breath, and the steel shell on his abdomen emitted a faint mechanical whirring sound as a storage compartment slowly opened, revealing a roll of yellowed, ancient parchment lying quietly inside. Frankie carefully took out the blueprint, holding it with his massive steel hands, and solemnly presented it to Knight. Lord Knight, this is the blueprint that my teacher, Mr. Tom, always wanted to personally return to you. This is the blueprint of the legendary ancient weapon, the King of the Underworld Battleship. Chapter 79, CP9 Calipha's Operation. The blueprint of the King of the Underworld. Could it be the legendary ancient weapon? The King of the Underworld. Bai Ye looked at the ancient parchment in his hand, exuding the aura of time, with a hint of barely noticeable surprise in his tone. The edges of the blueprint were worn, but the intricate lines and complex structures depicted on it revealed a terrifying wisdom that transcended the ages. Bai Ye had certainly heard of the legendary 3 ancient weapons, but to him, they were merely fleeting tales. In this vast sea, one's own strength was the foundation and reality of everything. The so-called ancient weapons were ultimately external forces, mere tools. He had never thought of pursuing these legends, yet today, the blueprint of the most destructive battleship in those legends had been so dramatically delivered into his hands. Indeed, it was the legendary ancient weapon, the design of the King of the Underworld. Frankie's tone was filled with pride and awe, as long as there were enough materials and technology, according to this blueprint. A terrifying battleship capable of destroying an island with a single shot could be built. Frankie, are you really going to hand over the King of the Underworld design to Lord Bai Ye? Iceberg finally snapped out of his shock, quickly stepping forward, looking at Frankie with an incredibly complex expression. As another disciple of Tom, he certainly knew of the existence of this blueprint and understood the enormous risks and responsibilities it represented. He never expected Frankie would so easily hand it to Bai Ye. Of course, this is the master's long-cherished wish. Frankie's expression was unwavering as he looked at Bai Ye, his eyes filled with unshakable trust. The master once told me that this blueprint originally belonged to Lord Bai Ye, and he was merely keeping it safe. He always hoped to return the blueprint in person, but unfortunately, Lord Bai Ye later went missing. Now that Lord Bai Ye has reappeared in this sea, I must fulfill the master's unfinished wish. So that's how it is. Hearing Tom's name, Iceberg fell silent. He understood his teacher's reverence for Bai Ye and said no more, quietly stepping aside, but a storm surged in his heart. Interesting, truly interesting. Bai Ye unfolded a corner of the blueprint, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed symbols, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems I need to rethink my new ship. Originally, Bai Ye only wanted to build a large ship. He never expected to acquire the legendary King of the Underworld. If that's the case, Bai Ye simply decided to forge the King of the Underworld directly. At that moment, standing beside Iceberg, the female secretary who had maintained a professional smile and wore glasses suddenly flashed a cold glint from her eyes behind the lenses. This female secretary was none other than Calipha, a member of the CP9, the secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. She had been ordered to infiltrate Iceberg's side to investigate the whereabouts of the King of the Underworld blueprint. After years of lurking with no results, she never expected to find it so effortlessly today. The blueprint was right in front of her. The opportunity must not be missed. Whoosh! Without any warning, Calipha's right leg, clad in high heels, shot up suddenly, delivering a swift side kick that struck Iceberg's unguarded side. Boom! Iceberg let out a muffled groan, his body flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into a nearby pile of wood. Calipha, what are you doing? The sudden attack left Iceberg both shocked and furious. Lord Bai Ye, be careful. Ignoring his injuries, Iceberg shouted in alarm upon seeing that Calipha's next target was Bai Ye. Damn it! Who are you? What do you want? Frankie's reaction was equally swift. He roared and his modified steel right arm shot out, hurtling toward Calipha with the sound of whistling wind like a cannonball. However, facing Frankie's powerful attack, Calipha showed no fear on her face. She didn't even turn around, her body twisting in midair at an incredible angle, her long left leg kicking upward like a blade. Stormfoot, a pale blue slash wave appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the air with a shrill scream, accurately cutting into Frankie's iron fist. Clang! With a loud bang, Frankie felt an unmatched force surge through his arm, and his proud steel body was directly kicked away by what seemed like a light kick. his massive frame knocking over several tool racks before crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. In the blink of an eye, having repelled both of them, Califa rushed to Bai Ye's side, her gloved fingers outstretched, aiming directly for the yellowed blueprint in Bai Ye's hand. Victory was within reach. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch the parchment, Bai Ye finally moved. Without even raising his eyes, Bai Ye slowly lowered the blueprint in his hand. "What are you doing? You dare to try and steal my things?" Quite bold. A calm voice rang out, devoid of any anger, yet seemingly imbued with endless authority. The moment the words fell, an invisible yet terrifying aura, as if capable of crushing everything, erupted from Bai Ye's body. Conqueror's Haki. This momentum was not directed at any one person, but swept outward like a tsunami in all directions. Califa, who was charging forward with all her might, felt as if she had run into an invisible steel wall, her mind going blank in an instant, her strength completely drained. She had no chance to react as this overwhelming Haki sent her flying, her body tracing an arc through the air, hurtling back out at a speed even faster than before, crashing with a loud bang into the hard wall of the dock, leaving a human-shaped dent. Her life or death unknown. For a moment, the entire dock was silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 80. Effortlessly annihilating the members of CP9. The sudden appearance of a human-shaped dent in the wall was shocking, with rubble and wood chips falling down. Califa was deeply trapped within, her life or death unknown. This unexpected and swiftly concluded battle left everyone unable to react. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing shattered the silence. Under everyone's gaze, Califa in the wall, Dent struggled to move, sliding down to the ground on one knee, a large mouthful of crimson blood spilling from her mouth, staining her clothing. She leaned against the wall, unsteadily getting up, her delicate glasses shattered, with only half a lens hanging on her face, looking utterly disheveled. But what troubled her more than her physical injuries was the shock within her heart. So strong. Is this the power of the legends from the old era? Califa panted, her voice hoarse, fear and confusion filling her intact eye behind the lens. As an elite of CP9, she had absolute confidence in her own strength. The perfect ambush plan had been rehearsed countless times in her mind, every step executed with precision. She was certain that even a Navy Rear Admiral would not escape unscathed if caught off guard by her. However, reality had given her the loudest slap in the face. The opponent didn't even move a finger. The mere aura that erupted from within crushed her pride in speed and strength. It felt like an ant trying to shake a towering mountain, laughable and powerless. Not only did she fail to make contact with her target, but she was also gravely injured in an instant. Califa, what on earth is going on? Iceberg, clutching his painfully injured waist, stood up with Frankie's support. He looked at his trusted secretary, his face filled with anger and the pain of betrayal. Why did you attack Lord White Knight? Answer me. After years of working together, he had regarded Califa as his most capable assistant, even one of his closest people. But this sudden betrayal felt like a sharp knife stabbing deep into his heart. White Knight still stood in place, not changing his posture. He slowly picked up the rolled-up blueprints, gently flicking away the non-existent dust on them. Only then did his gaze finally land on Califa. Speaking in a flat tone, Six styles combined with this unscrupulous way of doing things. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a member of the World Government's CP organization. White Knight had dealt with the CP organization far more than Califa could imagine. He could recognize these dogs of the celestial dragons, hidden in the shadows, executing dirty tasks at a glance. What? CP. People from the World Government. Iceberg's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this name, and his anger instantly overwhelmed his reason. Damn it! The dogs of the World Government have been lurking by my side for so many years. What is your purpose? It's worth noting that his teacher, Tom, was framed by the World Government using despicable means. New grudges and old hatreds surged in his heart, and Iceberg's eyes turned blood red, glaring fiercely at Califa. Facing Iceberg's furious questioning, Califa wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, slowly straightening up without answering his question. If I'm not mistaken, your target is this, right? White Knight shook the blueprints in his hand, a hint of amusement in his tone. As expected of a powerhouse from the old era, White Knight. That's right. Our target is indeed the design of the ancient weapon Pluton. Since you know, hand it over immediately. Otherwise, you will all suffer the consequences of being enemies with the world government. At this point, Khalifa decided to stop pretending, coldly stating, "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." White Knight seemed to have heard the biggest joke, unable to hold back his loud laughter. His laughter echoed in the empty dock, filled with disdain and arrogance. You think you can threaten me with the world government? Young girl, you're still too naive. I haven't even planned to let the world government off the hook yet. White Knight's laughter ceased, his eyes suddenly turning cold, and he continued, "All right, stop hiding. Where are your companions? Come out, all of you." The moment his voice fell, shadows emerged from the dock, figures appearing like ghosts. From the towering keel, from behind the piled timber, from the dock's entrance, 7 figures silently appeared, surrounding White Knight, Iceberg, and Frankie. The leading man was tall, wearing a black top hat, with a white dove perched on his shoulder. His expression was emotionless, but his eyes were as cold as a viper. He was Rob Lucci, the strongest genius of CP9 in 800 years. Beside him were Kaku with the long nose, Gabra with wolf-like eyes, and Bruno, lined up in a row, each exuding a killing aura honed through countless battles, identical to Khalifa's. The temperature in the entire dock seemed to drop several degrees. White Knight, hand over the legendary Pluton blueprints immediately. Lucci's voice was deep and cold, devoid of any emotion. The CP9 members surrounded them, slowly closing in, the invisible pressure making the surrounding shipwrights tremble in fear, not daring to breathe. As long as White Knight said no, they would launch a thunderous attack without hesitation. Hee, you want it? White Knight surveyed his surroundings, his disdainful smile growing stronger. Then, come and take it yourself. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Lucci's eyes, and without any further ado, he decisively issued the command, attack. Swish. The moment the command was given, all CP9 members moved simultaneously. Shave. Their figures instantly disappeared from their original positions, transforming into indistinguishable afterimages, rushing toward White Knight from all directions. Shurgon. Rankyaku. Iron block wheel. Kaku's legs sliced through the air, creating sharp, slashing waves. Gabra's fingers transformed into bullets capable of piercing steel, and the others unleashed their strongest techniques. In an instant, the air was filled with the piercing sounds of torn air and the roaring of fists and feet, weaving a tightly woven net of death, descending upon the center. White Knight. These attacks, any one of them could easily kill a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Such a dense joint attack looked incredibly fierce and unstoppable. However, could this really harm White Knight? Clearly, it was impossible. Facing this world-destroying siege, White Knight didn't even raise an eyelid. He merely uttered a few words. All of you, get lost. The moment his voice fell, a more terrifying and condensed conqueror's haki erupted from him like a volcanic eruption. This time, it was no longer an indiscriminate wave of air, but a tangible shockwave, accurately blasting toward every CP9 member charging in. Cool. The leading Lucci and the others felt as if they were not attacking a person, but crashing head-on into a giant mountain descending from the sky. That unmatched, irresistible, terrifying force instantly destroyed their attacks, brutally piercing through their proud iron block defense. Bang, 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 following a series of muffled impacts. The once aggressive CP9 members flew backward like baseballs struck by a heavy hammer, their bodies flying out faster than they had come, each spitting blood, crashing into walls, toppling tool racks, and landing hard on the ground, instantly losing their combat ability. Chapter 81. Creating the Pluto battleship. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a scene of devastation. The walls were covered with human-shaped dents, and broken wood and twisted metal tools lay scattered everywhere. The CP9 members, who had just been so arrogant, now lay in the ruins like ragged dolls, sprawled in all directions, each one bleeding from the mouth, their bones seemingly shattered, unable to even move a finger. In the center of this chaos, Bai Ye stood still, never having moved an inch. The strength of CP9, the so-called strongest intelligence agency of the world government. was truly weak. A sneer of extreme disdain curled at the corners of Bai Ye's mouth, his voice not loud, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. This evaluation was more hurtful than any blade, deeply piercing the remaining pride of CP9. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound erupted as Rob Lucci propped himself up with his arm, struggling to get up. His proud body was nearly shattered under the overwhelming impact just now, his internal organs feeling like they had been displaced. He raised his head, and for the first time, a mix of horror, unwillingness, and anger appeared on his usually expressionless face. Hadal, on his shoulder, had already fainted in fear. Bai Ye, you despicable pirate, don't be too arrogant. Lucci gritted his teeth, blood oozing from between his teeth, yet his eyes remained fierce as a wolf. Before you act, we have already sent the news about your acquisition of the Pluto blueprints back to the world government through special channels. The world government will soon send true strongmen to come. Just wait to be thoroughly punished. Upon hearing Lucci's final threat, the disdain on Bai Ye's face turned into an interesting curiosity. He chuckled. Oh, the strongmen of the world government? Let them come. I'm genuinely curious about what kind of strongmen the world government can still send to meet me. Bai Ye laughed lightly, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Strongmen? Not long ago, in the deepest part of Pangda City, even the being sitting high on the void throne, revered by the celestial dragons as the only true god, the King Im, had been thoroughly beaten by him. Since even the king of the celestial dragons had been defeated, Bai Ye was very curious about who the world government could send next. Looking at the half-destroyed CP9 members, Bai Ye completely lost interest and turned his gaze back to the large, spread-out blueprint. The intricate and precise lines, the timeless structural design, and the terrifying power contained within the blueprint that could destroy the world. This was what truly interested Bai Ye now. Iceberg immediately revised the shipbuilding plan and build a brand new battleship according to this Pluto battleship design. Bai Ye's voice regained its calm as he handed the blueprint to the already dumbfounded Iceberg. Yes, Lord Bai Ye. Iceberg instinctively took the blueprint, feeling its weight as if he were holding an island. He looked at the blueprint, his eyes shining with the fervor and excitement of a shipwright facing a masterpiece. I will do it as soon as possible. No, I will exhaust all the resources of Water 7 to build a new battleship at the fastest speed. As Mr. Tom's disciple, what shipwright Wu Ti want to replicate the legendary creation with their own hands? It was a deeply ingrained honor and dream. But after the excitement, the worries of reality surged up. I just don't know about the world government. Iceberg's voice inevitably lowered, his face filled with concern. Creating Pluto was essentially issuing the most direct challenge to the authority of the world government. They would not let them go easily. Don't worry. Leave the world government to me. You just focus on building the ship. Bai Ye's tone was decisive, carrying an undeniable authority that instantly dispelled the fear in Iceberg and the surrounding shipwrights. Yes, Lord Bai Ye. Iceberg nodded heavily, his gaze becoming incredibly resolute. All the shipwrights straightened their backs, their fear replaced by fervent passion. They exchanged glances, picking up their tools, and the entire dock knew. One was once again filled with the sounds of clanging and sawing, more fervent than ever before. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Marineford, inside Pangda City, among the power figures, the 5 elders of the Gorosei, representing the highest authority in the world, were gathered together. One of the Gorosei, with a long white beard and holding the first generation of the sword, looked at an urgent report that had just arrived. The latest news from CP9 confirms that the legendary ancient weapon Pluto blueprints are in Water 7. The Gorosei spoke slowly, his voice steady. Oh, have we finally found it? The blonde Gorosei immediately said, then what are we waiting for? Order Lucci and the others to do whatever it takes to seize the blueprints. As long as we obtain the design of Pluto, our world government can personally create that legendary battleship. That's right, this is a direct order from Lord Im, and there must be no mistakes. Another Gorosei wearing a flat hat chimed in, unable to hide his smile. As long as we complete Lord Im's command, the pressure on us will be greatly relieved. After all, even they cannot bear the wrath of that lord. However, the Gorosei holding the intelligence did not share their optimism. He sighed heavily and continued, Gentlemen, I fear I must disappoint you. According to the last piece of information from CP9, the Pluto blueprints have already fallen into that man's hands. Which man? The intelligence states that the Pluto blueprints have fallen into Bai Ye's hands. What? What did you say? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere that had just calmed down in the room instantly froze, like falling into a 1,000-year ice cave. The smiles on the faces of the other 4 Gorosei eyes stiffened, replaced by extreme shock and horror. Damn it! What does Bai Ye want to do? He obtained the Pluto blueprints. Could it be? Could he want to personally create that legendary ancient weapon? No, absolutely not. We must stop him. You're right. We cannot let Bai Ye gain such power that could overturn the world. The Gorosei eyes' faces turned pale, losing all their previous composure. They stood up, anxiously pacing around the room, their originally stable demeanor completely gone. Bai Ye had already given them a headache. If he were to gain control of the ancient weapon Pluto, they could hardly imagine the consequences. Chapter 82. Launch the demon-slaying order. Destroy Water 7. White Knight. It's White Knight again. This guy's strength is already terrifying, and now he even dares to meddle with ancient weapons. He wants to retreat and destroy our world government. The 5 elders, holding the first generation of the sword Onigiri, had veins bulging on their foreheads and their bony hands turned white from exertion, as if they were about to crush the famous sword in their hands. Calm down. This is not the time to be angry. We must find a way to stop that man before he creates the Pluto. The blonde-haired 5 elder shouted sternly, but his trembling voice betrayed his deep anxiety. How to stop him? Who to send to stop him? The 5 elder wearing a flat cap slumped back on his sofa, his voice filled with helplessness. CP9 is simply no match for him, and the Knights of God can't defeat White Knight. Even Lord M cannot completely suppress that monster. We, the world government, have no power to fight against him at all. White Knight's powerful strength made the 5 elders feel a fear of helplessness for the first time. His existence was like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. If White Knight obtains the Pluto, a sword capable of destroying islands, the world government's 800-year rule may truly come to an end. No, there's still one way. After a long silence, the bald 5 elder slowly spoke, a glint of determination and madness flashing in his eyes. Since we can't target White Knight personally, then let's destroy Water 7. Even if White Knight gets the blueprint for Pluto, he won't be able to forge it. The other 4 suddenly raised their heads, immediately understanding his intention. You mean, launch the demon-slaying order? Exactly. Immediately use the highest command of the world government to initiate the highest level of the demon-slaying order. Order everyone, at all costs, to level Water 7 to the ground. Even if we mistakenly kill 10,000, we must not let one escape. The bald 5 elder continued, to destroy Water 7. That's an important shipbuilding island. Many of our merchant ships have been built in Water 7. The blonde-haired 5 elder couldn't help but say, we can't worry about that now. As long as we can stop White Knight from obtaining Pluto, even if it means destroying Water 7, it's worth it. Immediately relay my orders. Mobilize countless warships and head towards Water 7. The 5 elder holding Onigiri said with a fierce killing intent in his eyes. As urgent orders spread through the transponder snails across the Grand Line, an invisible net was rapidly closing in on Water 7. Countless massive steel warships flying the seagull flag changed course from all directions, converging towards that floating metropolis. At this moment, within Dock 1 of Water 7, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the tense feelings outside, filled with a fervent scene. Hurry! The keel over here needs to be reinforced. Dimensions. Pay attention to the dimensions on the blueprint. There must be no mistakes. Oh, is this the structure of Pluto? It's unbelievable. This design is simply miraculous. Hundreds of shipwrights, covered in sawdust and sweat, had unprecedented light in their eyes. That was the supreme glory of a craftsman, being able to participate in forging the legendary ancient weapon. In the center of the dock, a temporary platform had been set up with massive blueprints covering the entire table. Nico Robin was leaning over the blueprints, her fair fingers gently tracing the ancient and mysterious characters. Her gaze was focused and dreamy, as if immersed in the long river of history. So amazing. Not only does it contain the structure of the weapon system, but it also records special energy conduction methods and armor material formulas. This has transcended mere shipbuilding technology. It is the crystallization of wisdom from a lost era. Robin whispered, her voice filled with the unique shock of a scholar. The blueprints for Pluto contain countless ancient characters. Currently, the only person who can understand these ancient characters is Nico Robin. Therefore, White Knight simply handed the Pluto blueprints over to Nico Robin. Beside her, Vivi looked at the complex blueprints, her heart filled with mixed emotions, saying, "Crocodile, to find this, he would go so far as to overthrow my country, causing countless people to be displaced. But he could never have imagined that the ancient weapon he longed for would actually be in Water 7. Just then, a series of hurried and panicked bells broke through the bustling noise of the dock. Zong, 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 followed by piercing screams from all over the city. Not good. Countless warships have appeared on the sea. It's the World Government's fleet. Heavens, look at the sea. What is that? The entire sea surface is covered with warships. We are surrounded. A young shipwright tumbled into the dock, his face as pale as paper, trembling fingers pointing towards the direction of the sea. Unable to complete his words. What? Iceberg's expression changed, and he immediately rushed out of the dock. When he stood on the pier and saw the scene on the distant horizon, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, frozen in place. On the azure sea, a wall of steel and shadows appeared. Hundreds of Navy warships, black as a swarm, surrounded the entire exit of Water 7, making it impossible for water to leak through. That iconic seagull flag, at this moment, no longer seemed a symbol of justice but a death warrant. The terrifying sense of oppression made the air in the entire city feel as if it had solidified. Panic spread like an epidemic in an instant, with shipwrights dropping their tools to the ground. The fervor they had just felt replaced by a bone-chilling cold. It's over. The world government has really made a move. Quick, hurry to notify Lord White Knight. In an instant, the entire Water 7 fell into unprecedented chaos and despair. Oh, that was quick. A calm voice sounded above everyone's heads. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see White Knight standing at the highest point of the dock. Hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the sea breeze. White Knight gazed at the massive fleet in the distance, capable of instilling fear in any nation, his handsome face showing no signs of disturbance. He had clearly anticipated the arrival of the world government. Lord White Knight, what should we do now? With Water 7's capabilities, we simply can't withstand the attack of so many warships. Iceberg shouted with all his strength upon seeing White Knight, his voice filled with panic and despair. He knew very well that once those warships opened fire, Water 7 would be turned into a sea of flames in an instant. White Knight slowly withdrew his gaze, looking down at the terrified faces below, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Don't worry, leave this to me. White Knight's tone was calm, yet carried a reassuring power. Just a bunch of ants. No matter how many come, they are ultimately just ants. Chapter 83, One Man's Strength Against 100 Warships. The densely packed giant warships loomed like moving steel mountains, completely staining the azure sea a deep ink black. The menacing bows, the dark cannon mouths, and the world government flag fluttering in the wind, adorned with seagull patterns, together formed a suffocating apocalyptic scene, sealing off all escape routes for Water 7. On the deck of the leading flagship stood a tall, slender man wearing an iron mask, exuding an indescribable air of lewdness and arrogance as he proudly surveyed his masterpiece. He was Spandam, the chief of CP9. The 5 elders were well aware of White Knight's unfathomable strength. Any action against him was akin to sending one's head to the guillotine. This time, although the nominal goal was to destroy Water 7, and an unprecedented fleet of 100 warships had been mobilized, 10 times the size of the demon-slaying order. These 5 rulers at the pinnacle of the world still viewed it as a perilous test, perhaps even a necessary sacrifice. Thus, they unanimously thought of the perfect pawn, Spandam. As a member of CP9, he had been carrying out undercover missions in Water 7 for a long time and was most familiar with the city. It was most suitable for Spandam to undertake this mission. Moreover, as long as he could complete the task, it didn't matter if he died. However, Spandam was unaware of the 5 elders' intentions regarding him. He was currently intoxicated by immense power. In Spandam's pitiful understanding, commanding such a massive fleet was the highest recognition of his abilities by the world government, a perfect springboard for his rise. He could already envision the scene of countless people bowing to him after his promotion, and his mouth involuntarily stretched into a grin. Everyone obeys. Excitedly, Spandam picked up a golden transponder snail and, with his sharp and piercing voice, excitedly roared, "Target Water 7. All cannons, fire at will. Launch the full-scale attack. Yes, commence the attack. Target Water 7. The cold command spread through the entire fleet via the transponder snail. Without a moment's hesitation, hundreds of warships unleashed thousands of massive cannons, all aimed at the beautiful water city. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, deafening roars merged into one, as if the sky had been ripped apart. Countless cannonballs, trailing long plumes of black smoke, whistled out of the cannon mouths, drawing arcs of death across the sky, blotting out the sun, like a storm of steel and gunpowder pouring down on Water 7. Not good. Cannonballs incoming. Oh my god, there are too many. So many cannonballs. It's like rain. What should we do now? It's over. Water 7 is doomed. As they watched the countless cannonballs approach, this apocalyptic scene plunged the people of Water 7 into despair. On the streets, people fled in terror, only to find there was nowhere to escape. Shipwrights and citizens alike turned pale, their eyes filled only with the ever-enlarging black cannonballs. They knew better than anyone that with Water 7's defenses, it wouldn't withstand even a second under such a cataclysmic saturation attack. When these cannonballs fell, the city and everything they held dear would turn to dust in history. Everyone, don't run. Lord White Knight is still here. A shipwright shouted hoarsely from the crowd. That's right. Lord White Knight can definitely block these attacks. Another person echoed, though uncertainty laced their tone. How is that possible? Lord White Knight is powerful, but he can't possibly block so many attacks. Yes, these cannonballs are like raindrops. This is war. It's not something one person can withstand. Desperate murmurs rose and fell. Although they all knew that White Knight was a powerful figure from the old era, facing 100 world government warships and a rain of cannonballs was an entirely different matter. In such a devastating attack, individual strength seemed so insignificant. No matter how strong White Knight's power was, could he really block so many cannonball strikes? In their eyes, Water 7 was truly facing an unavoidable catastrophe this time. But would White Knight really watch Water 7 be destroyed? Clearly, that was impossible. At the top of the dock, White Knight stood with his hands behind his back, facing the rain of cannonballs capable of destroying a nation. The curve of his lips even carried a hint of disdain and mockery. Another old-fashioned attack. The world government just loves these useless assaults. White Knight slowly raised his gaze, his profound eyes seeming to penetrate time and space, landing on each whistling cannonball. All of you, stop. Before his voice fell, an invisible yet overwhelmingly domineering aura erupted from him. Conqueror's Haki. This terrifying will spread from White Knight as the center, sweeping outwards like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the entire Water 7. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. That which should have been invisible Conqueror's Haki, under White Knight's precise control, began to distort the air, becoming visible to the naked eye. Waves of pale, golden light appeared out of thin air, intertwining to form an enormous, translucent energy shield, like an inverted giant glass bowl, perfectly protecting the entire city. At that moment, the first batch of cannonballs arrived. Boom! As a cannonball struck the golden shield, it was as if it had collided with an invisible wall of size, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Violent flames and shockwaves erupted outside the shield, forming a brilliant flower of death, yet couldn't even cause a ripple on the shield. Then, boom, 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 boom. Hundreds and thousands of cannonballs collided one after another. The dense explosions merged into a single sound, shaking the sea and changing the color of the sky. The fire illuminated the entire sea as if it were daylight, and waves of violent energy crashed relentlessly against the domineering shield. However, that seemingly thin golden shield stood firm like a mountain. withstanding the onslaught of cannon fire from the outside, while within, Water 7 remained untouched by even a whisper of wind. The powerful impact from the explosions did not shake the shield in the slightest. Chapter 84. Unshakable Power. Shocked, extremely shocked. At this moment, both the citizens of Water 7 and the soldiers on the World Government fleet were stunned, staring blankly at the scene before them that defied common sense. The golden shield, like a miracle, enveloped the entire city, blocking the apocalyptic artillery fire from the outside. The explosive flames surged above the shield, as if presenting the most magnificent fireworks to this sacred glass giant bowl. After a brief silence, a tsunami of cheers erupted within Water 7. Look, what is that thing? It actually blocked all the artillery attacks. A shipwright pointed at the sky, his voice trembling with excitement. It's Lord White Knight. It's Lord White Knight's power. Lord White Knight has saved us. Long live Lord White Knight. Too amazing. Lord White Knight is truly incredible. In the crowd, countless shipwrights who had survived the disaster were already teary-eyed. Those who had once felt despair and thought human power had its limits now wore expressions of fervor and shame. I actually doubted Lord White Knight's power. I'm such a jerk. I'm so embarrassed. Yes, such divine power is beyond our imagination. How could we ever judge Lord White Knight with mortal eyes? The excited emotions surged like a tide, flooding every person. Then someone suddenly reacted and shouted, "What are we still doing here? Lord White Knight is holding off the enemy for us. We can't be idle. Let's get back to building ships for Lord White Knight." That's right. As long as Lord White Knight is here, the world government can't harm us in the slightest. Get busy. Show our pride as the world's #1 shipwrights. It was as if they were injected with boundless energy in an instant. Despair and fear swept away. The shipwrights picked up their tools again. The sounds of hammering, sawing, and singing resonated through the sky once more. Amidst the deafening sounds of artillery fire, they threw themselves into their work with unprecedented enthusiasm, and the entire city returned to a bustling scene of activity, in stark contrast to the excitement and high spirits in Water 7. The atmosphere on the flagship of the world government was so heavy it seemed it could drip water. How is this possible? Spandam gripped the railing tightly, his nails turning white from the force. His long face twisted in disbelief as he shouted, "Our attacks! How could our attacks be blocked? What the hell is that thing? What devil fruit power is this?" "Sir, we don't know." A soldier responsible for lookout lowered his telescope. His eyes filled with horror and confusion. Through the telescope, it looks like a shield made of energy, very huge, covering the entire island. Our first round of attacks had no effect at all. Damn it! Spandam spat saliva all over the soldier's face as he roared. "What are you still doing here? Useless. Pass my orders, continue the attack. Fire all the shells. Launch the attack immediately. I don't believe that thing can block forever. We must destroy Water 7. The dream of promotion and salary increase was right in front of him, and Spandam would never allow it to be shattered like this. "Yes, sir." Everyone obeyed the order and continued the attack. Fire at will. The command spread throughout the fleet, and after a brief pause, even more frenzied bombardment began. Countless shells, trailing black smoke, poured down on Water 7 like an unending storm of steel. However, unfortunately, no matter how fiercely these shells bombarded, no matter how intense the explosion flames were, that golden domineering shield remained as unchanging as an ancient mountain. Not even a ripple was stirred. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions were almost enough to tear through eardrums, and the violent shock waves raised giant waves dozens of meters high on the sea. Yet they could not shake the shield in the slightest. The bombardment lasted a full half-hour. The cannons on the warships had turned red-hot, and the soldiers mechanically loaded ammunition, their expressions changing from fierce at first to numb midway, and now to bewildered. "No, it's bad, sir." A soldier stumbled to Spandam, drenched in sweat, and spoke in a panicked voice, "Our shells are about to run out." "What?" Spandam grabbed him by the collar, his eyes wide as saucers, incredulously asking, "All the shells used up? Are you joking with me? We are the world government. How could we possibly run out of shells?" "Sir, Our world government indeed does not lack shells. The soldier was on the verge of tears, explaining helplessly. But the number of shells each warship carries is also limited. The ships deployed this time are all elite warships executing the demon-slaying order, and each cannon is extremely powerful. The size and consumption of the shells are also massive. According to past experience, a single round of volleys is enough to destroy a large island. We have never encountered a situation where we ran out of shells and still couldn't destroy the enemy. The soldier's heart was in turmoil. It should be known that this was a firepower configuration capable of launching a demon-slaying order, and no island had ever withstood such continuous bombardment, let alone a dozen rounds. Even after 3 rounds, the target should have turned to scorched earth. In a situation like this, continuously bombarding for more than half an hour, with not even a breeze able to penetrate the target island, was simply unheard of and unseen. Damn it, what should we do now? Is this mission going to fail? Spandam released the soldier, pacing back and forth with an anxious and irritated expression. He looked at the city protected by the golden light in the distance with bloodshot eyes, clearly a victory within reach, but blocked by an incomprehensible barrier. The anger and unwillingness in Spandam's heart almost burned him to ashes. After another 10 minutes, the cannon fire on the sea gradually became sparse, and finally, with the last shell exploding uselessly against the golden shield, the deafening roar came to a complete stop. Silence once again enveloped the sea, leaving only the sound of rolling waves and the steam engine on the warship gasping in frustration. "Report, sir, we're out of shells." An officer approached Spandam from behind, bowing his head to report. "All cannons have ceased fire." Damn it! Spandam slammed his fist against the railing, producing a dull thud. He stared at the still dazzling golden shield, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "Retreat. We will return to the nearby supply station to replenish ammunition. I will definitely blast that damn turtle shell along with that city into pieces." Chapter 85. "Wanna run? Did I allow it?" With Spandam's unwilling roar, the massive fleet began to awkwardly turn, the ship's rudder stirring the seawater, preparing to temporarily retreat from this area that had caused them to lose face. However, at that moment, within Water 7, the golden light that had protected the entire city for over half an hour quietly receded like a tide. Standing atop the tallest building in the city, Bai Ye faced the sea breeze, his clothing rustling. He looked indifferently at the World Government warships in the distance, which were turning around in a panic like lost dogs, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, the attack has stopped. Are there no more shells? Since your performance is over, then it's my turn." Bai Ye's gaze suddenly sharpened like a knife, focusing on the densely packed warships not far away. Just now, in order to protect Water 7 from destruction, Bai Ye had refrained from attacking. Now that the World Government's assault had ceased, it was time for him to act. Thinking of this, the long sword at Bai Ye's waist was unsheathed. Clang! A clear sword sound echoed through the sky as the long sword was drawn, the cold sword light reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Slash! Bai Ye made no unnecessary movements, merely gripping the long sword and lightly slicing through the air towards the retreating fleet. Rip! The space seemed to be torn open by this sword. A solidified blue sword energy resembling a giant crescent moon, instantly detached from the blade, slashing towards the sea at an eye-watering speed. It did not produce an earth-shattering roar, only a low hum that conveyed the cutting of all things. Wherever the sword energy passed, the sea surface was forcibly plowed open, creating a bottomless trench, with the water on both sides being pushed apart by an invisible force, forming a temporary sea canyon. Not good. "Commander, an attack is incoming." On the fleet's lookout tower, a sharp-eyed soldier was the first to spot the death crescent racing towards the sea surface, his pupils instantly shrinking to the size of pinheads as he used all his strength to let out a piercing scream. "What?" Spandam turned around abruptly, still wearing the unwillingness and anger from the retreat. However, before he could see what it was, that terrifying blue sword energy had already crossed thousands of meters in an instant. Boom! Without warning, with no chance to evade. 3 giant warships on the fleet's flank were crushed as soon as they came into contact with the sword energy, as if being ground by an invisible divine hand. The sturdy steel armor was sliced open as easily as paper, and then the violent sword energy exploded inside the hull, accompanied by a deafening roar. The 3 massive ships exploded in the middle, countless fragments, broken masts, and human bodies being thrown dozens of meters into the air, transforming into bursts of soaring flames and black smoke. What? What is happening? What is going on? Spandam was completely dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, his mouth agape as if he could fit a fist inside. The warships that had been perfectly intact a second ago had turned into burning wreckage the next, sinking into the sea, which was beyond his comprehension. "Commander, there's a strong enemy attacking." A soldier crawled to his side, his face filled with terror as he said, "It's an attack from Water 7 from that island." "What? Those damn people on that island actually dared to attack us. Don't they want to live anymore? Don't they know we are the world government?" Spandam jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His features twisted as he roared loudly. In Spandam's mind, filled with power and arrogance, there was only the notion of judging and attacking others. When had it ever been time for these lowly people to dare to resist? Anyone who dared to attack the world government flag should be subjected to the most severe punishment, exterminated and destroyed. Unfortunately, reality did not give him time to continue his roar. Just as he was cursing, a second blue death crescent silently sliced through the air again, carrying an even more violent momentum, once more slashing into the fleet formation. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion sounded. This time, 4 warships were cut in half, flames and thick smoke nearly obscuring half the sky. Amidst the chaos, a giant ship's rudder, spinning wildly, came hurtling towards Spandam's flagship with tremendous force. Spandam only felt darkness before his eyes, and the next second, with a dull crash, the rudder, soaked in seawater and flames, smashed into his face. Crack! Ah! A scream that was not quite human echoed across the deck. Spandam, whose face was already disfigured and wearing a half-iron mask, had his mask and the flesh and bone beneath it crushed and caved in by this blow. Blood instantly gushed out, dyeing him completely red, making him look more terrifying than a demon from hell. It hurts so much. Damn it. Attack, attack. Find that bastard for me. I want to kill him. I want to tear him to pieces. With blood all over his face, Spandam covered his mangled half-face, screaming hysterically, his voice sharp and crazed. But Commander, a soldier, trembled and replied with a sobbing tone, "We have no more shells. We simply cannot retaliate. Moreover, the enemy's attack is too fierce. We have already lost almost 10 warships. Damn it, bastards. Damn it." Spandam's roar abruptly stopped, the intense pain and fear instantly extinguishing all his anger. He finally realized that in the face of such devastating attacks, their fleet, which had run out of ammunition, was nothing more than a group of sheep awaiting slaughter. Retreat. Retreat. Hurry and retreat. Full-speed retreat. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything, and Spandam issued an even more desperate command. The remaining warships immediately pushed their engines to the maximum, fleeing towards the distance in a panic, utterly disheveled. However, could they really escape this sea area? Clearly not. Want to run? Did I allow it? As Bai Ye's voice fell, he leaped forward, charging directly towards the massive world government fleet. Chapter 86. One man destroys an entire fleet. Since the world government's fleet dared to attack him, White Knight had no intention of letting them go. The remaining warships scattered across the sea like frightened fish, leaving white frothy waves in their wake. Burning wooden planks, broken masts, and floating corpses painted a horrific scene of hell. White Knight lightly tapped his foot, and in an instant his figure vanished. The next second, he appeared on the surface of the sea like a ghost. He lightly tapped on the floating ship debris, each push increasing his speed, creating a series of tiny splashes as he raced straight toward the flagship of the fleet. Commander, it's bad," the lookout cried out in a distorted voice, dropping his telescope with a clatter on the deck. "Someone is closing in. What should we do? He's coming. So fast." The soldiers on the deck instantly fell into chaos. They had just witnessed a strike like a natural disaster, and now, seeing the perpetrator approaching at inhuman speed, their fear overwhelmed their reason like a burst dam. What are you afraid of? Stay calm. Yes, just one person. Spandam covered his bloodied face, squeezing out a venomous and trembling voice through his teeth. The pain and fear nearly made him faint, but his long-standing arrogance prevented him from accepting the fact that he was scared of a single individual. Quick, open fire immediately. If there are no cannonballs, use rifles. Turn him into a sieve with rifles. No matter how strong he is just flesh and blood. How dare he come after us alone? Simply asking for death. Spandam roared hysterically. In his view, the power of an individual was ultimately limited. They still had thousands of elite soldiers here, and with thousands of rifles firing simultaneously, they could shoot through even a giant. Yes, quick, grab your rifles and fight back. Target is right behind us. Fire. Under the officer's command, countless soldiers, suppressing their fear, crouched by the ship's edge, pointing their dark muzzles at the rapidly approaching figure. Fire. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted like frying beans, hundreds and thousands of lead bullets weaving a deadly barrage, tearing through the air with sharp whistling sounds, enveloping White Knight. However, could these attacks, lethal in the eyes of ordinary people, really harm White Knight? Obviously not. Facing the barrage that could turn steel into Swiss cheese, White Knight's eyes showed not a flicker of emotion. He simply flicked his wrist, swinging the long sword in front of him casually. Buzz! A blue sword pressure, refined as substance, erupted from him. It was not a crescent-shaped slash, but a circular wave of air expanding outward. All the bullets flying toward him, upon contact with the sword pressure, seemed to hit an invisible wall, pausing in midair for an instant. Then, those lead bullets were like ice and snow thrown into a furnace, silently crushed into the most primitive metal powder, dissipating into the air. The sword pressure continued unabated, fiercely expanding toward the fleet ahead. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions, far more muffled and terrifying than cannon fire, erupted in succession. The dozen or so Navy warships at the front were like being gripped by an invisible giant hand, then suddenly crushed. The sturdy keels shattered instantly. The heavy hulls splintered, and the soldiers aboard didn't even have time to scream before being torn to pieces in this devastating shock, swept into the raging waves along with the wreckage of the warships. The surface of the sea was instantly cleared, leaving a vast expanse of emptiness. At the same time, White Knight had already crossed that area of death, lightly landing on the deck of a still intact warship. The enemy has landed. It's a pirate. Quick, eliminate him. Seeing White Knight appear on the ship, the soldiers on the deck were momentarily stunned, then roared as they gripped their swords and spears. Surging forward like a tide, facing these charging soldiers, White Knight didn't even glance at them, swinging his sword again. Boom! This time, the sword energy erupted. The sword energy easily pierced through the crowd, through the deck, and through the entire hull of the warship. The massive ship was split in two, seawater gushing in wildly, accompanied by a violent explosion as the soldiers' desperate wails echoed, quickly sinking into the cold, dark sea. After destroying this warship, White Knight leaped again, like an elegant yet deadly falcon, pouncing on the next prey. The following scene turned into a one-sided massacre. These demon-slaying fleets, which could rampage unrestrained in the first half of the Grand Line, were as fragile as paper toys before White Knight. Not a single warship could withstand a strike. Each of White Knight's sword swings was accompanied by earth-shattering roars. Either a warship was sliced in half, or 3 to 5 warships exploded simultaneously. Flames, thick smoke, shockwaves, and splashing seawater turned this sea area into a purgatory. As for the soldiers who died under the sword energy, they were countless. In just over 10 minutes, the once massive fleet had lost more than half, turning into burning wreckage, slowly sinking to the seabed. Commander, it's bad. The enemy's strength is monstrous. It's a real monster. Our warships have already lost more than half. A drenched soldier crawled to Spandam, his voice thick with sobs and despair. What? How could this happen? How is it possible? Spandam's eyes widened in shock. His pale face, drained of blood, was filled with disbelief. He had originally hoped to use this operation to get promoted and earn a raise. But now, let alone promotion and pay raise, he wasn't even sure he would survive. Boom! Just then, a nearby escort ship was swept by a blue light and exploded instantly. A massive fireball shot into the sky, and a violent shockwave, mixed with scorching air and shattered wood fragments, slammed into the flagship where Spandam was located. The entire ship shook violently, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Spandam lost his footing and fell to the ground. The scab on his face that had just formed burst open again, leaving him as pale as paper. Retreat. Quick retreat. Full speed, get out of here. At this moment, all thoughts of mission, merits, and the world government's face were thrown to the winds. He was left with only one thought, to escape quickly. However, he had no chance to flee. Want to leave? A cold voice seemed to echo in his ears. Spandam looked up abruptly, only to see a massive sword energy, like a death scythe descending from the sky, tearing apart everything between him and the heavens, roaring toward his flagship. The sword energy was so immense and swift that, in his vision, the entire world was reduced to that expanding blue light. No! Ah! In a scream filled with unwillingness, fear, and ultimate despair, the massive sword energy accurately struck the flagship. Boom! With a deafening roar, the warship instantly turned into flying debris and dust in the explosion. As for Spandam, he had long since been blown into countless pieces, lost to the world. Chapter 87. The Blackbeard Pirates Ambush Ace. Just as White Knight stirred up monstrous waves in Water 7, single-handedly annihilating the world government's fleet of 100 ships in a distant sea, a fierce battle was slowly coming to a close. The wreckage of broken ships rose and fell with the waves, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and flames. Ace knelt on the deck, gasping heavily. His body was drenched in blood, and the flames he was proud of flickered on his body, as if they could extinguish at any moment. In front of him stood a tall, ugly man with rotten teeth, laughing in a pleased and unpleasant manner. Ace, look at you now, what a mess. Blackbeard Teach spread his arms wide, relishing the joy of victory. Behind him, Van Augur.Q, Burgess, and Lafitte lined up, each looking at the once mighty 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates with different expressions. Teach, you bastard. You only know how to use despicable tactics like ambushing. You don't deserve to be a pirate. Ace gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his arms as he pushed himself up, glaring at Teach with unyielding fury in his eyes. Ha! The victor is king. Does the process matter? Teach nonchalantly picked his nose, mocking Ace as he spoke. Although your strength is indeed formidable, you are too naive, Ace. Do you think this is a one-on-one duel? Now that monster White Knight isn't by your side, how can you alone stand against our entire Blackbeard Pirates crew? That's right. Just as Ace successfully captured Teach and prepared to escort him back to the Moby Dick for judgment by Pops, he was ambushed by the entire Blackbeard Pirates crew. Van Augur's bullets were like maggots gnawing at his bones. Q's strange bacteria constantly weakened his stamina, and with a direct assault from combat champion Burgess, Two Fists could not fend off four hands, especially when the opponents were plotting a sneak attack. After a brutal battle, Ace exhausted his strength and was gravely injured, while Teach, who had been locked up with Sea Prism Stone, was successfully rescued by his companions. Ace, I'll give you one last chance. Teach's smile faded, his gaze becoming deep and fervent as he said, your identity, your power, are exactly what I need. Join my pirate crew, and let's overthrow this boring world together. Teach knew very well that to realize his deepest ambitions hidden in the darkness, he could not do it alone. And Ace, whether it was his title as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates or his unknown true identity, held immense value. You want me to associate with scum like you who kill their companions for power? Don't dream. Ace spat out a mouthful of blood, directly refusing. Is that so? What a pity. The last trace of kindness on Teach's face disappeared, replaced by a cold, killing intent. He then slowly raised the firearm in his hand. The dark barrel aimed at Ace's forehead. In that case, you could die. Wait, Captain. Just as Teach was about to pull the trigger, a graceful yet slightly eerie voice rang out. Lafitte, holding a cane, stepped forward with an inscrutable smile on his face. He can't die yet. He is currently our most valuable bargaining chip. Teach's movement halted as he looked over in confusion. Captain, our plan to eliminate White Knight and become celestial dragons has failed, but we can definitely use Ace to make a deal with the world government. Luffy pushed up his top hat and lowered his voice. Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, the son of Pirate King Roger. Using him is enough to exchange for a position as a Shichibukai with the world government. With this legitimate identity as a cover, our future actions will become countless times easier. Luffy, you're right. That's right. Shichibukai. Ha ha ha. Teach was momentarily stunned before bursting into an even louder and more rampant laugh than before. He put away his firearm, looking down at Ace with a mocking gaze, like a cat playing with a mouse. Did you hear that, Ace? You should thank me for letting you live a little longer. I still plan to use you to gain a prestigious identity. Let us go. Contact the world government. The Blackbeard pirates laughed wildly as they dragged the seriously injured and unconscious Ace onto their ship, quickly disappearing into the vast sea. Holy Land, Marineford, between powers. In a huge conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt frozen. 5 elderly men in suits, the highest authority of the world government, the godson, sat upright, each face clouded with gloom. Just moments ago, they received an urgent report from Water 7. The luxurious Demon Slayer fleet, composed of 100 warships, had been completely annihilated in Water 7. They had failed in the most tragic and humiliating way to stop White Knight from acquiring the battleship Pluto. 100 warships were destroyed by one person in just a few minutes. This was an unprecedented scandal. The bald godson, holding a sword, spoke with a hoarse voice, his fingers gripping the hilt so tightly they turned white. The question now is, what should we do? The godson, with glasses and a long white beard, slammed his hand on the table. The plan has failed. Are we just going to watch that madman White Knight control the legendary ancient weapon Pluton? What can we do? That was the Demon Slayer fleet. If such power can be easily destroyed, what else can we send out? No, we must turn this around. The blonde godson's face turned ashen. Since White Knight reappeared on the seas, our world government's reputation has suffered an unprecedented blow. The people's faith has already begun to waver. Chapter 88. The world government's new plan. Public execution of Ace. For the past 800 years, the world government has been the only supreme ruler of these seas. The celestial dragons, the world aristocrats, stand above all living beings. Anyone in these seas must bow before the world government. No one dares to challenge their authority or offend the